come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby.
bounce, take it to the floor and sing it. Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. Oh, oh. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know, there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. Oh, oh. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, oh, is never enough. Just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, oh, is never enough. Just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
Here's the deal. I've given you a taste and now you know it's real. Ain't got no time to waste, so tell me how you feel. Just let me be your bad girl. Take the reins, 'cause I know that you want me, boy, it's in your veins. Don't tease me, babe, you know it's driving me insane. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the line, you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy. Take a shot. Call me baby. Lose control. Just let me in your mind and baby, let it go. 'Cause I'm a little rock and I'm a little roll. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the line, you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy. Take a shot. Call me baby. Take the line, you can get it while it's hot, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy. Take a shot. Call me baby.
never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls, and I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and throws her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the We found love out on our own. I took you for granted. I should have known. You walked right out, cut me to the bone. We were out of time. Now I close my eyes and see your face. You left my life, oh I can't replace. Please come back. I made a big mistake. I was out of line. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, I don't know what we're fighting for. Upside down, I got to explain. Take it all back, I got myself to blame. I played the fool, but your love ain't a game. We're out of time. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, oh you made me lose control. Susanna, oh you got me on my knees. Susanna, won't you please come back to me? We gotta give it one more try. We gotta give it one more try. We gotta give it one more don't know what we're fighting for. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, oh baby, you got me.
Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I'll make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you that. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down. Yeah, no thing you're not allowed. The party just.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in on this fine morning. I hope you all had 8.5 hours of sleep. And I mean, that should be possible. If you went to bed right after Liquid and Spirit ended, and you wake up right now, good morning, you would have had 8.5 hours of sleep. It was such a long day of Dota 2 yesterday. And I know that there is a chance that we'll have long days of Dota every single day. And Dota was so good yesterday. I hope we have another great day of Dota, and maybe a little less long, but we'll see how it's going to pan out as we're getting ready for the start of this one. DreamLeague Season 24. That's what I forgot to end with there. Thank you, PogChat Pandas, for a fantastic welcome on this fine Saturday. I do believe it is Saturday today, so maybe people, they don't have work tomorrow, so they can stay up for the long days of Dota 2. Let me pose the important question. Did anybody actually stay up until 2 a.m. to watch all the games? Fog, you'd be the most usual suspect to have sleep deprivation that would cause you to stay up that long.
I passed out at 10 p.m. and then woke up at 2 and I tuned into the stream and I was like, oh, they're still going. That is miserable for them, but I caught the end of the game, but I got to like rewatch a little bit this morning, but I didn't I didn't catch it at the moment.
No, I saw you rewatching it as well, Jenkins, this morning, because too late for you.
I saw game 1 of Liquid Spirit, and then I was like, Liquid's got this. And then I woke up and I checked the score, and I was like, what the hell happened, man? But I did watch the games. I rewatched them. There's a couple of times Satanic was waveforming away from Invis heroes with no indication that anybody was on top of him. I checked; he didn't have the duelist.
He didn't have duelist gloves.
No duelist gloves.
Yeah, he just,
Like game sense.
He just had the instinct. There was a solo Roche that he did as well, literally just completely on his own, amorphally. Like none of the map state looked like it was good for him to solo the Roche, and yet he does it. It's like the kid just doesn't he just doesn't give a shit, dude. It's it makes him a very strong player, but also the game 1 in that series. I know
we're not specific. I don't want to go too in depth.
I don't want to go too in depth, but he threw. But for the same reasons he's able to throw, he's able to carry games because every game just seems like a pub to him. It's really cool.
Yeah, the games have been really good. We have I feel like we've had some very back and forth games. Oh, and I feel like this patch is still quite delivering, even though everybody's waiting for a new patch, obviously.
Yeah, it is.
But it is still delivering.
It is. I think it kind of took some time with this tournament. I feel like in the first group stage, we were actually getting quite a lot of stomps. Like it felt like in group stage 1 at least what we cast.
There
was quite a few games that were actually like less than 30-minute victories. But now we're getting to the point where obviously we've kind of filtered out some of the teams. The teams that we've got left are much closer in comparison. It's why we're getting such long days as we did on day 1 of this group stage 2, and I think we're going to get many more. Yesterday could have been longer. You got to remember that first series of the day, right? It was a 2-0, right?
It was a 2-0.
We had a 2-0 to start with.
Yeah.
So if the first series also goes to 3 games, we could be finishing at 3 a.m. tonight.
I mean,
not us.
Not us.
It's the second shift that gets completely wrecked. We're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys casted a 60. Was it a 60-minute game yesterday?
We did hit 60, right?
One we did. We had some tier 5s.
You guys
Yeah, and I know that
almost
Cap
missed it.
and Sint also at least had one 60-minute
They did,
game yesterday as well. So, we've seen a lot more of these lately. So, yeah, we could. Let's hope, for the sake of many people's sleep schedules, that that's not the case. But I will say it is very exciting, and I think yesterday I had a lot of series going places that I don't think many people were expecting. And I do want to talk about one of those series. But before we do that, let's first check in with the state of things with the EPT. Because, of course, we're here, the first stop of the ESL Pro Tour. And it is the Esports World Cup that everything will finish at, Jenkins, with the point distribution being like it is on your screen.
That's right, Shiver. This is a scaling schedule, which means the longer the year progresses, the later in the year the tournament is, the more points you get. There's a lot of elements to this EPT system, which are new, of course, in the group stage for these different tournaments. If you perform well, you're going to get more points. The lands are also worth more, and it is worth mentioning, like we do every morning, because it is a very important thing, that the difference between getting into a tournament and not having to qualify, whether it is for EWC at the end or the tournaments where the invites are determined based on the EPT points. I completely forgot my point because I was rambling.
It's okay. You want to win points, so you don't have to go through
Everybody's
qualifier.
trying. Everybody's trying, even in group stage. Even in group stage.
Oh, because I know you said that, but I feel that's what we should really, really focus in on, because it wasn't the case in previous iterations, right? This time round, the group stage in this format, it does matter where you finish.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously in terms of like the format and the group that you're moving into, it doesn't, but you now get rewarded. You get points. So there's much less, if any, like pointless games. Like the games right up until the end.
They don't exist.
They do matter.
Everybody out there saying, "Hey, Falcons, they're throwing." Well, yeah, they are, but not on purpose.
not on purpose. No, and also with the agenda for next year, it's very nice if you don't have to play qualifiers because I think it's going to be pretty stacked. But looking at
look at this.
Falcons,
Oh, my bad. I
Falcons.
wasn't.
no, you're good because okay. So we started with game one, and after during game one already, and after game one, it's like okay, you know what? This is going to be an easy 2-0, Owen.
Yeah,
That's
I
what it
feel
looks
one
like.
of the things about this game one as well that we have to remember is they're doing this morphling right. And morphling just hasn't been great. I know we had a great game later on in the night from Satanic on the
Yeah.
morphling, but in general, morphling as a hero, it's losing way more than it's winning.
Yeah.
So you are going to get games like this where you pick the morph and you get run over.
Yeah, and then the first 30 minutes of this, I thought the same for game two, Jenkins, but that turned out to be a very long one. Oh, we skipped past game two, but I will say game two
Game 2 is nuts.
was nuts, and it lasted so long.
That was the 60-minute.
Yeah, it was.
That was the point when you knew the night was going to be a late one.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
okay, this is the kind of Dota we're getting. This series is going to get messy and the next series is going to be
Well, there was,
messy.
like-
And that's exactly what happened.
There was a couple fights in like the kind of mid game that you saw like the Razor gets like a full link and he's hitting people
Yeah.
and doing literally 0 damage because they had like 80 armor or something ridiculous. And then 10 minutes pass and good old Remco on his Razor gets
Chrysalis.
big enough,
Yeah.
Chrysalis, and he carries. It was actually pretty sick.
Remco.
That's what
his
they
real
call
name?
him.
His
That's
real
what they
name.
always say. You know,
That is
they're-
his real
yeah,
name.
it's his real name, but
What do
they,
you mean
know,
that's what they-
but
that's his
creep,
name?
but the creep wave guys, they're the only ones who really use his name. So
Yeah.
that's
Sure,
why I always like
sure.
the reference. You know,
Yeah.
they always call each other those things.
Were you on Creepwave? Okay. Yeah, they were throwing after game two. I really want to make an argument here. Production, could a computer, can you pull up a picture of Owie 2000?
There we go.
I don't. You can't.
Give it some time.
I didn't prep them on this.
No, yeah, I know.
Owie 2000, what a fantastic guy. I thought for many years that he was a grifter. Turns out after the 2 TI wins, I was kind of looking for a third because you can kind of get lucky twice, but I'm more and more convinced that seeing that these guys, I mean, they looked giga tilted in game 3. These teams need a coach.
Yeah.
You need somebody to say, hey, maybe chill out with the all chats and the Russian smileys for a bit and let's focus on the gameplay. Because holy Hannah, that series had a lot of all chat.
There's a lot of all chat.
Yeah.
We're getting quite a lot in some of the other games as well. We don't always capture it on the stream.
Hey!
There we go. Production's on it.
They're
But-
so good. I literally did not prep them. I just threw them under the bus and there
Fantastic
it is. There he
picture
is.
as well.
We missed you. We missed you. Come back,
I think
please.
Falcons misses him as well.
Can you play Baby Come Back?
You get a band for that.
Or play some sort of sad, like he died, but he's not dead. But
Why are you
like-
asking production? We've got a band.
That's
They can
what
play
he
that's what I'm
sad.
That's
asking.
what
Can
he
you, guys
Yeah.
play, can you guys play something sad?
Makes me sad. I think it sounds like he's passed on.
He's alive.
He is alive.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
In
He's
fact,
fine.
he's having a great vacation right
Yeah.
now.
Probably.
And he needed the time off. No, hey,
no.
he's alive. He's alive.
Production.
They
They need him.
really, really need him to get the young guns and to get them back together to rally the troops.
Yeah.
And let's
Snaking
just play Dota, guys. Come on.
Snaking can't rein them in. It's
No, he
impossible.
can't.
Snaking just starts joining probably.
He can't. Snaking micros their heroes. He can't also micro their emotions.
No.
That's Owie's
Yeah.
job.
That's always true.
So
Very true.
Yeah, I will say, I think that game 2 was their tilting point, and then game 3 was like, okay, well, it's done. I will say, we're talking a lot about Falcons, but can we just compliment Paravision here? They are crushing it.
No, they're really good. Everyone, I think, as I said before, a lot of people were hyped about this team before the tournament, and the hype is it's delivering.
Yeah.
You know, this is a team that had this expectations from the viewers, you know, who have been watching their games, knew the players, knew that they were going to be good under this Paravision team, and yeah, I think there's every reason to believe, you know, especially with the result and performance yesterday, that this team, it's the one that everyone else in the tournament is going to be watching the closest.
They're very exciting to watch.
I think them tilting Falcons is part of their like Paravision being good.
Yeah.
Like Owie said in his blog post, if their team can get any advantage through all chatting, they're going to do it. If that's allowed, they're going to do it. That's what Paravision is doing.
They were responding.
Yeah,
even like when they were losing the game, like I think it was like early game in game 2 when he writes to like Ducalis. He's like, Ducalis, check runes for no one, right? And Ducalis is like, I am. Like, why are you talking back to me?
There was another time Skeeter goes, do call a smoke or something right at the
Yeah.
start, because he does that every game. And then they do a late smoke. They don't just smoke right at the start, but he does smoke. So it's like there's this next level kind of gameplay going on based on the all chatting and the meta of like what these teams know that each other do. It's interesting.
And I really did want to give highlight, especially because like one guy, he can, people have their opinion about him because he can be a bit toxic in the pubs and all that. But we clearly saw we missed him at TI.
Yeah.
Because this guy is a gamer. Like he makes some really clutch stuff happen. I felt like he was a big X factor in the game. He had like 50k damage done on like a Nyx assassin compared to like a 25k damage.
He's
on
like ranked 20 right now as a 4 position. He was teamless in ranked 20. Like the guy's good.
And he plays these melee 4s that a lot of other people are maybe a bit afraid to experiment into a lot of times. The Marcy, he plays it like every game that it's available for him. So he's one to watch out for a lot of times.
I think him and DM are extremely good at laning too. Yeah. Like they always win their lane together. Yep, there's Ducalis. Ducalis is on the team, guys.
No, we also saw, there were a couple of highlights from that series. I think the one that most people were going crazy about is No One putting his Aghanims in his backpack so that he would die faster, so that the Aegis would still be used rather than being timed out. That was the cool moment. It's just little things like that, and just, I think also, actually, the fact that you mentioned that Nineclass is known for being a little bit toxic. It's in a series like that, it was good.
He's extremely toxic. He's a little bit
But he was pretty behaved, I would say, in that. Well, to an extent, he was pretty behaved for himself.
For his standards.
Yeah, but that means that he was, he was forged in the fires of his own toxicity, and therefore he can dish out as good as he can receive.
But he was doing it based on good gameplay. Like he would do something really annoying in the game and just do the smiley, and you just know that they're pissed off about that. It works.
Very true, very true. And very cool result. Paravision taking that one. We could take a look at what happened yesterday, because for a while we just thought Group B was going to win every series, and Paravision is actually the one to break that trend. They're the only one to break that trend. They are the team from Group A that is the only one that won their series yesterday. I do think it's interesting to see what kind of power rankings the groups were, but yesterday overall, I think.
This doesn't make any sense.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Well, who did Ame pay off?
Yeah, hey, that jug game didn't count. They got a free
They lost the jug, right?
It's the jug,
They lost to Waska. So Waska did at least get a point at their win.
Yeah. No, they were Blade Fury, so it didn't count.
Yesterday did feel like a bit of a day of like upsets that we could just say, right?
Yeah.
It did feel like it, even though in the games it didn't really look like it. Like the Waska Extreme series, at least when we were casting it, Waska just looked better.
They looked way
It didn't
better.
look like
the only non-upset is the Tundra win, but I agree. Waska legit. I think we were
legit looked better.
Well, you guys were casting it, right? So we were watching in the green room, and all we could say was like, these guys are just better at Dota than
team fighting,
Extreme. Like everything, they're just better players. Like right now, they just are higher skill, and I think part of that is. I keep mentioning this, like whenever it's a team fighting patch, South America tends to reign supreme, because that has always been the rhetoric. Even when when we were duking it out in NA, in SA, we're part of the NA qualifiers. It was like you would beat these guys on macro. You would never beat them in fights. They would be 10k behind, and they would tiny toss, tusk kick, Magnus skewer into Fountain, and then you lose the game.
And now they're good at laning.
Yeah.
And now they can do more than just the team fighting. Like they're also doing the macro, so it's a very scary region.
Yeah, and just to correct myself, I know Spirit is Group A as well, so it was actually tied 2 for 2. So. There you go. But it was very cool. I think it was just day one of matches, but I think we got a lot out of yesterday. We got a little bit of everything.
It was a really good day. It was a long day, but honestly, I think that's, if anything, great for the viewers. I'm sure a lot of people at home are enjoying watching the games just throughout the entirety of its 12 plus, way over 12.
Way over 12.
16 hours.
Close to it.
Because we're live at 10:30.
Yeah.
And
first game kicked off at 11, right? And we wrapped up the last game, I think, 2:30ish. So yeah, that's 15 hours.
Yeah.
A lot of Dota. I think we're going to only get more and more of that. If any of the previous tournaments on this patch or anything to go by, as the tournament goes on, the games kind of get crazier, they get longer, the series get closer. So yeah, we're probably in for another long day, probably in for a long week of Dota 2. So people, if you're watching now and you're feeling tired, stick up maybe for the first series. Then if you go to bed, don't worry, because there'll probably still be Dota going on when you wake up.
Do you wanna? We have 7 days of Group Stage 2. We have 1 day past 2 a.m. Do you guys wanna have a little bit of a gamble?
On what?
Oh, I like that.
I'll say 4 out of 3 go past 1 a.m.
You mean
Or 4 to 7.
4 out of 7?
7, yes,
4 to
right.
3.
4 over 7. That's
Past,
over
you said
a
past 2
half.
a.m.?
Past 1. Sorry, past 2 is
Okay.
Let's carry the 1. We're gonna go. I think it's gonna go past midnight.
Midnight easy.
What? No,
Midnight
I'm
easy.
asking you how. Like, if Fog just set the bar, how many days will be over 1 a.m.?
I think
Wait,
I
that's
think every
including the
day
other day,
goes-
so
every
4
day
for
goes
me,
to 1
including
a.m.
the first day.
Oh, you think 7 out of 7?
Yeah.
Oof.
Owen?
Yeah, not 7 out of 7, maybe like 5 out of 7.
I would also say 5 out of 7.
But it's going to be a lot.
But for choosing something other than Owen, would I go higher or lower? Oh, this is really difficult. Because 6 is so many, but 4 is so little. That's why I was going to go for 5. I'll go for... But you already went for 4.
I did go for 4.
Okay, I'll go for 6.
Yay.
4, 5, 6, and 7. We got it covered.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
What?
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
7, 8, 9.
7 was a particularly violent, psychotic freak.
Because he 8, 9.
Heard that one.
You already said that, Joe.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to clarify that was why he was the sick freak.
Nah, he was in and out of jail. He did a stint
Okay.
in the Slammer.
So what's the joke?
It's not a joke.
It's
Crime
like,
is
it's
not
like
funny.
an anti-joke.
Crime is not
You
funny.
expect the punchline, but he's being silly, so then that's funny.
Stop explaining it.
Yeah, well, I have to, because apparently, I'm trying to help you out.
So what's the first series of the day?
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule. Thank you, Fog. Let's take a look and see what's coming. We have 4 series coming your way as we just explained. Let's go backwards. Let's start with the end there. Liquid versus Falcons. Liquid getting 2 late series in a row.
That's
So-
actually pretty funny, because
That's
that one is
hilarious.
absolutely going to go until like 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
I mean, that's not a quick series. They're on the last one again, and it's another one that's just going to be super long.
I mean, it should be a very good
games.
one. Liquid Falcons does generally deliver. We got Waska and Paravision. For me, a personal, very curious one because
Same.
it's just, I don't know. And it's the first time these 2 teams are going to go up against each other. I would give Paravision an edge, but I feel like I've underestimated Waska one too many times to really comfortably do that. And I see Fog nodding along because
Yeah.
it's like,
I agree.
what do you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was a bit doubtful for them even going into this, even though I don't like Jug as a hero, I was doubtful for them for this, and then they just played amazing. Like, they just played
Yeah.
super well, so they're definitely a team to watch, even though I would say, yeah, I give Paravision a bit of an advantage. Yeah, that for me is probably the one to watch, even though there's such big names on the other ones, just because the other ones we've seen so much.
Yeah,
we've seen
Spirit,
Bet Boom
Tundra,
play. We've
actually-
seen Spirit versus Tundra.
But not with the new roster.
maybe not with the new rosters. But I've never seen Waska versus Paravision, any of the players versus
No,
each other, right?
exactly.
So-
Exactly. No, that would be the most exciting one. Which one are you looking forward to seeing most, Owen?
I'm looking for the first one.
Yeah?
Honestly, just for kind of the comedic question of, is Arme going to pick Jug again? I don't know.
Or
he
Spectre.
lost twice with it yesterday. I think he will play Juggernaut again.
For me, it's more what dumb hero is he going to try to force?
Sure. You think,
Does it-
what else are there? What, the Spectres and the Maranas that he's also trying to make work?
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
pack?
It could be something
I
new.
can't wait to see. I
Arme-
can't wait to, if it works out, fabulous. But if it doesn't, it's going to be entertaining either way. It's going to be like,
he just acts on whims, and his
Yeah.
team is fine.
they
with
have to
that.
go with it.
They have to go with it.
They
Yeah,
have
for some reason. I don't know what kind of contract they signed, but it's good for Ame, I can tell you that much.
Well, yesterday it didn't end up working out. Perhaps today it will. Who knows? It is time for our first series of the day. So let's get started with Bet Boom versus Extreme. All right, so for this, we moved locations a little bit. And now we're joined with Lacoste and Kazu. Lacoste, how
Show
are
me
you
your
doing?
notepad, you piece of shit. Show me your notepad.
No, yesterday.
He keeps unplugging my mouth. It's so annoying.
Wait,
show me your notepad.
We checked with Ted yesterday.
Oh.
Ted was sitting in your location.
Yes?
And we're like, Ted, take a look at his laptop because he's got a notepad full of jokes. And Ted looked and he's like,
There's
There's
nothing.
just Dota
Because he
notes
deletes it when he uses them. He writes these jokes and then he forces them into the panel, no matter what.
That's so
then
untrue.
he
But I'm doing good.
Show me
Thanks
your
for
notepad.
Read a line, right? Read a line.
He's got it minimized because he knows that I keep looking over.
Lacoste, open the pad.
Just do it quickly. He has jokes. He has jokes.
You want to share one?
You don't have that many this
There are
month.
no jokes. I have nothing prepared.
Okay.
This
I
guy
can't
does
make
not
one on the
prepare.
spot.
It's okay, because there is someone who has something prepared.
Really?
Yeah, Kezu Tech Analyst.
That's true.
You got
guys
something
Give me your
prepared?
best
That's true.
Dota joke.
You guys, no, be quiet. That's your job. I'm gonna talk more about our bro Juggernaut.
Okay.
Because you know it's talk of the town. Ame Jug here. Ame Jug this. We're gonna look at why this hero sucks and why they should stop picking the hero. So if Alexis, the computer, could play the clip. So we're just gonna look at a couple of situations where, wow, look, Omnislash.
Wow. Oh.
3-man black hole. You know the Crapify comes out. This looks pathetic. Top net worth Juggernaut Jenkins. What is this?
This is a bad hero.
Thank you. Back to me.
He's
Next
empty.
clip.
Okay.
You know, wow, Omni Slash. Oh, you know, there's a pike. Some guy runs away. You go on the Omni, like, oh, you go on the Dawnbreaker. Can't kill him. Oh, we're spinning again.
Wait,
Are we
wait.
sure this is
There's-
not bug? Because
Wait.
it looks like he's
Can I
doing no damage.
interject? Because there
Quick,
is
yeah.
a Pugna no clip so far, but continue.
Okay, true. So here we have a 3-man black hole. And not killing anyone, you know, we're bouncing on some creeps. We're bouncing on, you know, someone's family, another creep, then the wrong hero, another wrong hero. Oh, and we spin away. Next clip. Mind you, no Pugna.
No Pugna!
Oh, I want to Omni Slash a Gyrocopter, but I bounce all the way out of the fight. Unlucky. What can happen?
Unlucky.
So, you know, we have a couple of clips, and here I want to show how many different items can actually ruin this hero. So we're Jugger with like a lot of items. Oh, look, Ghost Scepter, Yules. Can't kill anyone. Next one, Lotus Orb. Oh, shit. I'm going to Omni
Well,
myself.
slashing each other and not doing damage.
Next one, Glimmer Cape. Oh, I can't see them. Crimson Guard. Wow, I'm dealing so much damage. You know, there's a pipe. Oh, Trickster Cloak. This even happened yesterday. So now, imagine if you have, instead of Juggernaut, a Dragon Knight with the same net worth. And he 1v1s like some carries who, mind you, I gave them the same net worth, and my Dragon Knight isn't even using BKB here. Basically, when you play DK and you press your ult,
Marta's really trying.
like, every attack is an Omni Slash with how much damage you deal. You don't need to press your
Yeah,
ult.
but
and, like,
Shadowfin's not using raises.
yeah, but he used Requiem. He used Requiem. And then here, I think, after today, this is, I will give credit to Shiver and to the great artist, because you gave me this picture.
Manitoba
I saw
45
that this
Canadian.
morning.
Shouts to Canada.
Shout out to Canada. Jenkins, take it away.
And AY, who is
Justin
Canadian.
Trudeau
And Moon.
for the
Gander.
win.
I saw this and I knew you were doing something
was
with
good.
Jugger. Like, it has to. Okay, surely yesterday should have prevented Extreme from going for Jug again.
You
No.
should.
If you check Ame's Dota Pro tracker,
Oh,
he played
no.
65 games in the last 8 days. This man plays a lot of Dota.
a lot of Dota.
It is. On top of scrims, on top of officials.
Yep.
Can you guess which hero he has played the most?
Juggernaut.
It is Jug.
No.
9 matches.
It's
What's his
true.
win rate?
55%, it's green, so it's not too bad. But he also played a lot of weird stuff. He played some Pudge, he played some Lycan, 5 matches of Night Stalker. So this guy's...
Wait. Okay, he to be clear, he has a 64% win rate in general and 55% on Jug. So he's losing
Oh.
more on
Yeah,
Jug than he does
That's how it works.
in general.
This guy is smart.
So it's still bad.
It's very bad.
It is very bad.
Yeah.
And
the thing is...
Oh, here we go.
the thing is,
There's one more thing that
Okay.
he always goes for the same item build. He loves
True.
his Null Talisman, he loves his Windlace so that he can move faster and die faster in more of these fights, and then goes for the Mjolnir. He really forces the Scotty, which I don't know. I think this is just way too hipster right now.
I
I think
agree.
you gotta stick with what's good.
So why does it? Because a lot of the things that you've shown that counter Juggernaut, if you build Nullifier, you don't have to deal with those.
Well, this is why what Lacoste is saying is very true. Where's the Nullifier? Why is there a Scotty? Why do you want to
Before
slow
Nully,
them?
yeah?
Yeah.
Can't even hit them, so why do you want to slow them?
Your team needs to buy the nullifier.
Yeah, the sniper?
It's a targeted
The sniper should buy it.
Sniper gets in melee range
Yeah.
and uses the nullifier.
No.
No, this is really good.
It's a team item.
We'll show it tomorrow.
Yeah, support.
We'll see if he had a stern talking to with his team today, and he picks Juggernaut, and someone else builds the Nullifier. Then we know what went on behind the scenes there.
I don't think anybody can control Ame and his whims.
We'll see.
Probably not.
We'll see. Let's focus our attention on the match. Other than the Juggernaut, I do want to talk about the carry matchup because for me that's it's interesting. I feel like we're seeing Ame, who is the old guy. He's 27, which is kind of old.
Old guy.
Ancient. That's ancient.
Guys, come on!
Yeah.
It's not that. It's
Ancient
not old
gameplay on Jug.
compared to. And I don't have this stat, but the average carry age in this Dream League is very low.
It should be.
Yeah.
Pike is like 18, Pure
Yeah.
is like 20.
Yes.
So yeah.
And those are exactly the two players that he's up against yesterday and today.
Yeah, the the most successful carries in terms of like GPMs and stuff were all Eastern European carries. Like you did mention, Pike, because he was playing really well, but they have their own style. They are not afraid to experiment. They're also, like, we even seen Nightfall, who was going in pretty ham after 25 minutes. But
Only 2-0. Only 2-0 yesterday, by the way. Nightfall,
pretty much.
carry
But
diff.
these are the best carries for a good reason, because they are doing something different than the other ones. They're, I would say, less stable in terms of what they're going to bring, but I think in this patch you really want to see that explosiveness. You want to see your carry go around the map and do stuff.
I mean, it's also what Matthew was saying in the interview yesterday. They're playing with Pike, and he's like, "Guys, I'm gonna carry this game." He gives them confidence.
Yeah.
I think if you're Ame playing Jug in these games, you can't.
What are you
really,
even
you
saying?
can't confidently say, "I'm gonna carry this
I would
game."
imagine that the reason why he's playing Jug is because the players do feel like he probably says it in
Well,
such
he
a
does
way.
it
It's
at
like,
the start
guys,
of the game.
I'm a pick Juggernaut. Don't you worry, I got this game. You know, he gives them confidence, but it's misguided confidence because he goes for Juggernaut.
That's true, because I think in these other games where, like, you know, your Pures, your Nightfall at minute 20, 25, they still know how to make it work. I think in these games with Jug, I at least would not know, like, what am I telling my team? Someone buy me Nullifier, buy me this, buy me this.
Can I play devil's advocate here?
Yes.
Okay, just in a hypothetical.
Okay.
Kazu, let's say you're a coach of a tier 1 team, right?
Okay.
And I'm picking Juggernaut, and I'm drafting my entire game around Jug. Isn't it hard to prep for that? Because you're prepping for all this meta crap, and then all of a sudden, I'm drafting all this Jug-related stuff to empower him, or a Spectre is a possibility. You pick Sniper. I got a last pick Spectre coming your way. Isn't that hard to draft against, Mr. Coach Kazu?
It's not hard to prepare against shit heroes.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here, okay?
I mean, it's true.
This is a hypothetical.
Some of my prep may not be good because you're picking dog shit. But then I still know how to counter these heroes, because as we saw, if you paid attention, there's many things, like 50 things that own Juggernaut.
Okay.
But it's a good hypothetical.
Yeah.
I did remember at some point in the green room yesterday, there was a moment where there was Juggernaut and Sniper, and someone said, yeah, no, game's over. Juggernaut can't die. They can't deal with this.
That was Jenkins, I think.
No, I didn't.
It was me. It's fine. It was me. I'll take the L.
I'll say it. We really thought Extreme would have a better showing yesterday.
Wait, they had
did not.
Sniper as well.
Yeah, they did. They Jug Sniper.
They lost to, they were 1v2 carry, 2 carries, Sniper Jug versus SF.
I will say they did not lose specifically because of the Juggernaut. They probably would have had a better shot. But the game overall, Waska was just playing really well, and they outfought Extreme. And that's
better.
what I want to see in this upcoming game, because we got Bedboom, that we know is a team that can also fight really well, going up against Extreme. We talked a lot about Extreme, well, Ame in reality. But I do want to talk a little bit about Bedboom as well before we head into the series. Lacoste, this team has been doing very well this year already. They changed a couple of players, of course. What do you want to see from them this time around? Because they didn't manage to do it yesterday.
Yeah, they looked pretty lost yesterday. First game was okay-ish. Second game, you could see them on camera as well. Kateomi just like,
Not happy.
It was like one of the worst ones, you know, the
It was
face
their
bomb
only
for
2-0
like good
yesterday as
10,
well.
15 seconds. It's true. I think Kiyotaka has been impressing me the most, because I've been talking a lot about Miero being super stable from the offlane. Didn't have the best game on the Brood yesterday, but Kiyotaka, this guy is super sick when it comes down to laning. He's the pretty much new superstar. When he was playing for 9 Pandas, previous TI 2020. 23. He was also on the rise, but didn't get the result that he wanted. But this guy is just improving with each game pretty much, and he has a couple of these niche heroes that he does play. He brought the Earthshaker against Quinn. He was playing Ricky. He's also playing, you know, Invoker. Brought the Shadowfiend from the mid lane.
Yeah.
So this guy knows, like, he's also not too afraid to pick something different, which I really like. Pure has been silent though, especially in the previous series though. I think I've been praising him a lot that he has been the best carry in the last couple of months. Haven't seen that in the last series, so want to see what he has to offer today.
Yeah, I feel like this first game yesterday where he played Gyro, they could have easily won. And that's the game where they were up quite a lot. I think game 2 was like a massive outdraft. That's just a hard game to win, but I agree with all the things that Lacoste said, but I want to see Pure on heroes that aren't just Gyro and Medusa, and it's like, oh, look, I'm going to walk down this lane. Like, this guy is so good on, like, these heroes he plays. Like, he brought...
Lone Druid?
Yeah, like he brought some Lone Druids or the DK carry. He was like the first one and best one to do it. Or when he plays SF or TA, he's played Drow Rangers. Like, give him heroes that, in my opinion, have like just more potential to do stuff in the game.
They haven't
Like,
lost with him on DK.
Yeah, give him Jug.
actually show Ame how it's done.
That would be really funny if they do end up picking Juggernaut. I don't think they will, though. But we are in the draft, so we'll see. Extreme will be Dire side, and first pick goes away with Betboom, and they get themselves on Radiant side a Bat Rider opening, which is...
I actually really like this against how Extreme plays, because Extreme just sets up some very hard to break defensive position on the map, and then they farm. And Bat Rider is probably the best hero in Dota at doing that, and I think Betboom will have good enough lanes and have a good enough early game against Extreme that he can farm the Blink Dagger. I think that's the only issue. Like, I personally find that Bat Rider is one of the best supports in Dota, if not the best support in Dota. It's just that you can lose the game before he gets the Blink Dagger. Right? That's the issue. And I think against Extreme, they will actually always get it, because this is probably going to be like an XM SF, and there's going to be 2 carries, and they're going to be farming with some defensive position. Bat will be able to farm.
It's also one of Save's best heroes, and yesterday, for all the reasons you just mentioned, Tundra first phase banned Bat against them both games. Because like they know like Save's Bat is really good. I would also say this hero is really good in the meta. He's great against all the meta 5s, like all these Clockworks and Tusks. Even Shadow Fiend, Bat Rider, in my opinion, he enjoys this matchup. Maybe the lane is whatever, but in the game, you last with this guy, you are super happy, Mr. Jenko.
Yeah. If it's a solo carry, like you're playing the turret SF with all these buffs, it's easy to just isolate the one guy and pierce through that BKB. If it's not a solo guy, then you're giving Bat Rider the space to farm because you have 2 cores, and he's going to get the Blink Dagger. So I love this as a first pick.
What I want to see from Extreme Gaming is some supports that can do stuff. Like I was very impressed by Tian Ming's Phoenix yesterday. This was when he was playing solo, because in top 3 deaths so far in the Dream League, you have both supports from Extreme Gaming. They are dying a lot, and that's one of the reasons why they're not doing so hot. Even before they changed the roster, Extreme Gaming, they were really playing, I would say, for the mid and late game. This was never a team that is super oriented about the lane, so I want to see some more pressure in the lanes coming up from them. Because a lot of the times you would see them, it feels like they want to play on hard mode with the heroes that they pick, with the lanes that they pick, and they want to be a comeback team.
Except for mid.
Yes.
XM gets
XM's trying the hardest.
Sniper, yeah, he really tries.
But like which? Because generally you want to pair up SF with melees, but some of them are banned. We've seen some ogres and whatnot. I think it's really good with SF. Is it good against Bat? I'm not sure. I feel like I haven't seen this matchup. You guys seem like you would be ogre experts, Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm a big ogre fan. I was actually the #1 rated ogre in the world for a while. I think with the stupid facet, now I can't remember.
Learning curve.
Learning curve facet.
Sorry, yeah.
Stupid facet.
That would normally be strong against ogre at level 2 with like Napalm Firefly or Napalm Flame Break, but ogre is really strong at level 3, so I think you can get away with it. In the game, I don't think ogre has any...
Yeah.
I don't think ogre's good against Bat at all. It just may be like for the first 3 minutes, but ogre's good against every hero for the first 3 minutes, so doesn't mean much.
Well, not with the learning curve. Like your
Then
first
you
minute
have
and a
a-
half, you're not doing
Yeah.
anything. You're like there
Window.
existing.
I'm a body.
From the 130 mark to the 330.
Yeah, you're the strongest hero on the map.
Go find that fight.
Well, we get a very a casual +4. You know, your Dark Willow, good lane, gives you some team fight. Can't really like go too wrong with this hero. I will say that Bat or any hero that has like AoE or like ground damage is pretty good against her, because you can keep burning her, and like Phoenixes is good. So I don't think Betboom minds too much.
Keep going, Kazu.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then maybe you guys should say something. Do
Oh,
your
I
job.
thought you were still mid-sentence.
I was. No,
Okay.
I wasn't.
No.
This is...
No, like a pretty casual 4. You know, it's good for them. Betboom don't mind. That's about it.
Yeah. Oh,
I
this
was
is a
gonna
good
say,
+5 in that case.
It's taking a while to get the first picks out, and usually it's a lot quicker than this in other series. So they're clearly thinking a lot about these openings. I mean, they're not very traditional. Like, I don't think SF into Willow is, oh, look at the combo. Or like you said, it's very casual. It means they don't really want to commit to anything. Now this is a little more committal. Beastmaster, obviously going to go into the off lane. You know, it's a Beast Bat Rider lane. Extreme can now respond to this. They could pick the 5 and the carry and put the SF mid.
You don't want to put SF against that lane.
You can. It's probably fine. I mean, maybe they can run them down. If
Maybe
you put
you-
SF in the lane, you get a strong
Maybe you
5.
need like Chen. Does Tianming play Chen?
In my head, he plays everything. He's the best 5.
Because I think SF, with some of these heroes that are banned out, I can craft a lane where I personally would feel super happy playing SF carry into Bat Beast.
Yeah, I mean, you could like Crystal Maiden, but then you're picking 3 ranged cores. You kind of want something that's a little tankier.
Like,
I want to see some Damaggio, some combo. I would love to see some Mars and Primal Beast for XXS. Just want to see some damage. These are probably 2 of his best heroes. And Primal Beast doesn't have like the freest lane. They're not seeing the lane. If it's Enchantress, he's fine playing into that. Batrider can be annoying with the Flame Break. But again, on the other side, Shadowfiend's not going to have a good time. Like this is, you're playing into Beastmaster, so BKB piercing ability. Same goes for Batrider. Enchantress as well. She can scale, she can kill you before you can sometimes get the spells off as well. Or if post BKB, we've seen Enchantresses from position 5 if we're talking about some post 40-minute games that she can do quite a lot as well. And I think both of these teams, they do like to play longer games, especially extreme gaming.
I like the idea of the Mars suggestion a lot. They have 2 fears to go with the arena. I feel like if I'm Batrider and I jump in, or Beast, and getting Mars arena, like that's very annoying. You can kill both of these heroes, clear all the summons, or at least keep the summons like static. You can kill the Enchantress as well. Okay, there's the melee pairing with the SF.
Do we like this enough for SF Marcy to go up against Beast Bat?
I mean, the sidekick is good for your SF, but I feel like you're now playing a 1-core SF strat into already double BKB piercing disables.
Yeah. If I'm Betboom, I am banning
Mars.
Maybe even more core heroes from the offlane. Like, because I do agree. I feel like if they pick Mars, is it actually enough to?
You want to see some more scaling?
Maybe
something
scaling,
like
yeah.
some BB against Team BB.
Bobbity?
Yeah, some Bristleback. Because they haven't been playing. XXS doesn't really play some like Razor, something
I
that
can
can
see that.
scale
Yeah, I could see the
super
Bristleback.
well.
Or Enigma, maybe.
Yeah, like for the bed boomies, what can we go? Some pure Dragonite carry? I feel like every time I look at a carry, it's just
Dragonite
DK.
just feels good every single time I see him.
What else is there?
That means the Ench could go through the portal and pressure SF.
Yeah.
I like that a lot, actually. Okay, they can run that mid still against the puck.
True, they could.
Yeah.
I also
Classic
like it,
combo.
like for the fact that both Beast and TA kind of like get online around the same time-ish with like maybe some Dragonlance Blink or like Dessa with the Axe. You take first Roach, which is also pretty big for Extreme, which they kind of now can't get. So I can definitely see this TA pick. But I assume it's carry. It can go mid, but I
Yeah.
would assume it's going safe lane.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Pure is the only one who's played it so far for this team.
So they probably need a Kyo Takayaki hero.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
the Bristle Ban.
the Bristle ban comes out indeed. Betboom was on the same page as you guys.
I'm still down for Mars. I mean, they have such a great combo.
Yeah,
With,
it
like,
feels a little too good.
They first of all, you have coil now, and all 3 heroes can break the coil with the Dispose, with Terrorize, Shadowfiend, Requiem. But again, the scaling is because Dark Willow, Marcy, these supports don't really scale that well in the mid game. Like Dark Willow, she's really good at super late games. Same goes for Marcy if you can get the items, but it's quite difficult.
I do like Primal as well, just because you're playing into TA Ench, and I feel like both of those heroes don't like
Have
the-
stun.
Yeah, they don't like the type of damage Primal does either. He can tear through the refraction charges. You don't care about Ench ult.
Got Earth Spirit removed as well, so it seems like Extreme is covering their bases a little bit with the DK Earth Spirit bans.
Maybe it's another Kyo Takayaki Earthshaker.
Shaker. Yep, could be.
Yeah, still up for grabs, and that did look very fun against the previous puck he was up against on that, which was Quinn.
Yeah, they do need a little more disable for Betboom. Extreme has clearly identified that with the 2 bans that they have. So they're 2 very nice persistent stunners.
Other than Bristleback and Primal for the side of Extreme, is there anything else that comes to mind for something that XXS can play that will fit the bill, that will allow Shadowfiend to, I don't know, not be the only sole target for Betboom later on?
Maybe We didn't see it work out so well yesterday, I think, but a Donald, maybe.
Sure.
It's a traditional counter to TA, like back in the day. You get on top of her, you have Dark Willow, you can go on top of Puck, you can go on top of SF. I think these two picks would have been better, but we already called them out, and obviously they're banned, so...
Yeah, with the Primal being banned, I also think Dawn is decent. I was just wondering, like, how do you think Dawn would do in lane against a TA Eng? Because I feel like that could be kind of rough.
Not sure.
Maybe the Willow offsets it a little bit.
Oh, they could definitely kill in that lane. You have more than enough magic damage.
Oh, they steal it.
Oh, they banned the 2 scaling offlaners, and then they picked the last one. Interesting.
So who's gonna be playing Donald? Mid or carry
Dawnbreaker
Donald?
mid?
This is something that Pure did play
Yeah.
as a carry.
He did, yeah.
Back in the days, or was it Nightfall with
No,
Radiant?
there were a couple of people
Actually, both, I think,
dabbled in the Dawnbreaker's carry, for
That
sure.
was in the meta for a while.
Yeah.
Also, the Takiyaki has played Beast mid today. There's actually like Gigaflex. Beast could be mid, TA could be mid, Dawn could be carry.
That's true.
What's the best against Puck? I mean, TA is probably the best against Puck.
Probably so.
They'll pick Doom last. Does Doom
I
do
totally-
what you guys
totally forgot about this,
wanted
Sarah.
it to do?
Yeah, it's a scaling offlaner. I mean, that's what they needed to have some disable. You can eat the creeps, the beast creep and the Eng creeps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's a good pick. It's just we don't usually see Doom making it to last pick.
We really don't.
No.
I really like this. I mean, I like both last picks a lot. I think this Dawn is very cool. One thing I will say that Doom is very good against Eng, but generally it also means he loses some laning because you have to skill Devour to eat the Eng creep. And I think Dawn Eng can aggress him a lot early on if he misses like the Inferno Blade or the Scorched Earth. But overall, I like both drafts a lot. But today, Pure will show that he's the prime carry, Jenkins.
Is it pure?
Yeah, Pure
Pure is
Dawnbreaker.
going to be
Dawn?
playing
Okay,
it.
cool.
I had to
That's a-
double check.
That's a really strong lane.
Yeah.
It is. He only played it once in the last week as a carry. So this guy, something that we do say a lot, is not afraid to experiment with some of the picks. And I think they're going to make work in this one. They have global presence. They have 2 BKB piercing tools, 3 BKB piercing tools, actually playing against Ame. So you know that most of the time he's going to be the sole focus in the fights because he is going to be the most damage anyway. Other than that, their damage is really not explosive. So yeah, I like what Bedboon drafted for themselves.
I will say, I mean, I know you guys are favoring Bedboom a little bit here, also with their creativity with the Dawnbreaker carry, but come on, it's Ame not on a Juggernaut, on a Shadow Fiend.
Let's go!
Yeah,
Very
baby.
meta carry. Come on, this is what we wanted to see. Is it not enough?
I like both drafts. I think they both got what they wanted. They have stuns, they have global presence, they have good scaling.
Yeah.
I think it is a 50-50.
Okay, well, that's the way I like it. That's what I want to hear. Let's find out how game 1 of this best of 3 series will play itself out with ODPixel and Puck. But first, some Puck Jam Pandas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into the action here. Game 1 ready to go between BetBoom and Extreme Gaming. Folks, indeed today we're not getting any
joke.
Juggernaut, which I'm a little bit upset.
No.
I was looking forward to seeing him try it again. Maybe it was going to work today. This
Maybe.
time he's on his SF. No doubt about it. The Shadow Fiend, this here at the moment, one of the hottest carries of the patch.
Absolutely. And I'd rather see Ame playing more of the meta stuff because he does look good on the meta stuff. So yeah, looking at these drafts, it's a bit of a different change-up, of course, having Pure playing this Dawnbreaker, maybe a little bit of getting into their heads. Very kind of interesting thing that we've got going on here with that. And yeah, just a strong draft, I would say, from BB with the triple BKB piercing disables. Maybe we'll see a BKB disregarded on the SF for a long time. And let's see how the lanes end up going down, because I do feel like BB has a bit of an edge in those lanes. However, Extreme, they have some good wombo combo team fight when things start coming out together. The coil, in particular, if the coil catches multiple heroes, they're going to have 2 different functions of fearing to break the coil. So we'll see if they're going to be able to execute those in those mid-game team fights. So I think overall, for me, BB will be the ones dictating pace of the game.
Yes.
And then Extreme is going to be able to sometimes fight if they get those connections as bottom pure.
That's a lot of damage he's taking. He's trying to juke through the trees. Will still get hit by the Shadow Realm here. I mean, he's going to get completely forced away from this wave and kept very low.
He got only one last time.
How are they doing on the regen down here? He's still got a whole set of tangos, so he'll be able to slowly heal back up, but Extreme Gaming, the two of them, XXS and PYW, they're perfectly healthy, so they can continue to really contest this early few waves of CS that Pure's trying to find.
Most of the time, you don't see Doom getting all the way to the end, too. This hero is just so strong in a lot of lanes. And speaking about the Doom, I was checking what build Miro was queuing up because there's a bit of that interaction that can happen this game where there's a Doom versus a Beast. So these creeps are going to get eaten. And Miro is queuing up Dominator. So there could be occasions where he just walks up and eats the Dominator creep if he does commit for the build. I don't know if he'll continue upgrading it. We've seen some people stray away from doing that. We've seen some just Dominators into Aghanims or Dominators into Auras. Because if you go for the full Overlord, then he just takes Devour, eats Ancients, and then your net worth gets just completely disappeared. So we'll see the approach that comes out. I imagine he's going to adapt. Maybe he does still go for the Dominator just to dictate that pace.
Well, that's the thing. I guess he feels it's just that necessary with their draft and their approach this game that he can't really change it up. But he wants to go for it regardless of the fact that there will be some answers throughout the game for it.
I would say like the idea around their draft is like getting that early aggression and getting the early Roshan because they have both TA and Beast to secure the Rosh. Let's see how XG does in these lanes overall. This top, there's something special. I always mention it about save in particular. Even with, I mean, no matter who he's playing with, he ends up securing their lane beautifully. SF and Marcy, SF with the melee overall ends up dominating a lot of times versus these lanes, but Beast has 8 denies right now. Probably quite a bit of the Boars and Hawks, but already Miro having a significant amount in that top lane versus the SF. And this lane mid, it just gets harder for XM. The first few levels are a bit dealable with, so you should see him have decent CS, but once it starts to get that level 3, 4, that it hurts.
It's in every single one of them there, key attacker.
Kiatak has been pretty impressive for me most of the early games. The other day he did get, yesterday was a sad scenario where he got Monkey King. He was playing the Pango, so he got kind of owned. So we'll see what type of explosive game that he has, because he does have some really nice stuff that he can do. Yes, they're lacking some disable for the puck, but he can go shard, right? And we've seen that a lot from the TAs in the mid lane to address a puck if you do lack some disables. And Pure is starting to get that better farm in the bottom lane now.
Really that top lane where there's the biggest difference down to the large amount of denies that Semir has been able to find.
Denies across the board here so far. They do have quite a bit of them. Bottom, they actually got a half pull-off, which is pretty important. Jianming will try to get a boar. He'll get one. They're fighting, though.
I mean, yeah, he's got a few stacks on him. Mira having to be close how he approaches the two of them, as they do hit hard.
There's 5 stacks on Tianming.
It's a lot of stacks.
It's a flame breakup. He's going to take a lot of damage. He's got a
not gonna win
Lotus.
this trade, surely. He's going to survive Tianming. He gets the kill. And he's going to live.
Yeah. He had that Lotus. It was enough. Looked like Save was trying to push the limit of it, but does get turned from that jump heal. And he's getting healed up from the SF hits, too. That sidekick starting to add up a little bit there since they received that bonus healing from each other.
Yeah, good bit
Every
of
little
play.
thing. Yeah.
And Save definitely felt that he had a chance again. It looked like it was that close. But indeed, XG as a team, as a duo up there, they were ready for that trade.
And bottom XXS he's not getting bullied at all. He's going to be able to sit in this lane. He's already got boots in the chainmail. That's an interesting pickup. He has Intimidate. I don't think I see many people grab it. I guess just because the Enchantress probably grabbed it, but he has the Small Wolf debuff to reduce that damage, which I don't think I've never seen anybody actually use, so we'll see if he actually does use it. Yeah, mid lane. It's gonna get hard. So we'll see how they want to look to set up XM for success. If it's going to be based off of stacks, based off of rotations. I'd imagine it's going to be a rotation from the supports, but leaving these side lanes can be a bit scary if you're on the side of Extreme. If you ditch your SF, he's going to get gone on instantly. Bottom Pure continues to take a good chunk of damage, but has the raindrop to soak the pressure.
Oh, an arme. They're able to get him.
Find him this time.
Yeah, Save and Mira move in. They get the stacks up. They take down the SF. And Tianming, not much he can do. In return, he's just got to run as well.
These lanes are going very well for them, and even
Kill
bottom.
here with the movement forwards of both of them. They catch PYW a little out of position.
Starting to get these dangerous, these scary levels early built up. The level 2 enchant is up, so he gets the bigger creep. And that means also these supports are dead for the check of the power rune. They might have to TP mid, fill XM bottle, and check the rune off of that.
Should I mirror him?
Tianming takes it, but either way, he does get the kill. And who's gonna get the power rune? Kiyotaka already has the trap set up. But XM will be able to get himself an amp damage. Kiyotaka's still running at him.
Now you can threaten him. XM's got to be careful. As PYW by his side. Just in case any dive plays were going to start coming in from Kiyotaka.
2-2, but overall, based off the CS, seeing BB with that lead off of the start here, especially because of this mid lane. It's mostly the mid. It's Kiyotaka having that edge.
What do you imagine Kiyotaka will go for first this game? Will it be the Blink or the Deso that you want to get first with the mid TA this game?
I mean, I think Blink Shard looks fantastic.
Blink
Shard,
Shard.
right? I love the Shard in a lot of the games when you're playing versus the puck, but we'll see. XXS.
He's got backup. They got to jump in onto Pure. They should be able to take him out pretty easily. The +1.
Pure's got to be a bit more careful there, too. Stepping up very far, and he's gone for full aggression build, not even putting a single point in Luminosity. You don't see this hero played so much as carry, but usually you see at least 1 point. Usually it's that 1-3-1.
Yeah, that's
a bit interesting.
Incredibly aggressive.
Yeah.
Giving you no chance for sort of the self-sustain.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I don't know how much of a difference it would have made, but just pointing out small little, skill build things. Because I also just don't know how much Pure has played it. I'm actually going to check really quickly.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at the stats.
Take a look.
We do like to see this when we get the carries playing something that we don't normally see them on. See, if it's been working out for them in their pub games and their practice.
If they've even done it in a pub game too, is the question.
I'm
was
sure
this
he
just
must have played some
I don't
before.
think he did, man. I'm telling you, because this looked like a situation where they were just like, let's just flex it. I'm not seeing it in any of his pub games.
Mid lane.
Coil.
The Solar Guardian coming in.
XXS is here too.
Kiyotaka's looking pretty dead. There's no way out of this, and
Nice
Pure knows he can't save him. Has to back off after the Solar Guardian.
I like that move from XXS. Just hello. Turns up as the Doom isn't getting anything down bottom anyway, and he's in the area. Gets that little bit of an extra hit. Stacks being made on both sides. Ame will be in the jungle for a moment since his lane has now been kind of dominated. Speaking of dominating, the Dominator is pretty much done for the Beastmaster. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more information. I'm gonna look for more because
I'm on it as well.
You're on it too. Okay, because I was
7
looking
games.
because it doesn't look like he's played it that much, but maybe recently a couple.
On his pub profile, 7 games, has 70% win rate.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry. This 7 games is actually in pro games.
Pro games.
So he's had 7 games pro games.
Okay.
He's winning more than he's losing with it.
Because I think I saw him play it the other day. When
Played it in the BB Dacha tournament.
I did think I kind of remember that game. I think it was what versus
Versus Yakult.
Yeah, okay.
They got the win there.
I think I did remember seeing this.
But before that, it was 11 months ago. So yeah, just that 1 game as a recent time in pro play. But yeah, they did get the win.
Yeah, we'll see if that has any effect. Of course, Pure, very high skill carry, so he should be obviously perfectly fine on this hero. He's queuing up the Soul Ring. And he isn't like the main carry in this game. Well, you got the TA, so you've got like this hybrid kind of style coming out with your draft. So he's gonna do Dragon Lines first on Kiyotaka, and then perhaps we'll see what he goes with the build after. If he feels he even needs to go for something like Shard, or do they feel like they can just play around going for objectives with the Beastmaster aura plus that?
But no, definitely not a hero he plays a huge amount. Check
Not a
his
huge amount.
Pub profile. He also. I just had it up and I just closed it.
It just doesn't. It doesn't sound
not
like
a lot of
to
games,
me, right? Like Pure is one of those like agi hard carries.
7 games he's played in pubs.
Another coil. Will connect onto save. XG finding themselves some good kills out of the laning phase, even though BB was getting the advantage in terms of last hits. These coils so far 2 have been successful. And he is queuing up the full Overlord. So I will say, because the Doom at 15 just eats it in most of the fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't help but feel that maybe with this approach that BetBoom were going for, that they may have wanted a little bit more out of these first 10 minutes.
Yeah, they want to be the ones playing ahead. They wanted to be the ones fully dictating. They're still ahead in gold, even though the kills are leading for XG, but I don't think that they expected the Doom to have such a good lane. In particular, XXS, he's ahead of the Dawnbreaker, and they went for a Dawn Ench lane. That overall Ench can secure a lot of these lanes.
Tower is under attack.
They were able to do a really good job down there. XXS already has phase drum, so yeah, he's going to be pretty scary in a lot of situations.
Radiant are scanning.
You know, I'm going to keep keeping tabs of Kiyotaka, which build he does want to go around. Does he feel like he needs to be that carry? Does he feel like he needs to go down the route of ganking? On him again.
They got the jump on
the Doom.
They've got the Doom in. They're bringing in the damage, and TP will come in from Kiyotaka, but Pure will not survive this.
Again, gets brought down. He's getting very slow.
Why is he...
He's going to deny himself?
Tries to, but pretty much the last or the penultimate tick at the Doom there does kill him off.
It's very close to him actually surviving, maybe. Nice money there for BYW. I'm waiting to see the build, Kiyotaka, because it does feel like he wants to be a little more active.
I think he's going to get the
You think he's
Deso.
just going to go Deso?
I think he's going to get Deso and farm
Maybe
it up.
because
I think
the Dawn struggled.
Exactly, that's
right?
the thing, right? Pure is not having an easy game on the Dawn, so I
Could be
think
possible.
Kiyotaka might feel he has to carry hard.
I like Blink Shot. I still like Blink Shot. And he queues it. I feel like it's because he wants to be able to play Accelerant, and then you're able to allow Pure to join in the fights with his ult, rather than Pure having to show in lanes.
So this feels like they're kind of sticking with the initial
plan.
They're not feeling that the game needs to be changed up in how Kiyotaka plays, how he looks to carry as it scales. They want to keep playing this fast and commit to the draft.
Yeah, they're not switching things up. Yeah, that's okay. Admirable, for sure.
But I think Extreme is not going to be too unhappy with the start of this.
No.
You know, they're getting the farm. I don't think they've lost maybe as much as they could have if BetBoomer had a bit of a better time on all of their 3 lanes.
Absolutely. My only concern is that it's not a full, I mean, it kind of is a full protect one for Ame, and there is a Doom. Or sorry, there's a Roar, and there is going to be that lasso as things progress when they get Blink Daggers to actually initiate fights. But we'll have to see, because, yeah, they did do a bit better in those lanes than I expected them to.
Smoke comes out here. On the pop.
XM, got the lasso. Lasso, what am I saying? Coil.
So the Guardian backup's going to come in. So this Dream Coil play will not work out.
Big damage.
Just destroyed there by Pure's combo.
Why did I say lasso? My brain is just lagging right now. Well, that coil, not going to work out. They do have to be a bit careful of those when there is going to be Pure available.
Yeah, you got to be aware that the backup, it's going to be there in that sort of situation, no doubt about it.
And early mistakes,
afraid to join,
or early mess-ups with some of these ults, can't just give up a Roshan very early on to this lineup of BB. They're going to look to farm it up. Save definitely wants to try to get that Blink Dagger so they can initiate more of these fights. Blink done on Kiyotaka. And overall, I would say for the side of XG, the only, not the only way, but one of the only early ways that they can fight is around that coil. If they catch a Doom, that's more of like a pickup, but overall for team fights, they're pretty reliant on XM getting a good coil early on. And BB feels like they kind of identified that. After coil's used, everybody's just split up farming all over the place on the map. Roar. Oh, so close.
Might still get it.
Save with the bonk back.
The fear's going to be there to push back. And with the jumping in, they can actually turn. Yeah, PYW is going to live. Backup comes in. They'll drop the Doom down onto Mirror. Lasso will be there. And Mirror should get chased down by XXS. That the Beastmaster will fall.
PYW, he's still getting chased from the summons. Looks like he should be able to get himself out here. He has the urn, so he's healed up at an insane amount.
That's close.
He's battling the summons.
This Harpy's giving him quite the fight.
But he gets good money.
It will come out on top.
Yeah, he gets great money from that. Good TP reaction again. We said XXS being very active on the Doom from his good start that he's had. Has that blink, immediately showing it off. Even with all these moves though, even though 7-4, CBB, they're playing the map. They're playing it to just farm across the board. Even the 2 supports, they're hitting creeps.
Yeah. And interesting to see as well, so with the pure Dawnbreaker build, it goes for the phase Echo. You know, this is something we don't see from the offlaners anymore, right? So,
Echo's
but
not
still
good
in the
for
carry position, you feel that Echo is still going to be the item that you will go for if you're playing Dawn as a carry?
I would assume so. It just the double hit is very valuable with Luminosity and the fact that you get the proc slow on your Q
for
from
sure.
the Echo. And you can build it into a good stat item, right? You can disassemble to go BKB. You can get the Harpoon eventually later on. I don't like this as offlane at all. I think Echo's quite bad in the offlane, but in this, in safe lane,
carry,
seems good.
Yeah.
I would have argued even for Armlet this game if he wasn't playing versus, you know, the Doom.
Yeah, the Armlet Dawns for the
Armlet's
offlane have looked good, and, you know, obviously there's nothing wrong with getting an Armlet first as a carry.
Yeah.
You know, we're seeing a lot of carry. DK doing pretty good. A hero that builds the Armlet first, but interesting to see, and I just wonder if we do end up getting more games with carry Dawn, if we do see some differences in the build start to come out.
Yeah, it would be definitely cool to see. because I think Pure is going to go for more along standard lines of like the Blink, the Desos, etc., stuff like that to just be able to enhance himself in particular rather than for the team because he's playing this carry.
I don't think surely he's going to let Key attack by the Deso this game.
You're totally right about that, yeah.
Yeah,
So
right.
probably just, omitting that one first. And then getting, I guess, Blink, BKB, Echo would probably be the build.
Yeah, that's probably the way it goes. Arne, he's got the threat of the Requiem.
He's getting poked from an Enchantress. Needs to be careful.
Got the Lasso set up top. So the Guardian comes in, they'll catch XXS out alone.
Definitely just feels, it feels easier for BB just to make these natural moves on the sides. And now Roche is potentially threatened. They can just look to go for it here. Miro has the Overlord, so he can just pretty much solo this. He's actually going to accelerate it, bringing Kiyotaka in. And that shard is online for him. So eyes on those TA traps, especially for XM. Something that really devastates a puck in particular. But not only just a puck. These traps early, they're devastating for everybody in team fights if you don't have sentry coverage.
UIW.
Get the catch.
For the setup here. He's got the fear. Trying to control the movements a little bit more.
Should have him.
Got him surrounded, but space is made. Boom are able to take the Roshan. There's TP coming through.
They're bringing people through the
Key
portal
attack,
as well.
He's going to jump in and get aggressive. He's going to look to try and fight this. The Requiem will push him back. Tianming, he'll step back in and die.
Ame.
He's gone. Ame
Dangerous spot.
is now completely surrounded, and with no Requiem to kind of protect him and push them back, he's incredibly vulnerable. Kiyotaka is able to clean up the double kill.
They don't even have to use the roar. Miro was trying to catch the puck with it. They knew that Ame was just stuck in place. He knew he didn't have to use it. UIW.
Got the shard slow. And Roar at the ready just to make sure that the job's an easy one. And at the end of it all, Kataomi baiting them with the Enchantress play. It works out perfectly. They spend too much time going for it. And not only did Betboom get the Roshan, they get some pretty big kills. The big one in particular being taking down Arme.
And immediately smoking. They have Blink on save. So they're going to look for another attempt of catch. I mean, anybody it feels like they do grab is just going to get burst from this TA. Kiyotaka having a phenomenal game again.
Yeah, with this fight under their wings and the Roshan as well, Betboom, they are very much back on track with the sort of level of lead that they'd hoped to have with this draft. And if they can kind of get snowball this into further aggressive movements, they'll have a pretty good hold on this game.
They have, it just feels like it's easier for them to make the moves around the map because they have so many different forms of catch. With Save having the blink so early.
They're just making these plays look pretty simple. They find XXS in the same position they found him earlier. He can't run.
Yeah, I've got worries. I do have some worries for XG. Unless they can start to stall things out massively, I do feel like BP, they're just going to look to control the map and perhaps soon look to take these tier 2s very early because they've got this helm finished up. And Doom, you know, we mentioned the 15 talent, but he's level 12. So it still takes time to be able to get that.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why I think Miro's sort of just stuck to the build. He was like, well, the amount they're going to be able to get done before Doom has that answer is going to be huge. And maybe even they could take the game before he gets 15 if this continues. I think Extreme, maybe 5 minutes ago, they might have felt, hey, you know what, we're doing fine, we're hitting creeps. Kind of doing what Extreme does in a lot of their games, right, when it speeds up against them. They kind of keep up. But now at this point, 18 minutes in,
Kiyotaka is playing very aggressive.
The game is starting to hurt quite a lot.
He's getting coiled. Can he get the blink off? Oh. Did he rebound off of the Willow while he used this? I mean, he messed up with the rebound there, so they're not going to be able to get that catch onto the TA even as he went onto the high ground. Coil's been used. And I'm watching Pure is at the ready to join into these fights. He's got the ult. So they have to be careful how they commit into this next upcoming fight. Save almost has his lasso back up too.
I mean, there's going to be the big step up in damage for Kiyotaka. He's got the full death, so picks up a specialist array as well. So this TA, 19 minutes in, is going to be hitting like a truck.
And she's enabled. And even the Enchantress can't laugh out Katomi. He's 6,000 net worth as his Ench. I believe he has the Dragon Lance, he has Drum, so he's also going to be dealing a fair bit of damage if he's not dealt with.
They're trying to start something here. Extreme XM's in with the jump. They get the fear out. Two of them. XXS is in with the Doom. Drops it down onto Miro. Solar Guardian backup comes in from Pure. They'll turn straight towards XXS. The Doom's gone. Miro, he'll retreat out the fight for now. They get the lasso control on towards Arme. Here comes the damage for Kiyotaka. He's just destroying them all. Double kill for Kiyotaka. Miro will die at the end of it. But overall, it's Betboom cleaning up the fight. PYW will go for the TP out. He'll make it away. But BetBoom, they will be able to keep the pressure on off the back of these kills. It's tier 2 in trouble. They have to put the fortification.
That was a wild jump from them. I did not expect him to really just commit for that. I think Miro barely even ticks out at the end of it with that Doom.
And
Ame just can't play the fights.
No, gets lassoed into the silence with the traps from Kiyotaka.
Save does this a lot in his bat. You know, when he's playing versus heroes that absolutely hate to be repositioned, I feel like he always finds. And he finds Ame, and immediately once Ame's in the fray, he's just dead in seconds. There's no way for them to actually reposition or save him, and he's very fragile still at this point without anything like a Manta or... Yeah, as soon as he gets grabbed, he's dead.
I mean, they just got a big problem now, Extreme Gaming, because fighting into this Templar Assassin, it's just not an option. I mean, what do you do at this point? It feels like Kiyotaka's going to be pushing for these objectives, have the team behind him. I don't know if you can stop this TA right now.
You got to catch him maybe when the Aegis starts ticking out and you go for this Doom play onto him. But he had the Aegis in this last fight, so you can't actually go for that Doom option onto him. Kiyotaka playing aggressive here. Solar up in 15 seconds. Shivas is now done. XXS does sell away those drums, buys the Shivas for the next upcoming fight. It's eyes on how much they can land with the combo with the coil. They're gonna go for Miro.
The Guardian is coming in, and Kiyotaka's in position to start lining up the sidelines and getting the damage out.
We'll get Miro.
XXS, he's gonna fall. I'll see if they can get anything more at BetBoom. I mean, quick back away from Kiyotaka, who won't push his luck. They'll settle with the 1-for-1 for now.
Good Spirit Vessel there from PYW. He threw it on to save, so he canceled his Blink Dagger. I was a little worried as soon as I saw Ame. I was like, oh, Save might just Blink Lasso him and put him into a dangerous spot, but good play there from PYW. So a 9K lead already. They do find these small pickoffs, but it costs them the entire 5-man team to be able to look for that type of play, and it's not a good trade. You know, they lose their Doom out of it. BetBoom just ready for all the moves. Kiyotaka up to 8 stacks now on the Deso. And his next item is already queued up, so he's looking to just be that puck answer.
Oh, and they get the jumps here.
He's going for the backline.
Shadow Ram's off just in time, so PYW will live.
Maybe some miscommunication there, though.
They got a little greedy, right? They felt they could maybe go for both of the targets. They don't get either of them.
That was that was like a guaranteed kill on XM, so Save probably telling Kiyotaka, come on, man, go for the right target, but either way. We see XM, he did get a Gossamer's Cape, so we'll have to try to keep track of that one if it ends up making him live versus the TA in particular. One of the best neutrals versus Meld. Success. Blink back. That base ward, it's lasted full duration. That just feels like a much more lax game for BetBoom too, as they're scaling on multiple different fronts. You know, I keep just looking at Katomi's net worth. He's going to soon get to the Doom's net worth points, which is
That's pretty crazy. To catch up to a Doom at 23 minutes in as a support ench.
You can never write off how much damage he can do if he's forgotten in a fight. And there's a lot of things overall for the side of Extreme that they have to bring attention to. So trying to bring attention to an Enchantress as well too could get complicated unless they get multiple hero coils. So for XG, for me, for them to win fights upcoming, it has to be like a 3-man Dream Coil into a Fear or a Requiem, one of the two that combos. But difficult to execute at this point.
They're going to try it. The smoke up here around the mid.
Hero. Will show.
They're going to jump. It's a 1-man Dream Coil. Only on Hero.
That's not enough.
That is not how they want to start the fight. Extreme's got to be careful. XXS, he dropped the Doom down onto Save, so he's tanked the Doom here on the bat. I mean, the supports may suffer. I say that, though. The heal's coming in from the Solar Guardian, trying to spin Katomi. Katomi will finally fall, but it's taken an awful lot to bring down just the support Enchantress.
4 ults to just get that 1 kill. Of course, they did get the Solar Guardian reaction, but... 5 ults, sorry. I forgot about the Willow one there as well. At least they pushed them away to get some time to farm, but Roar is up, and so is that Lasso, so could definitely see BetBoom look to re-engage off of that. How long on Roche too? That could be an option that they look to set up for this next Roche in the next few moments. It's gonna be a 50-second spawn, so it'll be up top soon. Kiyotaka. Running right in.
He's got so much damage with his Daedalus.
He's gonna 3-shot him.
He's dead.
This TA is a big problem. XM also, can he get out? There's the Gossamer to dodge 1 hit.
They're gonna get the trap silence momentarily, but XM should be able to jump out. But Kiyotaka. I mean, this TA is kind of ruling the game.
It is.
I know there's some like sweet moves around being done by the team, but Kiyotaka's just out of control.
He's had games like this. You know, the thing is that we have to just say always is Kiyotaka, keep it calm, keep it steady, because he's had a couple of these where he does overextend. Pure. Setting up for top. There are heroes on the side of XG ready.
I mean, BetBoom's coming to help him.
Pure. He's in.
So what the response is.
He's got the BKB.
But they've got to be careful. They get the lasso
They
here
found
on
Ame.
Ame. They found the big target. Mira's got the raw to follow up. And Kiyotaka, he's got the damage. Ame's gone. XXS to fall. Double kill for Save somehow, as he's the one to pick up the final touches onto them. They're killing them all. XML Dream Coil and jump away.
Can he get away? Should be able to. And Tianming should also be able to. But Pure, just baiting them. As we said, he's not the real carry this game on that Dawnbreaker.
It's all Kiyotaka. Yeah.
Level 20 now being hit, so he's got the Refraction Dispel.
Basically, it's kind of just what Kiyotaka with the 2 offlaners. It feels like this game, which is perfectly fine and fits for this sort of draft and play style where they're trying to run over the game in sub 30 minutes.
Absolutely, and they have the Enchantress. So they have these like secondary, you know, tertiary cores, whatever the word. I can't say that word, but whatever. And yeah, Ame, it's just every single time. He's going to show, and he's going to get Blink Roared, or he's going to get Blink Lassoed, or both. They can just full commit onto him because he is the majority of that damage that's going to be kicking off. As we said, it is a 4 Protect 1 now completely at this point because the puck is totally answered. And XM, he hasn't died yet, which is a bit surprising on the puck. But at one point where he makes a slip up, if they put more attention to him, he will just die. Because they have all that big burst. And that's the Roche. Even without Mira, well now Mira turns up, but they are able to claim this one with ease without him. And bottom, they're prepping. Save, he's got the lasso. XM has shown himself. Will Save find him? Looks like not.
They're ready to push this bottom lane. Look for that last tier 2.
They have a ward on this high ground that's been there for 2 minutes already, so they're watching. They're at least watching XXS, and if they do jump on top of him, it's a pretty free kill. Does not have the BKB to reset away. He is going to sell the Midas. Okay, so now he does have the BKB. These upcoming fights, they need a bigger coil if they're going to try to go for the go for like an actual team fight. Can't just go for a single target. They're going to smoke again.
It's risky. Extreme Gaming, they know that the pressure's on.
Can they get Ame a fight where he can actually attack? That's the question.
He has suffered in the last few team fights. Dies very quickly to Kiyotaka.
Trying to get the wrap. They've got a good
Pretty good wrap around. XM, is he going to get the chance to get him with the 2-man silence? They'll drop the coil onto the 2 supports as well. The roar comes out.
It's on the Doom.
They'll lose Save, but the cores of BetBoom, they're ready to fight fit here as they take down the Doom. Miro, he'll have to back up to the high ground, but Kiyotaka's in position to lay down the damage, take out Tianming.
XM?
He's jumping forward, trying to finish off the kills, but he has to orb away from these traps. Cannot afford to get caught by a silence.
Buyback.
The buyback comes out from Tianming.
BetBoom might have to reset away from this one. They did kill the Doom instantly before he got a Doom off. That was actually a pretty good approach there from the side of XG. XM.
Jumping
back in.
Kiyotaka, of course, still has the Aegis. Chasing on by this, into the traps. So it's a bit of a spooky area at the map for them to keep running down Kiyotaka. They'll try with the brambles, but they won't catch him as BetBoom's able to get out. As BetBoom overall will take the 2 kills, only losing Save, and also causing Extreme to use a buyback.
Very quick roar coming out from Miro. They saw XXS, they instantly throw it onto him. It was actually a very good terrorize that ends up kind of breaking that fight a little bit there. Otherwise, I think it would have been very difficult there for the side of XG. I think they would have lost at least 2 more heroes. XM, the Manta, he's got that Dispel. And we're seeing the build from Pure, just tanking up a little bit more. The AC going to be very valuable versus the SF.
Yeah, very much for the Orchid into AC. It kind of knows its position in this game and is looking to just enable the game of Kiyotaka even more. Have a bit of control, have those auras for him.
What does Kiyotaka have now? A full BKB, finds the Vindicator's X as well, so even more damage for him. Katomi also finds a quiver, so just keep pointing out these little things that make him even stronger. And they are building more and more control for the puck. Now the Hex has been queued up for the Beastmaster since Kiyotaka's got full damage. Since XM is being pesky, he is kind of jumping in and out of the fights. We did mention how there was going to be some limited disables for him, but it's just not quite enough to be able to win the fights. It's just to be, you know, kind of getting some kind of trade still at this point. Roar almost comes out.
It's going to come out still. And it's enough.
More than enough, and that's a gem. I think they just, I mean, they bought that one before they did the smoke bottom.
Sure.
But that's a humongous kill. He hadn't died yet. They get the killing spree. It goes on to Pure. And that lead jumps from an 11k to a 15k in seconds off of that. Actually, I really think that they're completely reliant on how much he can get with the coil. If he can get like a 3-man coil into the fears, and now with the puck dead for so much time, they're going to be stuck in their base.
Amplified damage room for Kiyotaka as well. Ready for the next play in that bottle.
Trying to step outside Tianming. Will be spotted by the ward, so they are completely aware that that one was placed up on the high ground.
Kiyotaka's going to pop the amplified damage. Look at these big hits coming in. That was just one hit, 80% of his HP gone.
Oh my god, was that an instant headband by Tianming? Yeah, it was. So with the vision that he had, he was able to at least protect himself, but almost dies instantly. STA is terrifying. 50 seconds still left on this Aegis. That power play is pretty good. 7k lead off of that Aegis play.
I should be able to get this tier 2 towards the end of it as well. On this bottom lane.
And with the BKB overall. And they just have a lot of ways to play around the combo that we keep mentioning. You know, for XG, they need to land a big wombo combo, but they've got BKBs. They've even got that Starbreaker that we did see Pure purchase up or get early on to be able to counteract some of the combo. Kiyotaka will be able to claim that tier 2. They're starting to control what feels like 80 to 90% of the map. And the net worth really starting to reflect it. It's just growing faster and faster. And Aghanim's now also for save. Harder and harder for XG and for Ame in particular.
Yeah, it's definitely gearing up to be one of those games where it's going to take quite the monumental mistake from BetBoom to let this one slip away from them.
Which has happened.
Which has happened.
From Kiyotaka in particular. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to point him out.
It
but
has happened.
You know, with the Xerxes Shaker, I think that's the one that all of us are thinking about from the tournament. He's queuing up the MKB, so I do think he saw that the butterfly was almost done for Ame. And speaking of Ame, they did see him with this ward. Can he get himself back to base?
Straight over.
Got a trap to slow him down. Save.
Maybe they jump the Doom instead. Yeah, they'll look for the grab on XXS.
As you bring down Kiyotaka godlike.
Buyback on XXS either.
It's almost the MKB done for him.
I'm trying to see, has he actually had any chance to eat any of these Ancients?
I don't think a single time. Not that I've seen, at least. I was trying to keep track of it, but I don't think he's had an opportunity. Maybe in the bottom fight, but I don't. I think he just blinked in and got roared instantly, so I don't think he's been given an opportunity to do so. And this time they'll be able to take away the Tormentor, give that one to save. Not the most useful, of course, those support, but...
They're not looking to go too heavy on the push.
They're just, the lead is growing, the gold lead in particular, it's growing
pretty
massively.
crazy.
Yeah, in just a couple of minutes, right? It was at 12k or so at the 30-minute mark. In 3 minutes, they've gotten 13,000 or so, or 10, 11,000 of extra of a lead. And more of these items that make it really difficult for XM in particular to jump in and out of the fights. That Hex now finished up from Yarrow. There go the treads, and the MKB is done.
I'll probably just wait for the next Roche. Minute until we'll see when it's back up.
Yep, if they want to play it as safe as possible. They have, look at the zone coverage they have with the traps and the wards.
They just have the whole map.
They see, it's a Christmas tree, really. They see
it's hard,
everything.
and they're going to try and smoke out. It's not easy for Extreme, but again, feeling like they've got to try and see if they can catch BetBoom by surprise. But BetBoom, they seem pretty prepared. They're smoked up themselves.
Can Ame, that really is the question. Can they get multi-hero coil with Fear, and can Ame stand his ground and hit? We shall see, because yeah, BetBoom just very ready, even bringing Pure. Not wanting him to just Solar Guardian into the team fight. They're actually having him here as well for this. And they know. Hey, look at
themselves in the mid, yeah, with the raise.
Look at the map. I mean, look at the way that the lanes are too. So yeah, BB reading it perfectly.
Not gonna find anything here, Extreme. BetBoom keeping the waves pushed in. And Extreme, they just don't really have anything to do on this side of the map. With none of the creep waves with them.
And it's Roche really soon. 2 seconds till we find out how long it's going to be till it spawns. It's again about a minute. But they're in prime position right now to set up for it. They already have coverage of wards in the top area. They're going to start poking high ground. So he's got to get back.
Dire structures are
Left does get forced.
Radiant's
See the
middle
heroes
tower
back.
is
Save
under
is
attack.
pinging. Or sorry, it's Kiyotaka actually who pinged there. Starting to see these Lincolns queued up, at least for Ame in particular, since they are playing versus that Lasso and the Roar. But Save having such an early Aghanims is going to cause issues for that too, because he can grab, you know, the first target and bypass the Lincolns on the second target if they're standing together. If they even get the Lincolns, of course, since they're not really able to get outside and get much farm. Yeah, Roche, 10 seconds.
Do they have another smoke to try and get over here?
I was checking their inventories. I don't think they... Yeah, they have one,
they
but
do.
I don't think they can fight there.
Oh, this is way too quick for the T8.
I think they have to fight on high ground. Hope for the overextension to get that like multi-fear.
Well, who's taking the axe?
I would say Miro.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, maybe they... maybe they pass it to Pure, too.
It could be pretty big for saving people that are getting focused by Ame.
I kind of like it on Miro, though, because it makes him... But does he have slots for it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he took it.
Yeah, he eats it one of
Yeah,
his own, so yeah, he's fine. Okay, good. It's like, wait, what am I talking about? Eating it. Lincoln's, you said done, on the way to Parasma for XM, but yeah, just... They're not getting any farm, and this gold lead is just getting tremendous.
It's getting
on top of that blessing.
pretty wild.
The two supports are very strong with the net worth that they've got now, too. And yeah, these three cores just getting to ridiculous levels.
Yeah, it's going to take a beyond monumental mistake now from BetBoom.
Lotus Orb on
30.
success.
Yeah, 31k lead, 36 minutes in. They got the Aegis. This game, it's looking all BetBoom.
All BetBoom. And they have repositioning to pull people out of the base.
Yeah.
Right? So they have save if he does see the angle, that the game could just end explosively. Almost 25 on Kiyotaka. I love this Granite Golem. Every time I see people standing next to it, I'm like, my goodness, they're so tanky late game. That 19% extra HP. Everybody's pretty much a even the Enchantress, you're like a 3,000 HP hero.
I guess the question is, how do they go about hitting the high ground? What was the planning for BetBoom to try and push this to the victory?
If Save sees an opportunity to get the lasso, pretty much, right? But they can just play it patient and contain them, because they're farming, now it feels like 95% of the map, while XG's farming nothing. They're farming literally the creep waves that are coming into them, and that's it. This one could get to some like 40 to 50k gold leads. So look at the way that they're dispersed on the side of BB. Everybody is hitting a different area of neutrals. They're not getting punished for it either. It's not really a way for the side of XG unless they want to just commit.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Full Swift Blink now for Kiyotaka. Yeah, Save is farming a BKB. Pure finished up his Bloodthorn. I think he bought something else too. I think he bought the Harpoon. They're spending all their gold, but they're just playing. Yeah, playing to just farm on the map.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They're chilling. Mo chill. Two level 25s hit. As we saw, the Meld hit bash is online. Level 26, actually, in fact, onto Pure.
Dire's courier.
And it's not like it actually does have, you know, they have good team fight if the overextension happens onto the high ground just versus the BKBs. It makes it a lot more complicated, and they don't have these type of repositioning tools this time around, like we've been seeing in a lot of games. They don't have a Tiny, they don't have a Tusk, they don't have a Bat. They don't have this type of way to just grab somebody and pull them out of position.
No, yeah, the high ground hold is not anything spectacular with their lineup.
It's team fight execution, pretty much, not a gotcha.
Sam. Miro's going to be hunting him down.
Miro's on him, and there's the
Hex.
Hex.
Hex into the Raw, into the Bloodthorn.
That's another gem that they just purchased for him to try to get outside to clean up some of these traps. Kiyotaka also in position
he's waiting
for this.
He's seeing if he gets a solo opportunity, but Extreme won't.
They didn't take the gem, so I see
still there?
I see a courier. It's flying to attempt for the steal. So at least they'll be able to recover that gem, it does look like. But that could be the opportunity for them to go high ground. With that pick off, 60 seconds, they've got the banner down.
Dire's top tower is falling.
40,000 gold lead.
Will XM feel pressured to buy back?
Break the Lincolns. Ooh, nice Manta.
I'm able to get away from that attempt, but the barracks still falling as the range Rex is gone.
XM dead for 45. He does not want to buy.
They just can't push Key Attacker off these barracks. They've got the fortification.
Hey, look at Miero. He's probably spam clicking the hex on top of his TA if anybody jumps.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Timeless Relic also for save. It's coming out on the Courier. Kintaka will just reset back onto the low ground.
At the least, looks like they won't have to use the XM buyback.
They don't, but structural damage already hitting.
It certainly is, yeah. 42k lead.
Yeah, it's gonna
It's
get
getting to one of the crazier leads.
Yeah.
You know, we're passing the 1k gold a minute. And BetBoom.
It looks like they'll just keep growing up.
I was going to say, because they're about to lose the Aegis.
Yep.
So they might just be like, well, we're not going to try and end the game yet.
Extreme, looks like they're going to try to fight outside. It is fighting into this ward that's placed. It is fighting into a high ground where BB is positioned, and they are smoked up, or ninja geared on 2 heroes, and there's an amp damage on Kiyotaka too.
They need to find like Pure alone.
The scan hits.
Pure's already out. He was solo down bottom, but TP's over towards the triangle, so they're not even going to get the catch onto the Dawnbreaker.
The scan connects, but walking into the high ground is...
You almost can't do it. They might just sort of get onto this side of the map and TP back to the base.
And the high ground is getting hit. There's double catapult.
They're walking into this.
Oh, this is scary. Miero.
BKB immediately. XXS is going to drop the Doom down onto it.
He's resetting away, though.
Key Attacker still has this amplified damage room. They've got to be so careful how close they get towards the TA. They've got to start backing up a save. He's not going to let them. He's in with the lasso, drags back XXS. They get the Solar Guardian straight down onto Arme. Arme pops to the physical damage of Key Attacker, as they may indeed just tap out with this, as there's no buybacks. They gave it one attempt to get out on the map, find some sort of surprise play, catch BetBoom, but it did not happen.
It's been over. It has felt like it's been over for some time. They're trying to find that one opportunity team fight, but Save, he gets the double lasso on both of the cores. The SF and the Doom just get brought down pretty much instantly. 50,000 gold lead. No SF.
Almost certainly discussing the next game. And they'll tap out now. GG is called. And a game, well, this definitely was one that was over for quite some time, as BetBoom. They knew how to get ahead, and quite seriously so. It was a bit of a slower start. What, 10 minutes? It was like a 1 or 2k lead. But kind of that 10 to 20 minute period, BetBoom got so much done that meant for the resulting 20 minutes after that, from 20 to 40, this game was just completely over. XG, they couldn't do anything. BetBoom just had too much and were too far ahead.
They're getting the pickoffs, and they're winning the team fights with this lineup. And they had really strong lanes. Just great control overall of the game. This TA pick felt perfect. Kiyotaka, he also played it perfect. Really he's 12-1-7 this game, 520 CS. Yep. And I do like that Miero, we mentioned the build a lot. I did want to highlight more of that. I did actually really like that the Overload ended up working perfectly.
They got so much done.
They didn't get a Devour onto the Ancient, I don't think, almost at all. No. And it ended up dictating the pace exactly like they wanted to. Yeah. So the game plan worked.
And as a team, Pure playing the Dawn, the flexibility really allowed them to do this, right? The fact that Pure was able to pick this up, and as we said on the stats, it's just not a hero he plays a lot, but he absolutely did his job. 6, 3, and 10. Perfectly complemented the play style and the farm of Kiyotaka's TA. It all just gelled together really nicely from BetBoom with this draft, to the point where even if they maybe did feel that they had to make this kind of switch up where they put the Dawn in the safe lane, it seems like this draft, it's something that they would go straight for this every time. Yeah, this lineup, it fits perfectly with BetBoom's playstyle.
Yeah, and it scales so nicely because they do have the triple BKB piercing disables as well, too, that comes in the game. So, yeah, well played for them.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about it here. BetBoom, a very solid victory in this first game of the best of 3.
It was an incredibly solid victory, and I think a lot of people will be left wondering why it ended up lasting 40 minutes, even though it could have been 20. This was a dominant performance from BetBoom. They take game 1 in the best of 3 over Extreme. We'll see if they can come back. Let's break this one down. Look, because okay, where do you want to start? Because it was finally seeing Ame not in Juggernaut, and that's obviously big, but also I just think there was a big skill difference, it felt like.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they did go out of the laning stage pretty even, like 10 minutes in. That was fine. It's just that he was playing into really bad matchups. It was Save who kind of owned them the whole game, both him and XXS. They were playing into tough matchups. From the mid lane, first of all, you have this Templar Assassin who picks up early Shard against Puck, so he's getting silenced. He's forced to go for different items. He's picking up Manta style and then playing into Lasso Donald, which has been used so many times.
I'm excited for this BetBoom roster because you have a non-carry hero in the carry role. You got Kiyotaka playing the TA, and like Lacoste mentioned, it's a counter matchup, right? You want to be able to do that, but I feel like the only team that really does these like carries from the mid lane counter pick matchups is Extreme Gaming. This is literally what our boy plays at mid. He plays the Sniper, he plays the Viper, these like non-traditional current mid heroes. Even when it's like a Spirit patch, he'll play these heroes. So it's nice to see because this old BetBoom team would not do that.
Yeah,
you would know what they're picking.
They definitely tried to fix some of the issues with picking up, because if you have solo SF as your carry, you're definitely going to be lacking post 30 minutes, post 40 minutes, how you're going to be entering the fight, because you're playing into Lasso. You're going to be the target pretty much. There's going to be Dawn ulti after that. So it's very difficult. And also I like that they were using Dawnbreaker as a puck response. There was a time, if we go back like year and a half ago or something, where it was exclusively being used as a counter to Puck, because you know they're going to be playing around the circle, easy Dawn ulti, just to make sure that one of the heroes that gets initiated on lives.
Anchors the fight. I remember there was a clip where Thompson was talking about how Storm is countered by Dawn, the mid Dawn. And everybody was like, what are you talking about, dude? Dawn has no disables. Everybody thought at the time that the counter was like Hex, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. But really the idea is that like Storm commits to a fight, and if you can just stop him from getting the jump, you win the game. And now, like, it sounds obvious, but at that time, I remember people being really mind blown by that conceptually, and it's the same thing with Puck.
We've been on this patch for a really long time, but we're still seeing some of the new things. Offlaners coming to a mid lane, something that Falcons did yesterday. Then 33 doing his own things, camping the safe lane, getting a kill or TPing mid level 5. And now we see different stuff as well when it comes down to the hero picks, which I really like. And I also like that Kiyotaka is finally in a team that allows him to play his own style of Dota.
Yeah, very much. And I think he got the opportunity to obviously get the hero that had the mid matchup. I do also like seeing TA Puck. I feel like that's a classic always. But he crushed it, and obviously it was nice to have a Dawnbreaker backing him up, and it was nice that Miro did very well on his Beastmaster, but it was the TA show.
Miro always does really well on these Summons heroes. I love when they can get him some last pick Beastmaster. I mean, he plays the other offlaners just fine, but when he's on Beast, he looks so good. And they have the TA Beast as well, so they could take an early Roche, and that's really where things snowballed out of control, and they took over the entire map. He's so good at these map heroes. Like Lycan with the Wolves, he's so annoying with those things. Beastmaster, he's always in the right area, roaring the right targets. He looks good.
Him and 33 are very similar with the hero pools and everything, and the way they play. They're also like exploiting a lot of stuff on the map, always have some kind of a play, even when they have their backs against the wall. So really liking every single time I see Miero, every single time that he plays, he impresses me with some like small plays that he does.
Why wasn't the game shorter? What did Extreme do so well to draw out the game? Because they were trying to make plays, right?
I want to blame the patch for this. I don't know how you guys feel. Like, I remember the rhetoric for Falcons was like, they're being BM. They're not ending games. And then Liquid, they're being BM. They're not ending games. And now BetBoom, they're being BM. They're not ending games. At what point is it just the patch that we just can't end games right now?
It's not like you're having shrines in base, but it's very difficult still to siege the high ground. It really depends, because if you're sieging high ground, you make a mistake. Teams got really good at defending the high ground. A lot of the times you would see somebody just approaching the high ground immediately. You're getting jumped. Like they don't give you even a full second to get the vision of what's going on the high ground. So,
and the gold works in a way too, where like you can actually have a comeback. So getting that jump, picking off one hero, chain stunning them, it actually matters. It's not like, oh, we wipe them, we get 2k gold. You can have a 10k gold swing into Roshan, into another 10k gold swing fight just from high ground. So people are afraid.
Okay, so we don't want to credit Extreme for that.
No, I think
No,
this game was
I don't
pretty
think so.
over. 18 minutes in, I was ready to stand up and go back to the studio because
Okay.
it felt pretty over. And I know that Extreme Gaming, they're not afraid to call the GGs early, but this time around they decided to play it out. Not much to learn, I would say, from this game. I think this was not a huge outdraft, but definitely an outdraft. They had all the tools to deal like really bad matchups for Extreme Gaming, and they definitely need to work on. But the pattern that I saw yesterday is what happened when they were playing is game 1, bad draft.
Yep.
Game 2, really good draft. Then goes to game 3, back to game 1. So probably gonna something similar happen for Extreme Gaming.
All right,
We're
well, we'll
getting
see.
a 3-game series, Shiver.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That seems to be a little bit of the trend so far. There's only been 1, 2. We'll see, though. And we're one game at a time. We'll have another game coming soon. But first, we're going to check in with Kezu, who's going to talk to us about his Kitty Award of the game.
It is ward of the game time, just that we're done showing wards. We're gonna look at Kyo, Takiyaki's, TA's, Templar Assassin, Trap. We're gonna see, you know, what vision it shows, what does it do, because here already there's a trap on the north side, Shiver, that's already spotting, you know, the Shadow Fiend, right here. This trap. It saw everything, so Pure knows how much he can go in. You know, he goes in, he dances, he makes them commit. Everyone is coming, you know, safe with his Bad Rider. He gets the lasso. Takiyaki blinks in, gets the kills. He has all the damage. They make it look easy. And yeah, I think overall, it was already mentioned, this draft, kind of a L draft from Extreme. Their gameplay was okay, not great, but Bed Boom, good.
How much was this based on lanes? Because we did say, like, we thought maybe minute 20, it already looked like it was going to be an extremely hard game for Extreme. Normally, that is a sign that the lanes were just unwinnable.
Well, the lanes were not great for Extreme, but I would say they did okay. Maybe better than I thought they would, given the matches. But like this mid game, it's just so hard to make moves. Your SF needs to farm, your Doom needs to farm, your Puck got countered by TA. So like, who's doing what? They all have to wait for each other. And against a good team, if you all have to wait, they're gonna kill you.
Well, that's kind of what happened. They did kill Extreme over and over again for about 40 minutes. We'll see if that happens again or if Extreme will be able to continue the pattern and smash Bedboom in game number 2. We'll see it after a break.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
I wanna see you breaking loose. I wanna see you breaking free from yourself. And I wanna see you getting high on the music. The DJ's gonna blow your mind. Oh yeah. Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't never coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. I wanna take you to a place somewhere nobody gives a damn what you wear. Some place the DJ takes control of your life. Just let the music soothe away your trouble tonight. Woo! Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't ever coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. Let's turn the beat up. Let's turn it up. Clap your hands, stamp your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party. Clap your hands, stamp your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party. Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world.
Thank you very much, Buck Jam Pandas, and welcome back. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24. Yep. And we're going to see what's going to happen in game number 2 of the series we're watching, which is Bedboom versus Extreme. And the first game was very dominant for Bedboom, taking down Extreme Gaming. And we want to see something more exciting in game number 2 coming out from them, because We know they can do it, Lacoste. They did okay in the group stages. I kind of feel like we've not been seeing the best of them.
Yeah, I mean, they did beat them at the group stage 1, 2-0. It was a 2-game series, of course, but yeah, still 2 longer games. This is how Extreme Gaming does play. And I was a little surprised that they gave them both Radiant and first pick in the first game of this 3-game series, because right now, and it's been like that for a really long time so far at the Dream League, it's 62% win rate for the first pick Radiant for a lot of reasons that we said multiple times. Radiant just feels better overall.
It's pretty high.
It is. It's been like that.
What's the win rate like? I don't know if you have it ready for a first pick versus second pick.
First pick, second pick overall, it's 51-49.
Really? That is very even.
Unless you're Tundra.
But yeah, second pick Dire is just straight up bad.
Yeah. All right, so we got ourselves, in this case then, Bedboom is first pick and Dire. So they got the benefit of being first pick, but the disadvantage of being Dire.
Well, so Extreme this time around, at least they swapped one ban. So last game they banned the Invoker, which has been a hero that has been banned a lot. But they took out the safe Bad Rider, which I agree with. This hero is very toxic to deal with. Safe plays it very well. But this means that the Babidis get the Invoker man. Jenkins?
Yeah, they do. And I like that they ban out the Medusa and the Alchemist. These feel like the 2 heroes that Ame will play that are normal, that they can actually win with. And the Medusa that Ame plays, like he goes for the Sanjin Kaya and a build that is not super traditional on the hero. So I do feel like they could actually first phase it, or at the very least pick it early in the second phase where you don't have bans to cover it. So just get it out, force them to play some bad carry, bait Ame into one of his whims.
Well, I will say, with them picking up Invoker first, they also banned out the Puck in the first phase, which was the change that Bedboom made for this game. It means that the Sand King makes it through and Extreme gets their hands on it. And Sand King has been a very popular hero for numerous reasons. So it's good for Extreme to get their hands on that one. I feel like that's a good trade.
And then the respect ban, first sniper. This also leaves, because they changed some of the bans in the first phase. There is no Puck, there is no Batrider. It leaves some of these stronger position 5s in the pool /4s, Tusk and Clockwork. If Bedboom gets the hand on Tusk, so you have Alacrity, Tag Team, Solar Crest on your carry, you're straight up not gonna have a good time.
I mean, Extreme, you do have the Sand King, but I feel like this hero should go into the offlane, like more than mid. Like at least the mid matchup is not that great for Sand King. And at least they get their hands on the Mr. Clockwork.
Good against the Invoker. I mean, I feel like you see a hook into Cogs, Battery Assault, like this hero's gonna die. He's one of the best supports at killing Invoker, who otherwise feels like unkillable. And yeah, I do agree with the Invoker versus Sand King matchup. It's Sand King likes to get in there. He literally has an ability that stuns and puts himself in. And so the Invoker, you throw all this crap on the ground. Like, he loves when people want to commit to him.
There's one guy that plays Snapfire, and that is Save. I would love to see some good old Snapfire. You have Tusk, you have Invoker, pretty easy to set up the kills. I just want to see a hero that's going to be...
Take the L.
It's never going to come out, man. I think this hero is so underrated right now. Hoodwink is fine. I'm more than fine with Hoodwink. Compared to Dark Willow in a lot of situations. He did play this Hoodwink 5 times, has 60% win rate right now on save. But the reasons I already mentioned, they have 2 supports now, plus Invoker. Want to see what that big carry is going to be for Pure, because if you put all those buffs that I mentioned on some Morphling, on some Dragon Knight, it's going to be very difficult. This is something that people have been theory crafting a lot, especially during TI. It has been a super popular combo. Tusk Invoker, we saw a lot of Morana. But Morana's pretty much a dead hero right now, so they will just get some super strong carry.
I mean, Extreme, I don't know if they can play Clock 4. I think PYW has played it, because if you want to pick a new 5, I think Phoenix would be very good. Otherwise, yeah, if you put the Clock 5, I guess they just go run it back with the Willow, which is fine. People like this a lot into like the Tusk. You have 1+1 kill combo with your Clock, so it's good.
And we'll see where Extreme commits the Sand King to here. I imagine they'll probably last pick Ame, his hero. It actually doesn't look like a bad Spectre game. If I'm being honest, it doesn't look like a
Is it a bad Juggernaut game?
It's always a good jug game.
It's a bad jug game. It's a bad jug game.
Actually, yeah, with Invoker.
Actually, you don't want to clock Spectre or clock Jug. It sounds so awful.
Now you dagger and then your clock runs up and cogs them. It's really
oh my
good.
god, that's
really
high
good.
skill.
I mean, but you know that like Invo is mid, so I think you either just pick the offlaner you're safe with,
Or just pick a Luna, you know? Can't go wrong with that.
Sure, but that's too normal. I think.
But
it's a bit too normal.
Yeah.
I was also thinking Luna, but this is extreme gaming. Maybe they just go for.
Okay, what's a
XM
ranged
Zero.
carry that is not normal? Because you
Drow
want a
Ranger.
Drow Ranger, yep.
Okay.
Muerta.
Muerta,
is
Drow.
banned. Muerta's banned.
Okay, yeah. I feel like Extreme will probably pick XM his hero here just so it doesn't get banned out. You see two kind of weak disabling supports and Invoker mid. Maybe it's like Storm or Quap that he can get here.
Does he play Pango?
Not this tournament.
Okay. Because I would think Pango is fine. I think you mentioned Quap, I think is fine. Storm, Quap, Pango,
I actually
Voice
like
Bird.
Quap a lot. Okay,
Or just go for
Storm. Storm's easy.
As you said.
It's the standard pick here.
Give me Luna or Dragonite. I'm seeing Dragonite with all these buffs
I love
later
it.
down
Yeah.
the line,
Yeah.
and this damage is not enough to kill DK.
I think the DK is so vanilla, but it's so good here.
He's so good.
It's so good with Tuscan Invoker.
It's that or no, Alchemist is banned. It's just really hard to get a carry that actually goes in for you because these three heroes in mid game they don't really catch. Like Invoker wants to be the catchy guy like early, but in mid game he just wants someone else to go and you throw Alacrity and then you become the follow-up like bro to do that. It's really hard to get that from the carry role, so I don't see how they don't pick the DK that we've talked about in every draft at this stage.
They could also take Miero's hero. They could pick up Viziriza here.
The Viz-Riz?
Yeah, the Viz-Riz I'd be fine because they might need a pipe buyer. Most of the damage is magical on Extreme Gaming, so wouldn't mind seeing that one.
Yeah, they don't get last pick for Bet Boom, so really it's just who has more than 3 good options right now between the 2 remaining picks.
Gyrocopter.
That is also fine. Like, with all these buffs, any carry will feel good to play in the game.
Oh no, Juggernaut's pretty good against Gyrocopter.
Maybe this is a bait. You know, it's like...
Yeah, they saw yesterday,
got
like,
Gyro.
all we need to do is set this up and they will pick Jug.
Oh no.
Let's see what else.
Extreme Gaming fans shaking in their boots.
Okay, so the Bet Boomies need the Miero hero, which, like Lacoste said, I think anything that builds a pipe and helps your 5-man is pretty good.
Yeah.
Vizzy My Rizzy, maybe Enigma, Razzle Dazzle.
You know what? There's also not great disable for a Marana. Marana can
Marana carry for Extreme Gaming.
No, Spectre
Marana
is
can
really
leap
good
out
here.
of all of these stuns.
They have overall last pick.
Yes, they do. So they'll see the entire
So
draft.
they'll see the entire lineup.
All right, let's
And they'll
theorycraft-
see the entire lane that they're up against, because obviously it will depend a lot on what Miero gets
Yeah.
for himself.
And I mean, Dawn, I think, is the obvious choice
10 seconds.
for Miro. It's, we talked about the Dawn Storm matchup. You
Extreme gaming.
counter the commitment from the Storm. Sand King also commits himself. Clockwork commits himself. Even Willow with her spells, you press her ult and you know she's going in. Like if you Donald this, I think it's an extremely strong counter here to this entire draft. And then you could even run the Hoodwink in the safe lane and then do a Tusk Dawn lane. Or even just a rotation through the portal for the Tusk would look really good with the Dawn.
If you want Extreme to pick Juggernaut, which offlaner could they pick that Ame's like,
Axe.
no?
Miero
Juggernaut.
plays Axe, the counter potential Juggernaut coming up from
Good against Spectre
Ame.
too in the lane
no.
for sure.
We're cooking too hard.
You don't even have to counter these heroes like OG coach Kezu said.
Thank you, Jenkins.
It would have been a great Morphling game. It's just like,
Yeah.
I don't think Ame is going to play Morph. Or
I'm-
Luna.
Mars.
That's
How
also
does-
that's also
Okay.
good. Gives them team
It's
fight.
going to be Jug.
How does Jug look now?
He's last picking Jug. It's good against Mars. It's good against Gyro. You Omni Slash the Gyro. He can't.
No, it's an Aegis Prophet.
Oh,
It's
thank
different.
God. Thank God. We're going to get a game.
All right,
They're doing it.
Is it a good pick? Is it a good pick? Do we like it?
Better than everything we suggested with these Drow Rangers, Spectres, Carry Meepos, whatever was on the table. I think this is a much better draft, but I feel like something is lacking
What?
with this draft. But just by seeing the icons, I feel like, because I've seen like 50,000 games of Dota, it feels like the first initial thing is something is lacking, and I feel like there's a good global presence. They can initiate from afar away. You have Clockwork, you have Storm, you have Nature's Prophet as well. I think this hero is highly underrated after the nerfs that happened. It wasn't enough, but I'm still leaning towards Bibbidi Bobbidi team.
Andrew?
You want to go last? I like that it ups the tempo. I think that Extreme has really good kill combos between like any 2 or 3 pairings of their heroes. So if they do win the lanes, they could snowball the game. But I feel like BetBoom has a way easier draft to execute come mid-game. And you just throw all the buffs on the gyro, he goes ham, you drop the Mars Arena, everybody in it is going to die. It's going to be a blender.
Okay, if Extreme's going to win this game, Kazu, how are they going to do it?
They need to combine their heroes and I think explode out of lanes, like what Django says. Like this Nature's Prophet, it's on Ame to actually play the game and like help his team. You have Storm that goes in, you have Clock that runs around, like you can TP mid early, try to offset the Invoker matchup, maybe go top. Like you need to speed up the game because BetBoom's eventual team fight will be too good if you just, oh, I'm gonna chill and farm. It's not gonna work.
But then it does sound like we're gonna have a pretty fun first 20 minutes on our hands if Extreme has to make all the moves. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Let's see if we can get a third game to this series, or if BetBoom will take this one 2-0. And we're gonna head over to a commentary duo, Vody Big Song Fog. But first on Punk Jam Pandas.
Extreme and BetBoom, and we are ready to see what's going to happen with this exciting stuff in the draft. Right, we were watching it. Everybody was home, was wondering, are they going to go to the
gonna come?
It doesn't come out today. They go for something different. They get the Ame Nature's Prophet.
Okay. So it does provide them more aggression and ways to make moves around the map early on. Strong lanes, though, still from BB that they've gotten. And the bottom one in particular, the Mars and the Hoodwink, very aggressive lane, and Nature's Prophet could struggle a little bit depending on the positioning. So I'm going to be watching bottom lane, especially how much Tianming's able to do, because there has been games where Tianming just plays so well as the 5 that he secures the lane for Ame, but it's just been difficult versus a team like Bet, because they just are very good at playing those lanes and dominating them. So let's see how things kick off. As it looks like a much better draft from XG in comparison to that last game overall of things, but yeah, BetBoom just having a very strong one as well, too, a very comfortable one that they've played with what feels like many times before, and lots of buffs, as they were mentioning for that gyrocopter. It's not going to be drinking buddies for the Tusk. We've been seeing a lot more of the tag team, but at least in the laning phase, it does do a lot of work. And overall for that lane, I think we've seen now so many times either like an SF or a gyrocopter when he's playing versus a Sand King in the lane, and how much they're able to do to shut down that Sand King early. It's going to have to come from recovery of stacks. We shall see how these lanes go.
Last game, Kiyotaka on the TA.
He dominated.
Very much did so. It's quite a different, sort of approach, right, when you're playing an Invoker, obviously compared to the TA. You're unlikely to be this hero that's top of the net worth, zooming ahead. So a much sort of different balance of how things are going to be split with farm priority on BetBoom this time round, as opposed to that game 1 strat that they dominated with.
But Kiyotaka's early game has been, honestly, to me, incredibly impressive throughout all this tournament. It's, yes, a couple of the games, it's like I keep mentioning the Pango versus the Monkey was impossible. But yeah, this is where we're saying top.
Tag team.
This lane, it's so hard for the Sanking. I think I've seen this every single game that Sanking gets picked. He just gets run down immediately level 1. They have to go back. They rely on stacks in order to recover him. So Pure, he's going to have a very, very good time up top. And I would say, honestly, all 3 lanes do look pretty strong from the side of BetBoom. Bottom is just the one that can be a bit more volatile for me, depending on how Tianming's able to play with this Clockwork. Mid lane perhaps is going to be a bit of that exchange of farm, but Kiyotaka, I think he's going to do just fine. He's going to perhaps even just pull ahead of that Storm. And the way I'm seeing him play, he's just playing for harassment. So he's just poking XM every single time he steps up. Poke, poke, poke.
There's some pretty good supports to come in for, pre-Storm 6 rotation, right? The Hoodwink or the Tusk could definitely set up for XM to get punished early this game.
Yeah, especially that Tusk. Again, though, top, they are starting to get aggressive.
It's a good Burrow strike.
It's a beautiful one from XXS. Nicely done. Able to get the angle this time around. Yeah, they could. I could definitely see rotations come early on. The Tusk in particular, I've seen a lot of these plays with the Storm steps up on high ground, and these tornadoes, or like the Invokers just tornado cold snap, and a TP comes in from the support to try to set up for a kill. But not for a while, because I do think that Katomi, he wants to stay top. He wants to try to shut down the Sanking as much as possible. The side pull is available. PYW won't be able to get that one off. Katomi with a nice contest.
Yes, was even with that early kill that did get against XXS, it's not proving to be the easiest lane for Pure to get the last hits in.
No sentry. I think they lost their sentry up there, right? So Katomi did have to bring one back to be able to try to harass out XXS. XXS getting the kill is very important too. Getting that extra bit of HP is important for him. So having a bracer maybe will allow him to have a bit of a better lane than some of these other Sankings that I have seen struggle.
And overall, obviously, with the draft, we did see a lot of Arme's heroes, the carries, getting banned out. I mean, how far down the list is Nature's Prophet in terms of carries that you want to be playing right now in this patch?
It feels like it is pretty far down, at least in terms of most of the teams, just because it takes a long time to get online. Gleipnir has been nerfed. But if it does get to the super late game, this hero can just win games on its own, so it's always an X-Factor hero that can just win based off of that front. Mid lane, I'm just keep watching. Even though XM, he's farming okay, we're starting to see these denies start to rack up for Kiatak, and we always have to mention the Invoker, the levels, the Mastermind, the extra XP that you get. 3 lanes. Looking good. As you said, Ame still getting pretty much the same CS as the Mars on bottom, and we'll see how Tianming's able to set up for a kill or so.
Radiant's courier.
There, I say, if you can see, he's dancing. He's waiting for the cog, the mini game, as we like to call it. Success will contest this. They have a sentry though, so
they might be able to go
on here.
He's got the burrow strike to get away.
Nice burrow.
Katomi.
He just
gets finished off by POW, but I mean, he's close to getting the courier as well. Didn't quite get the second hit in.
That was a really, really nice burrow, to be honest with you. That was beautiful up toward the high ground. Pure. Trying to poke, they'll drag the wave. I mean, this is actually going better than I anticipated for the Sanking. Sure, he died right away, but being able to contest the pull, having a bracer early on, pretty good stuff. Because I have seen some of them just literally die. I think I saw 33 one of the games where he was playing versus this exact lane, die like 4 times within the first 5-6 minutes, and then they just had to recover off Ancient Stacks. So they will play off those Ancient Stacks eventually, but having this type of better start will help.
Yeah, bottom lane just continues to go super good for Arme, making easy farm happen with the help of his Treant.
This stupid Treant, man.
It just does so much.
It really is.
Once you get good at kind of laning with it, you can guarantee every last hit.
Yep, gives you that extra damage, gives you the extra little contest that you can do the double hit with. Take some damage here. Should be fine though. Yame's starting to get tanky enough to not have to worry about them ever committing onto him in this early game either. 9 sticks, and he has the Lotus. Kiataka will just burn the mana out of PYW. Level 6 already on this Invoker. Storm, only 5.5. Kiataka actually 6.5, in fact.
Yeah, he's crushed this mid lane.
Yeah, those denies, they really do start to add up.
With him backing up to the jungle, XM should mean that he'll get to the level 6 before any kind of support rotation comes in from Batman. Bottom lane,
Nero. They've got the blood grenade.
He's not really got many ways out of this. He should be going down.
He can make him chase for a while. He gets the Lotus. He doesn't have a slot for it though. He had his branch in play. He might just be able to get out.
All right. Yeah, they weren't actually quite able to shut him off and get the angle onto him.
He's got the quelling. One more hit. He does actually get brought down from the Treant. It gets the final attack onto him, even though he gets that Lotus off. Didn't use the spear to push away Ame on that TP. Does get caught by it. I like that they were distributing resources there too on the side of XG. They bring PYW mid. I'm always worried when they do that sometimes because you see the Sankings alone, but Sanking doesn't end up dying from it. So while Storm is jungling, they get a benefit out of getting extra XP for this Willow. It's Katomi. Start to chase out PYW. They will scout out the stack, and Tianming already in position to go for an attempted steal.
Let's see if Save can stop him from getting away with this.
Let's see. Does he expect it? The cogs. Cuts the tree. He did seem to know.
He's going to get the pickup.
He got
Pushbacks
the
there, safe. Able to secure it with the backup of Mira.
He closed.
Oh, they did.
Ooh, the blood grenade. Extra damage
I mean, it was
from
absolutely
Stave.
needed. Without the blood grenade, he's getting out without TP. So
Oh, that was
Stave
heads up.
throws everything down.
Yeah,
The wisdom gets the kill.
that extra hit, yeah, that extra bit of damage is absolutely necessary. Very cool play. 20 denies in mid. Kiyotaka just continuing to ensure that he gets that bonus XP. Having a solid separation between him and XM, who's just jungling. 0 points in the Vortex too, so making a rotation right now for the Storm isn't something he ideally wants to do. His mid lane's also pushing in, so he's going to start to get that sap of XP.
Yeah, he's just going to go heavy on the catch-up game with the farm and sort of trust in XXS and Arme to keep this early game together with the good starts that they've had in their lanes.
How's XXS's stacks looking? He does have a double Ancient. Looks like it's going to be a triple Heart Camp. Where's that rune going to be? It'll be bottom. XM does have a point in the Vortex now.
Should get Kataomi. No spells left to pop on his attempted escape.
Nice. And XM does do the same thing that he did the other day, by the way. Soul Ring. I think he's one of the few that I'm still seeing doing it in a couple of these games. Very interesting.
Bottom lane though. Arme.
Arme's having the good time.
Yeah, just getting complete free farm down here after being able to pressure an early tier 1 tower.
And overall, the build, yeah, we'll have to see. It's been the Mjolnir pretty much every single one of the games now on the Nature's Prophet, but a BKB might be pretty necessary early afterwards if he wants to get involved in the game since he's playing versus the Mars and the Invoker. It's a lot of magic damage that Boom does have. Tianming could be in a world of hurt here. 43 though, early game. I wouldn't say too bad for the side of XG, even though XM did suffer so much. I think the Sand King did better than I anticipated in this top lane.
Backup's coming in for XXS. In the form of PYW.
They've always got the Nature's Prophet TP, so they always have to remember about the numbers on the side of Boom, that this can just be that +1. Wrath of Nature is back up as well too, so Ame can just get involved from the opposite side of the map too. Interesting wards. PYWs in particular, we just see the ping around the triangle. XM. He stepped very far up.
He's got to save
5 heroes. Okay, they got him.
Well, that'll do the job.
He went very far up to just go for an EMP play. It's a risky move when they always can bring the numbers, as we were mentioning from Ame. Now, tower pressure potentially coming in. He's got a tree in. They pop the glyph even before the first attack comes out, so making sure they don't take any extra damage onto it.
A high level of early game activity is going to be very likely from Arme. Something that we don't, I feel like, see on a lot of the other carries that he likes playing in this patch.
No.
It's a very different sort of play style.
I can't believe he still gets like that much damage on the tower just with these trees are so ridiculous even before they get the 3x. He got a pretty good amount when they pop the glyph instantly to stop the first hits. TP's bottom. Good movement from Ahmed. He's got the ult at the ready and... Ooh, that's not the real one. Throws that EMP onto an illusion. Kiyotaka. So have to be careful a little bit there as he steps up because there's a lot of ways of catching him. Level 6 has now been hit on the support. Willow has got it.
It's going much better this time for Extreme. What they're getting done in this early game.
And they have good team fight to fight around with the Sand King having such a good start and with the Willow having good levels. They can definitely look to set up onto anybody they find here. It's good burst damage.
Dire are
Finding
scanning.
Mira would be pretty nice.
Or just stealing the stack. Maybe XXS just considers doing so. Yeah, he's going to do it. Heads up move.
Yeah, Mira knows on his own. He can't do anything to push them off it.
XXS, yeah, he's way more fun than I thought that he would be, just from how those lanes. Just that one death, getting a trade kill and being able to back up and not get his Ancients contested. They're going to look to pressure mid. They want to try to get this tower. They tuck off the mark with the tornado. They're going to go in for it right
away.
after.
Yeah, they look for safe. They'll get him very quick and easy with the Burrow Strike to follow up to Vortex. Up to Kiyotaka as well. Into the sentry, but he's got Katomi by his side. The Colts now, the Cogs hit drop down. PYW's got the threat, the fear in case Boom trying to move back in, but they won't. Boom retreat.
They get the tower, and Kiyotaka, he's got to be more careful with this position. He doesn't die, but anytime you see like a missed tornado, a missed spell connection, instantly XG is looking to capitalize on that.
And
2K lead now.
it feels like even with that much better time he had in the lane against XM, he's in these early fights not really able to do as much as XM is, despite XM being behind.
Yeah, he is queuing up the Orchid, so he's going to go down that route to deal with the Storm. But it definitely feels like there's a lot of ways for him to just get caught. He's quite fragile still on this Invoker versus these 3 heroes that can get just on top. Well, 3 heroes now, about to be 4 heroes that can just get on top of him in the early game. The Clockwork has now hit the 6 too. Kiyotaka going for full aggression. Might need one of his teammates to go for something like a Force eventually to just protect him. So I do have some worries for him of how fragile he can be with them just getting on top of him. Yeah, it's Nature's Prophet just free farming. A very quiet game bottom from Yarrow so far. He hasn't been able to find much as this Mars. Things will accelerate, of course, when he gets that Blink Dagger, but XXS is pretty much going to have Bloodstone done.
They want to kill him, though.
Okay,
they want to slow down the Sand King's game. They'll drop the arena for XXS, completely trap him.
That's
4 of them, they'll take him down.
I was going to say, like, it's getting pretty passive to the point where I feel like XXS is super happy with the game state. Good move from Yarrow, finally getting involved. 5 heroes to the top lane from Bethlehem. So XG, they just able to split up, get that farm going.
Yeah, Ame's getting a lot of space.
He sure is.
Top net worth, going straight for that Mjolnir. He's going to have it pretty soon.
I really love this Mjolnir build. It just, I mean, this item is just, I just like it more than Gleipnir. Gleipnir is just lame. Gleipnir just gives you too much. Mjolnir is just fun because of how much damage you can actually dish on a fight, but also the cool little tricks you can do with the static charge to like throw them on your treants or throw them onto an ally. It does a lot of damage in fights. It's disregarded a lot of times.
Top tower taken, Ame. 13 minutes in has basically been the large part of them being able to push down these early tier 1s.
Yeah, all 3. Mid. Kiyotaka again.
They're going to hook shot to follow up. They're going to be able to kill him.
Kiyotaka is, yeah, he's going to start struggling. It really does feel like. Just anytime that he steps out of position.
He had a really good time in the matchup in the lane, but
yeah,
they're really suffering coming out of the laning stage here, Kiyotaka.
Feels like he's not sure where he wants to actually try to hit until he has the Orchid in particular, and just staying in the mid lane, it's opening up the map for XG to make these moves all over the place right now. A 4K lead, it's accelerating quickly. Pure is farming. It just feels like XG, they're the ones dictating pace. They have good ways to take buildings, and they have good ways to keep controlling the map. While for BB, their way to start getting things back into their ways out of team fights in particular, once they start getting the Mars with the Blink, with the Arena, and the Orchid on Kiyotaka. They do have that very soon. I believe the Orchid is about to be finished on the Invoker at least. And the Blink is done from Yarrow.
And for Ame, after this Mjolnir, is there a question of being able to get away with not getting the BKB next, or would that be pretty crazy?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility because of how well that they're doing around the map.
Sure.
Yarrow. Caught in the rotation for BB, it's not quite there. XG just one step ahead. I feel like he could just, I mean, we'll see. Ame does have his own ideas with like builds and stuff, but I've seen like these Hurricane Pike builds
I
into
wouldn't mind
Parasmas
that.
and
It is a game where there's a Tusk with shards, you know, having the Hurricane to escape can be rather nice. But
top,
I'll get it on top of him with the silence, and they'll finish him off.
And he queues up the BKB
that, he's like,
instantly. He's like, yeah, I need it.
They've got silences, they've got setups.
I assumed it would be the BKB, but Ame sometimes has his own, you know, has his own take on these, because he is playing versus Invoker and Mars, and those are two always going to be a problem for the Nature's Prophet in the mid game. BB feels like they finally get themselves on the board. 9-5 though. Can they turn it into anything else is the question too.
Mira's trying to chase. Tianming will have hookshot back up in a few seconds.
Kiyotaka is stalking.
XM's low on the mana. They've got the silence. XM will be able to pick up the arcane. XXS and PYW watching for the side. They're in the burrow strike straight over towards Kiyotaka. They're going to be able to turn and take him down. As he essentially just gets baited into trying to commit to get that kill on Tianming. The rest of the team, they were just standing watching Kiyotaka, ready to pounce, and they get him.
And it's deceptive too. You're like, oh, it's like a half HP Clockwork, and then he Pavises himself. And you're like, oh god, he's so tanky.
He gets another catch to the side. He's in with the burrow strike onto Katomi. Snowball will not save him. Extreme, they're making this game too look pretty smooth.
They sure are. And XM overall, yeah, you can talk about the laning phase where the Invoker was owning him or, you know, having an advantage, which he should.
Yeah, he's doing so much
XM's
now.
ahead of him, and he, of course, got a little bit of RNG there with the Arcane Rune spawning right next to him, but
No, I mean, looking at his KDA, right? 206 against Kiyotaka 032. A very kind of big twist to the outcome when you consider how the lane went between these two.
Pure's got his work cut out for him, and Pure has gone for a very different style build. He's gotten BKB already at this point, so feeling like he maybe like a bit of a desperate point where he has to look to get involved to help his team out because they're struggling so much around the map.
Absolutely, he feels how much the game is speeding up.
Yep. This game is in already a pretty scary state for the side of BB. And Ame overall is just absolute freedom for him. XXS, Bloodstone is finished up so early on. And they're the ones who can actually take towers because they've got this Nature's Prophet. BetBoom just can't really take towers either. They're going to try to set up for mid, but it's a little bit too far. He's scared. Kiyotaka again.
They're just able to catch him in the front of the fight with a Burrow Strike. XM is in with a follow-up Vortex. Kiyotaka will be able to turn with a Tornado, but he's dead.
Again. 0-4-2
Oh,
this
it's rough. It is rough. He had an incredible game 1, but this game 2, well, they're catching him every time, and it's on the front of the fights.
He's playing very far forward. Miro not wanting to go for the initiation play, it's too far in the river. He gets punished for the move again. I think XG this time around have really identified things that went wrong in that first game and how to play around the map perfectly. Get a catch, but they actually cut the tree with the cog.
The fear comes in for PYW. Hookshot is able to get it off Tianming. The arena's going to get dropped down, though. Tianming will die. PYW, he'll off the shadow around TP out, and he makes it away just in time.
That's all their spells committed. XXS now wanting to go in himself.
Back in. I mean, he's got the Burrow Strike and sent in over towards Katomi. XM zips across. He's got the control on a Kiyotaka again. Kiyotaka will be able to turn with the Deafening Blast. This time, BetBoom, they've got the numbers. Keep Kiyotaka safe. They're turning towards XXS.
He's healing a lot.
Bloodstone. Surely they can still take him down, and they will. This time BetBoom's prepared, and they're able to save Kiyotaka.
And it's on the back of Pure having a BKB. So it's because he deviated with his build that he's able to join the fight. Because if he shows up with just like an Aghanims, he might just die to the magical burst that comes out there. With a BKB, he can stand his ground inside of it. BetBoom starting to show some signs of life. Things were looking pretty scary there for a moment. The way that XG was able to just accelerate. Ame, still massive though, as we were mentioning. Mjolnir is done, he's got BKB.
There's the BKB. If he had it a little bit sooner, probably would have sort of considered being more involved in that last play.
And he is gonna go, that Pike build that we've seen. I've seen this build pretty much every single time.
They're watching Ame.
Oh, he could get caught if they can get the instant stun. Do they have the arena? It's in 20 seconds. I think without it, they won't be able to get that kill. Go. He's getting big. And of course, he did get Grove Bow. That attack range, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Pure.
Here I am.
They got like what, double? I think it's double the range. I was just checking the exact numbers, but it's almost exactly double range on the Nature's Prophet when he's got just the Grove Bow. Once he gets that Dragonlance too, he's gonna have so much range advantage versus Pure. He's even TPing over here and stealing the Ancients.
Yeah, he's taking away a lot of the map.
Top tower is under attack.
Just having these 3 tier 1s taken so early too. They just have good control to be able to TP and play a little bit more aggressively. BetBoom. It's going to be a slow game until they can cross the river, it feels like. Don't think they've been able to really do so. Kiyotaka just overall, he is playing a bit more careful after getting caught.
Radiant's top tower
These items,
is
they're
under
starting to
attack.
flurry in on XG, and those BKBs, they're very valuable this game on Extreme when they get them on all the cores. Because they're playing versus an Invoker and a Mars setup. It's going to counteract the majority of that team fight that comes out. I even see XXS. This is not usually what you see on these Sand Kings very early on, but he almost has a BKB as well. So you can see the way that Extreme wants to play the map, and they want to bring the fights to BetBoom once they've got those BKBs. And have to highlight POIW this game too. He's had some very nice rotations at this Willow this game. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, so he's going to get quite farmed on this Willow too. The Yule's already picked up very early on.
I've been wondering.
So they get the Shard for it. It's going to go the way of PYW.
I mean, XG, they're actually just going to have triple BKB timing, and I think that's when they're going to look to really accelerate things, yeah. XM's about to have it finished, XXS also, and Ame's already got it done, so it does feel like they're going to probably look to accelerate that tempo, and it's not going to be the easiest for BetBoom to be able to fight into those BKBs unless they get the initial lockdown before one of them gets off and bursts the target. BKB almost finished up on Miro. Kiyotaka's still some way away. The Yules ends up dodging.
He's going to have a chance to live it.
He might even turn.
No, they will. They got the hook shot across as well. And that's what's just a bit unfortunate. What the sort of the, I believe what the Bushwhack and the Sunstrike, not really working in perfect synergy there. Ended up dragging him out of the Sunstrike.
Dragged him out and then charging the shot a little bit too long, perhaps, where the Yules comes out and dodges. It takes a split second, right? The frame. But PYW playing it clutch. Top, Tianming getting gone on. He's got a solar crest.
He can live through this.
Deceptively tanky.
Okay, maybe can't live through the tornado and the deafening blast.
He'll get broadside. Good kill. Kiyotaka finally finding one on his own. Good chunk of XP. We'll start to accelerate his BKB. And Pure, we do still have to talk about his farm. Now he's got the farming item. He's got the Aghanims too. He's level 18. He is still having a very, very good time. He's starting to catch up.
Can he 1v5 on the Gyro against this line?
With Alacrity, I would say there's definitely that possibility.
Yeah.
This is one of those heroes that can be pretty crazy, but as we were mentioning, XG, I do think that they right now is when they want to look to accelerate things. Triple BKB timing, they want to look to control even more of the map.
Sure.
Because
that's the thing, well, later on, they don't have a lot to go through the BKB, right, other than the hook shot.
Pure?
They're going to find Pure. Get him with the opening, Burrow Strike into the fear, stopping him from getting the BKB off.
They got him.
Down.
Full chain stun.
And now they're ready to maybe even look for more. TP in from Ame. They get the Sprout down onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's trapped. The Burrow Strike catches him. Extreme, they find the big 3 kills, and they're ready to get more with Tianming shutting down the Escaper's wave. They're going to get 4 here as Extreme find a beautiful chance to jump Pure and catch him by surprise.
And Save Your Buddy syndrome comes in there from BetBoom. They all run to try to protect Pure after it, and it doesn't matter. He dies before he gets anything off. They perfectly chain the stuns.
And at this point, yeah, the fight's just completely over for BetBoom.
And when they're at the tower, they have a Nature's Prophet, so that tier 2 drops almost instantly, and they can keep looking to pressure all over on the map. That's the hit they were looking for with their triple BKBs. They find pretty much the perfect target, and they get even beneficial extra kills out of it. And now they can look for Roche. Even though he mentioned Pure getting very farmed, that's exactly how XG wants to be able to play on this map.
Yeah, if they can catch him before BKB, he dies very easily. If he gets it off, that's when it's going to be a bit of a different scenario. Only the hook shot really to interrupt his attacks through the BKB. So as long as next time he's prepared, they've got a bit of a fighting chance, but they get caught out like this once more, and Extreme is just going to be that far ahead that they're going to be falling into similar territories that Extreme was in Game 1.
Absolutely.
Where the lead just becomes far too much to turn.
And I feel like Katomi overall in this, he might just have to play now in this position as this Tusk, where he has to just sit next to the gyro and wait for the moves, so he can get the snowball saves if it does come out.
They do have that save.
They do have the save, but he doesn't have Blink, so it's not easy for him to access it because there's going to be a Willow Brambles that kind of secures the area in a lot of those moves.
Looking at Ame top.
Can they get the chain stun? If he gets BKB off, he's going to live. They're not going to be able to get onto him. Can they finish a tier 1? Maybe the creeps will be able to do so, because they have not been able to really hit these towers too much on the side of BetBoom.
That's true, not a single tier 1 taken 25 minutes in.
And Ame's just going to cut it, and he's just going to kill that siege creep with them since they do the fortified damage, so Ame identifying it.
Miro was trying to finish off that tier 1, but the fortification was there. They should still get it.
They should get it this time.
So finally, able to take a tier 1 tower themselves here.
26 minutes.
Pretty late in the game.
Oh, just missing with that hook shot. And there's the smoke. They're going to look for another play. BKBs are at the ready.
Well, BetBoom might not expect the smoke coming from this position. They didn't have any vision on this. This could be quite a devastating smoke.
And in the meanwhile, too, the bottom lane is being pushed.
Yeah.
So they have to answer bottom. Claiming high ground here, but XG, they're stalking. Amp damage is popped. Hero. Oh, I think he just stayed out of vision there. They'll get the scan. He's got BKB if he wants to use it. He will.
Have they got hook shot?
They do not.
Nice cooldown. So the BKB TP will save him. Yeah, it was 5 seconds off having the hook shot back there, Tianming.
And it's up.
Oh, Kiyotaka. That's not gonna go so well for him if he does run into
can't
Ame.
do
He
this
actually
on
is
his
just gonna, Ame just gonna walk right into him.
Oh, hang on, there's an Invoker here. Well, I don't think he'll be farming down here again, Fogged.
And he tried to TP, but Ame's 20. So as he TP'd, the Sprout came out and canceled it instantly from the Sprout.
They're even going to get the catch at the same time on the other side of the map onto Miro.
They're getting so much. Just every move is hitting. PYW having a flawless game. Wicked sick on this Willow. And yeah, Kiyotaka this time. It's the exact opposite that we've seen from some of the games where he dominates early game. He's just really just getting answered.
And it's got to feel rough as well, because this is, I think it's his most played in Pro Dota, right? This is his hero.
Oh, yeah.
But this game, Extreme, they came prepared. They knew exactly how to stop Kiyotaka having his game on Invoker.
They ganked him, right? They just waited for him to play a little bit over-aggressive, and they ganked him 3 times in a row to the point
I think
where
they're
now,
broken, yeah.
Yeah, he does feel broken. Playing down on the bottom side, just literally walks into Ame and dies.
Big items continue.
Got the Parasma now,
Blink
too.
for XXS, yeah, Parasma for Ame.
His damage has skyrocketed now on this Nature's Prophet.
And they go for the straight blind zip. They hit the scan, they know someone's here. XM,
He got the wisdom. He stole it as well. Doesn't even give them the XP. 15,000 lead. Things are looking pretty impossible for Pure to do that 1v5.
What's he getting next? Gets the Satanic next.
But that's just not enough
He needs
damage.
the Satanic, the Daedalus, and the good old Divine Rapier.
It's starting to feel like that pretty fast in this game with how gigantic not just the Nature's Prophet is, but everybody it really is on the side of XG. This Willow is soon going to start surpassing the cores on the side of Beploom even.
Yeah.
He's pretty close to even Wind Waker.
I mean, just looking at the levels right as well. Well, Ame's, he's level 23.
He's level 23.
So the 25, it's not that far away. So I think, Ame is going to be feeling very happy with himself this game, considering how heavily the carries were banned outright. This was something that the Nature's Prophet pick. This would be beyond many other heroes that they probably would have chosen, and the Batman were able to take away, and he's crushing on it. They're going to try for the setup on him here, but if he's quick with the BKB, he should be fine. And he's able to put the BKB, he's able to turn, backup's coming in, he will die. See if Beploom can get away with getting the kill and getting out. And he's going to look to stand on top of Kiyotaka, the BKB about to come to an end.
Hook shot onto.
They'll get Kiyotaka. Pure's trying to fight, but XM, he's got the pullback with the Vortex. The BKB comes out now for Pure, but he's already taken a hell of a lot of damage.
He's got Satanic.
XXS loses him with the Burrow Strike. Snowball will be there. Keeping Pure protected for now.
But Pure's in trouble.
And
PYW's on him.
He's on top of him with the Curse Crown, the Bedlam. They'll finish off Pure. I mean, they get Ame, but it cost them so much there, Beploom.
Man, PYW really is owning. He just jumps right on top of his face afterwards, and yep, your Satanic is down. You do not have any sustain afterwards. It just cost them too much. With the deficit they're at, it takes them forever to really bring down that Nature's Prophet, and XG can just respond in full force.
They get the push going down the mid, take this final tier 2 tower. So yeah, 30 minutes in, they've taken this all the tier 2s, whereas Beploom, they've only managed to take 2 tier 1s so far this game. The tier 1 mid for Extreme still standing.
It's been a pretty flawless game from them so far on the side of Extreme. Not really slipping up at all. Not giving up any kills. Everyone playing nicely. PYW just super quick.
He's so
the way
quick
he's making these moves around.
He's even thinking about saying something in return because XM is on his way over, has a lot of mana to play with, able to close the gap in. Maybe will provide some safety here for Miro, but they've got the detection. They see him, and Miro, he'll not be able to run from this. Save's able to TP out, but Miro will fall once again.
That, oh yeah, he's pretty much has that, well, not yet, but 700 gold from having the Wind Waker. So even if, for Beploom, the way that they want to play is 100 to 0 a target when they get the arena catch onto them. Now there's going to be that save soon too from the Willow if he just has a Wind Waker. And even then, the full commit, it takes time for Beploom to be able to pop a target. You see Kiyotaka when he's queued up, that kind of tells you they want to just spear and 100 to all in a target. But a Wind Waker could just completely stop everything. And it's still a ways away from him having this Ags. This is not a build that you go anymore on Invoker almost ever.
Why is that? What happened to this sort of build?
Spellcaster Invoker is just not as good anymore.
Yeah.
It's all about the right clicks. It's just been like that for some time since he's been a Universal and since he has this Elitist. But yeah, mostly because of the Universal. Just hasn't been able to find too much on the map, and he's going to run into Ame again.
I think as soon as he sees Ame, he's not going to show.
He'll ping, so he'll give his team some information that,
Sure.
you know, they're like, maybe we can make him play somewhere else around the map.
Yeah, but not down
the case.
here.
No. And even with, you know, there's no one
Maybe
really
you can
showing.
block a camp, you know, be a bit annoying. Ame's left this area anyway, so he doesn't really care what Kiyotaka ends up doing down here.
Oh, and I was hoping I would get to see this build from Ame too. This is the one I'm seeing more people do in the pubs. Once you get the Parasma, you go the Revenant's Brooch, and you are literally the anti-carry. You walk in with a gyro with whatever, 30 armor, 20-something armor. You're getting Parasma debuffed, you're getting Grove Bow debuffed, and then he's just bypassing your armor. So you're just getting hit. You're getting hit like a truck. You'd think that your armor's going to help you, but it truly does not. He only has 21, so it's a bit lower than usual that you see on some of these Agi cores, but yeah, once Ame gets this build, he's going to be hitting for over like 500 or something a hit. Who knows how much it actually is. Because it's 20% resistance reduction, 15% resistance reduction, plus just turning your attacks into that magical.
Save's gone. Tormentor claims another.
Standard Bet Boom fashion. Even when they're winning games, they'll die, but when they're losing, they'll for sure lose heroes to Tormentors.
Proper skacks.
And XG. Shield room. I mean, they're at least they're having fun.
You know?
At least they're having a good time out of the game when it is in such a devastating state. I don't think I've ever seen Katomi laugh that hard.
Dire are scanning.
Well, yeah, at least they do recognize, yeah, how the state of the game.
Unless Pure can 1v5.
He needs just so much more. If they can get a successful fight win for him to be able to buy, honestly, he might have to just accelerate the Rapier into that next purchase. Daedalus into Rapier. But yeah, they're just getting picked off all over the place. They can't even get outside. They are truly trapped inside the base. Kiyotaka, I feel like he's been down here for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's like, nice. They got Miro, not me. I'll live this time. That'll be his Aghanims done.
Where did he Sunstrike? Did he Sunstrike a creep? I didn't actually see. He threw one somewhere, but I didn't actually see where it was.
He's waiting.
Waiting for that.
Waiting for that final 10 gold.
Yep. Roche. Easy pickings. And Ame.
25's coming up
That's 25, and it's pretty close to having that Revenant's Brooch on top, too. I've been watching a good chunk, even I don't know how I still have the time in between these games, but I've been watching some of these pub games in between, and this is just the build now that I'm seeing from all these Nature's Prophets, and it's so insane how much damage you do. There it is, the OP Treant. Did he summon one of them yet? I think he actually summoned a regular one. That one's not the OP one. Well, it's OP, but it's not the super OP one. Here it comes. Dun, 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 dun. And no Dagon anywhere on the horizon, right, for any of the heroes on the side of Beppoon to just insta-kill that Treant. It's going to be quite pesky. Tormentor. This time they won't.
Yeah, they do manage to steal it.
Save right time to die. Oh, man. So at least they're getting something out of the map, out of the, you know,
under attack.
pretty horrific game state that it is.
Yeah, not bad being able to secure both Tormentors.
Yeah.
Plus you're 21,000 gold behind as a team.
Yep, a little bit of something, something.
Yeah.
And Katomi does almost have the blink. So he's going to have to be that save function for Pure.
Sure.
And it has to get there between it all and allows him to get that BKB off and somehow to get the damage.
That's true.
And Pure, he's accelerated. He's not even queuing the Daedalus now. He's queuing the Rapier, which it does feel necessary. It does feel like they need a Rapier at this point with the game.
Yeah, not too far off it. Next success. Standing guard.
And PYW does have Wind Waker. So the target that Beppoon is gonna try to look to full focus, he can just go for a blind Wind Waker play. And
He's ready to go!
They're gonna go for the
He's
combo.
gonna jump on a Pure. They've got to try and bail Pure out of this somehow, but they
cannot.
can't. Pure's gone. Save's dead as well. I mean, Pure has buyback, but even if he comes in with it, this game feels pretty much over.
Yeah, he needs to save for the
Nero tries for a spear. He's off the mark. He'll get the BKB off. It doesn't matter. Dies through it.
Another one. Oh, a hook shot, even deep.
Straight under the tier 4. The buybacks are coming out. Kiyotaka, can he be saved? He'll get the Sunstrike. The Cataclysm's out.
It does kill PYW.
And XM is very, very low, and he's not the one with the Aegis. So XM, he's gone. They are defending, but Pure, he's got a second time, and indeed Arme's right clicks. Doing far too much for Pure to survive through. He's out for 2 minutes. A dieback for him. as there we go. Well, with that, we're going to a game 3. It's going to be quite an interesting one because this series so far, we've had 2 games that have been pretty one-sided, Fog.
Yeah, does feel like it's been 2 that are kind of not like decided fully off the draft in particular, but XG, this one you could see they were much more comfortable with their draft that they were able to play. And Kiyotaka, it's a first pick invoker, but this time it felt like they had all the answers
They
for him.
really did. They went all in on just making sure that Kiyotaka had a really miserable time, and we saw that play out. He did not get to do a whole lot this game as they just completely had his number.
No, and I have to give a lot of credit to PYW in particular. Yes, XM with the recovery, but it's the way that they played in order to make sure that this Storm can have this type of game. It's Storm went to jungle, PYW took some levels in mid. These type of small things, they really do matter, because then this Willow having these type of good levels, it allows them to get the rotations, catch Kiyotaka, 3-4 times, and then they get 3 tier 1s, and they never let up. They didn't make pretty much any mistakes afterwards on the side of Extreme, and yeah, BetBoom, this one, it felt pretty rough pretty fast. Miro, he didn't have much of a game at all, and Kiyotaka was just completely answered. So we'll have to see that game 3, what adjustments get made.
No, absolutely. Can't wait to see what goes down between these 2. And also worth mentioning, obviously, Arme. They banned a lot of his carries.
They did.
He finds the Prophet as the hero of this game. It looks great. Plays it perfectly, brilliantly aggressive.
Looks
So
great.
a little bit different to the style that we see him try in some of his other games on the carry, but this really fit their draft fantastically. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we say, we're going to be going to game 3 as the series is now standing 1-1 between Extreme and BetBoom.
You'll love to see it. We're going to a 3rd one with this game. And there's a lot to break down here. We started off with the Invoker overall first pick coming out from BetBoom, but Extreme made sure that Kiyotaka did not have a fun time in this game. It felt like that game 1 from Extreme was warm-up in this case, Jenkins, because they leveled up, powered up, and now we're going to a 3rd.
Yeah, this one was interesting because it's not really how Extreme normally plays, where they just have some defensive posture that's really hard to break and then they farm. And the way BetBoom usually wins is they out-team fight you. So Extreme just decides, all right, we're an early game team now. We're going to beat you before you're ready to fight us. And it looked good. It just required Ame to be on an actual carry, perhaps an underrated one, Lacoste.
Yeah, exactly what we said. Game 1, they experiment like yesterday. It doesn't work out. Game 2, they are picking real heroes, especially for Ame. XXS is also playing one of his Siggies, playing the Sanking, who was super annoying. They were diving underneath the tier 2 tower like 15 minutes in. Well, 18 minutes in, there was a big fight because there was a different itemization from Pure. He went for a BKB. That one fight looked the best pretty much for them throughout the whole game. If he did go for Aghanim Scepter, I think they just straight up lose that fight, and maybe the whole game would be much over quicker. But the big problem for me was Kiyotaka. He got shut down relatively early on. I don't think they respected the numbers that could come out. 9 minutes in, they had 5 heroes.
Literally all 5. Yeah. I mean, that's global. That is you can TP in on Ame, and then it looks like a meme when you have all 5 heroes mid, but then also it's Nature's Prophet, so he can easily just get back to his lane and continue farming. And I do think this is something that people have kind of forgotten about, because Nature's Prophet has left the zeitgeist of the Dota community.
The what now?
The like general perception of the
Say the word again?
Zeitgeist. It's like the.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's like people. It's German, isn't it? Did I say it right?
German word.
Zeitgeist, he says, but I feel like that's the German. Anyway, people don't know how to play against Nature's Prophet. People are not used to it because it's been about a couple months since the hero
It should
considered OP.
have not been a month. This hero has not been nerfed as hard in the patch.
It's like
Same
DK,
goes for
right?
Dragonite. Yep, the same point. Like these heroes, I thought we're still gonna be seeing these heroes being pretty much first, second phase, because the heroes feel super strong. And we are seeing that teams are understanding that the heroes are really powerful when it comes down to scaling. They're really strong at laning, they're really strong in the mid game, and you also have insane late game. The item build that he was going for, this is the new tech build on Nature's Prophet, where you go for this Witchblade after you finish Mjolnir, after you finish BKB, and then you go for Parasma, and then you get to Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, and that's why Ame is playing it.
Because it's a cool build.
It's a cool build. This is not the old Nature's Prophet where you're going glip-glop every single game into right-click items. Like, there's new tech on it, so he's excited by it. This fits his whims, and they need to pivot on this. Perhaps he needs to do a new DK build. We saw Nightfall go DK.
DKB.
It was armlet into the DKB, right? A second item. Not as exciting. That's like the opposite direction from what Ame would like, where it's towards the more boring direction, because of course the Nightfall BKB is a farming item. But some new tech on DK, maybe we can see some DK for extreme gaming.
Yeah, for now, they'll stick with the Gyro, or sorry, the Juggernauts and the Nature's Prophet, and the Shadow Fiend earlier, of course, as well. But Nature's Prophet definitely worked out. I do also want to highlight for me, man of the match,
BYW.
Yeah, he
Most
crushed
definitely.
it.
He was owning. He died only one time. He was super involved early on. He had Philosopher's Stone. He was also going for some solo plays. They failed to kill him. A little bit of a miscommunication there with the Sunstrike and with the Sharpshooter. It would bring them a lot of gold, but he was everywhere where he needed to be, paired up with Sanking most of the time, just to be that extra control after he uses Burrow Strike into Epi. But yeah, he did one hell of a job.
I like XM. He's my guy. He's my MVP for this game, because I feel like there's this meme of like, just don't give him the puck, give him the sniper. This guy's gonna suck ass. You know, it's like he's really good at those heroes if he gets them. But I think Storm is his most picked in this tournament, and he looks...
Because the rest is banned.
The rest is banned, and he consistently looks very good on the Storm.
Yeah.
Like, he does the late game stuff very well. He's doing a lot of damage. Early game, he makes good rotations. I mean, this game, they've rotated to him. That certainly
And
helps.
to point out something that Fog did mention, he is going for the Soul Ring. Now we know what XM means, extra mana. He wants to have that extra bit of mana in the lane when he's farming the jungle as well. It's a bit of an outdated build, but he is still going for it.
Yeah, and this game, it definitely worked out.
Yeah.
Curious which two players Kezu would like to highlight head-to-head from his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Very curious indeed. I have chosen the two mid players. We need to look at Mr. Kiyo Takayaki and XM, because there's a lot of things that didn't really work out this time around. 395 KDA on this Invoker, which is, you know, crowned as one of the best mid heroes of this patch, wins every lane and so on, which, yeah, he did well in his lane, but XM 9, 2, 17, and with how they played around him and how he brought they brought their supports to mid, this thing just kept happening. And Kiyotaka, he has no business going this deep in this type of matchup. Look how far ahead he is. He is like 1,300 gold ahead of Storm, but he kind of puts himself in a position where he's very easily like just able to die. Even here, they bring their supports again, hook shot, Storm sits on top of you, and then suddenly, what do you do as the Invoker in this situation? Like, in my opinion, they played around this mid lane way too much. Like, this open space here, if he's the first target of contact, he will always die. Like, literally every single time. And I think, to me, this is what Extreme did so well in this game. Not just like with the draft, but understanding, okay, this is our pressure point. We're going to keep playing through here. And if we shut down this Invoker, who's going to bring the damage to the Mars in the side lane or the Gyro? Nobody.
Nobody. I have a question. Do you think Kiyotaka plays for Dota Plus?
Yeah, why?
Well,
Was he
I breaking the wall. The monitor is relatively far away.
Yeah.
It was either gold or bronze, but I thought it was bronze.
I think he has a lot of high-level heroes, so he should be paying for Dota Plus. He's like, he's a Grandmaster here, or Master here.
Well, then Invoker might just not be his hero. That's what I'm saying.
I feel like I've seen him play.
Check his profile.
I'm checking his profile.
Okay, we're checking the profile. There's
no way.
94 professional matches on Invoker, which is his most played.
That's a lot. Surely he's high-level Dota Plus.
But then he's,
Yeah.
I think he was bronze.
But if you
What's
fall
his win
off,
rate?
if you don't have
57%.
Oh, not bad.
if you fall out of Dota Plus, like you just don't subscribe to it, it puts you to bronze.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's probably that.
But I don't know. Is that actually true?
I think so, yeah.
I think so. He's correct. If you stop, then everything becomes bronze because you have to repay.
Maybe
Gaben.
I just didn't see right.
They
It was
embarrassed
gold
you.
all along.
Oh!
No, that is also Tian Ming, first of all. But the Invoker is shown.
That's not Kiyotaka. That's the guy that was killing Kiyotaka.
This is bronze.
But game one,
This is
production.
bronze.
Can we roll back a screenshot of game one TA? He was not
Can we
bronze on
look at
TA,
Game
right?
1 TA? Is that technology that we possess?
Patrick,
It
let's
is
go.
there. Gonna take some time.
They're working on
Keep
it.
talking, Kezu.
Lacoste, back to you. You're on camera. Keep it up.
I think that I think that there should be another level of Dota Plus.
Oh, Dota
Plus
Giga.
Plus.
What does it give you? Above 30?
Just probably just nothing.
Wow, you're really good.
Just
Oh,
he
he doesn't have
He
Dota
does not have
Plus.
Dota
He does
Plus.
not
That
have
must
Dota
be then. Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
Maybe he has to
Or
upgrade
maybe he's
before
just
game
bronze
3.
tier with both of these. Can we get their games from previous?
No.
Season 22.
Yesterday's series versus Tundra. No. No, guys, we'll do some sleuthing maybe another time, but I don't think it's likely that he would be bronze on both of those.
No way.
So no, he just doesn't play for Liverpool. So my point is completely useless. So
Keep it up, Cheever. Do a break.
yeah, I'll work on that as we'll work on getting game 3 ready for you after this. change up on our Puckdown Pandas. Very talented bunch of people. And Jenkins was there as well. Nice.
Oh, hey, Tom's on the drums.
Hey! Woo! Did nobody
Big talented guy.
No one saw it.
any of
Look
that
at them.
because the camera was already here. It's all right.
He's really drinking it.
Keep it up, Jenkins.
Thomas is thirsty.
It's tasty. Oh, we got ourselves. Wait, let's dive into this his draft because we got ourselves again the Invoker coming out from Bedboom. This time around, they do ban out the Sand King though, so there's a little bit of a change. It's tied. It's 1-1. You're watching DreamLeague Season 24. Soul Great and Bedboom and Extreme Gaming are going head to head. In the group stages, this series was not even, and Extreme took it 2-0. In the previous game, Bedboom fell flat due to a couple of reasons. One was the Sand King that they just banned out. Another was PYW popping off, and I'm very curious to see if what he's going to play this time around. But so far, it looks like maybe he's the ban.
Well, I like what Extreme are doing, where last game they banned the bad. This time around, they first pick it. There's another hero that Bedboom need to take into the equation, which should be the Clockwork Man. He was very annoying for Kiyotaka last game. If Bedboom would like, they could pick it out of phase.
They could.
Or do they want to ban it, Lacoste?
Maybe they want to ban Clock, pick Tusk. I still think that their lineup was really good in the previous game. It was just a little bit of a miss-executed where they were not respecting the global presence. Kiyotaka was not even pushing the limits. He was straight up feeding. Yeah.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Extreme has pick into pick after Bedboom picks their first hero out of this phase,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Alchemist is still in the pool. Clockwork is banned out. Do they Alch into Doom? Do they take a page out of Tundra's book here and say, we're going to get this very strong carry and then also the only really good counter to it?
They could, but I don't know if they've done... Like,
XXS has not played Doom.
And has Ame played Alchemist?
They played Juggernaut and Shadow Fiend.
They could pick
Ame has
Jug
played Alchemist.
with one of the 50 counters.
Oh, come on.
No, they won't. They will.
won't.
What will
They
they
might
do?
do it. But there's a reason they left,
Tusk.
like...
You know what I want to see. There is no Clock. They could pick up some Primal Beast +1. Dark Willow is still in the pool. Clockwork is gone. I just highly rate this hero because he has a BKB piercing tool. If he's playing into bad lane, it's also a bit of a flex, can be played from the mid lane. This hero just does everything. One of the best overall heroes right now.
I think it could fit, but if I'm them, I mean, they should be picking a support and maybe just their mid matchup. Unless for them they do feel like that this Primal is like both flex to the mid and off lane, because I don't see why you maybe wouldn't just jam your mid pick again. I mean, I guess you could do Storm, but you have less follow-up damage, like you already have the bat that goes in.
Storm as in, like, in these next two picks?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you pick your mid here when you already see the mid matchup?
I guess just out of, like, worry that maybe Lion comes out or something that's going to counter the Storm. I like the Pango because it flexes between the two.
Yeah.
It leaves options open for them.
So this time you picked Chen, but the other game when there was a Beast, you didn't. Kind of interesting. Anyway,
Now
sorry.
I like the Primal Beast for Bedboom.
Bobbity Bibbity?
Bibbity Bobbity with the Beast Areno.
Yeah.
I think could work really well. Chen provides you with nothing. This hero has a pretty free reign. There's also Pango, Batrider. Sure, there's Lasso, there is Flame Break, but I think I'm just, maybe it's my thing. I think this hero is
very
strong
strong
right now.
He's
And I would love to see him played slightly more. I think he has place in meta. The problem is there are these two annoying supports that he doesn't like to deal with. Most of the time it's Clockwork, it's also Dark Willow, so sometimes he has a hard time being picked into these two.
What's the reason for Bedboom not wanting the Alchemist Doom? Like, is that already countered? They go for the Dawnbreaker, so that's a flex between Miaro and Pure. And I don't think they'll go Alch anymore.
They
but
could. I
still.
mean, it's just Alch is not so much of a like Tusk Invoker buff the one guy type hero. He kind of plays on timing with items and gold. You would just prefer playing like a Luna, Morphling, SF type hero with the Tusk and the Invoker.
I want to see more buffs. Give me Ogre. Ogre,
why
Back
not?
Team, Solar Crest,
But you need
Alacrity.
a hero to buff. I worry if they
There's
do
going to be
It's
heroes.
coming.
There is.
It's got to be now.
Otherwise, you're gonna have two more bans coming out from Extreme targeted towards the carry role. Well,
There's
then they would
Morphling,
still
there's
have the
Gyro.
fight.
You go Dragon Knight here, right? Because then
Or DK.
Because
That's
then that
also
prevents
fine.
it prevents you from
I mean,
getting
they're just gonna
DK'd as
pick-
well.
No, but here they're just gonna pick their sub. they're gonna hold the Dawn until the end to see
That's
what is
true.
where.
Oh yeah, because they can put the
Yeah,
the
flex
Dawn
it.
as the
Like
carry
they'll
as well.
probably just pick Saves Hero, which means Lacoste won Snap, which he won't get because he'll pick Hoodwink.
Never.
It's gonna be Hoodwink. Yeah, it'll be Hoodwink.
They're like gonna pick some range 4.
I mean, it could be Dark Willow.
It's still Willow. Yeah, I was.
Warlock!
New
What
hero.
the hell? This is not what any of us were expecting.
No, this was not on my bingo card ever.
What the hell is the idea here?
Well, Fatal Bonds is nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Continue.
You can Warlock.
I mean, they
ult the
do.
tango
They
roll?
do really like the whole team fight scenarios. And to be honest, why are they laughing so
Why are
hard?
they laughing? They didn't run
misclicked.
out of time.
I don't think that they.
Would you be this happy about
What
a misclick?
else starts with a W?
Winter Wyvern.
No.
Raid King. Maybe they wanted him.
It seems like he misclicked. He's laughing so hard at it. No.
Would it
surely
be
not.
the first time? It was a Bet Boom team. that
Look
did-
how hard they're laughing.
During ESL 1 Birmingham, they did pick Lifestealer, if you remember, and Miero played it from the off lane.
You're right.
didn't-
They nearly won that game.
They
I think.
didn't
were close.
run out of time. They,
They
have
did
36
not.
seconds of reserve
Maybe they
time.
just misclicked.
WA. Is there any hero that has an A as the second letter and the W was wrong? What's close to W on the keyboard?
It was
Q&E.
Troll.
It's
Troll
Q&E.
Warlord. Or Centaur Warrunner.
remaining.
We'll have to. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'll have to
I'm
ask.
kind of biased now because I hope that Bet Boom wins so that we can ask them the question.
Well, they have Warlock, so they won't.
Well, we'll see. We got the Alchemist coming out from Extreme. They ban out the Morphling. Is there still, like, normally we mention Doom as the
Yeah.
counter towards the Alchemist, and obviously it is still in the pool. Is it still potential for Bet Boom? Because we know that they flexed the Dawnbreaker. Would it be a fit to put the Doom in? And Pure actually also used to play Doom as carry. Would the Doom still fit?
It just feels a little sus because you have these two excellent buff heroes in the Tusk and the Invoker. Dawn to save. Even Warlock is somewhat of a buff hero with the heal.
I think just two simple ones are Luna and Dragonite
Yeah,
for them.
I think you go for the simple, throw all the buffs on one guy, and then they own. Let's see though, Luna and DK. Which one would you prefer versus Alk? I feel like Alk outpaces both of them, and that's kind of why Alk is such a strong hero. Ursa is a good answer
Seconds remaining.
to Alk, but this is not Nightfall on Bet Boom.
Turn to pick.
It is Pure.
What else could they... I mean, they could go for Gyro one more time. But I'm leaning towards Luna. Even though it's not the best lane. Maybe you... Like, is there a scenario where you play this Warlock as a position 4 and play Tusk Luna? Or you-
Maybe? Now, the Warlock has to be your 5, right? So, okay, which heroes did you guys mention? Because I was trying to look at some heroes that they maybe mispicked, and I can't see anything other than Witch Doctor.
5
If I
seconds
type
remaining.
AR.
Arl, a Luna comes up. Arl
Yeah,
is
but
Luna.
I don't think they would have picked Luna. Well, okay, they don't have much time. They need
No,
to
they
decide if... Doom is also a lot worse now because they also have Scent. I feel like you need to pick Pure Scary here.
It's a pretty free Slark lane.
Why are they still laughing?
Choose your
What are they doing?
What is
So it's
happening?
offlane Magnus. No, it's carry Magnus.
For
Okay, who is...
Warlock.
Okay, look up his Dota buff right now. Kateom is playing Warlock. I would love
I
to
don't
see...
think he has.
what are they doing?
Whitemon has been the only one to pub Warlock when I checked yesterday. Kateomi has... No, he has 3 Warlock games. He won one of them.
That's not a good.
That's not good.
But
That's
how
not good
recent
stats.
are they?
16. They're all in the last 24 hours.
Oh! Now
So
that sounds
maybe-
intentional.
I think they're gonna lose because what I'm seeing on screen right now is Pure just picked up reverse polarity instead
No,
of,
he didn't!
instead of reverse polarity, which is the biggest one where you
Oh.
spread them out, then Warlock ulti drops in between them, doesn't stun anybody. The anti-combo.
No, but he did normal. He did do.
He did go
RP.
for the normal
He
one,
went for
yeah.
the normal one. Everybody breathe.
Okay, hold.
I was really excited for a second.
I don't understand. I don't know who they're buffing. I don't know why they have Alacrity in Tusk, Drunken
You
Brawler.
can buff Mag, I
to buff
guess.
Mag against Alk? isn't Alk just gonna get like 4 items and outpace you?
You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna have Radiance, and then he's gonna sell Radiance relatively early on and get Nullifier, remove Empower, remove Drunken Buddies,
The game's over
Alacrity,
before this happens.
all of these things. I like Extreme Gaming. I think they overcooked.
Just think of the wombo combo potential. Because it's big.
I'm thinking
It's hard. Bad Boom, I don't know what's going on, but it ain't good.
You just Centaur ult away from the Wombo combo.
No.
I don't know, probably. But let's be real. I mean, they were all in great spirits, and normally we do say, you know, friendship and stuff wins games. Who knows? I do think it's gonna be fun either way. Let's see who takes this game 3. Over to ODPixel and Fog via the Puck Champanas.
Between Bet Boom and Extreme. But they're having a little laughs in the draft as we saw on the Bet Boom cameras. We'll see who gets the last laugh, and yeah, if they're going to keep those smiles on their face after this one, because it could get rough, because on paper, we don't know what on earth they're doing, folks. This is a crazy draft.
I actually know what they're doing. I figured it out. They each asked, what hero do you each want to play? And they each got to pick their own hero. That's literally what it looks like. Katomi's like, I want to play a Warlock. Pure's like, I want to play a Magnus. Everybody's just looking to play the hero that they wanted, is what I think it looks like, because this looks... I have no idea. I don't know what this draft is supposed to accomplish with the carry Magnus, especially versus a very stable draft of the side of Extreme Gaming.
I mean, this is a draft around a good old solid Arme Alchemist.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one. We're going to have to see if it ends up working, because if it does, maybe that's just the way to go. Just ask your team what they want to play, and you pick these heroes, because this looks absolutely crazy. Kiyotaka also, after that last game where he had a very rough time in the Invoker, he says, give it to me again. Let's see how he's going to be able to do as well this time around. It looks a little bit easier for him to play in terms of the supports getting on top of him, because I feel like the 2 supports last game were 2 of the best to gap close and put pressure onto an Invoker, but yeah, I don't know what his side lanes... The top lane, we know what it does. This is a strong lane, right? We have a Dawn Tusk. This is one very normal.
That's the most normal.
This is the normal stuff.
Going.
They've got 3 things. Well, 2 things normal, right? They have the top and the mid lane. It's just this bottom lane that is just... It's just bizarre. It's just odd.
Yeah, because kind of checking it, it is something more Pure in pro play. I mean, he obviously played it in different positions in the past, but in his pub games over the last few weeks, he has been playing a lot of Magnus.
But it just...
He's had mixed results.
Doesn't feel that great, though. And
he's dead.
He looks quite dead.
So we'll see.
Because it's also about like the timings in particular of a Magnus versus an Alchemist, right? The timings. Can you actually accelerate things that fast as a Magnus?
Yeah, he's got interest in. He's got a whole. He's been trying out a lot of different stuff.
I saw some Midases when I checked the earlier.
He's got like BKB Harpoon build. He's done like Manta Silver Edge build. Okay. He's done SMY to Shadow Blade. So he's done a lot of experimentation with the Magnus. Okay. No doubt about it.
And now they're going to experiment in a pro game with it.
Yeah, and indeed one of the experimentation was Midas
How'd that one go?
060 16-minute GG. So let's hope for Bet Boom that one doesn't happen here for Pure.
Yeah.
But he's experienced a lot of different scenarios with his carry Magnus in his pubs.
Yep. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's like a loss of words with what this is, with what that safe lane is in particular. So maybe they are just looking to ride on the coattails of the other 2 lanes, and then they did just ask Pure and Katomi, what do you want to play? Since those are the last 2, the Warlock plus that Magnus. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how much he can get done or how little he can get done in particular on the Magnus. Because Warlock also, I feel like nobody is playing this except for Kadaro, right? I think nobody else actually picks this hero but him.
Dire's middle
You
tower
can do a lot of
is under
damage
attack.
with
Who?
Warlock.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, the
is under
Fatal
attack.
Bonds, right? I think
Can he?
Eventually.
Maybe. They do have... The one thing is, though, like Warlock, Centaur is probably one of the best heroes versus Warlock in the game. You counter quite a lot of his toolkit. The Upheaval, not as popular anymore. Well, Upheaval overall used to be one of the most powerful ones, but you just Stampede. You can walk through it. Getting on top of Warlock is also Warlock's Nightmare, and that's exactly what Centaur can provide you in a lot of games too, so let's see. They will get the side pull bottom, so Pure. Or they're going to try to get the side pull. XXS will be able to stop that one, just walks up and drags the creep wave. And overall, XXS should have he have a pretty free time down here as the Centaur. Only 10 last hits right now, so he's getting slowed down a little bit, but yeah, his last hits will start to go back up very quickly.
Looking forward to see which build Pure goes for. It literally has been a different build every game he's practiced in his pubs.
Theory crafting this game, SNY does have its merits. They are playing versus a good chunk of disables, so I could see something like that Treads SNY. I think he did one of those games, right, where he did Treads SNY? Or did he not? Did you Treads Master Madness SNY?
He must have because he sold the Treads, but yeah, it went Treads SNY, Shadowblade, BKB.
Maybe that
was the most recent one, but he did lose that one.
Okay. That one I could see the merits versus the tons of lockdown that comes out.
His most successful game was Treads into Echo, into BKB, into Harpoon.
So that's much more standard, kind of old school build that we used to see from all Magnuses. So yeah, we shall see. Right now, lane's not looking too bad. We said, the top and the mid lane, those are the ones that are very standard, very, very strong, especially versus something like that Alchemist. So they are slowing down Ame a little bit. Might actually, that's a beautiful trap.
The concoction off, but trying to walk away from these two. Can he escape? Oh, he's going to be able to get back.
To slow. He's got another hammer and 4, but he doesn't want to chase.
Tianming coming in clutch there to make sure that he could get out alive.
The Ghost. Look at the Frost attack go.
Yeah, slows him down. Yeah, good stuff there from Tianming on the Chen, providing the backup just in time.
Precious bounty.
There's a lot of wombo combo too with this Magnus. Maybe the Magnus Fatal Boss is actually kind of hype.
If they can land
this is going to be so interesting to see if they can.
It's a big if.
It is, and it's also into what they're playing against too, which is a lot of disable and some tanky bruisers. Centaur, Alchemist, Pango. These three are going to be starting fights, kind of running on top of you. So maybe that's what they're expecting. Them just to get wombo comboed because they are making those type of aggressive plays.
Tianming continues to do a great job here, just making sure that Mira and Save are never really in position to go on Ame again. Good harassment here from the Chen.
I think this lane in particular, I've seen it a lot throughout this tournament versus the pressure lanes. And it feels like one of the best answers versus pressure lanes because Alki gets the bonus gold, so he's able to bring extra salves to the lane, and then Chen just burns their mana. So you're pretty much just winning the efficiency war every single time I've seen this lane. Like no lane that I've seen, because I saw one in particular, the Visage Bounty lane versus the Chen Alchemist. That was the one where the Visage went like 0 and 11. So they've done, that's definitely one of those that's done it very good. But in terms of CS right now, it is slightly leading the side of BB. Only slight though. Power Rune. XM.
Look at the shard trap on him.
Does he have mana for shield crash? He does with the stick.
Tianming will be here to try and help out.
Divine Favor, that extra armor is quite a lot.
XM.
He's got another squash.
He's going to get out and he's going to get the kill.
Ooh.
Takes down Save on the way out there again. Tianming making sure he's in the right place at the right time, from saving Ame top to swinging over to mid to making sure XM doesn't get caught.
Yeah, that 10 bonus armor, it's a lot onto that damage, even though there's that extra big damage that was coming out from the amp. It's completely counteracting it. 2-0 at the moment for the side of XG. Pure is getting to free farm though.
He is.
So that
will only
lane
continue as the Mag with the levels in power stacking up.
Get some stacks going for him then. I want to see tons of stacks for this Magnus to see what his potential truly is in this type of game.
Yeah, looking like it will be the Echo first.
Okay, so yeah, more old school standard kind of build. But I feel like Blink is also quite good this game if he does just want to go for like the, the heart Echo Blink. But I don't know if he wants to play that type of route.
In all of his builds,
he just goes more normal.
21 days ago he was doing the Blink, but he's straight
Lately,
away from
not
that.
really.
The last, 6-7 games, he never bought Blink. He would always favor Shadowblade.
So then it would be
Shadowblade or Harpoon.
Okay, so maybe this one will be an Echo BKB game.
Yep.
Perhaps since he's playing versus the Pango. Ame again, some big damage, but he's got that armor from the Chen. Katomi's up here.
Ame's with the Chemical Rage. He's ready to just start running down Save. And now Katomi's in a bit of an awkward position. The Stampede comes out. Double onto Ame with the concoction over towards Miro. Rolling Thunder coming through. Miro will be able to drag himself down to the low ground.
Miro?
Attacker has turned up, maybe seeing if he can help with also Pure coming in to try and make a play happen. They'll get the ult down onto XM. They'll still crash off. See if XM can get out of this. Swashbuckles up, the hammer's in as well as the tornado. They'll get XM. Takes quite a bit, but they get the job done as they bring in the entire team top, BetBoom.
That was a hot RP. Catches him right at the tail end of the Rolling Thunder, so right when he comes out of it, they do have the follow-up. That was good positioning there from Pure. So far, not looking bad with this bizarre type of lineup.
Key attack up back to mid.
Does have to be cautious with his positioning. You know, we're going to reference the last game in particular. At this point, it was similar, where he was having a super good start, just he started to play his hand a bit too far forward. As we said, this time he isn't playing versus as oppressive of supports that will sandwich him, but does have to be cautious. Not to do similar as last time.
Got it.
Ame is going to start working on these camps. Safe, trying to contest as many as possible, but the acid spray's cleaned up the majority. His Radiant's timing is still looking pretty good. 500 separation between him and the Magnus. And his supports are having that much better of a time in comparison to the Warlock and the Tusk right now. That is that gold difference. And Chen has it 6 already. So Tianming, on top of hitting 6, he almost has them. Actually, he almost has Arcane Boot, sorry. So he's going to have that extra bit of amp up too. And he heals. But this Divine Favor is very strong this game versus, I mean, quite a bit of the damage that comes out from BetBoom early. Just that extra bonus armor he can throw onto an Alchemist. And just the duo combo of them. It's a lot of heals, a lot of sustain. They're going to start working on some stacks. PYW has been getting those at the ready. Rather than playing for pressure in the lane so much bottom, he did play for stacks. 3 points in the Firefly. Solar Guardian is at the ready. Looks like they want to try to play around mid. Loses mana.
Look at the last off to the side. There's spot save underneath the sentry. Solar Guardian coming in. XM goes down. Backup comes in from XXS. PYW and XXS trying to see if they can catch anyone at BetBoom in return.
This is a bit awkward here for XG. There's a catapult hitting the tower. They've got 2 here to defend. There's a golem at the ready. The fight does end up fully kicking off, but XXS, he's far too tanky. He's going to be a difficult one to deal with for a long time, because their damage, it's a bit slow, unless they go down a Vessel route for somebody, which just, I don't think anybody's really buying anymore. That Centaur is definitely going to be an issue for a long time in terms of them killing him. And Ame, Radiance is done. Usually we see it at like the 12-minute mark. This time it's a little bit earlier. He gets it at the 11. And something else to interestingly point out.
Yep.
XM went Soul Ring on Pango.
He loves
Soul Ring. This guy just really loves Soul Ring. And this game could see, I mean, versus EMP, it does have its merits to have that little bit of extra jolt up of mana. So kind of an interesting approach that like I said, I don't see anybody else buying Soul Ring. Ame has Chemical Rage. The tornado's off the mark.
Missed the setup. It's going to give him the chance to get the Chemical Rage off. They drop the Golem onto Ame. Backup's coming in, but the shards will trap him in. He's trying to run Ame, but he will not escape this as Miro takes him down with the final swing of the hammer.
Can Kiyotaka get out?
I mean, they're running for Kiyotaka. The Swashbuckle's not going to quite reach him. XM will get the Rolling Thunder off and follow up Hoostomp from XXS down onto the 2 of them. They're looking at Miro first. They should find the Dawn. Continuing with these Rolling Thunder bounces, XM has a hell of a lot of control onto the 2 of them. It's good ball from Pure. He's got the RP onto both of them. Takes down Tianming. Looking towards XXS. He's trying to stampede away, but the tornado of Kiyotaka's back up as Kiyotaka gets the cleanup. Triple kill for the Invoker as BetBoom take the team fight.
Oh, and this is working. This Magnus took 0. He got hit by, I think, 5 Rolling Thunder bounces. And he's full health.
No, he's tanky.
He hasn't taken any damage. This is actually working with this bizarre draft from the side of BB.
Look at this.
Look at all the buffs that were... Oh, we actually don't get to see the Alk. Alk had every buff thrown on him, too. He had Divine Favor. He had the Ice Ogre armor. Look at these bounces. I'm just watching Pure. Look at his health.
Yeah, the heal's coming in big with that Shadow Word. Katomi keeping Pure topped up throughout the fight.
That was wild. And Kiyotaka, during the entirety of the fight, is just auto-attacking. And if it's that long of a fight, XXS, then they can actually bring him down, even though he is so tanky. Yeah, that was... They're laughing. They're like, this is working.
It's working.
Oh, what an interesting approach.
Oh, let's see. With that sort of fight secured as well, Pure might feel tempted to indeed just buy the Blink after this Echo rather than go for the BKB or the Harpoon.
Yeah, we'll see which
because he's got that big influx of gold.
It's just because the reason I said the Blink also was because he has Wombo combo. If he didn't have some type of Wombo combo, look with the Warlock, then I could see him just build for himself. But he still could just build for himself at the end of the day, but we shall see.
Let's have a look.
Miro, this time around...
It wants to get the S and Y. So he will just deep build to just tank up and be the carry.
And Miro also, he's building for himself. This is the first time I've seen him do it as well, too. He did the other days when he was doing the Corrosion just because he was playing versus like the sustain lane. This time, he didn't even go Corrosion versus sustain lane, and he's literally just solely building for himself, so... Very cool from the side of BetBoom, the way that they've adapted and just honestly just changed things up. I don't think we've seen a draft anywhere like this throughout this tournament.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blink now done. PYW does have that at the ready, so they have an initiation tool since we do see that XXS has gone more of just a tanky route with Vanguard Blade Mail. And I think XM, is that the full Diffusal Blade done for him?
He's got it on the Panga.
Okay. So a good amount stronger. It just has to be careful of how he enters the fight, because there is always the ways to play around with the Cold Snap in particular to stop him. Are they going to look for a smoke? Do they actually even have one? Tianming does. Pass it over to PYW. He's got the Blink Lasso, and they're going to look for a play. Warlock Golem is back up. As for that RP, he switched to BKB, by the way, so not SNY either.
Oh, okay.
So that usually just entails that he wants to just fight into the, into the Rolling Thunder early on with his team. Hey, and we heard it also the other day. BKB's a farming item, right? That was what Nightfall was saying too. Set up bottom, Kiyotaka. They go for the burn. They've got the Solar Guardian.
The backup.
There's no Chemical Rage. He is in trouble.
He's got the Stampede.
Can he reset out?
I mean, he's getting Arme out to the side. He may just survive through this. They'll drop down the Golem. They'll turn their efforts over towards Kiyotaka and return. Extreme, they'll be the ones to get the kill first. But they get Arme out of there, and BetBoom, not able to find anything as they lose their Invoker. This time Extreme, they're ready to respond to that.
And now Arme, he's got the Chemical Rage to go back in for the go. That was a Solar Guardian used very aggressively to attempt for the move. 2 ultis committed, and they don't get anything out of it.
And they weren't quite ready to get Pure involved in the action. He's just that 100 or so gold off from having the BKB that he wants.
Katomi, they're not going to actually push forward for him, fearing the rotation from Pure. We'll be able to finish off that tower, and that looked really scary for Ame. Maybe if a couple of these attacks didn't miss from the evasion, he wasn't end up going down, but...
Oh, PYW walks into a tusk. Save was waiting for him on the high ground.
And Kiyotaka overall this game, he went for more, kind of the standard that we've seen from most of the Invokers. He's just going for the stats. He is just playing for right-click this time around. He'll find Tianming.
They're going to turn to Pure.
Pure on the left side.
Pure's got the BKB. RP only going to catch on to the one of them. So at the same time, Kiyotaka working towards Arme. They kill off.
Doing a lot of damage.
He's got the control. Snowball comes in. They'll be able to find both of the cores.
Kiyotaka really dishing it out to him. He was nearly soloing it.
I mean, XM and Tianming are trying to fight back.
Miro's here.
And the hammer comes in as well with the Starbreaker. They're both in a lot of trouble for this. PYW's also jumped in an effort to make something happen, but...
He's dead. They're just chain dying.
That was just a bit of a chain feed there, Fog. They did not need to go back in like that.
I think they're underestimating this, as we kind of were too, with how well BetBoom is playing with it. They think that they can fight into this, but they're actually deceptively tanky, and they deceptively do a ton of damage. Kiyotaka hitting for like 200 per hit, bringing down the Alchemist almost by himself, and Pure doing a ton of damage, but also having almost 3,000 HP on a Magnus.
Yeah, we'll see this again. Pure, not the flashiest of RPs, but it gets the job done. They lock down the Centaur,
and the right
deal with XXS. And
look at Ame's health.
And at this point, the fight, it's over. But Extreme, they get tempted to go back in on this. XM going for the combo, sure they're low, but at that point, he's got no way to get out, and Miro quick to punish. And then PYW's just like, yeah, I'll join along for the ride.
And maybe that's why BetBoom also wanted to go for this type of draft of like their heroes that they like to play in their comfort. They're just playing way better than they did in this last game. Last game, they on their Tusk, like Katomi, he was just nowhere. This time, Save playing the Tusk, he's got Phase and Blink Dagger already at this point. So everybody does feel like they are just in a much more comfortable spot with the way that they're playing. And Kiyotaka with his build,
They can make these solo plays easy now. He's got the lead.
it feels just way nicer that he's got this type of build rather than going for the Orchid. It just fits his style of just playing for the right clicker way better. He's level 13. This time around, 6-1 and 4.
Dire's
Saving
top tower
Kiyotaka. If
is
anybody
under
goes
attack.
up here, they are very likely dead between the two of these. The tag team plus the Alacrity with this Invoker at this moment. Feels like it's too much for any of them to deal with, even with the evasion that comes out from Ame. XXS does have a Crimson Guard, but it's delayed his Blink Dagger at least a good chunk of time. If he even wanted it. He's now queuing it up on the Centaur. But maybe he was not wanting it because they just have so much counter initiation if he does look to go. So a 4K lead now for BetBoom. Ulti's back at the ready. And that's BKBs too. So Pure and Miro both have theirs ready. Kiyotaka, he's gone a more greedy route, but works out for him with the way that he's been able to play so far this game. He's gonna go to Manta, and they're looking to fight. They get the scan connection.
BetBoom's ready for this. Kiyotaka scouting it out.
Sees them all.
EYW, he tries to lead in, they find him first. Yep, he's ready to try and see if he can catch anyone else. The Tornado clips onto Tianming.
He is in.
They've just got to run extreme. There's no fight to be had here.
They're not wasting a Stampede to try to save this Chen. They just let him go down. It's working, Owen.
It's looking good. And that's what you like to see. Hopefully this kind of inspires more teams to
pick whatever.
Do something a little bit outside of the box.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of drafts just being very kind of, you know, not copy-pasty, but very similar. This is the first time we've seen just a full deviation. And it's absolutely working so far. 14-5, Pure. He is quite massive now at this point. He's matching the farm of an Alchemist. So maybe that's the concept of it too. Wanting to play versus the
farm very, very well on the Magnus, absolutely.
And he's gone for stat build. Whoa! Punched during the swash. Looked like a kick, but it actually just a punch. And XM gets found again. They're kind of crushing this game now at this point, Owen.
They really are. They're
taking the
they are
Tormentor
styling
too.
on them.
Literal styling.
With this sort of draft, it's flashy.
At bottom, now they're even threatening XXS. They have a lot of damage.
He might have to stampede. Yeah, he's got to.
And their heroes, they're just not squishy at this point too. I'm watching XXM. Or XXM, Jesus. XM, he's playing this Pango who has 1300 HP. Every time he shows in the side lane, a 3000 HP Magnus or a 2400 HP Dawnbreaker goes on him. And they're just gonna go for a Rosh now too. Empower on the Dawnbreaker as well, so they're gonna be able to keep them some sustained while they do this as 3. And Kiyotaka is still actually playing it aggressively, looking for potential solo plays. How do you break this on the side of XG? It's gonna have to come through initiations that come from PYW, but we've seen now, what, 3 times where the bat tries to jump in and just dies in an instant. That's the SNY done. 370 damage on this Magnus. I'm trying to do the math of how much damage he's actually gonna have total. With the tag team as well too. Let's say it all comes together perfectly. Like if he's standing next to heroes with tag team,
yeah,
he
you
gets
do a lot.
Alacrity'd, the heroes are fatal bonded. Everyone's just gonna die in an instant if they do get the connection. This time nobody will die to the Tormentor. And Miro actually gets it. That's a really nice one to be able to get for free.
You precious
Oh, they've got a new smoke on save. They could look to try and go for the aggressive move around their Aegis.
Actually, just they're not able to do anything, it feels like. It's been a very slow game for them.
Yeah,
it's been BetBoom doing pretty much anything they want around the map, and with the Solar Guardian, with the Warlock going too, it feels like if XG does make a move too, they're just gonna get counter-initiated on too.
Now, only Arme is really able to farm.
Yeah.
Everybody else is falling far behind on XG.
Okay. I mean, XXS, he has the Blink Dagger, but who do they want to... You know, there's not really a thing that he wants to pair up with it, with this Blink. He has to go for a team fight with it. He doesn't have like a, you know, like a kill combo, as we tend to see sometimes with it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep. Found Tianming.
Low grab Tianming.
Easy. 2 shots. When was the last time XG actually got something?
It's been a while.
I feel like it's been like 10 plus minutes since they got a kill. Okay, they got Kiyotaka the bottom time, but that was pretty much it. Before that, it was at like the 11-minute mark when they killed Miro. They're gonna smoke now to look for something.
It's hard to find something though.
As long as they find people separated, because they are playing into this Aegis. Fighting into the Aegis feels complicated. And BetBoom, they're not giving them opportunities. They're all playing together.
Yeah, BetBoom seem pretty prepared for this.
I didn't see if the ward actually caught them, because they have a base ward.
They would have seen the concoction going off on the illusions that Arme threw.
I didn't quite get to see if it caught it. But with the way that they're standing, they seem to have known exactly where the position's coming from. Still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Pure, he has the Harpoon now, so he can start even reaching. He can start perhaps even getting a little bit of initiation himself if somebody shows.
You get the easy drag back.
XXS.
He's going to get it. Ooh,
Nice blink.
Not quite onto XXS, yeah, with the blink.
This Magnus is terrifying now. Level 18 already at this point.
Is under attack.
Ame is getting stronger. He just doesn't really have too much armor. He's going to have the Chen to be able to buff him up with the Divine Favor in the fights, but...
Kiyotaka. He's going to go aggressive and look for the play against the three of them. He's got the backup of Miro.
Manta.
Tornado out onto the both of them. The Rolling Thunder and the Stampede. It's there. They get the jump in with a Who Stomp on towards Kiyotaka. And last to follow up. They're trying to kill off the Invoker. Can they quite get him? No.
He's still alive.
It's going to get dropped down here by Katomi. Kiyotaka's able to walk out of this. XM's trying to finish it, but Kiyotaka survives.
RP on 3.
Pure's in with the RP on 3 as they don't lose anyone on BetBoom. Kiyotaka
They're styling.
Being able to sort of just walk up and starting to set up a play 1 versus 3 and then walking away from it all. That's when you know Extreme, they're pretty far behind, Fog.
They are. The Manta usage is perfect. He tricked them completely. They're like, oh, which is the real one for a second there? And he gets to get the disengage. Yeah, they're playing. It looks like they're just playing with absolute comfort, and they're executing beautifully. A perfect RP. That was their hit that they tried to catch him off guard, catch him separate from the team. But yeah, BetBoom starting now even throw the taunts. They're feeling very confident.
Oh, they are.
And now Pure does have a Blink Dagger coming out
so
on top.
you step anywhere near this Magnus, Pure will be able to just rip you out of the base, drag you over towards the rest of BetBoom.
I'm really glad we get to see just a very different style draft, and the way that they're executing, it's beautiful.
And
and
there
Pure
we go.
gets
Easy
another
grabs
one.
now. Woo. You can't step up. Pure, he'll find you.
The Rex is dead. And Kiyotaka's even just hunting Ame
He's kinda
all
just
during the
soloing
meantime.
Ame.
Okay, that's a bit aggressive,
Oh, okay.
Kiyotaka.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Kiyotaka.
No. This is. We've seen a few games that have looked pretty in the bag get thrown away by moves like this, Mr. Kiyotaka.
And he's not the main carry though, right?
Sure.
Lee? But
yeah, calm down a bit.
I can't believe he aggressively forced it.
Calm down.
That was so crazy. But they're feeling comfortable. I look at the itemization
Yeah,
that they've
Tuska's
got.
He's got a Desto queued up.
He's
Katomi.
got
Blink.
Blink. He's got Blink Yules.
But what's
Shard.
Katomi got? Oh, he's not got anything crazy. He's been sensible on the Warlock. Holy Lock it next. It's a shard. Because, well, obviously, BetBoom, they feel this game is probably going to be over pretty soon.
He's like, what am I doing? Oh, that was pretty funny. It happens, especially to Kiyotaka at times. But they're still in a fine position. 15k lead, good control of the map. Good wards too that have not been taken out. And a full AC even from he is also continuing to be incredibly
time.
armed.
Bottom tower is under
Just
attack.
dreaming at the 5-man RP rampage. As us Magnus cores usually do. The attacker has got the set. Once again, he's going to be perfectly fine.
XM's here.
Backup, but the Rolling Thunder is out. They get the lasso and the concoction. It's quite a lot of control here, but not enough. Miro is able to survive. Get the BKB off.
Ame.
He's looking for an RP target. He'll use it on
found-
Ame. Just locks down the Alchemist and immediately destroys him with the crits. They get the Golem drop down at a PYW. They're zoning the bat out of the fight. And they can probably just keep BT into XXS with this Fatal Punch. It's probably going to kill PYW to the side, and indeed it does.
Goodness, great. I like Empowered Dawnbreaker too. My God, that Alchemist was there and then he wasn't.
Time to go high ground now. They got the Golem out.
They might just be able to, well, honestly, at least like take out that second Rax or even start hitting tier 4s.
Tianming's lucky that I think Kiyotaka was trying to spend a bit of time hunting down the Chen, but Tianming will get away.
That's every ultimate used from the side of XG, and they only are able to find a Tusk.
See, I mean, not that there would be much to do if he was back at the base, but he can't get back to the base.
He sure can't.
TP on cooldown, but at the least he can steal a wisdom.
Exactly. That's
There
the
you
bigger
go.
plan, bigger gameplay. You know, maybe lose the game, but steal the wisdom.
That's true. Okay, you'll get one more wisdom on the way out.
I think they can maybe even hit tier 4s here. I guess they'll just be more sensible. They'll go for
That's
tier
true.
2s.
Yeah, there's still a tier 2 on the
Sure.
bottom lane.
Why not?
They can go get their wisdom rune. Pure, he'll take that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get the money for the Daedalus.
Charming. Can he get out? He can't. Kiyotaka was looking to set up for him. Won't be able to. These items just keep flurrying in. Miro also. What's he got coming out? Just some PPs, just kidding.
No, I think we're going to be getting this again.
The Magnus? I think the Magnus in particular.
Magnus will come back again. Honestly,
especially because
the Warlock was, you know, it's not done anything bad.
No.
The Fatal
heal
Bonds
was
have been great. The heals have been very clutch.
Because they had like pretty, it's just the bottom lane that looked bizarre, right, on paper, but with the way that it looked actually in the game, it's looked very strong, and the other two lanes were amazing. And Kiyotaka might get found again.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay this time.
They're that far ahead. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Kiyotaka gets caught. He's already done his job this game.
Chanming, don't show.
Yeah.
He showed.
That's a dead Chen.
Dead. Instantly. There's no glyph. They attack fast. Does he have the upheaval? Does he have the talent as well now? I think he does. Level 15's been hit. The attack speed.
Oh, they're going to try and get the jump.
Okay, Pure.
Pure. See, Kiyotaka actually come in with the aggressive buyback. He'll get a stun strike down onto XXS, but it won't kill it. XXS gets the stampede off. He'll get away. XM used the rest of Rolling Thunder to create a bit of distance and keep him alive. So
BKB on cooldown. Pure is going to look to reset, at least get some heals, but they're going right back in for the rack.
They want to close it up. I mean, Kiyotaka used the buyback. XXS in with the jump. Arme is going to move forward, but the Solar Guardian's coming in. Arme's trying to get away, but he's caught by the stuns. He's out of the game for good. No buyback on him. There's Bet Boom. They're ready to close this one up. Bullying Extreme back to the fountain. The bottom set of racks will be taken. Pure. He's ready to drag them out of it. He's ready to go for some crazy blink skewer play.
Why not? They have megas. He'll go for the RP instead.
Onto the two, and then instant trip that crit at the end there. They didn't stand a chance.
GG.
Well, there we go. They indeed, those smiles, that laughter we had from Bet Boom in the draft, it continued throughout the game and right up until the end of it. You can only imagine that Bet Boom, they love that game. They love playing that draft, and every reason to believe that they're probably going to try and bring it back again.
I would imagine so, yeah. Like you said, three of the heroes definitely looked normal. The bottom ones didn't, but they executed it so beautifully. I mean, Pure in particular, just insane Magnus performance. 10-1 and 12.
Look at that, yeah.
That top, I mean, the top jungle, he literally was taking 0 damage from a Rolling Thunder. He was just standing his ground, and yeah, they executed it perfectly. 2-0 and 23 on the Warlock as well. So Katomi adding that one to his arsenal, and XG probably being like, what the hell just happened to us?
Yeah. But no, great to see with a team bringing in these picks that, you know, in a patch and in meta that's, you know, we're seeing a lot of stuff rather reoccurring, right? You're having a team that's ready to just go out on a game 3 as well.
Very true.
In these groups, every series absolutely matters. Very important, the results to be able to continue forward in a favorable way to the playoffs. And it works. There's no question about it. Bet Boom 29-8. Not even close. Not even close. And with that, yeah.
I mean,
final words, Fogg?
I wanted to highlight Kiyotaka a little bit this game because I feel like he got a bit overshadowed because of like this Magnus thing. Kiyotaka, changed the build up a little bit because he wasn't playing versus Storm, and he was doing an insane amount of damage too.
Yeah,
he was playing it perfectly until those last 2 deaths.
Yeah, that game 2 did not knock his confidence on the Invoker one bit, brings it back and absolutely aces it here in game 3. And with that, Bet Boom, the series today, it's theirs. 2-1 against Extreme.
See, I don't know why my panel doubted what was coming out of Bet Boom for this game. They smashed it. This fight in particular is where it all started off. They set a tempo, and Extreme did not have a moment to catch their breath and catch up afterwards. Lacoste, this was basically minute 11, the start of Bet Boom dominance in this game.
This is why I like to see carriers getting involved early on. This was 12 minutes in. They invade the enemy jungle. As 5, they know that their team fight is much stronger. Look at how fast these heroes are dying. You have tag team on top of it. They have double Echo Saber. So that's basically 4 hits in 1 second. Then you have another round of hits. This is where Kiyotaka actually lives. They're going to drop everything on top of him. He pops his magic wand. They drop a solar. And at this point, the game is pretty much over.
Atomi was actually playing really well on the Warlock around the Centaur ulti. Like, you can tell that this guy got some practice in on Warlock, which my only question is, why? What is drawing you to this hero that you know
He won
this
with it.
matchup? He won, and it was a great performance. I can't wait to ask them what the hell they were thinking with this draft, but it clearly worked out. I feel like there was not a crazy amount of cohesion in that game in terms of like the draft. They just straight up played better. And it might actually have been what Fogg said. They just asked, like, what do you want to play? Let's just have fun with this. We're a team that plays better when we have fun. We're not the old BB team that
Didn't have fun ever.
didn't have fun ever. Like, let's just have fun. Let's like prove we're this new roster who's hip and likes to have a good time. And they did it. Beautiful stuff.
Pure was the one who was playing these like weird carries. He was playing carry Doom as well, something that others didn't really want to touch as much. And now he brought out Magnus, which is a hero that we don't see, not even that much from the offlane.
No, yeah.
So I think we are evolving in terms of meta, because we've seen carry Dawnbreaker, we saw carry Magnus as well, where you're dealing like most damage from the mid lane. There were some like really nice plays coming up from Kiyotaka, where Batrider blinks on top of him, he Manta dodges as well, then he uses Tornado, buys enough time, but there was also another Kiyotaka specialty, where he solo pushes a tier 3 tower, doesn't see that his team is nowhere near around him,
Right.
so has to tone down on some like random feeding, but he's looking really good.
He gets excited.
Yeah, for sure.
I respect that he gets excited. Because there's some of these fights that he goes in on the back lines, he's just solo killing people. And that's one thing that I keep forgetting about watching Invoker, and especially good Invokers play, is like, this is a right-click carry now. It just is. It's also just an invis hero now. It's like Bounty Hunter. You can be permanently invis. It gives you fountain regen, essentially. So you can always be on the back lines. You can have 2 spells invoked while you're invis. So you can run around constantly. You do a ton of right-click damage between Alacrity and the fact that he's a universal hero. And that kind of makes it so that you can pick these weird things for Pure, like Magnus. Because you have an Invoker on the mid lane who's also going to be carrying the game.
Yeah, I thought it was very strong from him. I'm obviously a little bit of a difference from the game we saw before that with his Invoker. And I believe we're not going to talk to an Invoker player. But Jenkins, you want to talk to the Mag player, Pure.
Hey, Pure. It's me interviewing you. Sorry about that. Hello? I can't hear you. You're muted. No.
Hello, Jenkins.
There we go. Okay. I'm just going to be straight up with you. What the hell was that draft game 3, man?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? You guys are laughing your asses off.
Casual heroes, signature draft, what can I say?
So was it... I can still hear your team laughing. So was it you guys just picked whatever you wanted to play individually, and you're just like, give me the mag?
No, I think we were like, let's just play our heroes that we feel. Like whatever we feel, we just gonna play it over there. Like we got a kind of casual draft over there, and then there was some Warlock discussion. And I mean, Warlock is just a fun hero overall. We play in, some Warlock Brawl custom game in the Dota 2 as well. So we were like, oh, it's a good Warlock game. Maybe we should try it.
Right. So what makes it a good Warlock game, if you don't mind me asking?
Because I think we got some, like it gives us crazy team fight. It's good against Shen, I feel like. Like the fights are gonna be, like in our favor.
Okay. Makes sense. I want to ask you about a couple of heroes. Dawnbreaker, is this a good flex hero and that's why you're picking it? Or if you're trying to win your pubs, are you actually going to play the Dawnbreaker carry as well?
I mean, I used to play Dawnbreaker carry, some Night Stalker carry when Night Stalker was good and his ulti refreshed his all abilities. But nowadays, like these semi-core heroes got kinda fixed, and Dawnbreaker is kinda back, because the spells are good, the hero concept is really good, and I think it's a really good flex if you can play it. So, I mean, you just keep doing it.
And what about DK? Number one, is DK back? And how does it make you feel that everybody is doing the pure DK build? Like, nobody does anything other than the one that you invented.
I mean, it's a casual casual Dota evolution. You know, if one player plays good, everyone's gonna copy him. I mean, I don't feel anything. It's alright, just.
Right, typical carry player feels nothing, makes sense. Okay, one final question, then I'll throw it over to Kezu, who has smart guy questions for you. At BB Dota, there was a 1v1 tournament, and you were challenged by Nightfall to the 1v1, and he had some words about you declining the challenge that I can't repeat on camera. Why did you decline the 1v1 challenge? Were you afraid of him?
Bro, hell nah. I mean, I was just like I just discussed it with the team. There was some. It was not a challenge. It was just like, do you want to play 1v1 on SFs? And like, how should I say it? Like that, our mid laner's not gonna play, and we're gonna play 1v1. And we discussed it with the team. Team decided that like, Kiyotaka hasn't played for almost a year in competitive Dota. He wants to, you know, smash some asses. So we let him go.
Makes sense. Yeah, we all like smashing asses. Kezu, take it away.
Hey Pure, I have a question because I think that you're one of the best carry players, but I personally don't like seeing you as much on heroes like Gyro and Medusa. I think you're a clutch type of player who owns every time when you play DK, Morph, or even Magnus in this game. Can you tell me a little bit how you feel about that?
I mean, for sure it's not my type of heroes. Like, I'm honestly a Medusa hater, but Medusa is quite overbuffed nowadays, so I mean, you kinda have to play it. Of course, I mean, I like to play more like with some heroes with stuns, the heroes that can connect early on, the heroes that got some burst damage. That's kind of my playstyle, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to play it. I don't think that I'm playing like bad on these heroes, but of course it's like, maybe they are not on the same level as my DK, for example.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then yesterday, the second game against Tundra, I personally thought that game was going to be incredibly hard for you guys. Like, you played Dusa, you guys picked 23 Pango, they get the 24 Monkey King. So overall, what did you think about the Tundra games yesterday? And would you agree that the second game is like an outdraft? Or did you just get outplayed?
I mean, I think we got kind of outdrafted in the second game, but first game, I think we got a better draft, and we should have won those games. Like, I don't know, we just played bad, we just played map poorly, we just made some bad decisions, they outplayed us in the mid game, and the game was kinda even, and then we were even winning, but I mean, it's just morning games and not our day, what can I say?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And the last question for me, I don't see any lone druids, not in mid, not in carry. I know it's not a hero that people love, but I feel like in this meta it could be played. You have been a lone druid specialist not long ago. How do you feel about the hero?
I mean, I think hero is still strong, but you need to know how to use it properly. I think you can play with the first face it as well. I think you can play with the old one that I've been playing on ATI, where you just buy some Gleipnir, play Disperser. I think the hero still can work, but I mean, probably hero is not in meta because there is always some Shadow Fiends, Lunas, you know, like some Medusas that are quite good against this hero. Maybe Medusa is not, but I mean, other carries are kinda just better.
Okay, that makes sense. And I see that you've played 4 games of Juggernaut. We've seen Ame Juggernaut not really work out. Do you think the hero's good?
We'll see.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Thank you, Pure.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Pure. Thanks for the interview.
Bye, guys. Keep cheering for us. See ya.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was a good one. We'll see if he gets the Juggernaut out. I mean, with a spell like that, I do think maybe we will see the Juggernaut come out from him. I do also think, I mean, from behind him, there's a lot of good vibes, Lacoste, coming through the
they're
microphone.
laughing. Kiyotaka is showing his muscles after being carried by Pure one more time. This guy is insane. Like, I've been praising him. I've been saying that he's the best carry in the last couple of months. He was always good, but ever since Riyadh Masters, for me, he's the best carry in the world because of his hero pool, the way he plays. Like, he talked about him himself, that he loves to get involved early on. Some of the heroes that he feels are strong right now are some of his best heroes that do have stuns, heroes that can actually play the game instead of just AFK farming. And he's also the guy that invents, like, some of these new builds. So we're definitely going to see other people start to copy what he's doing.
Yeah, or maybe have a little bit more variety, not just coming from him, but from other carry players as well. We'll see. Maybe the next game is one of those games, because we are moving forward from this series to the next. We're going to head over to Team Spirit, taking on Tundra.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with body big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with body big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we have the wonderful Puck Jam Pandas here creating our daily musical soundtrack. And looking forward to the one on the draft for the next series. But first, let's talk about our next series and the changes that happened on the desk, because we got rid of the cost. And we got Bert. Hey, Bert, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Do you like my elbow covers?
It's a nice elbow patch.
Thank you.
Is it if you fall over?
Yeah, why are they there? Oh, you can leave like this the whole time.
That's the part of sweaters that usually wear out first, and it's silly to throw a sweater away just because it has one little hole in it. That's just why I never throw away my socks.
That's where you get holes first?
Yeah, because you're doing stuff like this, and you when you do this on tables.
Can I ask you a genuine question live on air?
Yeah.
How much did it pain you to give me those suspenders that cost you $20?
No, it wasn't that bad because I knew you'd really like them.
I do really like them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
I buy you gifts all the time. I buy you socks like every 6 months.
I appreciate that.
He also brings like lollipops and nice pretzels.
I find enjoyment in giving people things that I like. To
I appreciate
share that
it more
with other people.
knowing that you're really good with money, though. Like because for me, I give people gifts, but I just don't.
And by good with money, you mean abnormally? I'm Mr. Burns, basically.
You're Mr. Burns. Yeah, I didn't want to put that out there.
Yeah, it's true. I'm very stingy.
He's stingy.
But you still appreciate giving
gifts.
suspenders.
Yeah. You know, this sweater was free. My brother-in-law gave it to me.
Wow.
Double win.
I love value.
And because he knew.
He's a spreadsheet guy. What can you do?
And his brother-in-law also knew that Kevin makes holes in his elbows.
He knows that I do this on tables all the time.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Complain about it.
He's good.
Yeah.
All the time.
Very good. And now we got Kezu still, but no longer tech analyst.
Thank God.
And that means we all listen to Purge now when it comes to hearing smart stuff about our upcoming series.
Show the man.
Do something smart.
Show the man. Show him.
Spirit
something
versus
smart.
Tundra.
Yes, I was smart enough to be working the late shift last night and went to bed at about 3 a.m. But we saw some very good games.
Can we stop?
Yeah, please stop. You're distracting me. What I want to talk about is how disgustingly good Satanic played last night. He had a ridiculous series. A lot of what we talked about in the pre-match settings was that Spirit looked a little bit rocky at the start of the tournament, but they've been getting better with every game. Their confidence level seems to be going up. And I want to take a look at the KDAs that Satanic had in his games last night. His first game he lost at 3, 6, and 16, and then he didn't die in 2 different games.
Holy shit.
That is
was
actually mad.
Crazy. Now, one thing to keep in mind is look at his overall KDA, by the way. That's for all of his games this tournament. 9, 3.59. Excellent carry KDA. So what was wild, and I think about him and something that his opponents need to keep in mind when they're picking against him, is in both his second and third game, his opponents didn't necessarily pick a carry counter or a matchup counter. They were like, okay, we're comfortable playing Dusa versus Gyrocopter, basically. And we're comfortable not necessarily having the best lockdown stuns against the Morphling. They were more concerned about other things. And what we found was that means that he's just never going to die. So you need to make sure that you have some hero solutions and counters against his carries, in my opinion, because it was some problems. So here's some clips of him, just not dying. There's not going to be 0 deaths, and okay, except for that one.
This is game 1, so he
playing Luna, he can die. But in other examples, he got to play Morphling against the Dragonite carry. That was pretty effective. They just didn't really have good lockdown. They did pick a Techies this game, which is cool. They picked it against the Elder Titan because with the second skill, if you punch him, it dispels him. So they picked that as a lane solution. Didn't quite cascade into a W. It was a very close series, though. Very fun to watch. I've lost track of the Morphling. He's here somewhere. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
That's the problem, is that Liquid is also losing track of the Morphling.
Yeah.
That's how the good Morphlings feel.
This fight was crazy, actually. There's some ancient shenanigans, but basically, here's Mickey. There was an offlane anti-mage. Here he's getting gone on by the AM, which basically made his fight to the death against Satanic not look so good. This is the one time Satanic almost died that game. Didn't. Ends up being a 5k gold advantage for Team Spirit that basically just kind of catapults for the rest of the game. You can't see the net worth here, but the Satanic is a firm item ahead of his opponent for the rest of the game. It's like if you take this even carry against Satanic, and he happens to win that fight, it's like, okay, well, now the game's over because he's got an item over you, and it doesn't matter that the matchup is even because it's not going to be even anymore. So he's the player to watch, I feel like, on Spirit.
I agree. And you know what feels really nice for all the Team Spirit fans out there? Which, Shiver, you can confirm. I said this is my favorite team right now.
I have already I've
really?
written that down because I was going to call you out on it in case you were going to flip-flop.
No, I'm not going to flip-flop. I really like Team Spirit. I saw the way they interacted with each other at BB Dacha, and it was extremely wholesome. It was extremely healthy, and I really like their players. And what's good for Team Spirit fans is that game 1, I'm just going to say it honestly, Satanic kind of choked. He really screwed up on the Luna when he wasted BKB, bought back, TP'd in, and then died twice. Like, it was bad, and it was like, oh man, is this kid, 17-year-old kid, gonna recover from this mentally? Like, playing against a team, a TI winning team, and you're going into game 2. And he didn't die in the next 2 games. Like, he genuinely is playing these games just like they're a pub, which means that you have 2 extremes. You have either he's gonna destroy you, or he's gonna destroy himself. But mostly because he's very high rank and very high skill, he's gonna destroy you. So that was a really nice thing to see from him, is that he truly is that fearless weapon that Laurel was talking about. He just needs to be reined in a little bit, that's all.
He does. A lot of personal skill coming out for Team Spirit side. I will say, though, Kazu, the team that they're up against, Tundra, is like the strategical mastermind team. I feel like that's 2 very different styles clashing.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I think now, especially when you look at these clips and the games that they have played, everyone now knows that they're going to play 4+1. Satanic is like the new kid on the block. He's insane. He's super good. But like you're saying, Tundra are very good strategically. And in my opinion, they also have like the best offlane dual lane. Like, if you want to shut down or carry, I'm going to put 3-3 in this lane with any 4. But in this case, of course, the Saksa, they do very well together. So it's also like a different test to see if Satanic can do well later in the game without like the best early game. Because generally, yeah, it's easy if you have a good lane, people protect you, they play around you. But against Tundra, I feel like everyone just gets put into like a really big test.
Yeah, and speaking of having good lanes, we would like to show you the US Air Force Wisdom Rune that has a showing of the tower ratio. It's basically the difference between when you kill a tower versus when you lose a tower, Jenkins. And we see Tundra very high up, whereas Team Spirit is very low on this ranking.
Right, this is a correlation, causation type thing here, where I think that if you look at the order of the teams, you will notice that it's the teams that are very good at laning, very good at winning the early game, taking early game advantages. Falcons, of course, they dominated the group stage, so their ratio is naturally going to be better. The one team that stands out to me that is a little interesting is Waska, just because I feel like the way they win games is based on fights. But fights are also happening really early. But I don't think in the current Dota meta, taking towers matters that much, because there's these side lane outposts. There's portals, so you can get to the other sides of the map. It's very rare to see teams like committing a lot to defending towers, like we saw maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. So that to me is just a reflection of who's good at the early game.
Yeah, and if you do lose your tower, there's places on the map that you can now farm that get you away from that now dangerous area by not having the tower.
You're fine with that area becoming dangerous, because there's so much area on the map to farm that there's always going to be space for you.
Yep.
But I guess it also goes to show Malik he doesn't really play zoo heroes from what I see. Because the way you would take early towers is either A, you do really well on your lanes, so you like body them, you give yourself like a gate rotation, you kick them out, or B, you play some beast visage, maybe you have a brood mother, whatever you have, and like take down the tower. Malik
they watch you take the tower pretty much.
Whereas like Malik, I guess, so he played anti-mage, Dawnbreaker, Primal Beast, so he's more like the brawler. He's gonna run around the map and kill heroes and like take over areas. He's not gonna be the guy that really kills the towers for you.
Yeah, and both playstyles definitely viable right now.
Yeah, and we're in draft. I do think it's very important to know that during this draft, I think it may be a little bit extra focus on one side securing Satanic's lane for Team Spirit, on the other side for Tundra securing 33's lane, which is both, of course, the same lane. It does lead to some fun scenarios, like just basically Team Spirit maybe gonna ban out every single hero that 33 plays.
Well, Tundra has second pick again, and Alchemist is in the pool, and I just always ask this question: are they gonna Alch into
Doom?
Into Doom.
Fan.
Or Doom
pick.
into Alch. I mean, that also works. Well, then again, actually, I think this works better because a lot of the heroes that, I'll just say it, Morphling. Like, when you're playing against Satanic, you really need to be concerned about this Morphling. And I think Doom blocks that out, and he's the only guy that seems to be able to make this hero work right now. So I think Doom works better against Satanic's hero pool, pretty much. At least the weird heroes that Tundra doesn't want to deal with. And then if they get the Alk, then they get it. I would assume Spirit's probably going to ban it here.
Yeah. No, I'm fully with you. Also, if I look at his Dota Pro tracker, so we all know he plays Morph. He's played Alchemist. He's played DK. And overall, 4+1 strats, they suck against Dooms and Bad Riders, because if you pool all your net worth on one dude and they get Lasso, Bursted, or Doomed, it's just really hard to use it.
You have a delete hero button.
Yeah.
And it only works on one guy, but against Spirit...
Could be all you need.
It could be all you need.
In the last series of yesterday, the Team Liquid Team Spirit one, it was actually first pick Tusk of every single game. Team Liquid did it, Team Spirit did it. It just felt like the safe thing to do. So maybe this is just like an advancement of Team Spirit's meta understanding here.
I mean, I like it considering they play the 4+1 strat.
Yep.
Tusk is a great save hero for that one. He's a great buff hero for that one. Good laner for the ranged cores, which are usually going to be the one in the 4+1 strat, so it really just makes sense. It's not committing to anything.
Yeah, and you're super comfortable flexing it, to be honest, so it's just a safe opening.
Yeah, like it's one of Rue's best heroes as well. And even like 3-3's hero pool, like when I go back to like TIs or last year's tournaments, he generally doesn't play the heroes that just like own a Tusk. Like it's actually the other way around. Like a lot of offlaners hate playing into this hero, especially if there's tag team, like all these, your Enigmas, Visages, Beastmasters, like even Doom. This hero can suffer into a tag team with an aggressive lane.
Really thinking about this ban. They've cut into almost a minute of their reserve time.
Basically, the discussion must be, do we ban out Alchemist here? Because if they do not, then Tundra can still pick it up in the next, right? Sure.
Yeah, they will pick it out of phase.
Yeah, they will.
So other than the Alchemist, what's the hero that they're they ban out Muerte, so they're letting through the Alchemist. We'll see if Tundra takes it. At this point, you'd also have to almost think like, is it a bait?
Well, I guess there's also the way where Tundra don't actually have to pick it out of phase, but they could pick it later, because why would Spirit pick Alk into Doom?
They wouldn't. Yeah, that's true.
So you could just take your support out of phase as well, but yeah, I am surprised that they are leaving it in altogether.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think actually picking it out of phase would be kind of stupid. Unless they really don't want to reveal the other heroes that are coming in their draft. Which I doubt. You can just get like a Willow or a Hoodwink, something like that, and that already doesn't reveal much. Those heroes just do fine against anything.
Like you can have some Clock or some range 4.
Yeah, I think Clock is definitely good.
Let's see.
Sending out the Medusa.
Traditional best hero against Doom. So you don't worry about the anti-healing, because you can still give her mana to give her some burst if she needs it.
Which is very interesting, because yesterday when I asked, it was Nightfall we interviewed, where I was like, Medusa is one of the best heroes against like Doom and Alk, but they let the enemy team have Medusa, so I asked him in an interview, and he's like, oh, but Alk can like really up-tempo into the hero, like into Medusa, so they don't care anyway. Maybe this time they play against Satanic, or maybe because other carries are banned, they still care about it.
Oh, man.
I would say that Dusa against Shadow Demon is pretty good too, other than the Disruption. Like, you don't care as much about Disseminate or Demonic Purge.
I love these two picks against Spirit. Once again, we go back to this. It's all about Satanic. The way that you save people from Doom, think of it. Items, Force Staffs, Glimmers, right? You buff the unit. You get them away from the Doom. SD ult plus Doom, that target will die guaranteed. That is a insta-kill button. So this is going to be something. Okay, that's
Maybe
a great
he can
response.
run away from
They found like one of the very few like counterplays to it.
Yeah, that is a fantastic response.
No, this is they needed this pick. This is like some game-winning draft pick already.
Yeah, I agree.
I do really like that it's all about Tundra trying to shut out Satanic.
Are
And
thinking
Spirit's
about
like,
Satanic.
must protect Satanic.
Yes, this is a very strange match that we have going on here, but I'm glad we get to watch it.
I will say these two teams did play in the group stage as well. They came out of the same group. They actually also ranked the same. No, that's not true. Spirit was fourth, rather. And Tundra was third, second. And they tied. So they have played before. Surprisingly, both teams were at BB Dasha, but they never played, considering Tundra had the full upper bracket run and Spirit landed fourth.
I feel like Tundra now needs some kind of like a wall, like a kinetic field or a fissure to now counter the Stampede. Ice Shards is obviously also fantastic in most cases, or just an abundance of stuns if they can get it. that would now counter the Centaur problem against this possible carry.
I agree.
Or they could just continue to ban the best carries in the meta here.
Okay, so they do go for the Alk, most likely because they just want to think about the next pick and they were running out of time. They were going to reserve time. But I totally agree with everything Purge said. Maybe like a mid puck would be the answer for this.
I mean, you would like to keep this pick for last, unless you feel like there are only like one or two that really help you lock those people in place with the Stampede. Because at least the easiest for your draft here would be to pick your secondary support. I don't know if SD is going to be 4 or 5. He loves either lane, really.
Yeah, you're right. They have last pick. They could very easily get some. Then again, yeah, you're right. If they think that there's only 3 of these heroes left,
then you kind of have to do it.
You have to pick it here.
Yeah.
So I think Storm is okay. I think Puck is okay, and I think Ember is okay. And honestly, so is Earth Spirit. Maybe not as
the
good.
first 3 were maybe better, like the
first 3
Ember,
are
Storm,
better.
Pucks.
Puck looks really good though. There's not great disable for a Puck here on the Spirit lineup. But then again, Spirit has the counter pick in terms of the mid if they do pick the Puck here, and there are pretty good counters to Puck.
I could just see, I mean, Clock, there's nothing wrong. And most picks that you're going to take here on Tundra, I think, will feel pretty good.
I think Clock is probably it, yeah.
Like, it's kind of hard to pinpoint because you already have people jumping in, you have, like, some damage. Like, you can just look at maybe hero-to-hero counters or setting yourselves up in the lane. Like, I would be pretty happy with most picks.
Look at the Chen.
Okay.
Interesting. I was thinking about the summons heroes, but I just figured they're not the greatest against Centaur. He's a tanky boy, and also running away from the creeps, there's really not much you can do about that.
I mean, I guess the idea is that Centaur doesn't pressure too much, but he's like a low damage hero in the game, or like post-laning stage. I guess it helps like your Alk and Doom to continue running in.
Yeah, Chen is an Aura boy, and they do need one of those. 33 likes to go for his greedy build on the Doom.
Yeah, I just assumed they were going to pick Luna, honestly. Just it's one of the safest carries. If you can pick it at this phase, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Getting doomed isn't always great, obviously, but you still have a lot of damage potential. You've got Manta to play around, you've got BKB, so it's nice to cover him with Tusk as well, so looks fine. Nice poke, too.
Because also what I love seeing about them, I feel like Satanic must be very... Like, he's very vocal about what his timings are. Like, when I see him play Luna and they're like... in a game where they can't really fight so much and he's like level 16, 17, they're gonna give him wisdom runes, they're gonna let him farm stacks and like get level 20 talent with Kanda, and like then they go fight again. So I feel like they're actually very clear on how they want to play these type of heroes. So yeah, I think Luna was probably one of the best picks for them available.
I think for Laurel and Lornoff right now, they're probably both looking at pretty much the same heroes. It's like, if Laurel is gonna play Storm, okay, they ban it, he would play Ember on Lornoff. There's potentially like an Earth Spirit that could come out. I could see if Earth Spirit comes out for Laurel, then Lornoff could be some hero that counters Earth Spirit. Does he? Well, Huskar. Huskar would be kind of insane. I imagine there probably will be a Huskar ban coming out here from Spirit, depending on what they want to pick. Because pretty much all the heroes that are still left in the mid lane are countered by Huskar, and Lornoff has played it.
I wonder what Larl is like ultimately eyeing here, because there's a lot of melee heroes that if you want them, there's a couple of not the greatest matchups. Like there's a potential, like you already mentioned the Huskar, and maybe there's also like some Monkey King route.
I feel like
Earth Spirit too.
Yeah.
If you ban Huskar and pick Puck, they Monkey. If you ban Monkey and pick Puck, they Huskar. So, but you also don't want to give Puck to Tundra. This is a fairly difficult last pick for Spirit here.
I feel like the Viper is kind of indicative that they're planning to pick some like melee hero that gets dumpstered by Viper, because it just doesn't. There's like breaking Luna is obviously good, but it's not exactly like the biggest thing ever. So I feel like they're
some hero Viper counters.
Yeah.
Which is why I was also leaning towards the Huskar ban, because it's similar concept.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna have to play into one of them, but what do they feel like is the safest? I mean,
I like Ember for Tundra personally. It would be like the route, the low cost route basically is a really easy way to keep them in place if they're stampeded.
Well, good call on the Huskar, and I think so with the Viper Huskar bans, it is most likely a range hero, a melee hero, or Puck. Or Spirit.
A range hero, a melee hero.
No, English is hard, guys.
If they pick Puck, Monkey King is coming out. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have to take the Puck because otherwise Tundra gets it, and it's an excellent Puck game. I do think it means that Tundra now lacks a great solution for the Centaur ulti.
I know, Satanic. That's a gigantic monkey.
It's bigger than his face.
He's not that little. I met him in person. He's actually a tall kid.
Is that like a ball?
A little kid.
Big.
It looks like a
I
cereal
thought
bowl.
it was an optical illusion at first, but it was not. It's
He likes his tea. That's healthy. Good for him.
Good for him.
like a couple cups right there. They do have pretty weak lockdown for Puck is one big problem with Thunder right now. Like, killing that guy is going to be hard. If Laurel has a good game, they're going to be really struggling to secure kills on him. So I think they need a little bit of that solution right now. Some kind of disable, some kind of Orchid buyer would go
I agree.
ways.
I feel like you just Monkey King him just to say, just a big FU for last picking Puck, you know? But I do agree. It means that you lack disable.
All right, that looks fine. It's another way to set tempo. Makes it easy to take a fight if you catch the right guy outside of Stampede. Stampede is still really crucial here. Maybe even like you Doom Centaur, SD ult the Luna, she dies. I feel like that's like the team fight setup here.
So I know that we kind of were expecting that monkey to come out, and that Spirit had to pick the Puck basically because otherwise they give it away. Does it mean that Laurel now straight up loses the lane?
He should be losing the lane.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
What's the catch-up potential for him? Like how screwed is Spirit because of this?
I mean, his subs can potentially rotate mid. You can play on runes, try to offset the matchup like that. I will say that both teams probably got what they want, but then the matchup where you put both drafts against each other, I think Tundra got the better of both ends for sure. They have good lanes, they have all the heroes they want. Like their 3-man ball, like against the Puck later, you have Chen to heal, you have a good matchup. I'm a little afraid for Spirit in this game.
I mean, yeah, there's some dangerous things for sure, but I mean, if Satanic can get off to a good start and they can make team fights hard to start, then it would be good for them. But it does look good. On the other side, they've got a Doom that can initiate. They have Nightfall that can initiate. They have a Monkey who's gonna be scouting things, so are you gonna be able to see him on trees? Laurel's gonna have a bad lane. Like, there's a lot that could go wrong, but who knows? Maybe it just goes better. Laurel leaves the lane, does some ganks. They get some kills in places they don't expect it. Like, the game can be blown up for
Maybe
sure.
they just outplay him, Jenkins.
I mean, Spirit can always outplay. This Spirit still has the same heart and soul of the old one. I think they did a good job drafting players that have that in them. However, I feel like Moon and 33, this is a dangerous duo when it comes to drafting. I've rarely seen Tundra lose drafts.
They're cooking pretty hard.
Like, they're cooking so hard, and I feel like they outcooked Spirit here, and I don't see anything from Spirit to rectify that other than just play better.
They've got really good ganks, at least. On the Spirit side, like stun into stun into stun into stun.
They have to do cool stuff.
Yep.
They have to coil multiple units. They have to pick off people that shouldn't be picked off because they're just out playing. It has to be something like that.
Yep.
Well, that sounds pretty exciting if Spirit can do that. And that's a big if. We're gonna find out if Tundra can take this first game or if Team Spirit will. It's a best of 3. Let's head over to Odie Pixel and Fog for game 1 via the PUBG Pandas.
Go up against Tundra in this best of 3. I'm Odie Pixel who Fog. What do you make up of these lineups that we've got coming out for both teams? We had the final picks, right? Seemed to be what the panel was expecting, and I think what most people were. We get the Puck coming out from Spirit, and then Tundra. A little bit of hesitation, but I think we always knew it. They were going to go with the Monkey King.
They're probably just the internal debate between the Monkey King and the Ember, I think maybe was what was coming out, because you could see the potential there as Lonoff has liked to play it a lot. The cheap route would be quite nice versus the Stampede and is good versus the Puck in general. But I do feel like both teams kind of got what they wanted. It's just going to be who can execute it a little bit better. Maybe Tundra having a bit of an edge in particular with this type of draft based off of the lanes, but we'll have to see how execution ends up coming down, because Miposhka, I've seen him have some pretty great games on this Hoodwink. Maybe one did get thrown away a little bit because they had this Terrorblade, if you remember the kind of comeback that ended up happening from it. But he's had some good games on it. And let's see how Satanic's going to be able to do on this Luna, since he is playing versus some counters, in particular the Shadow Demon. was a little shocked that they just went straight for it there. I thought that he was going to play one of the more elusive carries because they were pretty limited on the lockdown, and we have seen them do it before, but wants to, I guess, have a bit of a better laning start, is what that would tell me. But yeah, let's see. Interesting, though, everyone taking normal facets. I was checking around to see if anyone did anything different. The only one that is different is actually Isaksa. He takes the Shadow Servant this time around.
Let's see how well Laurenov's able to do it in the mid against the puck.
Yep. And let's see how bottom goes. I think they did pick this Luna to have a bit of a stronger lane, but I feel like this is such a good Shadow Demon lane. I feel like Sox is going to be able to control this lane. Every time he uses Disruption, he can just secure Doom's last hits very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, overall, what do you imagine sort of the plan is when it comes to timings for Spirit pushing with their Luna, as opposed to like the ramp up Nightfall on the Alchemist?
He's hunting stop. He should just die here.
Get the stomp into the tag team right clicks. That's going to be Nightfall going down. First blood for Malik.
Oh, what were you saying? Sorry.
In terms of kind of the timings of an Alk lineup versus a Luna lineup when it comes to the points of a game where they're normally at their strongest, or where they hit sort of the peak.
I would imagine that Tundra is definitely looking to play a bit faster, even though they do have a bit of that greed between the Doom and the Alk. The fact that they have this Monkey King is them looking to be able to get an advantage based off of these lanes. And this Chen Alchemist, we just saw it the last game too. It got kind of crushed, but the concept about it is just kind of winning your lanes and then snowballing off of that one. Spirit, I would say, can be a bit slower, but their draft does scale very hard with this Luna, if they can get to the timings in particular. So yeah, we'll see how the lanes go and if the timings do get, because right now the lanes are looking pretty good for the side of Spirit.
Yeah, that top lane.
That top lane in
particular.
particular.
There's only one CS, 2 CS now for Nightfall. It's a slow start for the Out.
They did do it very nice. The initial stun, he walked in and they both just kind of were like, peace. They both just played on the tree line, so Nightfall did end up stunning himself. That shouldn't really happen up there, right?
I'll say, yeah, very
There's the
slow
double
first
melee.
couple of waves.
Yeah, versus double melee when you have a Chen behind you too. Nightfall with a pretty big slip up there to be able to give Malik that first blood. Malik could just free farm now.
You're kind of hard to harass him out of the lane.
You can burn his mana.
The beginning's gone.
But he can just stand there with the extra armor that he's going to be able to get from that first blood and extra stats. Yeah, that top lane. It's going to be pretty nice for the side of Spirit in particular. And bottom so far, Satanic. He's doing very good there. Even though Sox is being annoying with his constant disruptions, 33 so far hasn't been able to get aggressive onto the Luna because it is a double ranged lane. So every time 33 does step up, he takes a ton of damage.
Yeah, that mid really where Tundra is managing to shine in this laning stage. Of course, the response there with the Monkey King pick playing out perfectly against the puck. 20-7 against the 13-0.
Yeah, Laurenov is going to be the one to watch for the pace dictation from the side of Tundra.
So you're going to end up having to do quite a bit really to save some of these lanes. I mean, yeah, top. We already see it. It's going to be one of those games where Nightfall is going to have to fall back and hope to recover, because finding the farm from the lane is continuing to prove to be rather difficult for the Out.
Malik is playing, getting this kill with Malik is just so nice. Right? Bracer, Chainmail. And he's actually bringing Mangoes up there to be able to potentially have the mana to be able to go for the aggressive plays if Whitemond's not careful. And this is going to be a big Centaur with the way that it started out for him. Just that we're going to see how Laurenov looks to make the moves around to be able to shut down these lanes harder, because he is going to crush mid. So we'll see how what Laurel does to be able to stand this. I already saw he was kind of cutting the creep wave in the mid lane, but it's bound to be a difficult time for him. Bottom, they keep trying to get aggressive onto Satanic, but the double range poke, it is really adding up onto 33.
Yeah.
He's still farming well, but he's not pressuring the Luna. So Soxa is at least able to secure that farm, but Satanic is also just getting that free farm. Level 3s have been hit, so Soxa does have level 2 poison now.
Far enough.
Nice dodge.
Continuing to do very, very well in this matchup.
Plays the lane in a normal position there, you know, in the river. And Nightfall still 15 CS to the 31.
Double the CS in 5 minutes. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I think, you know, no matter how, even if they did anticipate this lane was going to be tough, I don't think they sort of saw it going this different between Nightfall and Malik's outcome of this lane.
I'm on. There's a snowball. Nightfall's gonna stun himself again.
Get in under the tower. They'll got another double edge. They'll get the kill. Rue might dive for
Look at
this
Trade.
one.
Doesn't get the last hit though on Nightfall. Wasn't able to get that set up. Satanic. 4 poison stacks. We'll have to back away. I think the 5th one. He tanked the 5th one.
Okay, well that's goodbye Satanic. Yeah, yes, you can never
You can't
underestimate
take
that
the 5th
number
one.
5. You're probably not going to live for it
No, I mean,
when it
Poshka,
appears over your head.
he'll be able
Radiant's
to walk
bottom
away.
tower
Yeah,
is
Sox.
under
He found the
attack.
angle there.
See if Rue's able to punish him. Saxa.
Yeah, it goes from like, what, 288, I believe, to like 590 damage or something at level 2.
Denied to the neutrals.
He
He's gonna
does.
do it. Saxa. I mean, he gets the kill, he gets the courier, and he gets the deny. Job done.
And he's been securing 33's lane, and yeah, Satanic,
Oh,
he
there
can't
we
believe
go.
it.
I mean, as you say, when you sometimes it does catch you by surprise sometimes, even though we all know, you know, as I said, when those 5 stacks are there, it's a lot of damage. But when it hits you, that's when you really remember that it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it is 596 damage, if I wasn't mistaken. That level 3 poison. Or level 2 poison, sorry. And Alex Farm, it's starting to get better. Yes, it doesn't reflect so much on the CS, but in terms of net worth, that's where Alchemist always just has that much better. It's 28, which is similar to the Luna, but he's actually got a 1,400 gold separation between him and that Luna, so... Those lanes, definitely starting to see the effect of them already, how Tundra likes to set them up a 3k lead just off of those small moves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Making the rotation here on the Monkey King, but doesn't quite see a chance to get in onto top, as Malik's already pulled back.
They bring 3 heroes. Definitely don't want to make the move there on Lorinov. Not after the momentum he's been able to get in the mid lane. Don't want to just feed or kill and lose all of it that you've been able to get. There's a hot start here for the side of Tundra.
It is.
As we said, this is they want to play for these lanes. They want to dominate them and get that ball rolling. It's a lot slower.
That one lane, the top lane, it's completely fallen away with that difference, that lead that Malik had.
And Nightfall now
has couple of minutes.
Nightfall now has stacks.
Yeah.
So he's going to massively accelerate. While for the Luna, it's not really the easiest lane in particular for Satanic to just walk up now. Doom is almost 6. So Satanic has to just kind of play jungle. And when he's behind, he doesn't farm at the same rate as an Alchemist just going to the jungle at this point. Soxa now also just making moves since 33's got a free lane.
Oh, Rue. It's on a little bit of a walk through the enemy jungle. He's got the shards to block Lorinov off, but Lorinov is going to be ready to jump in.
See if anything to snowball to.
Snowball is at the ready. Take it back over towards the mid. Lorinov's trying to chase him down. See if they can dive this. Lorinov certainly wants to, but
good bushwhack.
Able to finish off Rue. Now potential turnaround. The Dream Coil's down onto both of them. Malik's in with a stampede. He closes in Who Stomp down onto Lorinov. They'll be able to punish this, as Tundra tried to push on a little too hard for that kill under the tier 1.
Over aggressive under the tower there. You can see they were kind of hesitant of it too. Like Soxa's like, do we really want to go? Lorinov pushes too far. But Poshka, patience from the bushwhack, immediately pings and calls for the TPs.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Quite a
under
painful
attack.
move to make there,
Dire's
considering they
middle
did have the
tower
lead.
is
They had a
under
solid
attack.
hold, but...
And look at Puck's net worth now compared to the Monkey King. Back to even, at least with him. Nightfall. Bit of an interesting kind of move down here. He just takes away the area away from the Luna.
I like it. I mean, this is a very financially beneficial area, right?
Yeah.
These sort of small camps around the twin gates, both sides. You can clean up yours and clean up theirs. That's a good bit of cash increase here for the out.
It is pretty crazy how much those camps are worth for an Alchemist. The fact that there are so many more small and medium camps for him to spawn either mud golems or satyrs. Poshka?
They should find him.
They should have.
Lorinov joins the fight.
And Tundra's going to play very aggressive this game. It's just going to be the call of how does Spirit look to react to those overextensions that come out. Do they have Stampede or Coil to punish in most situations as top?
They're going to be able to kill him. He's in the acid spray.
Radiant's bottom tower
One
is
more
under attack.
swipe from Nightfall. Concoction. Couple of punches.
Dire's top tower
Slowly
is
but
under
surely.
attack.
They get the job done.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, Nightfall's having a brilliant time. It's kind of crazy just
After
what
he
you
dies,
can do
right.
on this Alchemist. When you've had a lane, when the offlaner was doubling your CS, I think, 5 minutes in, and then bam, Alchemist happens, Nightfall pushing it to the maximum as well with these really nice movements and just showing how quickly you can accelerate on the Alch when you're given that kind of 5 to 10 minute period.
And if you're giving, you know, Whitemon, who I didn't see how much he was stacking, but I'm sure they're watching it backstage up with the panel. These guys are very good at getting these multiple stacks. I know they highlighted it.
We could get the stack count, actually.
Yeah, I know we highlighted 33 in particular, the way that he was using the micro with the Visage. I believe that I saw Whitemon doing at least double stacks with his creeps, if not more than that, as they will be able to find Mapushka as well.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and he's got 4 at the moment. And I'm already seeing the Shadow Demon start stacking the triangle, as we do tend to see. A 5K lead, things accelerating quickly here in terms of net worth.
That really quickly.
Even Chen. Even Whitemon, Vlad's, it's going to be getting online pretty soon. The auras are going to come out across the board. You see 33, he's shown which build he wants to go for this game. FaZe Drum, he's got the pipe queued up. It is going to block a lot of that early damage that is there from Spirit.
What's the plan for Spirit? You look at the smoke up around the puck, try and make a play with the Dream Coil top. 33's going to drop down the Doom, but the Stampede was already there.
Should be able to outrange.
Let's see how much 33 feels he can chase this under the tier 1. I mean,
Lornoff
Lornoff's ready to help out as well. And there's a puck in the neighborhood. Lal jumps over, has the threat at the Dream Coil, and Tundra, they'll back away, not wanting to get caught by this.
For Spirit, I would say it's punish overextensions as 4 for the most part.
Like, now you got to go right.
Yeah, you can fight when they don't use some spells.
There's no Doom.
But look at them go. I mean, they're going in pretty deep. They're not even afraid.
Tundra's just running into the bushwhack. We'll catch on to 2 of them. They've got the Dream Coil. They're going with the snow, but they're trying to burst through Nightfall. If they could quite finish him, as the snowball's there, he's healing up with the Chemical Rage, and he's
They're
able to
taking
run.
through it all.
Nightfall survives. They can't quite kill him.
Oh, Spirit can't even punish the dives.
I mean,
another catch.
This is rough. He's tried to take this fight. It looked like an appealing opportunity where they get the bushwhack onto the both of them. But I believe when the save comes in from Saxa, the heals come out, and suddenly you're not getting the chance to finish off this Alchemist.
Even all these little things, too.
And the stack.
Yeah. They get to walk in with the stack.
Ooh,
I mean, the little things
painful.
too. Like they throw down the Verdurous Dale, whatever the hell it's called, the green on the ground, on top of with the sand. The little things add up with the healing. The damage for Spirit is pretty limited.
They're going to have to step up on this, or they missed the Boundless Strike. So Ryu's going to be fine.
But they took everything.
They did.
Literally everything. They would take the fight, they take the tower, and they take the entire stack.
Dire's middle tower is under
That's the Radiance done.
That's crazy timing from Nightfall. He is crushing this.
From all 3 cores, even the Doom, you know, a lane that sometimes can go, I mean, not that lane in particular, but sometimes Doom can be shut down. Not at all for 33. It's 3-0-3. Alpha Wolf is claimed. I think he pretty much has the pipe. We saw them not even have enough damage versus no pipe. Once that pipe comes out, potentially maybe a mech from the Chen too. Probably concerns for Spirit in these next 8 to 10 minutes of how they're going to look to take fights. Versus Tundra can just bypass everything. They can just walk right through them, as we saw there.
They can. Yeah, when they group up, there is no stopping that right now if you're Team Spirit. Tundra, as a team, just so incredibly far ahead. 30 minutes in, they'll get the chance to try and make a play over towards 33.
Can they finish him? The save is there again.
Stacks up, making sure that Spirit just get nothing with each and every one of these attempts. They just can't finish off the job, and they're still trying to fight into this Spirit. Get the bushwhack on both of them. They do have Satanic turning up with the Eclipse. Comes in for the Twin Gate. They needed that big time.
Oh, yeah.
Satanic making sure that finally Spirit able to find some success in these fights.
And the cores get the last hits at the least too when they need it the most, so able to slow down the Monkey King. I believe he was going to have Orchid pretty soon, so that kill definitely important for Laurel in particular, so he doesn't have to play versus that super early Orchid. Get things a little bit stabilized. Nightfall is still looking to fight. He's going to stun himself, but he should be just fine.
I'll keep the tower alive.
Slight little punch back there from the side of Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Need a lot more of that, though, to be able to catch up to this Alchemist farm. Nightfall nearly doubling that of Satanic.
This lineup prints money.
14 minutes in.
Yeah. And there's multiple heroes in this game that do print that money, right? It's the Alk, it's the Doom, and even the Chen to an extent is a hero that I think people do disregard sometimes how much you can actually get in terms of farm, just with how much you're just like, you're playing with the jungle, you're converting, you get all this bonus. This hero does scale pretty hard. I've seen it, some of these Chens end up having like ACs pretty early in the game. And Whitemon definitely set up for that too with the way that he's building these auras. They're gonna end up having every aura very early. That's gonna be the pipe,
incredibly early.
Drum, they're gonna have mech.
Dire's top tower.
We'll add Radiance has an aura too in a way.
Dire's
They get the
top
tower tonight
has
too.
been denied.
Blink finished up, so Malik can look to get aggressive. He does have pairings that he can look to do so, especially with the Hoodwink. But not the easiest of targets overall. particular the two side lanes. The Alk and the Doom are tough to be able to gank. If they can find Lorinov, he's actually a bit fragile still since he has gone the route of this Orchid build. But he is always going to be hiding in the trees, so definitely a little harder for them to always find him. But Poshka, let's get the TP out. Almost got scratched. Yeah, those orders are online. They can do Roche pretty early on the side of Tundra as well. Since they've got this Chen, they can just tank it with the creeps and look to engage it with the acid spray with the minus armor. But it looks like first they want to play more to pressure at the moment.
Saxa's going to try and find some sort of setup.
He is deep.
Oh, he's pretty far on the front lines, but he has got backup. Defense disruption comes into play. They're going to turn, they get the silence and the boundless strike straight over towards him. Concoction as well, but the Stampede's in play. Lyle, he's low, but he's able to jump out just in time with the orb. He'll survive, and Saxa gets shot down by Maposhka.
100 HP. Ends up getting saved there from Rue. Nice play. Mid, they look like they're trying to react to this. Flurry of TPs.
Very quickly, they've got the fortification.
Satanic is here. Can they get 33? He has a pipe.
He's pretty tanky. The punch up, they're going to drop the Eclipse there. Everything to try and bring down this Doom, and they will succeed.
With the tag team, more than enough physical. Lorinov, a three-man stun.
Oh, the three-man concoction. Nightfall and Lorinov, they're ready to just move in onto the three of them. They take out Satanic, take out Rue. They're going to get Malik as well. What a setup there for Lorinov. As, I mean, Spirit just kind of line up.
That's picture perfect. I mean, they rotated so quick.
I mean, what was it, from the smoke? They didn't see him, or from the Invistar, I believe, picked up from the river. And then bam, the follow, it's over. That fight, not a chance when you get caught like that, the three of you.
Good recognition from Tundra, right? They had the two heroes pushing mid. They're like, okay, we can just connect. We weren't that far. We were down bottom, so immediate rotation. Yules is finished up for Laurel, so he will have that protection versus the Orchid. But it really is just the separation of the Alchemist between everybody else. That
so far, it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, and the Chen now also, I believe that is the mech pretty much done. So the group up overall from Tundra, if there is 5, it looks very difficult for Spirit to fight in a head-on 5v5. Because even the Eclipse, once those Chen creeps are out, it's going to soak pretty much all of those bounces too. And that's that Roche now they can go for. Spirit.
Saxa.
Might just find Saxa here, at least.
He will not be getting through the twin gate. And the rest of the team,
they can't get to the Roche though.
They'll be happily doing Roche without any concern of being interrupted by Spirit.
You just give it to Nightfall? Probably.
I think you might, with how farmed he is and how valuable he is.
I think it's just because
right
of how
now,
big he is.
He's just that far ahead that you don't want to afford them getting the opportunity to kill the Alk and get that bounty for taking him down.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Poshka. Hello. Nice shots. I'm just gonna keep looking at Whitemon most of the game in terms of farm. I know we see Maposhka starting to get that farm up also on the Hoodwink, but Whitemon also got a Philosopher Stone now too. So this Chen's net worth is also gonna start continuing to skyrocket.
Just kind of running into the 4 of them.
Can't push it though.
So we've got a lot to be scared of right now.
Satanic, he's farming, but he's still just, it's not in the position that he wants to be. You know, he's kind of in, he's the bottom of the cores actually, or one of the bottom of those cores. He has been addressed so far in this game from the side of Tundra. Tundra continuing to just look for the fights. Swinging toward top, they're kind of surrounding them. Satanic, he is in a very dangerous position.
And he's going to get jumped. Nightfall straight in with the concoction. They've got a snowball to buy him a bit of safety, but the Wukong's command is down. Stampede's there. He'll be able to dodge the boundless strike. He's going for the TPI. Is there anything to stop it? There is. The disruption's there from Saxa. Puts a stop to Satanic's escape. As he goes down, they'll chase out Rue as well. They'll get the both of them, Tundra.
He doesn't have many places to farm. He's trying to farm in a very dangerous spot, and they have a ward on him. Malik also now. 33 may just throw the Doom on him. It's behind the tree line.
Lorinov's going to be able to have the setup. Boundless into the Doom. They'll drop it down. As they're going to be ready to run down Malik.
He is able to actually get away.
He's got lulled by side. They're using the coil to try and hold them back. I'll give a bit of a chance for Malik to escape. But I mean, Maposhka and Love, they've still got to be careful themselves. They're trying to push back in towards them, but having the damage between these heroes to kill these two, it's unlikely, especially when it comes to taking down this Doom. 33, he's too tanky. And Lyle's trying to push on, but not going to get anything here.
Got it.
They don't lose their heroes at the least. And the Doom was used from the side of Tundra, so they'll be able to at least bear them out. But in the meantime, top, Whitemon, and Nightfall able to steal away the Tormentor, the bigger objective. Saksa, he'll be able to get that shard, a very nice shard to have on a Shadow Demon. That cleanse, super valuable, especially versus something like the Puck, being able to stop a certain hero from getting silenced in a lot of situations.
Invisibility.
And a 13k lead, it still continues to grow. You know, that printing money, it is happening. And Satanic still struggling to find opportunities to get out, to find farm, at least to get good farm. He's trying to farm Ancients, but either they're stolen or they're blocked. He's having to farm these like small camps. And Nightfall, I like that he's doing this build. I know we see some players deviate a bit, either having to go BKB early or some of them go Orchid. This is not a game where he needs it. That AC is going to be super value versus the tag team and the physical damage as we've seen. Looking to get... I mean, is this just like a potential attempted steal for the Wisdom?
I think it's kind of Whitemon.
All right.
They dropped the coil for that.
That is... I don't know if Rue's going to get out for this, though. That was very close to Laurel even getting caught. Can Rue steal the Wisdom? It was already taken.
No,
Just
there's
get
no way, yeah. Even if it was that.
And another Aura. So Crimson Guard. Throw it all on top. So they have... now it actually is almost all of them, right? Vlad's, Mech, AC, Pipe, Crimson.
Just get in there.
It's almost every single one. I think they've got everything but the Shivas. Saksa. He's got the cleanse.
He's juking. And they can't kill him. That was what the Stampede, the Sharpshooter, they don't get the job done.
And
they can't even kill Saksa. They're going to get killed themselves. Miposhka and Malik in trouble. As Laurenov can chase him down. He's got the TP at the ready and nothing else to stop it. Oh. If an extra hit was able to get in there, he would have gone.
Would have been close, yep. 33. He's got Crimson Pipe.
These two, they can't kill him.
Even with the Luna, I think with Crimson Pipe, he just tanks doing his team's connecting. Nightfall is already rotating over. Rue might just die. He's just gonna throw the Doom.
Have a casual Doom. Oh, come on, you can't steal that kill, Laurenov. That's just rude.
No, but he tells him, I'm close to BKB. That's what you tell your teammate. When you secure the kill, you go, I'm close to X. They have firm grasp of this game. It's just looking difficult for... They're just not able to get much space on the map with the way the Tundra's sweeping.
Crazy. There we go, once again. That's my kill, Laurenov says.
Well, he could run to neutrals and deny himself, right? That's also what Laurenov...
All right, that's true. There you go.
There you go.
Well, there you go.
To the high ground, with every aura, Age is still for, I mean, only 5 seconds, but look at the auras. Look at the buff bar of this Alchemist when everybody starts standing next to him.
3-man bushwhack into a 3-man Dream Coil. It looks nice, but nice isn't good enough.
No, they haven't even popped all these auras yet. Pipe and Crimson are at the ready.
Nightfall's in. Careful how you step up. Tundra's going to be ready to jump them.
They're just looking to end it, Owen.
I mean, they can kind of just 8-click down the base.
They do have to go to a tier 2 mid.
They do. True, but they haven't got this creep wave with them at the moment.
They'll jump. Can they actually pop him with the heals?
It's a little bit low. Nightfall's just straining over towards Miposhka. Boundless strike comes in. Goodbye to Hoopwink. Silences out on towards the Puck. Jump in. It's a 3-man who stomp. Again, it's nice, but nice ain't good enough when you're this far behind. Satanic has to put the BKB, run back towards the fountain. He'll live. Rue will not.
They're pinging tier 4s, Owen. They want to end it. There's no creeps, though.
They've got no creeps.
But so they're pinging it.
This won't work. Not yet, at least. They've got to wait for the creep wave. Then
they'll keep hitting it.
Then it will probably work. Where's the creeps? Here they come.
This is so funny to look at. The jump, Satanic shows.
Buyback's going to come out. We'll get back towards the fountain. Buyback can play from root. They're trying to trap Tundra near the fountain. They get the Who Stomp on Nightfall, but immediately Stacks is in with the disruption. Stacking up the poison as well.
The auras are coming back up soon. The Crimson Guard's about to be ready to be popped again. Same thing for, I believe that Mac actually just used it.
They're going to jump through, but Tundra, they're still hanging around. They're ready to go back in on this. And there's the jump. They're going to concoct a battle. It's down onto the two of them. The two supports get completely destroyed. Over towards Malik. It's over. GG is caught. I mean, the absolute definition of a let's get the auras and end the game.
Yeah,
kind of strategy here from Tundra. And it looked flashy, it looked fantastic. And yeah, Nightfall on the Alchemist. I mean, this is why teams keep going for the outcry. We know it's great. This was a game where Nightfall, his farm couldn't have been any better, honestly. He had a slow start for the first 5 minutes, but outside of that, everything that he did, it just allowed him to get so far ahead.
Yeah, he just farmed great. I will give Lorinov probably the MVP, though.
Yep.
This Monkey King, the pick was perfect. The play was ideal. Only the one death could have perhaps been avoidable in the game, but he was super aggressive. I loved his itemization, too. That Orchid, it's pretty natural to build up, and they played beautifully around it. And yeah, Spirit. Bit of a slow lineup. I think they got kind of punished with that one. Laurel ends up not dying in the game, but it doesn't matter.
It
because
really
it's just a full strategy that Tundra has built with literally every aura at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, well, yeah, to a 24-minute victory. And yeah, they said that Radiance, AC, Drums, Pipe, Crimson, Greaves, Vlad, it's all there.
It's all there.
You see, pretty much the only thing missing was the Shivas. And, give them 5 more minutes, they probably would have had that as well.
Yep.
But yeah, Tundra, pretty simple win in terms of their approach. It just all worked out. It looked very smooth. Spirit, they didn't have the ways to stop them. Tundra, they'll take game 1.
Yeah, this was not a game that was easy for Spirit already from the draft onwards. We talked about it. That's the top tier clip, by the way. But we talked about it. We knew that the lane, and especially in the mid lane, was going to be a problem. And Lorinov, we saw him yesterday on his Monkey King, and he did really well. We see him today on his Monkey King, and he has an even better matchup than yesterday. And he does really well again. And I kind of feel like this was, Kazoo, a very big draft loss from Spirit.
It's definitely a draft diff, but there's also like so many nice gameplay things going on that Tundra are doing, like the way they're playing the map, how they lane. Like even when they're when the laning stage is breaking down, they're never like over rotating heroes. They use like 2 top, 2 bottom. The only way they connect is like Monkey King like quickly jumping to a side lane, or the side laners using Gate to connect to one another. I feel like currently it's really hard to draft against this team. I don't know what Spirit wanna do next game. Maybe you take out the Doom, give them something else. What do you think, Jankman?
I agree. I talked to Moon at BB Dacha, and I was like, bro, you guys draft like you're psychotic. What is going on? He just starts laughing. Like,
it's true, though.
It is true. And I
was it a psychotic laugh?
It was a psychotic laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, with Moon, of course, it's always a psychotic laugh. But I think the help of like 33's genius and the structure that he provides, and then Moon's genuine not giving an F about anything makes for like such a treat to watch. And I would love to see a more even game. I really would. I wish there wasn't a draft diff, even though I do think also there was a skill diff. I agree. I would like to see a more even game, but it's looking harder and harder. The more comfortable this team gets playing with each other, honestly, Tundra might be my second favorite team to watch in the last 2 tournaments.
After Spirit.
After Spirit. And I'm including Falcons, by the way.
Okay. I'm assuming you're including all 8 teams that are left in the competition?
Yeah.
Not just the 2 teams that are here, in which case it would be
No,
like, why do you have to specify that you include?
Man, there is 4. Because I'm not just picking the top teams, is what I'm saying. Because Falcons is, like, I'm kind of used to what Falcons does.
We know what they do now.
You kind of know what Tundra does too, so why is this different?
Not these guys. I mean, this Tundra.
They're still, like, newer, I guess. But I think the first thing that has to go, this Alk Doom combo, it needs, like, stop giving it to them.
Don't give it to them.
My
this
goodness.
is like 7-0
Spirit was taking so long in that second ban phase, and they banned a DK first, and then they took almost all their bonus time, and they're like, Muerta.
Like, that's not the one, guys.
I would so much prefer to just see Nightfall and DK.
Yeah.
Just
let him farm for 24 minutes.
He'll farm for 24 minutes. You let him farm an Alchemist for 24 minutes.
You've lost at that point.
He's going to slam your face with some concoctions. And not in a good way. Not like Friday night sort of vibes, like Saturday morning sort of vibes. Where you're trying to get over the hangover or whatever this stupid anecdote that I'm doing.
It's a great anecdote. It's probably I lost it though. It's all good. But I mean, this was Tundra with their bread and butter.
Yep.
And we did hear already. We did say from yesterday's series that Spirit played game 1 did not look good for them.
No, they did.
But they were able to come back super strong.
And it was with Luna as well.
Yeah.
It was Satanic on Luna not doing well.
True.
True.
Repeating the same thing.
Yeah.
So next game, Morphling.
So I will genuinely not count this team out because I did last night, and I swear to God I do get these screaming night terrors. But this one,
talk about them, yeah.
I talk about them a lot because it's real. But this one that I got was like I just knew that I was gonna check for some reason. The ether God told me that I was gonna wake up and that I was going to see a 2-1 for Spirit. And then I woke up and I saw it. I was like, no way, dude, no way. And then I watched the games and it's like, okay. somehow this kid powered on. So I would never count them out.
I just hope that sure, you give them this Doom, whatever. Like, you can make it as simple as Satanic saying, I'm not comfortable playing my heroes against Doom. Let's ban it next game, try something else, and then they still have to...
They have a problem.
But Doom is a fine first phase ban in general.
I would imagine that they had a conversation with Satanic, like, hey, what do you not want to lane against? And he's like, Visage, Beastmaster, Brood. And you only have 3 bans.
Well, sucks to be you, because now he got the
Beast.
Give them something else. I don't care what he said before, but now...
They could have picked
Okay,
the Doom themselves.
all right, let's think about this.
They could have picked the Doom themselves.
Okay.
Back to you. I'm rolling it.
Maybe not the Beast, because it's single target disable. It is really good against the one.
It's similar as Doom. It's literally
less
going
good.
on.
It's definitely less good because you need to have the damage to kill the hero in the roar. With Doom, you just click the guy and he dies.
Yeah, it's that simple.
It's so simple. So Beast is better to give. I would give the Visage, because then 33, the way he plays the Visage is he goes to other lanes.
At least you get to farm and play.
At least you get to farm, right? You get to play the game.
Yeah.
Like, try that.
Yeah, and give DK to Nightfall, like he said.
Yeah, that's fine. Nightfall's gonna farm 22 minutes. He thinks BKB's a farm.
Because Satanic just needs to farm. He needs to get to farm, which he didn't get to. Let's do it. Game 2, let's do it. Let's farm.
Woo! Okay, well, we sorted it all out. I hope that Team Spirit has been watching, because I feel like we just laid all the plans that should go for bare. What we're also going to lay bare is some of the vision that was going on during this first game, as we're heading over to Purge for the Kitty Award of the game.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, for the word of the game, I chose some animate objects, I guess. Words are kind of live. Talking about creeps and other various sources of vision that give your team a good opportunity to take a great team fight. Now, they responded to this Centaur here. They doomed him, and it didn't produce anything good. But they did have this ward nearby that spotted moments for them to come back forward and reinitiate. This is shortly after the Doom happened. You're losing some creeps. The creeps are spotting the enemy heroes and helping to make sure that this jump is good. But they actually spotted Malik, and that's the person that they wanted to go on first. They did a Monkey King stun, I believe, into the unstable concoction to start the fight. And it didn't look great at the start of this. It did look kind of like Alchemist was just going to die. But the Great Disruption stopped most of the Eclipse. That put it on other people. They spread things apart. And then they just ran their opponents down. So the combination of their tanky cores, finding the right opportunity with their little eyeballs, their real eyeballs, and we don't necessarily need wards to see them.
Yeah.
But that was the pivotal moment in that game to me. That fight ended up being so one-sided.
I really appreciate that you went for an actual ward.
Did I?
That was a ward.
There was a ward.
That's not
was
always
that
the case.
what gave them the vision?
No, the creeps gave them the vision. That's not what is with the obsession of trying to not pick a ward but something edgy?
Because, look, if you want a cool clip, you know?
I do want a cool clip.
You want a cool clip, and it's not always vision that sets that up is the problem.
Okay, but words are really important.
They're really important. They're really important. There's lots of little decisions, but sometimes it's just hard to show it. I mean, this is something I learned from doing Weatherman for years, right?
Yeah.
Like, something cool happens, you have to find an easy way to convey and show that happened. So yeah, you could say like, okay, here's the ward that spotted them, and then using that information, they made this decision based on this information, this decision based on this. All of a sudden, it gets very convoluted, right? It's difficult to convey it in 30 seconds.
It's not as easy to say cause and reaction or
cause and effect.
For with a ward.
Yeah.
So if you were to basically summarize a team, like what is good ward placement, if you didn't have to be specific with the play and the one ward, how would you do it?
How do I?
Would you be able, like, if we call this segment not word of the game, vision of the vision game, just in general, it's like who had the better vision game? How would you do it?
It's hard. You have to pick through the replay, I feel like, and say what team made better decisions based on the information they had. You could do stat-based things like whose wards get D-ward, like whose wards are alive longer.
I like that. And we should change it sometimes.
Yeah, we could.
And
that's why sometimes we do the vision of the game, the Kidia vision of the game more.
I mean, we had Pugna ward, which is also a ward. We haven't had Plague wards yet.
That's true, there's no Venos.
We had Healing ward.
That's pretty good.
We have not had Shadow Shaman ward.
No Death ward of the game?
No Death ward. No. Let's go into the next game and see what kind of wards we have coming that time around.
come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I can't get enough. It's the greatest feeling. Hands up to the ceiling. Nothing can hold us down. My heart is beating, waiting for the weekend. Nothing can hold us down. I can feel the rush. Here it comes. There's fire in your heart, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I can't get enough. I can feel the rush. Here it comes. There's fire in your heart, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Still watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we're getting ready for game number 2 of this best of 3 between Thunder and Spirit. And I will say, Purge, game number 1 wasn't very pretty for Team Spirit, but it feels like that should be easy fix if they draft better.
Yeah.
Just draft better. I think that is what they've been kind of consistently doing. Is I feel like Laurel keeps picking his hero in the last phase into not really great matchups. I mean, in fact, if you look at the last 2 drafts they did, he actually had to play Puck versus Monkey King last night for the last game that they played of the evening. So he probably thought he could handle it, and he's been a little bit inconsistent in these unfavorable matchups. So it just feels like he's not being prioritized in the draft right now, and it's hurting him a bit.
That would make me hate myself to be Puck versus Monkey King twice in a row.
It's rough.
Oh my god, it is so hard.
Because they just were not really set up for success. Like, the draft at that point, I would say, is already not great. And then we were saying, if they pick this, even with banning those 2 heroes, they can do this. If he picks this, they...
Yeah, there were so many options, and every one of them would see Spirit outdrafted in the mid lane.
Yeah, so it's just like already a hard position, and I think this happens when you play against Tundra, who have so many like special heroes on 3-3, or it sucks with some SDs or bounties you need to ban out, like whatever it is. This time around, you are second pick, so it should be easier for you to respond. And they get themselves the DK, which last game they could not, and this hero just looks incredible. So I'm already happy with like the change up for now.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this hero in general, especially if you have an Eastern European carry playing it. These guys really know how to play the DK with the Red Dragon facet. What was the stat we had on Tundra that like they had something like an 82% win rate with second pick and then 50% with first pick, something along those lines?
I forgot about that one, but I do remember the 100% win rate of Alchemist that still stands for Nightfall.
Yeah, he's like, what did he say? It's like
9 or 8 games since joining the team.
In a row that they've won with the Alchemist. Yeah, clearly as a team they understand it, but I think just taking second pick away from Tundra is already a good start to the draft. Just don't give them what they're comfortable drafting, because it is very different drafting with first pick versus second pick.
Okay, well, for Spirit, another hero you kind of have to think about. Okay, so they're still gonna respect the Alch, which I understand.
Yeah.
You're not gonna pick it yourself. This was the other hero I was thinking of, because playing DK later into SD is like near unplayable. So you had to either pick or ban it. So I like what they're doing here.
Why is it so unplayable? Just because you're saving the guy that DK goes on?
Yeah, like I think first, like in the early, like first of all, you have nice like magic damage. You save when they go for like these like little gang squads where you maybe kill someone. And later, if the game scales, you just break him later with your Ags. And if it gets there, honestly, DK just has a very hard time playing into most carries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a carry hero, all right? Like DK often gets 6 slotted in these games. And so playing around like an SD Ags is not actually unreasonable. Like, at the point where DK is a problem and will hard carry the game, you actually can get the Ags on this, especially if you're stacking with it.
And here's one of the reasons that Tundra is one of the best tower-taking teams. They're picking these tempo heroes, they're winning their lanes, and then they're using the creeps to blast towers, and they're definitely going to have that option here with Enchantress. We'll see if Team Spirit tries to respond with some kind of a creep solution, whether that's a Nyx Assassin or something else, but very, very good at setting tempo and getting things done.
I mean, the Ench is definitely scary, because SD not very likely a hero that deals well with her. Also, Ench will like generally like invade and spot things on the map. So if you're stacking with SD for someone else or for the DK, they're gonna spot that too.
And he doesn't do great with summons either, because he's not really a good fight to the hero. Kind of wants to like cast Spirit, what's it called, Shadow Poison like 5 times. So yeah, the illusions kind of, or the summons kind of mess him up.
I think here they were probably deciding between Clock and Tusk. And, I mean, both are good with Ench, but I feel like for what Tundra needs, the Clock is a little bit better. And also looking at some of Nightfall's remaining heroes, a lot of them are ranged heroes that pair really well with the Clock. I would imagine that Spirit is likely to look at the Tusk themselves at this point. But I think that was going to be the trade. It's like, okay, both teams are going to get either the Clock or the Tusk. Which one do we want them to have?
I feel like Tusk against Sand King doesn't feel very good, because all of your disables against him, he's going to be able to deal with. He can just Burrow Strike out, he can Sandstorm if he gets gone on. So I don't really like that very much, but I think against the Enchantress it's fine.
I just like the buffing of DK.
Yeah, we did talk to Rue the other day, and he did say that the 2 heroes that he would want to be known for is a Tree Protector. We don't really see it all, but the other one was the Tusk. So wouldn't be surprised to see it come out also just as he prefers to.
I could just see Tusk Invoker.
Invoker is banned, so you would like to see that, but I can't.
I'm just thinking of buffs.
Ooh. Well, it's a different ball. It's Pango.
into Clockwork. That's interesting.
I mean,
Go ahead.
it makes fighting against a like Sand King Enchantress type hero a little easier, right? Because those are kind of spooky to commit to, but Pango just doesn't have to worry that much. So I feel like it's going to give them ways to fight prior to Blink Dagger on DK.
Would you like to see it on Laurel or Malik?
I was about to ask the same question. Like, how does this do against an Ancient lane? You can dispel the shield
Well,
crash,
it could be
right?
Clock and Lane, maybe, but
It's
probably.
probably you should lane okay against Eng just because you have okay armor and like you have spells to get away. It's like you don't win, but like you do okay. But I guess for Spirit, the reason why this pick is nice because they can hold it until the end, and so they don't really have to decide now, but then rather depending on what Tundra show them. So I think that's like another added benefit.
And with the Dark Willow, that puts the Shadow Demon towards a 5. So I guess Shadow Demon versus Clockwork, which makes sense. Like if he ever gets you, you just disrupt him or yourself, and it's not as bad. The Gyro's a bit interesting though. I'd say he's a good carry solution against Shadow Demon because once you Demonic Purge him, he's not that worried about having no movement speed as long as there's something to attack. You can still flat cannon. So seems like a pretty good solution. He's got some magic damage against DK as well, so he's got okay core matchup there. And DK has a lot of single target damage, but not so much that the Gyro starts feeling less effective as a carry.
I mean, another reason I like the Pango for Spirit is that you saw last game that Tundra were like really bringing the numbers to you. Like minute 9, 10, 11, Pango loves to take these fights even if his team is behind. Rolling Thunder is just too strong. I like this pick from other games I wasn't so sure about the Gyro, but I feel like this game is really nice. Like both your Gyro and Eng when I move around on the map, you can help your Sand King. You can go through the gate with your Eng to a lane that's already being set up by the clock, by the SK. Because when you leave a hero like DK to just farm for 20 minutes, he's gonna shit on you. But Gyro's at least a hero, you have mixed damage, you have a lot of good spells. You can like farm, but also tempo on him at the same time.
So is this a Huskar monkey ban into Puck pick for Tundra? Is that what we're looking at here? Because I do feel like Tundra needs a little bit of a disable from the mid lane. They need some Spirit type hero. Storm would have been great as well, especially due to the kind of lack of disable the Spirit has other than the DK. Lack of hard disable, I should say.
I mean, Puck would be very good for them. Has Lorinov played Sand King for them? Does anyone know? I feel like he has not.
Not yet, not in this turn.
So Sand King is most likely off lane. I mean, I feel like the Puck should either be banned or they know it's coming and they're happy with what they have or their solution to it.
Yeah, some counter.
Well, are they at least not as much in a pickle this time around as they are last time around? Purely because they have last pick, right?
I think they're definitely doing better.
This is much better.
Like, for sure. Last game at this point, I was like, not looking good.
Yeah, I feel like relying on your offlaner as your last pick is just a lot safer if that's what they end up going for. Like they've been consistently putting Laurel last and giving him these like kind of bad situations, and maybe he still gets a bad matchup, I don't know. But I feel like Pango's a hero that can have a slightly bad lane and you're just way less stressed about it because all you need is level 6. You press your ulti, you go to a side lane, and you're going to contribute to kills.
They ban Monkey, so you could just ban Viper if you're Tundra and then pick the Puck. What else is like really good against Puck mid?
I thought Sniper was still good against Puck mid.
Sniper is, but that does not seem like a Spirit last pick. Like,
Maybe
that's not a 4 protect 1.
I assume that the idea is that they want to put the Pango mid because they have a specific idea of what they want off lane into the Gyro, and they want to make sure that they get to put the Pango mid and don't have to deviate by Tundra picking the Monkey. Otherwise, I don't know.
Yeah, they're banning for the Pango. I see. So what is it in lane against a Gyro Ench then that they're so insisting on?
Primal Beast.
Okay, they banned the Ricky, so I feel like they're definitely gonna pick Puck, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I think this...
Well, then the Viper is still in it, you mentioned as well, right?
Yeah, it's just well, it is Laurel. Laurel loves his Viper.
Or Mars. Primal or Mars. Is that crazy?
They need to have some idea.
Or they could still pick some mid hero.
I like the Primal against Gyro Ench, but not against the Clockwork, that's all.
That's true.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure. There's too little time for...
They need more damage.
Me to figure out
I feel like.
Yeah, they are
Void Spirit
running out of time.
Okay. So they pick his mid last anyways. I mean, it's able to get in and out of the gyrocopter. It is still countered by puck ulti. There's always that big crucial level 6. Who hits 6 first and do supports come at that time, because then Void Spirit almost always dies there, but it does give them some damage. They really, really needed that. It's another way to jump too, which isn't going to be bad. So I think it's pretty good. It's not being picked very often, but I think it has foundations that they need.
I'm interested that the fact that Tundra hasn't picked up their heroes yet. I would imagine the discussion is who takes Clock, who takes Enchantress, considering both can go either way. Do we have a preference? Because generally you want to put a melee with a range, so then Enchantress, Sand King makes sense.
I like that. I mean, it's Soxa, so he is one of the few fours that is willing to play Enchantress. Like he played in BB Dacha a lot. Okay, they're gonna go Soxa on the Clockwork.
I guess they're just doing the default. Excuse me.
Yeah.
As I mean, it's a little nicer for Ench to go through the gate to top, I think, as opposed to perhaps the other way around, because he sets up the gyro nicer to then leave him. I like Spirit's draft more than I did in game 1. I think they will get to play a Dota game this game for sure. But I'm not so sure about giving them the puck and then getting this matchup with the Void Spirit. So I'm still leaning a little bit to the Tundra boys here.
During the group stage of Dacha, everybody was picking Void Spirit as the counter to puck, and it did good. Like, it does beat it. It's just not like the Monkey King puck matchup. If the puck is good, it'll go even, or puck could even win. It's like 60-40 for Void Spirit, and that's pretty good. So I'm way more confident in Spirit's draft this time. I think they have good lanes, they have good farming, they have good scaling. I don't see any huge advantage that Tundra has here.
I think the biggest thing is that most of the heroes that Spirit have bad win rates. Pango's at 42%, Shadow Demon's at 38%, and then on the other side, Enchantress, second most pick, 62%, Sand King 57%.
There's only one that counts though, Kevin. What's the win rate of Dragonite?
The Dragonite?
No stress.
I feel like it should be good. No? DK's win rate?
64%.
Hey,
that's
there
a lot.
we go. Because we are saying that if they're gonna do this, if they're gonna come back, we need Satanic to be comfortable and good, and basically protect Satanic, and Satanic is gonna own the game. Win rate wise, that's looking okay, but let's see how it plays itself out as we're ready to head to the second game of this best of 3 series via the PogChamp Pandas.
It's already kicked off. Team Spirit, they get first blood here as Rue takes down Nightfall. This aggressive move they were able to make around that mid lane. Oh, welcome to the action, boys and girls. This is game 2 between Tundra and Team Spirit.
Tundra, a secondary smoke, maybe trying to get the second blood for themselves. Lorenov will actually walk up place to war. That may have been seen. I didn't quite see if it was, but looks like they want to try to counteract, but it gets scouted immediately, so they're not going to be able to go for that play.
Poshka.
No, they're actually walking in with 3. They want to steal the rune. And they should be able to, but Poshka might just die.
Yeah, Tundra should get a kill in return here. As indeed, Poshka goes down. But overall, Team Spirit, they got the first blood, and they got the 3 bounty runes.
Yeah, he ends up dying, but as you said, yeah, it's not that first. And I think he killed it. How many cogs did he end up getting there? Because he's got 5 last hits. I think he got like 3 or so cogs at least off of it.
Don't be mad.
Did get a little bit of gold injection also from Poshka based off like that. Sentry ward will be Opposite ward will get dewarded. White Mom will be to get that one out. And yeah, let's see how this matchup goes. As they were mentioning, it's about like a 60-40 something matchup. I've seen some pucks actually do better than others. We shall see how it all goes down.
Last game, of course, a pretty rough one for Team Spirit. They got run over pretty heavily by Tundra's ramp up. And they're able to execute in this 25 minutes or so of that game 1. This time, I feel like it's going to be much harder for Tundra to do it. It's a bit of a different style, right? So whatever happens, Spirit should get more time to play the game.
Yeah, this is not going to be a 20-minute GG by any means. This one will go for much longer. Both teams have much better ways to fight, and Team Spirit overall, this one, they'll get to play some Dota.
Indeed, and they get the DK, which we saw the other day on Satanic. It was what, a 15, 17-minute rampage or something?
I believe that's what it was, yeah. This again, I think he's dead.
This time, not going to be able to find anything for that death, but he gives up.
Oh, and Sox is actually able to survive as well, too. Doesn't end up ticking out. 33 is actually trading pretty well with Satanic there. Careful. Caustic. Pop on the creeps, actually clip him as well. But Laurel offers Laurel. Laurel should come out ahead. And that matchup overall and throughout the game, there is some limited disables to be able to lock down this Void Spirit. Of course, there's going to be the puck coil, there's going to be some of the sanking, but that's pretty much it. Should be able to play around that one pretty decently on the side of Laurel. Bottom. Trying to pressure Nightfall. I feel like this is... It tends to not really happen too much versus the Gyros. These Gyros just... It's a lane winner almost in every game. We sometimes see like one death maybe happen because they step out of position, but overall this hero, I don't think I see Gyro really lose lanes. He just Flak shoves it out. It's in your face. That's the reason he ends up dying sometimes, because he contests creeps like under the tower, but yeah, overall. Ends up being able to secure his farm nicely in almost every single situation.
Difference in mid so far.
I'm just staring at mid.
Yeah. Favouring that of the Void Spirit here, Lyle, on these first few waves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Especially with the Sextron coming in under the tower, so definitely getting the edge here against Lorinov.
Dire's courier
Pre-courier. Wyman will take that one. Wyman, I have to highlight him quite a bit, especially too from that last game. I feel like he did so much with the way he was able to secure the lane for the Alk and just get those stacks going too. He literally just gave, he pretty much gave that Nightfall like an absolutely free game afterwards. The stun connects, 33.
Fighting into the Sandstorm. 33 and Saxa, they are the ones at the lowest.
Poison stacking up.
Saxa could be in trouble.
He has mana for another one. Does end up missing it somehow. Next one should hit.
I mean, he should still get the kill.
He missed it.
He missed again! Oh no!
And now
Miposhka, now he's got pushed down to the low ground.
Look where he is. He's getting chased. Looks like they should get him.
They'll still kill Saxa, but Miposhka should die for this. 33, slowly but surely taking him down with the right clicks.
Cannot believe he juked both of those
poisons.
That was crazy.
Could have had the kill a lot easier and probably wouldn't have cost him his life in the long run. If he'd managed to be able to take him down before he pushed him to the low ground with the comps.
But Laurel is having that very good advantage now. We're seeing him playing this lane nicely. And he's going to get the bottle refill too. He's like, all right, you can get a refill. I can too, since we both died. They're going to check the runes. Support's moving very early on. 1v1 in the side lanes. I love seeing the difference also, though, based off of the person that's playing the gyro of what they skill.
Sure.
Because I think I've
seen
seen
missiles.
Pike and wait for the aggression. Nightfall. He's got Lotus.
Yeah, they can't finish him, and he knows it. He's standing his ground, trading back happily with the flak hits.
He's got Stick Lotus. Not quite able to pop him.
But get the missile now.
Really should be fine. Top.
Again,
Miposhka. Again. Wow.
It's quite a few
lot of
deaths.
kills.
Miposhka struggling a bit in this laning stage.
Is that 4? Oh my god, this is 4. I thought it was 3. It's every single one of the kills. Like, trying to bring it to Nightfall again. This time they should have him. They do with the burst.
Yeah, Nightfall not having any sustain that time round to save him.
Nice aggressive play there from Rue, just walking into his face so he gets that bonus damage.
Top lane. I mean, even though Miposhka is dying a lot, Satanic's still getting a lot of farm. We'll see here. Miposhka gets caught out once more.
This combo is, you know, the double melees is usually not the best in a lot of situations, but this is almost like a, it's not a Darkseer +1, but with the way the Sandstorm works with Cogs, like you're just stuck, and you're just getting destroyed by the Sandstorm, so it's actually a pretty cool combo. I don't think I get to see as often. But we are seeing it. Much better CSing across the board for this side of Spirit, even though Malik slowly struggling a little bit. They were able to get that kill into Nightfall. A secondary one after the initial first blood. And yeah, you know, the skill build thing I was mentioning. As far as I've seen, it's like Pike and Parker. They go 0-4-4 almost every game in stats. Most other players, they put points in Barrage. Laurel will be able to get a shield rune. That's a pretty big rune for him early game.
Incredibly hard to gank him.
Yeah, and there's not the most damage, I would say, early on the side of Tundra in terms from the supports comboing with the puck.
A much slower game that Tundra's going to look to play this time.
That's what we're in for. Much more nice, even mid-game for them to actually be able to fight back. We're actually going to get a game on our hands. Satanic, he is having very good farm. Didn't see if the stacks were starting to get prepared just yet all over the place. I know Miposhka's going to start stacking triangle, but none of those small camps yet. Saksa will start doing similar for his sinking. It's going to be a lot of stacks this game.
Rock it on.
Overall, can they contest any as well, too? Maybe.
Was in Tundra? What's Spirit heading over to Tundra's stack? Or?
Yeah, it's too difficult versus Sinking.
I think, yeah, Tundra, in terms of stack control and clearing stacks, it's much easier for Tundra's lineup.
And it's so scary versus Sinking. You walk in and this Sand Shroud just takes up such a massive area and you're taking all this damage. So maybe the stacks will just get exchanged. Maybe we'll actually see Tundra contested, yeah.
Top lane.
Top lane. Flurry of TPs.
They try and get it in under the tower on towards Satanic with the epicenter. It's not enough to kill him, and with the backup, Team Spirit, they'll be able to punish Tundra for this one. They turn to 33. Satanic, he
does
will die. So, you know, it does say mission success. It does cost them both their lives, though.
Does cause heavy rotations, though. 4 heroes making the move top to be able to stop the kink, and they still ends up dying somehow. Actually, so much damage they're able to push out there between the clock and that Sanking again. Lornoff, he's going to take advantage of that movement. He's going to try to get as much damage onto this tower as possible. Will he get luck with the rune? It looks like he'll get it either way.
Dire's middle
It's top
tower
or
is
bottom.
under attack.
And it will be top. Nice rune for himself, too. Malik has been able to find his level 6 without dying, which is pretty nice versus a Gyro lane. Even though Gyro is free farming, they were able to slow him down slightly. I'm excited to see the matchup of the DK versus Gyro, because we did get to see that.
It was
pretty much exactly the same one the other day.
Yeah, pretty
right?
one-sided.
It was.
In that matchup, and that was a game where they did have, what, kind of the same levels of farm.
They did.
There wasn't a big difference.
But the DK had buffs. He had, I believe it was like the drinking buddies, and I think
Did he have drinking buddies?
I think he had drinking buddies, pretty sure. Because he had like a big damage increase where he was just single targeting really hard compared to the
and it, yeah, the Dragon Knight destroyed the Gyro.
Is under attack.
Top 33. It's a catch. A huge detonation on the creeps from the Caustic. Is he gonna live with the extra bit of healing? Sucks to run him down. He's got the hook. He's actually at 6 already. All these kills that they've been able to rack up on the SD, and even the kill that they got on Satanic because he got the solo XP.
That's added
9
up
minutes, and he got this. Yeah, wow.
Is under attack. Radiant.
First support level 6 in the game by a decent margin. Pretty much a full level ahead of everybody. Actually, more now that he's got the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Clockwork overall is a pretty darn good hero lately, too, from what we've been watching.
They want to go
Almost
again.
every game, he has a pretty good impact. And he's already got drums finished up.
I mean, bottom lane, Nightfall having to be very, very careful.
They're going to make a move on him.
They're
TPs
going
are
to move
coming.
straight away.
Now,
See what sort of backup could come in. Lornoff gets caught as well by the Rolling Thunder. The cooldown's there. They got the Dream Code down onto the two of them, but with the Rolling Thunder still up, Malik can get away. In fact, he wants to get back in. He's looking to try and burst through Nightfall, but there's further backup. See if they can get him with the Void Spirit combo. Lyle in with the burst. Not enough to kill Nightfall, and there's an unfortunate pause.
I mean, unfortunate for the side of Spirit, probably. They are.
Satanic, he's dead up here.
He's dead, and I believe Gyro's fine because he's got the movement speed, and they're probably... Maybe Malik will die, but... Oh, man. Tundra.
Somebody's game crashed. Apparently.
Who was it?
I don't know.
They're
Everyone's
all
still in the game. I guess it was 33s.
But he typed.
No, that doesn't make... No, he did.
He literally said game crash. Sorry, game crash. I mean, maybe he, like froze for a second or something? I don't know, whatever.
I don't know.
Either way, it doesn't
Sorry,
matter
my
because
game
Satanic
crashed.
is dead.
I will now... Yeah, that's a bit weird, but either way, it shouldn't, shouldn't affect the chain of events.
Well, now what he can do is maybe he doesn't need to actually use the epi to go for the kill, and he's able to save it for the next upcoming go, potentially.
Well, he won't need to use the epi regardless.
But he's
right?
pumping it already. His tail stomp.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
well, he's channeling it, you know what I mean? So he
Yeah,
can come back in, and if
he's-
he sees that he can stop it.
Because this Dragon Knight is very dead in the
Very dead.
Sandstorm, right?
Yeah. And just very good, very good reaction coming out from Tundra the second that the move comes out. Also, you know, Nightfall, he's not really that fragile for them to go for that type of play with the Pango. They need if they're going to go for that, they need the Void Spirit to be there the second that they make the play. Because Nightfall's able to get that heal injection from, I believe, the Lotus and his big stick charge, and then he resets himself with the movement speed. And And let's see if he does end up using the Epi anyway. Nope, he saves it, so he'll have it for the next upcoming go. And bottom,
They do get
they will be
Nightfall.
able to finish Nightfall.
But they probably want to start running now.
It's a TP, there's a hook shot available.
And Loronoff's in. He gets the stance onto the two of them, straight in with a hook shot follow-up. They get the catch onto Malik. So the swashbuckle up.
Here's 33.
He's trying to jump away. Lars TP'd out. He's bailed away from this one. Saxon and Whitemon, they'll continue to chase down Malik as Loronoff deals with Root.
Is under attack.
See how long they can play around with this Pango.
Clock's on him as soon. Actually gets the distance with the shield crash.
Nightfall's back in action.
Playing Pang over his clock is pretty miserable too. So many different ways to just interrupt mini interrupts, and 33 sees his opportunity.
Oh, yeah, steal the stack.
Yep. I don't know if he got some. I think maybe he stole some of the stack from Satanic when they made the aggressive move also when they killed him. I didn't actually get to see because how did they get him so low so fast? Was it like a caustic pop perhaps that happened? I didn't get to see it initially.
Between those two heroes, you'd imagine it must be, right? Because
I mean, they do have good damage, immense amount of magical damage with him, but he was very low, very quick, so.
Nature attend us.
Satanic. Armlet is still done. He's going to go down the Mask of Madness route that we've seen him do before. But Tundra, they've struck hard in these last few months.
they have. It's, you know, a slower ramp up of speed than what we had in game one.
Oh,
but
he missed his ally.
I still want us there.
Nightfall was giving him the option to.
But who's that on? Was that Saxa for missing it or Nightfall for not standing
Did
still?
Nightfall? I think he may have moved for a
Did
second.
Did Nightfall juke it?
I mean,
maybe just sort of instinct there. You see a hook shot, you're like, oh my goodness, I've got to dodge that.
But he was pinging it. I think he was telling him, yo, hook me. Well, it happens.
Yeah.
Pretty decent kill, to be honest with you, too, because of how big Saxa is.
Yep.
It's a decent injection of gold. Because he's what? Yeah, almost level 8. So. Laurel does get that good increase for himself, and that does mean, what, 2 components of Aghanim, so starting to get that item that he really wants versus both the Puck and the Sand King is very valuable this game. Mid tower, just gets the option here for Tundra. They've got the creep here, should be able to finish that one off. Glyph will get popped.
Well, turning up a little bit, Team Spirit.
The rally creeps.
Well, cannot burst Whitemon, and now the back line. 33 and Loronoff, they found their way over towards Maposhka. Maposhka will get the defensive disruption out. The Dream Core snap into the hook shot. They're locking him down. He's trying to run away. The fear comes out. The power strike there just in time as they'll catch and kill off Lyle underneath the tier 2. Saxa's able to survive. They could jump back in for Brew as well here.
Was it the right choice to pig pole himself there?
Did he? Yeah. Did he not have Astral Step back off cooldown?
I don't think he had Astral Step, but I think he may have had a Dissimulate in a second or two. Either way, I mean, again, Tundra, they're dictating pace really quickly in this game, the way that they just sandwich onto mid. And Satanic, he needs time to be able to farm, but the way that Tundra's just playing super aggressively, limiting areas that he can farm. I'm just seeing 33 just walking in and stealing
Have a look at this again.
Because he already, I believe he had used both of the steps.
Yeah, what's that for this? Yeah. No, indeed. He has no steps at the moment. And then at this point, the
we
pick
don't
pole.
have it clicked on. I wasn't sure if he had the Dissim. He did have it, so whatever. Small little nitpick, but does get brought down. Tundra, relentless aggression, and 33 just keeps finding these angles. This Sand King, he keeps finding Maposhka.
Yeah, he's doing a lot in these fights. 33.
How many deaths is that from Maposhka? 6 already in this game. Looking to contest the Wisdom Rune as well. 33. Is that his
Dire's
Bloodstone
bottom
done?
tower has fallen.
Pretty much.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hitting some crazy timings here.
Pressure's on Satanic to sort of get to a point where he does feel okay in turning up to these fights, because Tundra, they are speeding it up.
And the Puck overall, look at the difference between him and the Void Spirit. You know, this is the counter pick to deal with the Puck. Puck's top net worth. He's not feeling that pressure at all right now. He even took the Void Spirit's tower, and now they've got the Bloodstone too on the Sand King. Their team fight has scaled up massively, and for Spirit, their team fight, it's kind of very reliant on Malik. He's gone for a blink route.
That's a slow game from him.
It is.
Falling behind on the Pango.
Gonna go for Loronoff.
And they chain control him.
Should be able to.
Yeah, Satanic's able to walk up.
It's that blink reveal. Nice move there for Malik. Slow down that momentum of Loronoff, and they should just be able to take out this tower, but they're actually TPing in. 33 doesn't want to lose it just yet. Level 12. This Sand is gigantic.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, he's same level as Satanic in the game with the amount of farm that he's been able to find. And their damage. Oh, the jump in, Saxa. Find the Pango.
That's a good setup. Makes it look easy there, Saxa.
Oh my god, look at the item that Sox is queuing up too. He's going for the big one since he's having such a good game. Very valuable versus 2 of the cores in this game, the Pango and that Void Spirit. If he does get it at an early timing on this Clockwork, that work is going to be nuts.
It's looking like he will.
He's so farmed. 7, 3, and 6. He's part of 13 of the 14 kills so far on this Clockwork. The other day we had Soxa going, what, it was 0-8 as the Clockwork, and he was not having this time. This one, he's just owning.
That's true, yeah.
Right, remember?
Yeah, but we're seeing sort of the 2 sides of Saxa when it comes to Tundra winning. Yeah, one where he's able to make it happen by just dying an awful lot. It's part of the plan, and then this time he pops off and he becomes the main attraction.
Look at these 2 supports from Spirit. I mean, Soxa, he's just looking to annoy Satanic. The 2 supports from Spirit were actually playing in the enemy triangle looking for somebody, but they weren't able to find one. They do see Nightfall, they see Soxa as well.
They got Malik to help out.
Looks like they'll be able to get the clock.
Saxa, not a chance to get out of this one. But Nightfall, he gets the freedom to escape.
Laura will be able to get out of bottom as well, too. Does end up getting away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Soxa, him dying, you know, they'll take a kill, of course, on the side of Team Spirit, but Nightfall, he's like, okay, you tank the gank for me a bit there. He's able to get back and farm the triangle.
And they're still hanging around here with the 2 supports, Maposhka and Root.
Yeah, they've been playing here for a while. Really want to look to contest the triangle. Whitemon is here, but they don't want to go on Whitemon now. Maposhka's in a dangerous spot.
They're going to try and make this play on towards Whitemon. They will get the kill. It's going to cost them both for their lives. See, it seems like just a bit of a desperate play, that one.
Yeah, the way that they've been there for a long time, too, Owen. They were there for over 1.5 minutes, I want to say, until they connected up top to go for the kill on Sox.
Those 2 heroes, even if they do like find a core on their own, are they even likely to get that kill?
It's a deceptive amount of damage that the 2 of them do.
Sure.
The way that the Disseminate and Promulgate kind of works, you do chunk heroes down massively, and the way you amp up the damage of Willow does a lot inside that realm, but either way, it's just interesting the way that they are looking to play around those 2. Laurel does have Ags. Naposhka forgot to fill up the bottle. Whoops. Laurel does have Ags, so they can actually look to go for the setup onto the puck and the sanking, but they are quite farmed now at this point. 33 has a plate mail too. And Lornoff does have a blink, so if they don't get the full chain stun on him, he will be able to reset out of the fight. Tundra looking for a go. Satanic has claimed that top net worth. He is very, very farmed. It's just those other 2 cores are really starting to fall far behind. They're going to smoke and gather off the timing of the Axe Void Spirit. 33's already pump faking his ult. That rocket hits them right in their face. They know exactly where they are. Nightfall, he's just running right into them with BKB.
BKB and stand his ground and fight this. The backup comes in for him. They've got the Rolling Thunder to the side. They managed to clip Lauren off with the Rolling Thunder. He's got to break out of it. Lal indeed straight over the walls with the Astral Stab. And the damage to Satanic. They kill him off. They got the Dragon Tail fall up on a 33. 33 will get the Burrow Strike off just in time, but he won't survive. Now Satanic's ready to turn for more. This is exactly the fight that Satanic needed to find.
He's killing all of them.
As the Dragon Knight taking them down 1 by 1. Whitemon and Sector, they're trying to finish Satanic up, but they cannot. Satanic survives, and they get the team wipe.
I don't think they have respected the damage that he's actually able to do.
Look at that. I mean, this is why this Dragon Knight's looked fantastic.
Look at how much he did.
It doesn't get the Rampage today, but it's very similar to what we saw from him the other day. Gets, you know, the first few items done, the Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB, and then as a team, doesn't matter that they're kind of losing the early game, falling behind. They know how strong Satanic is at that point. They get him in position, and Tundra, they couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, who cares if your Pango's behind? He's just applying the debuff to everybody, getting Satanic to hit them hard. And Nightfall, he like asked them to go on him there, right? Like he BKB'd. It seemed like they knew, but he did not respect how much damage does. That lead is completely gone.
Absolutely, you cannot underestimate the Dragon Knight, especially in the hands of someone like Satanic.
It looks so similar to what we saw the other day.
It really was. It was exactly the same. You know, you could have sort of plastered the word Rampage at the top, and it would have felt exactly the sort of same style and type of play that they went for at that time. They're trying to punish back here, Tundras. They were run down Maposhka, but Maposhka, he's up to the high ground. He's away.
33.
Satanic's a bit low.
He's dead.
Gonna get jumped here. They'll lose 33. Indeed, only getting the support for it first. They lose Zaxter as well.
Lornoff getting
start thinking about getting out of this. Satanic get deep with the control on Lornoff. Will get the chance to orb away, but Malik chased him down with the Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder comes to an end.
Whitemon healing up. Lorinov split off to the side of the fight. He'll be able to jump away, but Whitemon, he'll get dealt with as, again. Team Spirit, these fights now, they're happening pretty fast, and indeed that lead that Tundra had, it's completely slipped away. Spirit are getting the lead now, and I think Tundra's going to kind of be sitting there, taking a step back and being like, what's happening?
I mean, they're looking for the fights too, right? Tundra's literally asking for these fights.
They
But
ran
like,
at them
I
up to
really
the
don't
tier
think
2
that
there.
they're respecting the Satanic DK.
No.
They're going for the supports, which is usually the right move, of course. But at this point now, Miposhka, he's got 9 death, and he's probably saying, these 9 deaths are well worth it. I still have a Glimmer Cape. I still have some farm. And my DK,
hey, he's
reigning.
closing in on the Daedalus after this.
He's reigning supreme. Level 17, and even without the buff ups. Yes, he doesn't have an independent buff up on himself, but the Pango applying this minus armor, he does an insane amount of damage.
And it really is a very similar situation to that game when we saw the DK versus the Gyro, right? Where in the reality in these team fights, even though the farm from Nightfall, I mean, now he's falling a little bit behind, but up until those last few fights, he was in a great spot. It's just that the Dragon Knight kills the Gyro way quicker than the Gyro can do any sort of single target damage. Anytime the Satanic turns up these fights with the BKB, they cannot kill the Dragon Knight through the BKB. They can't even get close to killing him through the BKB. He's basically invincible and dealing an insane amount of damage.
I look at his armor, right? It's just DK in a nutshell, but 26 armor without even having armor on. Yeah, Nightfall does not have that straight physical damage to put from him. No, he needs Aghanims and more, feels like. Especially with the way that these last few fights have gone Satanic. He's pretty much level 18.
Radiant are scanning.
And I mean, somehow Miposhka's very far into it. He's top of the supports with 9 deaths. Did get the shard, but still.
Radiant structures.
Top lane have caught him. Lorinov.
Another one that they were able to grab. And we're seeing Saksa, he's still working on that Orchid that he potentially was going to get, what, 5 minutes ago or something? It's just not happening now.
The way that the game's going, it's changed drastically since the point when he queued that up and started to build it.
And they're going to have answers for it already, right? They're going to, I believe, have the Manta style, if I saw correctly, on Laurel. And they have a pipe now on Malik, so the build that he ends up going for, it's going to have answers from the side of Spirit as soon as he ends up pretty much getting it. We've seen Satanic do this before on this DK. It's looking very similar. He's going to be getting this Aegis as well. He is set up for success this game. And I think Tundra, probably asking themselves, they're like, man, we thought that we'd be able to take that fight in the mid lane. They literally ran right into them. They knew.
Yeah, it's just going to be almost impossible in the next fight unless Tundra are able to catch Spirit off guard and split up. Because next fight round, he's going to have the full Daedalus. He's going to be level 18. You know, they couldn't deal with him before. Honestly, it's early days, but I could see a Rampage being on the table.
Absolutely, I could see him standing his ground, like 1 versus 4 or something like that. If they do end up cleaning up his team, I could see him just cleaning house. Yeah, that Daedalus is done. Level 18 done. His damage is crazy. He's hitting for 400 damage. Gyro is hitting for what, 200 in comparison to the DK who's hitting for 400. Not even including Malik, right? Not even including that lucky shot minus armor. That it's minus 11 now since he's got the talent, and he's got over destruction too. So we'll factor that in as well. It's minus 14 that he's going to be able to apply on these heroes.
Yeah, I mean it's rough, but in terms of the numbers, it's kind of like the DK has double the damage at the Gyro.
It's literally
and
double.
Also has double the armor of the Gyro.
And what? Okay, not double the HP, but yeah, double pretty much essentially at that point. He's just walking up and hitting tier 2.
Yeah, because they know. It's like, what are you going to do about the Dragon Knight at this point of the game?
Yeah, he's come at me.
He's smashed his timings. He's ready to take your buildings.
He's actually looking. Whoa, why does that look so funny?
Radiant's middle tower
It looked like he was very eager to TP.
That looked kind of funny.
Right? Didn't that animation look a bit bizarre?
Like jumping around. Yeah.
Weird one.
I don't know if it was because his Dragon form was ending at the same time he was TPing or something, but
I don't know. It's just an interesting one. Saksa. He's getting set up on, and he's found. Spirit.
Another one for Satanic.
It was going almost all Tundra's way for the first 15 minutes, but yeah, 16-minute mark, that one fight, it's exploded. Spirit, momentum being gained, and they're setting up on these side lanes. 33 is going to show himself, but they are down here if they do want to look to make a move. At least to threaten him a little.
Hit with the Bramble. I won't drop the fear.
Not with these two, but they don't have that kill threat onto him just yet. Shiva's is done. That'll help a decent chunk versus the tankability of that DK.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And a BKB also on low enough to protect him versus that Ags on the Void Spirit. Doesn't want to go for a single Dispel, just wants to have that full immunity to not get hit by the secondary one. And Pushka just continues to get items too. He's got Blink. Nightfall in a very deep, aggressive position.
He's going to have to BKB TP.
The Nightfall.
Oh, don't mind me.
In classic
Just
form.
a wee fairy going about her business.
Yeah, Spirit playing this really nice. Enabling Satanic to the maximum. And look where he's farming. Satanic is actually doing similar as Nightfall, where he's playing a bit by himself, just taking this, but he's nowhere near as threatened. In fact, he'll probably kill whoever comes to him. His team is also looking to connect. Rue will get the Scout Soxa.
Radiant's top tower is under
He's just taking all the towers.
I mean, this is it, right? This is all 3 tier 2s taken down 25 minutes in by Team Spirit.
And look at his attack range now, too. He's got the talent. He's got the Grove Bow. They're hitting high ground. 100, you got to do something.
Let's see what they got on the defense.
Lane versus Aegis, though.
Oh, I mean, Whitemon, he just gets blown up. Okay, well, that's the Enchantress out. I'll back off as the Elder Dragon form comes to an end.
Try to clear the creeps. They're sticking around for a second here, Satanic. So when they do see that 33 is getting back, they're going to reset away. Satanic is going to go back to farm those Ancients. Nicely controlling the map. And for Tundra, yeah, I think Nightfall, he needs to at least have the Daedalus.
Yeah.
It's probably not enough, but at least having that to be able to kill everybody else. If they can isolate the DK, then perhaps that's their best option, but still not easy with how big he is getting. And it's not super easy to kill these other cores either at this point. Malik, perhaps, if they can find him with that, with the Sanking, but the Void Spirit now at this point is a lot tankier and has Manta for the Dispel. And Nightfall again. They're gonna find him. They forced the
BKB, TP, maybe. Yeah, it has to be. It has
It's gotta be.
You know, it's got to be what's happening.
Concerns for Nightfall. I don't know how he's going to be able to stand his ground versus DK.
Yeah, I feel like we've got to check the stats. I wonder what sort of Gyro versus DK win rate has been like. Because I
That's
feel like
true,
we have
actually.
just seen DKs in the matchup
Just looks
do
better.
so well against it.
And this was a game where it was that first pick.
Yeah. Yeah, the DK, it was slapped out there straight away.
The fact that he's able to have this good of a game just says how powerful it really is. I didn't say it again, too, but, you know, I think me and you in particular, a couple of us have been asking, wanting to see more and more DK, and it looks great in almost every game. He's got AC now finished, too. He's going back to the high ground. Now that Gyro's damage is even more pathetic versus an Assault Cuirass. And they've got a Crimson Guard to block the AoE.
And they're in with the
All
jump.
coming together.
They're going to look to 33. They're going to catch him with the stuns. Can they burst through the Sanking?
They can. And he used his gold.
33's gone. So with that in mind, Spirit should be able to get away with quite a push here. Dreamcoat was dropped down, but they're easily able to survive through it. The Remnant, it catches onto Lorinoff. He's got to get out. He's put the BKB, but he's got to not jump in at all. He's got to stay right behind that tier 3, sorry, and keep his distance.
They're trying to buy time for Nightfall to get more items, but they're just continuing to siege. I don't think, again, 33, I think he thought that he could tank through it. He had the Craggy Coat, he even activated it, and he still just dies to the Focus Fire.
The hook shot, but Setanic's got the backup, and he's got the BKB. He's ready to pop it, turn, take down Saxa.
Look at Nightfall, he's dead!
He's just gone.
Oh my god!
It's just not even close when it comes to the DK versus Gyro in terms of the power level at this stage of a game.
He died in like 4 hits. This actually just feels impossible for Tundra. He shows up and literally just dies in a fraction of seconds. Look at the amount of damage that he's able to kick out just that fast, 3,600. It's like 4 attacks that I saw fly in. I didn't think Nightfall was going to even turn up to that fight, too. I thought he was literally just going to let the racks drop and just go for playing around the map. But shows up, dies immediately. And Tundra now massively on the back foot. Just no way to see how they can kill this Satanic DK.
I want to try and have a look at some of these stats. I know the panel's probably been over them.
What, just the overall straight-up
DK
matchup?
at the moment, like, what is the win rate?
In this tournament, it was 64%.
You're right, yeah, 64.
But how much versus the Gyro? And
I don't know if I have the technology to work that out.
You're good at this. Whitemon, they're going to set up for him. should just have that clean up.
I mean, the win rates, they're not very close. You know, Gyro's 19 games. He's 42% win rate. He's not been doing too hot, Gyro.
Yeah, this game's done. Satanics is going to high ground. He doesn't have BKB for 10 seconds, but can't even threaten him anyway, because he's got to save up Poshka behind him constantly. Bottle's in. Bottle's out.
And they push them off the barracks.
Look,
He's just standing there taking the objectives.
And his BKB's back up, so you can't even attempt
You can't
to
go on
threaten
him.
Maybe back to the drawing board of how you want to deal with DK, because it's that first pick, like we mentioned. An Eternal Shroud picked up for the Sand King, but he is still just getting ripped apart from the physical. Really trying to hold on to this melee Rax. How far until Butterfly is done at the lead? About 1,000 gold for Nightfall to have that, but again, he can just itemize to deal with it, and also, I think he's just gonna kill him right through it anyway. What'd you find there? Anything else?
I know, I can't figure out. Okay. This is I don't know how to find these stats. You know, we leave
someone will get it. Someone that knows how to use all that stuff.
DK versus Gyro win rate.
Dire are scanning.
That's very cool to see. It does feel just super good also because like Gyro all about the spread damage, DK all about the single target burst, and he has this armor that's massive. Armlet also benefits great versus Gyro. They're gonna
Going in.
move.
Can they burst through him? There's going to be the disruption coming out from Maposhka. Satanic, he takes down Saxa. They're more than happy to fight back on this. Tundra, they tried to find something.
In melee form, look at him go.
He's just running them down one by one.
Maposhka even getting some kills for himself.
I mean, what do? It just feels like they're completely helpless at this point, Tundra. And this has been since the game was like dead even in net worth, right?
It was pretty
Tundra
much...
had that lead. They lost that mid fight. And then it was just a little bit of a swing around. That's all Spirit needed. That one fight, that one timing where Satanic perfectly knew when to turn up with the Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB. And it's just all been downhill for Tundra from that point onwards. They just taken over everything about this game, team.
And it was Tundra the one that they picked the fight. You know, they ran into them with the BKB on Nightfall to try. I don't think they respected that damage, as you said. Yeah, this one's it's done and dusted. Jerry, you have your Butterfly and your Gyro, but yeah, you're just going to get Mega Creep right here, it looks like.
I think you've got to have a better plan for the first pick DK that Spirit are happy to run with. They seem very, very good with it.
And you know what? You did kill Maposhka, I don't know how many times, I think 9 or 10 times this game, but it's not enough, clearly, to just kill Maposhka that much.
They're going to come in with a buyback for Lorinov.
Look at Nightfall.
He's just got to run. And he's not even going to get the chance to do that. He's dead. No buyback on him. I think we're looking at a game 3 pretty soon here, Fogged.
Yep.
33. He's caught by the X, the Cursed Crown. He's actually trying to push them off the back. Satanic just pots the BKB, continues to punch into them. They have managed to kill the Void Spirit, but Satanic,
the raid boss,
he might be eyeing up that rampage we talked about earlier.
Can he find it? Looks like they maybe are leaving it for him. No, they're just gonna take it. Maposhka, he'll be unstoppable now after being like having 9 deaths. He's got what, 7 kills or something.
Now Saxa will throw out another buyback. They're trying to stop him. They're trying to slow him down.
He ain't moving.
As it cost them the 3 buybacks here.
This has to be, what's his GPM actually looking like? It has to be some absolutely insane numbers here. 849 for the DK.
It's crazy. Satanic plays it perfectly.
He's just standing there, menacingly. They can't do anything to him. Saxa, not gonna. Pushka keeps getting these kills.
How many kills has he got?
Now, he's 9-9.
9-9.
GG.
There we go. GG's called, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a game 3 here between Spirit and Tundra.
All it took was one fight.
And I'm really excited to see what goes down in the draft really next time around and how Tundra kind of responds to this. Do you just let the DK through, let them go with it first pick and try and hit them with a different plan? Or after seeing this, and after what we've watched from Team Spirit and Satanic's DK on the other days, is this something that you have to just not let them get?
I think for him, probably not. Like, he just looks super comfortable on it. And they killed him a couple times too, right? They were slowing him down.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. He still got the timings of the Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB.
And
it was like 16 minutes in. And then, yeah, rest was history. It was literally one fight. They dominate. And you can see Tundra. They're probably like, huh. Well then, that happened. We probably have to give more respect to it because it is a very potent hero.
It is. It really is.
I'm trying to get some damage numbers before I close
we
this
got?
one
I
out.
mean, I can have a look for you. Well, 28k done by Satanic.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Nightfall does 40, so they double.
Double.
It was double everything. They said there was a point where he had double the right click, double the armor, and at the end of the game, he had double the damage. It's just that much of a difference. honestly, as I said, I don't think it's really much on the players on that. Obviously, Satanic pushes it to its extreme, but a lot of that matchup, I feel it's got to be on the heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like it, right? Especially if he has the amplification. Sure, not the actual like drinking buddies, but if he's got these extra little things, he does have that buff up where Nightfall didn't in this game. And it showed massively in just one fight, which decided the game.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, and the Spirit really knew what to do from that point onwards. They did not let that one slip away. And as I say, with this 1-1, we're going to be getting a very exciting Game 3 coming up soon between Tundra and Team Spirit.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dirty Pixel and Fog. We'll have to wait a little bit before that Game 3, but that gives us time to break down Game 2, where my panel was not very convinced that Team Spirit would have the upper hand. But straight up, Kazoo, you're wrong.
Sure, I did prefer Tundra's draft, I will agree. But I will say I'm very impressed. Like, even here, Spirit are down like 4k gold in this fight, but they get some item timings, the BKB on Satanic, the Ags on Void Spirit, and I feel like this is some of the old stuff we used to see from Team Spirit with like Yatoro collabs, where it's like, net worth doesn't matter. They just feel it at some point. They know when they're strong, and they're gonna go and take a fight. So I am really, really impressed with what they did in this game here, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, it was the Mask of Madness plus Armlet timing from Satanic. If you're good at toggling, that's a great time to show up to the fight. And in that fight, he did toggle a few times. There was no clutch, like, he's going to die, he toggles like one hit away from dying or anything like that. But he was using it to constantly restore his health to a point where he couldn't die in the burst. And if he didn't clutch that, if he screwed that up once, they lose that fight. That was a 3k gold deficit, and it was pretty early on into the game.
Yeah.
So I feel like if they lose that fight, the whole game just snowballs and it's over.
There's also like other things that they did really well, where it's, I think at one point it was Malik and Rue in the mid lane. Like, they smoked just the two of them with like Blink Roll, Terrorize, and they kill Lord of Mid. Then they do it again later top, so it's like, it's not just Satanic who did very well. Of course he did, and he looks amazing. But what they did all together, like knowing what to wait for, like this is exactly the play. Like, they're smoked up, they're 5k gold down, and they're killing the hardest to kill hero like in this mid lane and just make it look easy. Like, this is the type of stuff you want to see from a team. And this is a young squad, so
yeah,
this gives me a lot of confidence. How about you?
I agree. They didn't have that great of disable for the puck. But apparently you can chain stun him with Pango, which, by the way, is bullshit. I still think Pango's a busted hero.
I agree with Jake,
I can't stand... Why does it do 100% of your attack damage? What are you thinking? What are you doing? Come on. It's been years of this since...
Yeah, but this is also something that Tundra could have, be prepared for, and they weren't. So
yeah,
it's not something new.
No.
No.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No.
It is a Laurel classic.
But it was Malik playing it.
The Void Spirit.
Oh, the Void Spirit.
The Void Spirit, which he did very good on the Void Spirit as well.
He did.
Was he 8-2? I get the score.
Let's production, can we get the score lines?
I think most people only had 2 deaths.
He had a pretty good score line.
So he had something, 2, and then many assists.
Yeah. He didn't dumpster the lane by any means, but there we go.
There it is.
5-2.
Okay, it was some.
But I will say, I really like the itemization with the first item Axe. Usually you see like some Manta style if like you need to play the map and there's gonna be a silence. But with the Axe, like not only do you help yourself in defensive ways because you can silence them or maybe get 2 shields while you get coiled, it allows you to go aggressive. And it was one of the main timings they used in this game. So, yeah, I feel like I've definitely changed my mind on Spirit, at least what they're capable of when it comes to gameplay.
You weren't convinced after their performance yesterday?
Not yet. I need more than like a good day and like this.
Never doubt this team.
No, yeah.
Never doubt them.
Exactly.
I mean, sorry guys, my bad.
This is why they're my favorite guys. And I was really worried. I was like, oh, this new roster, like, they're missing some of the classics.
They're missing Mira, Yatoro, Collapse. It's like, Spirit has won TI twice.
Yeah.
They're like
Yatoro's out there shit talking on his stream as well.
Every day, too.
Every day he's saying something. And I was like, you know what? Maybe this is a different roster, but
they're bringing it.
Yeah,
they are
good. I have a lot of faith in Malik. He had a lot of really solid games in Dacha where he like clutched. And I feel like in this tournament, he's been more stable. Rue, I was kind of questioning at the start of Dacha, but then he clutched a lot of games. He's on and off, but he has that clutch potential that's in him. And Satanic has just been like a beast. And Maposhka, he's the dad.
He's just so stable.
Big brother probably prefers that.
Laurel didn't even say, when we asked him if he feels like a big brother, he's like, yeah, I don't know, I guess.
He does not.
No, he does not.
He doesn't care. He's just playing Dota.
I will say, I think it's incredibly impressive to change 3 players on a roster and continue this same level of performance. You know, they're still in the top 8, and they were top 4 at BB Dasha as well. You know, they're still continuing that
To have
momentum.
the same identity.
Even though the majority has changed.
It reminds me a lot of like old LGD in their prime. Whenever they swap players, it was still like, wow, like this, you know, LGD, the way they play the map, the way they do this. I see the same thing here. You change like the core and like collapse your Toro Mira, but the way they can claw back into games, the way they clutch games, it's the same. So it's like what they teach each other and how they view the game is just, it's really damn nice to see.
Yeah, it is nice to see. And this game in particular, of course, clawing back after game number 1, which was really rough for Team Spirit. I think we heavily put that on the draft as well, seeing how Tundra did have a lot of their comfort coming out. We didn't say that Spirit had like the overwhelming and favorable draft here, Jenkins. This was an even draft on hindsight.
I thought it was 50-50, and even watching the game, I still feel like both teams had options. I mean, Tundra was literally in the lead. They were making some cool plays where they would do like one play into the triangle and then another play on the bot lane. I think strategically they were doing some really interesting stuff, but Spirit just clapped back with a really clutch team fight, which is in their identity for what they do, but it was also in the draft that they were able to do that in the first place because they have good heroes.
Yeah, they did have good heroes. They have good players as well. And speaking of players, I would love to see an Ace or Predator head-to-head presented by Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. For the Predator head-to-head, what I want to look at is the hard carries. That was really the story of the game. Dragonite has had a high win rate. That was the hero you guys pointed out. He's the one that had the highest win rate. Check out this GPM differences, though. 857 for Satanic, 606 for Nightfall on the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter also has been a pretty capable carry, and he does have mixed damage, but the problem is that Dragonite farms really fast. He's got his Battle Fury built into his hero's kit. Look at the XPM difference. Wildly different there in terms of amount of experience gain, because you just do more damage on the Dragonite earlier. With Armlet alone, you're clearing ancient stacks. It takes Gyrocopter time to get that kind of item. Hero damage was just better for Satanic as well. Now, they did pressure Satanic effectively, which was important, because lowering his farming speed is what you need to do if he's going to naturally farm better than your Gyrocopter. But despite these kills against the Dragonite, he just had more net worth in almost all circumstances. This part of the fight was really big. And crucially, what happened is that Satanic managed to trade his BKB for Nightfall's BKB. And then he just doesn't take any magic damage. And he's naturally got a stupid amount of armor compared to what Gyro has with the armlet and even the that neutral item, I can't remember what it's called. Gives you armor when you're low. So he just did more damage, had more items, and mitigated the magic damage. And then he just was an item ahead for the rest of the game.
Was that a player difference or a hero difference? Because Gyrocopter and Dragonite are both very different, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a hero difference. The fact that Dragonite can farm quickly, the fact that Satanic, despite being ganked, was still farming faster and being top net worth. The fact that he just had Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB at that point in the game when Gyro's probably playing with like an Ags and a Crystallis or something and a BKB, it's okay, but you're not going to kill the Dragonite. The carry matchup is bad, and or at least slightly, it has problems if you're behind. If you're ahead, okay, it's fine. You're going to have a Butterfly at a good time and be survivable, but it just felt like the Dragonite at all stages of the game just did more damage. But I do want to give a special shout out to Laurel, because Dragonite did a total of 28k damage that game, and Laurel on the Void Spirit did 24k. So he was actually really close to in terms of damage dealt. So it wasn't just Dragonite, but Satanic did seem like the problem.
I mean, that's pretty impressive numbers for a Void Spirit as well.
It is.
We're finding out what the carry matchup will be for game number 3 after a break. Is that right?
everything I wanna do is true. When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift ya. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift ya. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique.
Pandas and wise panelists, what's going to happen in the game number 3 is what I ask of thee.
You say hear ye for me?
Why would I say that?
You're about to judge, you're about to proclaim something. I'm sure.
I have nothing to proclaim. I need to see the draft on my screen, then I can make proclamations.
Make a proclamation, there's a draft.
Team Spirit will ban... They have no ban.
They've already banned.
Try again. Let's see.
Dragon Knight?
Shadow Fiend.
Or Dusk.
You don't think they're going to Dragon Knight again?
You just asked me to make a goddamn proclamation.
Well,
I
we'll
did
see
it.
if they pick Shadow Fiend. Either way, welcome back, guys. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24, and it is Game 3, deciding game here between Team Spirit and Tundra, which is really cool because these two teams, nobody has ever won between them in a series because so far all they did was evade each other during BB Dasha, and then during the group stages they tied. So it's about time to find out which one of these two teams is the better one. We got Visage coming out of Tundra Esports, has been first phase banned both games so far, so we'll see what 33 will be able to do with that. Team Spirit will be looking to 4 protect 1 as that has been their most successful strategy here with Purge.
This seems pretty good against a possible Dragon Knight jump because there's gonna be a lot of magic damage to beat him up in the lane. However, it's not nearly as good as it used to be because now those like 500 gold items you're buying don't become like giga strong at 25 minutes on the Visage. You know what I mean?
Well, if it ain't
Those
broke, why
bracers.
fix it?
It's gonna be a 2-1 for Team Spirit here.
Are you worried about him in the laning stage?
No, not really.
No.
Fever, let nature take its course.
No, that's not good.
Oh no.
He's stuck.
Is it?
He passed away, he took too big of a bite.
He's bleeding.
Oh no.
He needs a monster to recover.
He looks so cute.
Yeah, so does the panda.
Thank you, Jenkins. 2-1 for Team Spirit. We should pack our bags and go home.
Wish I could open my jaw that wide.
I don't think you should say that.
You
but
just
I
did.
also don't think. I also don't think that Dragonite is that bad versus Visage. He is a regen-based hero. I do think that the magic damage that Visage does is, of course, not negated by the armor that DK gets, but he's also a regen-based hero. So it's the same thing behind like why I think the Timber DK matchup is good for the DKs is that you slowly harass him down and he just doesn't care. He has built-in tangos pretty much. He'll heal the full. He's Gucci.
I mean, I wonder if you're Spirit here, like what else you want to build around it. Because I also think that Mr. Satanic should be fine in the lane. I guess one of the best pairings for Tundra would be the Tusk still, because that generally seems like the lane that they want. With the Visage, I think, to like get this kill threat, or maybe Bounty if you want to play the map, but I'm pretty happy here if I'm Spirit and I get this trade. Yeah, obviously you have to give Tundra one of their best heroes, but the DK songs are just, they're going through the roof.
Maybe Spirit bans Clock or something, and then they pick the Tusk themselves, buff up the DK. You are going to be playing into a Visage with Bounty, Clock, or Tusk though.
Yeah.
Like you have no choice in that matter. But they can choose what they're giving to Tundra at least.
I mean, do you need to ban a different, like is there a carry to carry matchup you need to take out? Maybe not. I mean, there's like Medusas and Shadow Fiends.
DK. That's a tough.
That is a tough
ask.
one.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
They might be doing exactly what he said.
So then I suppose BH is the one you mentioned.
I guess so, unless there's something that is like new in a way, or something that really offsets this matchup, which...
Didn't they have a lane with the Visage Bounty Hunter Tundra that got absolutely demolished. I don't know
It
what they
did,
were
but
up
that was
against.
against Chen Alchemist.
Okay.
Okay, here's another idea. What if they nix Assassin in anticipation for Spirit picking an Ench or a Chen, and then that means Tundra can get an Ench or a Chen for themselves?
That sounds kind of cool. I mean, the other best 5 is gone. Enchantress's win rate right now has been really solid.
But you would have to pick both. Or, like in your scenario, they pick Nyx and a core.
Yes.
Look at that win rate, 5 and 13.
But it's not going to happen. They're not.
All right, but it is magic damage against a Dragonite. Very important. And it's percentage-based damage against a Dragonite. So they won't be picking the Chen or Enchant, but it does block their opponents from feeling as comfortable about it.
Should have faith.
And the Phoenix is probably 5, so right? So it isn't necessarily
Most
going to be
likely.
against Dragonite in lane. And Nyx is a little bit weaker before. It's got Disable, but not as much nuke necessarily.
I mean, the Phoenix is really good here too, and like Nyx just kind of helps Visage in the lane. There's probably also stuff that like Jenkins just mentioned where it does cover against picks that they likely think Spirit would have wanted. But I'm a big fan of the Phoenix against these two heroes, like DK, Tusk. You can also, like, your Visage can go into the fight, you drop an egg in there, it's like very strong.
Yeah, lots of options here for Spirit because they can flex the Tusk between 5 and 4. I am looking at like potential heroes that are good against the Phoenix.
Wow, we talk about Primal so many times over the last 2 days, and this is the time he actually comes out. What makes this the Primal game?
The support duo, I don't know. I guess you can get on top of the supports kind of easy. Nyx is a little bit worrying because he can interrupt your stun easily, but
I don't.
and your ulti especially.
I honestly don't see this as that good of a Primal game. I think Phoenix percentage damage is good against Primal. You can't hit the egg because you literally get disarmed by pressing Trample. Nyx can stun you. Visage has magic damage for you. I guess maybe this next pick we'll see. Like they really think that it's solid with whatever Rue is going to be playing.
But if they do have damage issues on the Tundra side, like look at the 3 heroes Spirit's dealing with right now. It's like 2 ultra tanky heroes and a Tusk to back them up. So it feels like they just need to make sure they keep picking tanky. There's just a lot of, I feel like we've seen a lot of games where like one lineup just is so tanky.
I was thinking the Muerta.
Wait.
This makes sense with the Primal. I feel like the lane is very strong between these 2 heroes, and it's a hero that can kill the egg. That's the main thing. I also think just dropping the spirits into an egg and Phoenix.
All these heroes are good to silence.
Yeah, these heroes are great to silence. Like I think they could fight around the spirits really nicely.
Something else I could see about the Primal, I think when you play against heroes like Visage, you know the hero has a very high chance of like taking over the lane, wanting to play aggressive. You need stuff that can offset, like where you either TP top and like you try to kill the Visage, because Primal Beast doesn't mind TPing around, same with like a Pango. So I can't really say why they would have picked it over a Pango, but that's another benefit that the hero can give you.
That's a really good point. I think you need to take it to Visage. I guess the only issue is that 33 also likes to move himself.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's like maybe the idea is not necessarily going to the Visage's lane, but to match whatever his rotations are. But in both cases, it works.
Well, so the Storm is very good.
Okay.
Oh, bro, you good?
The draft is not that bad, dude.
Oh, yeah. He just had to see it from like, you know how sometimes you have to like squint your eyes to really see the synergy? Yeah, that's probably what
Oh, he's got a cool
like
guy sword on the wall, Jenkins. Did you see that?
Oh,
that is sweet. I should ask him about katanas next time I interview him.
Are we sure that is his room though? Because how many selfies does he normally take?
I swear I've seen katanas on the wall in his background before too.
Okay.
I think
this is his wall.
You know, yeah, all the selfie lights. That's really shouts 33 for you. The
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Social media presence.
Nah, you're right.
Yeah.
There ain't no social media presence here.
And we see the Moogle as well. I didn't know he was a Final Fantasy fan.
He might be in his girlfriend's room or something like that.
That would be
I should ask
way
her.
Very
more
likely.
I should ask her.
Alright, we got the Shadow Fiend and Ursa banned out on one side. And the mid lane is getting banned out on the side of Tundra. They ended up banning the Ember already. And they got one more ban to protect their Storm Spirit.
Okay, so you have Nyx that's very good with Storm in terms of how they can play the map later. But I'm looking at what carry Tundra want out of phase here. Like when you see Primal Beast and DK, first of all, against Primal, you generally need heroes that can at least kind of defend themselves in the lane. but like, oh, he tramples, you stun him, or like, you're tanky to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm about to, or I was thinking of a very dead hero to suggest it. I hate Lifestealer, but this could be a game where you could, it could come to mind. You have the Storm Bomb, you lane fine with Phoenix. You're,
There's 2 BKB Pierce disables though.
I mean, sure, but I mean, okay, let's see. What else is there? There's like a Medusa
Bristle.
matchup.
I guess you don't want to bristle too bad against Dragon Knight. That doesn't sound very fun.
What about Slark?
Larky. Nightfall will not play Slark. I will eat my shoe if this guy picks Slark.
Team Spirits turn.
That's Ben. What do we think about that one then?
I mean,
Close
it's
enough.
It's high damage. He's gonna have high HP too.
His stats sucks. 1 and 5. 1 and 4, sorry.
Might be 1 and 5.
Sorry.
I mean,
I read the script.
It gives them. They really did need damage in their draft. Storm helped that a lot too. But I think Sven is gonna be another person that can combo and get kills between Storm and Nyx. Like they've got good damage now, and he's got really good farm speed. So I think it's fine. Armor to his teammates. He can protect the egg a little bit.
You just go Earth Spirit here. Go for the Primal Earth Spirit combo. The double big tanky fat guy with Blade Mail. Silence for the Storm Spirit as well.
I think you could. There's also a puck in the pool.
Yeah, puck into Nyx is a bit awkward. Tiny. Okay.
Choose your hero.
Another big tanky fat guy.
Do we like it?
So many fat guys in this.
I don't really see the point. I don't think it's particularly sick against Storm in lane. Maybe I'll eat my shoe if that lane goes really well for Laurel. I feel like he probably just got asked what he wants to play last pick, and he got what he wanted to play because Laurel is an excellent tiny player.
Yeah.
Is that something that inspires you with confidence for this third game?
I think any good team should trust their mid laner to pick the last hero.
Yeah.
But sometimes that also happens, and the mid laner is a little too big for their britches, and they don't do very well. But Laurel's a TI winner. You got to show him the respect he deserves. I'm going to say if he asks for a last pick tiny, it's a good game for it.
I think they're aiming to like blow up a support at the start of every fight. Like they have stuns on every single one of their 5 heroes. So if they find Nyx or they find Phoenix, those heroes are going to die. It could be Storm as well, getting chain bursted. So in that way, it's good. It's not a great egg hitter. Maybe you get 2 hits from the Echo Saber kind of a thing. But
right. You got to kill the Phoenix before the egg gets off.
Yeah.
No other hero is going to kill the egg.
it is survivable against Sven. These other things can have
Spirit's
lots of armor.
draft is very good. I like Tundra slightly more. I would say for me, Whiteman will be the X factor in this game. I don't see how this egg dies unless they actually kill him first. There is something Spirit could do where you leave your Primal Beast to start solo bottom, because I feel like Phoenix doesn't pressure him that much, and you like start safe lane, tri lane. It's something I have seen that maybe that's another reason why they pick Primal. I don't know. But I think they need to do something nice or cool or unorthodox to help them get in this game.
They need to do cool and unorthodox things.
I mean, if they play like last game, they might just win. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
there might be ideas that they can exploit.
They definitely skill diffed.
They giga
past,
skill
the
diff.
10 or 15 minute mark. If they do that again, their draft is totally fine.
What do we feel about the carry matchup? As we said that was a big factor in the previous game as well with the Gyro versus the DK. How does Sven match up against the DK?
Sven is good when Warcry is active, but when Warcry goes away, he's gonna have a bad time. So I don't know. They gotta fight when they want to, and the fights need to be like blow guys up, re-engage kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out. Game 3, deciding Game 3, coming your way with Odipixel and Fogged, and with the rendition of your release, I believe, from the PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, another game 3 ready to go down today. This time we're going to see if they do have the answer for the Dragon Knight. Because of course, Spirit, they don't stray away from it. They get the chance to. They're going to go with it another time round. A very different draft around it. But yeah, it's still the Satanic Dragon Knight that we saw pop off last game. Have Tundra, in your eyes, got a bit of a better approach against it this time?
I'm not sure. The Phoenix definitely helps a lot. I think that's my favorite one that they have in their game plan. Just the Sunray as the game progresses. Fire Spirits are always going to be annoying, and just the Egg in particular can be a bit difficult to hit. But the Nyx Assassin for me just feels out of place. I think I've only really seen this hero picked up when it's played versus like that Ancho or that Shen, so that you have something that's specifically countered. I'm curious to see what was the determining factor for Saksa. Maybe having a break function from his shard at some point to be able to focus fire the DK? I'm not sure. I'll have to see what Saksa is going to be able to do with it. And something else that Spirit did that I'm unsure if it's the entire like concept of what they want is Saksa actually might just be in some trouble here. There's some tag team.
Yeah, tag team Dragon Tail and into the dead shot. That's going to be first blood for Team Spirit.
So yeah, they
will get the free bounce though.
Oh, they do get the free bounce, but yeah, losing the Nyx immediately off the back, Mapush was able to get it, and maybe they are starting that tri lane. Well, he's TPing, so maybe because they got the first blood, not going to be the case. But interesting thing that I was looking at from the 3 cores that they pick: DK, Dragon's Blood, tons of armor; Primal Beast, Uproar, tons of armor; Tiny, when he gets Grow, tons of armor. So they're going to get innately incredibly tanky on top of just being, strength heroes. They have some of the higher strength gain in particular, which can be perhaps a bit difficult. Sven is one of those heroes that does deal enough damage to sometimes go through it. But
sure, but it
could get durable.
It's going to be a lot of HP, a lot of armor to work with.
So that's a bit of a curious thing.
As the panel said, though, when it comes to Tundra's lineup, the one that could quite literally be the shining star, it is this Phoenix, right? You look at what it's up against. Sure, there's a Moeta, but outside of that, it's pretty much smooth sailing for a Phoenix, right?
Exactly.
It could get out of control.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I would say also, the other thing is I can never write this off in any game. It's Visage with Storm on his team. When you get the Shard on the Storm, the damage numbers go absolutely through the roof, too. So I think 15-minute timing could be something that Tundra's looking to play off if they do come out of these good lanes. Spirit, I think a lot of teams are learning how to play versus this Visage, as we saw there. Immediately has a salve when he starts the lane on Satanic, so he just eats a couple soul consumptions, backs up salves, he's back up to full HP. So 33, not able to get that early kill that we do see him get a ton of times. Bottom load, this lane in particular, Malik should be chilling. He should have a very good time down here versus Nightfall.
Yeah, should be very unlikely to die. Seeing they can combo quite nicely with the force of the dead shot, allowing them to keep the heroes underneath the trample.
Laurenoff will probably have the edge, I would imagine, in this mid matchup, but not by a significant margin either. That's why Laurel, he asked for this one. So I'll say Spirit, they're in a good position and like kind of in all 3 lanes, I would say. The Storm maybe will get that, like we said, slight advantage, but it's not that big of a deal. So I'd say 2 lanes that look great, like pretty darn good for Spirit, and the one that's kind of like a trade in a way. His bottom, I don't see how, I don't see either one of them really do die. Even Rue, unless he literally just steps up and eats a stun from the Sven and under creeps or something. Unless Whitemon can work the magic, which we have seen. Tianming, he did have that unbelievable performance on that Phoenix the other day.
I think just sort of any time if they do get to go on Rue, it's highly likely that the Primal's going to be able to stomp them down.
Yeah.
They try and focus the Moeta.
Soul Assumptions to connect. Mapushka. He's got a salve in the ready in the backpack too, so he'll be able to heal through that one. We're not having a good edge now. At least in terms of just 3 or 4 more CS. Or 4 more CS after this range creep goes down. But yeah, I'm really curious about this next pick. If it is really just about the break, or if it's about them setting up ganks with the Storm Spirit, with the Shard, and just kind of this mid-game thing. Because it's not the strongest 4 position in terms of laning when you're playing with the Visage. Unless you're strictly countering one of those Chenzer and Chantresses. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what Sux is going to do.
It can definitely end up being one of those supports that gets cleaned up in the midst of a team fight by a couple of hits from a Dragon Knight very easily.
Oh yeah.
It can get rough.
DK always likes to play versus these type of heroes in the lane as well. Sucks it. Or maybe it's just gonna he's just gonna move around, but they'll actually be able to move first. Mapushka able to get the setup there. Could see this a lot from Mapushka, I feel like, this game. Since he is playing with this DK who's already doing great in the lane versus this Visage, could look to make moves around, and he can trade pretty effectively here versus Oxa too. He's got the tag team back up. Every single time, you gotta stun him and push away. Bottom, they continue to just threaten Nightfall. Keeps getting put in low HP, and Rude, does he have the connection? He does.
He does.
What a play.
Beautiful dead shot to catch him.
And it's a DK who's not really getting slowed down at all, and it's a Sven who is getting slowed down at the moment. And Satanic, he hasn't even bought the raindrop yet in the lane. Now it's coming out, so even more so that he should just be able to sustain through the damage that comes up here. 33 is still last hitting decently.
Sure, but it's just the fact that Spirit are dealing with any sort of pressure that a lot of lanes against the Visage will falter to early on.
Yeah, Visage
not the case here for Spirit this game.
Visage is about getting those kills early, especially when you've got this facet. So, and yeah, Nightfall, he's 16-3, so he's getting slowed down at a decent amount here. Malik gonna make the go. They see that he's out of mana on the Sven.
No chance for a stun. He's gone. Straight away. Yeah, they were very, very quick to make that move, as you mentioned, just knowing that that wasn't going to be the stun. They do lose Malik, but happily dying there for the fact that they push Nightfall out of the lane once more.
And overall, Sven, one of the things that he does not like to play against in a lot of games is BKB piercing disables. These long stuns, they have a lot of them on the side of Team Spirit as the game will progress. Both the Tusk and the Primal Beast will be able to provide that. They're deep. 33 is very far forward.
He's under the tower. TP comes in from Lyle. They'll be very quick to put a stop to this sort of dive play as 33 gets taken out.
They'll even bring Malik. He can just go through the portal to get his way back toward bottom, but bringing even the Primal Beast to stop that dive.
Whitemon did come across.
Hello.
They'll both pop through the twin gate together.
Whitemon, give him some harassment. Won't be able to set up for him. He's actually going to be able to get the Lotus. Oh, they didn't actually go get it on Nightfall. Nice play there from Malik. 5-1. This early game, very good for Spirit. Last time they actually were faltering a bit inside of that laning phase. This time around, having a very, very good start across the board here.
Stupendous.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this matchup's going to be of the DK versus Sven, because I feel like DK just, on paper to me, in my mind, it just feels like a better Sven.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's
right?
like, you look at what Elder Dragonform does, and you look at what God's Strength does, and I feel like one of them does a whole lot more than the other nowadays.
Yeah, one just gives you incredible damage and range, and one builds Armlet, and the other one doesn't really anymore. Dota 1 days, yes, we used to see Armlet on the Sven, but you're not going to want to go down that route by any means. Of course, you just go your standard Mask of Madness, Echo, etc. if you'd like to do that. But yeah, it's going to be a slower start for Nightfall, as we said, because of how that lane went. 2,900 net worth at the moment on him, and he's only level 4. The DK is about to hit 6. Setting up Satanic for success again. Yeah, he's got 6. So Elder Dragon form, it's online. And he's actually got a catapult wave top too. Might be able to just put some damage onto this tower if you'd like to. Miposhka even playing in a very aggressive position around the triangle, watching Saksa. Starting to sandwich toward the mid lane. They definitely have control to be able to kill the Storm. They're actually going to make the move themselves. They want to start slowing down Satanic. 33.
Miposhka's got the control. Whitemon comes in with the backup, but won't be able to save 33. As Satanic gets the kill. I mean, Whitemon, he's moving forward with the Sunray. Okay, he's got the numbers. He's got the back for Saxtra and Lorinov. So they'll get Miposhka. They'll try and turn towards Satanic, but that's not going to happen at all. Satanic able to walk away perfectly fine.
That was a Saksa threw a blood grenade. I was like, what the? There's no one there to connect. I thought maybe the Sven was coming through the portal, but I'm like, even then, I don't think Sven wants to turn up at this point. Nightfall needs to just be in recovery mode after the way that lane went down. Spirit, I feel like they're in a really, really good spot after these lanes.
So.
It looks great for them.
You see the DK and the Tiny at the top.
And they gave Laurel these. They've given him all 3 kills. So he's got Soul Ring Treads. He's got the Arcane too. He gets it in the bottle. They're looking for the Sven to slow him down too. While Satanic is just not getting slowed down at all. He's just standing his ground under tower.
Yeah, it's just been a bit of a slower start this game from 33. We've seen him take over early many a time on the Visage, but against Spirit this game in the lane, just wasn't able to do so against their matchup.
Lorinov is kind of the only core that's having a good time on their side on Tundra. And all of them, out of all of them. Whitemon's doing pretty okay too, actually. He's level 5. He is soon going to have that 6. And as we said, that is perhaps one of those X factors. But Laurel,
they're looking for Rue, but Laurel's in with the backup. They get the combo into the dead shot straight down on a Whitemon. They kill the Phoenix. And Rue doesn't get even close to dying.
And Saksa, he's going to run toward his buddy, but Laurel does have that Arcane rune, so he's got the toss at the ready again. Saksa's got to just run.
And space is made. Now Malik has been able to finish off the bottom tier 1.
Oh, wow, yeah, he's very farmed on this Primal Beast now too. Soul Ring as well for him. And they're just looking and kind of limiting Nightfall's places that he can just go to farm. Scan comes out, catch Saksa when he's making this sneaky play. Satanic, he's going to be careful with that.
The mid. Silence onto the both of them. Underneath the tier 1, not gonna have any further follow-up this time. So Tundra will survive through the attempt.
Satanic, he's not really feeling that pressure. Soxa still is only level 5. They do not have the
Look
damage
at
of it.
this.
Nightfall.
They're going for him. They'll get TP backup coming in. They've caught him in the shards. Have they got enough to finish him with the trample? It's close. The tag team damage. Not enough to kill him. Nightfall will live. They'll be able to keep him safe and will manage to turn and take Malik out.
Good
Tundra,
rotations.
the backup's there.
Very nice moves. Malik actually did like a really heads-up play where he runs ahead of where the stun is so they can maybe get the grab, but there's actually 4 heroes that end up coming in, so they're able to protect Nightfall. That was a scary position for Nightfall to farm for a second.
Oh, it's going to be a scary position for the Storm. They've got the lockdown by the looks of it into the silence. The snowball comes across. It's not enough.
He's out of mana.
Is there anything else to catch him? The shard, raindrops there.
Do they have another toss? Laurel, he wants to try to go for it. Doesn't have the vision.
Maybe the dead shot.
Oh! Doesn't get it. They'll be able to strike back, but they have to bring the squad. They have to bring 4 people to push them out to try to secure Nightfall's farm.
Yeah, living on the edge down there, Tundra.
I can't believe
Nightfall and Lorinov scrambling back to the fountain.
Raindrops saving lives. 33 starting to do 33 mechanics, so he's triple stacking at the moment. So he's stacking with his hero, and he's using both birds to get those stacks going. So he's trying to set up for that farm for the Sven. Very nice micro from him. So Nightfall will have those to go back on, but it is scouted. So Team Spirit could imagine that they could even contest that area if that ward is even still up when they go for it. Because they have very good heroes to just push through there. Satanic, top of net worth, all 3 cores at the top of the board here. And as we've said, they're very tanky bruisers this game. And Malik, he's not going to deviate too much in terms of like auras or anything. He's just going to go BKB. There's no BKB Pierce in lockdown versus him, so if he just BKBs and grabs a target, they're stuck. They're going to be held down.
That's going to give them more than enough time for Satanic to follow with the damage.
Yep.
On whoever's locked down.
We'll see 33 again. Stack an Ancient, stack a second Ancient, stack another camp, so another triple stack that's going to be going for him. On the other side, there's also crazy stacks being formed there for the DK.
Saxa's trying to scout to throw out a dust. It won't catch onto Saxa. Miposhka did suspect that something was going on around here.
It's just kind of scouting, though. They can't really go for a kill. Even with Whitemon there onto Miposhka, he could just survive, just snowballing and protecting himself. Blink done. That is very early for Laurel. On top of Treads and Soul Ring and Stick, it's not a naked Blink. It's also level 9, so a very good start for him off of these lanes. And definitely look to accelerate things now on the side of Spirit. They're hitting very early timings versus this lineup that can be a pretty fragile in terms of, yeah, 4 of their heroes. Just the Sven really a bit tankier. More and more stacks being made. The Kobold will actually mess up one of the stacks in Spirit. They're looking to maybe steal them. Or maybe get a kill as they go.
They get the chance to take these stacks.
That would be devastating. I mean, Satanic's going in. They're in position to go for them. Tundra,
They're
they
going to
get
get
the
the jump.
combo.
It's a two-man avalanche straight away here from Lauren with the initiation. They'll take Whitemon down. Lorinov is trying to go for Satanic, but he does not have the damage to throw in the Dragonite right now. The silence continues on towards Nightfall. They'll turn, take out Brew. They'll look for Miposhka. They'll get the 2 supports. But the Cause of Spirit, they're backing off.
Hey, Whitemon, that's how much they're like, we cannot lose these stacks.
They have to protect them and clean them up ASAP, and they will manage to do that here. Nightfall, with the remainder of the God Strength, should be able to sort out these stacks.
Literally all 5 heroes making their move over. Tundra, a good identification that those were about to get stolen, because if they do lose those, that would be absolutely devastating, as Satanic is already quite massive on this DK. Now he's got his stacks to go back to. They don't make it. He kills it too fast. Whitemon is trying to run in as fast as possible versus him, but it's clearly just a bit too quick for them to connect. Soxa is going to go for a steal, it looks like, on that Wisdom rune. Looks like he should just be able to get it, too. And is it going to be an immediate purchase on Lorinov for the shard or not? Right now, he has gone for his Ogre Axe, so it doesn't mean it's going to delay that shard. It's not going to hit exactly at that 15-minute mark in particular to get that extra damage for the birds. But they have gotten Nightfall into a much more comfortable position, but not one that
those stacks.
Not one that's great, though, by any means either, because he's level 10, Satanic's level 12.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And we'll just have to talk about that innate tankiness, of course, of the heroes that we said from earlier, just the HP. But yeah, they all have extra armor that they can pop, either with Uproar or they just have the Grow. They're quite tanky. Level 3 Stun Ray is online, though, for Whitemon. His levels are pretty decent. Probably going to be one of the better tools that they can go for killing these tanky boys, as they'll surround up top.
Well, they could look to dive Malik here. He's very tanky.
He's expecting it, though. He's pinging. Look at the high fives.
Backup's on the way for Malik.
He's like, please do it. I'm 2,300 HP.
Tundra, they know that this is up and that they don't want to commit on to Malik. They want to see what else there is. Lars going to get the jump, though. They're straight for Whitemon. He's out.
They almost
Long
get
time
stuck,
as well, of course, off the back of that buyback earlier. He's gone for nearly a full minute, 15 minutes into the game.
They're bringing Lorinoff up top, too. But I don't know if they have damage to go through these guys.
It's risky to try and push for a fight.
Resummon. We'll be able to protect his birds.
Saxa.
Really going to try this for Malik.
Okay, they're going to try. The burst through Malik.
He's just too tanky.
He's able to charge away.
Oh, and Rue, he's been digging up some salves, so Malik might not even have to go all the way back to the base. He's backpacking his items, throwing those salves in, so he's going to be back around, what, like 1,000 HP or more to be able to stick around. And in the meantime, Satanic, he takes your mid tower.
They're shot the tower top, but you're right. This is just more space for Satanic as you can continue to see the gap grow between him and Nightfall.
And look at these stacks. Oh my goodness. Can we get a stack counter? Who's got more? We have 33 who's been triple stacking on one side.
Surely.
But Miposhka's just been stacking like crazy over here. And yeah,
We've got
Spirit.
13 total from Spirit and 8 from Tundra.
Yeah, and overall, in the current meta, from what I've seen, DK just looks so much more intimidating than the Sven. And he has a gold lead advantage and an XP advantage by a significant amount.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that on the win rates, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a bit of a bigger sample pool
Top.
for DK, but sometimes that favors against him. But yeah, still like a 65% plus win rate. Whereas Sven, he's 1-4 so far this tournament.
And Saxa just gets deleted. I think, they're trying to go for Malik, but it's not happening. Literally a 2,400 HP hero that they just can't really threaten. I think if they have the shard on the Storm, which they do now, then they can go for those kills on Malik.
Oh, they're setting up. Snowball, it's hit onto the three of them. They're going to move straight in on this
Nightfall is
one.
dead.
The Phoenix
Is he?
Supernova
Oh, he's dead.
to the side. Nightfall suffices.
Holy.
He's going to be able to take out the two of them.
Oh my goodness.
They could go for Rue as well. Lorinoff sips forward. They'll get the pretty big cleanup here. 4 kills to be found by Tundra.
It looked like he was going to get burst and then holy moly.
Spirit, they rolled straight into that one.
Because look at it, he gets like comboed up, the avalanche, the toss hits him, but he lands back at full HP.
I mean, that's crazy.
That is so much damage from these birds.
Surviving through that. Whitemon, of course, perfect position to get the Supernova off. They cannot touch it.
I mean, Storm Shard, that was the timing. Fighting around it with the birds. They're able to just clean house when they get the stuns. Oh, it did look like they were going to pop Nightfall then, but wow. That damage that comes in, it is explosive. Damn, Storm Shard, man, is so scary when you've got those Visage Birds. And even the double hit that came from Nightfall.
This was the fight, is what must have happened, but did he have the BKB and wasn't able to press it, or he didn't have it quite done yet on Satanic?
Don't think he quite had it yet.
Because that fight just coming a moment too soon then, maybe, because if the BKB was there, I stood a better chance of getting the kills and taking the team fight.
That is exactly when Tundra needed this. Yep. To get Nightfall into a nice, comfortable spot. Now he's got the matched levels, too, and my goodness, I was worried for him for a second when they got that toss onto him, but wow.
Yeah, that's closed the gap completely between Nightfall and Satanic.
And now 33 has a Crimson Guard. Quickly picked up after that one, too. On his way toward his pipe, gonna go for those auras to take through. A 3K lead now for them. Song in the fights, even if they do get caught. They've got the squad around that Storm Shard. The damage is definitely there versus these tanky bruisers.
Sax is on the hunt.
Satanic does have the BKB for this next go. And they are gonna look for it.
They're
Look for Lorinoff.
Look for the fight here. They'll get the grab. And they've got the damage. They take Lorinoff out. They'll be able to find Whitemon as well. They get the 2 quick kills at the same time. Rue and Lal, they're dealing with Saxa. They've got him controlled. Avalanche is out. So when Tundra's caught split up, Spirit, they experience no struggle in getting kills like this. They just straight up walked up and went for them. Like
they saw Lorinoff under the ward, so they were able to get the wrapper. They just stunned him around the tree line. Now even stalking Nightfall. I mean, Satanic's just going to take away the triangle here, and yeah, they've drawn the line, so Nightfall should be more than protected. This is an exciting game, though. 9-14, seeing explosive damage on both sides. Even if these heroes are very tanky, on the side of Spirit. If they do have everybody together on Tundra, they can still do that damage. And Nightfall, he is completely recovered. So we're going to get to see this matchup in full effect. The Sven versus the DK when they're pretty much at even state.
Let's see, because I do feel it is not going to get easier for the Sven.
It doesn't feel like it, right? Maybe because he has the buff up of that Storm Shard, it is going to be that difference maker. And they are going to look for a fight here. They've got the egg available.
Thanks up. Oh, they see him.
They will get the catch on Rue.
They do manage to get the jump on Rue. Be able to get the ultimate off, but he's getting burnt by the Sunray. Support for support.
Silence will clip Whitemon for a second there. Malik, he's got BKB in 2 seconds. He's thinking about going.
Well, so he can get some sort of setup. Nightfall's going to try and turn towards Malik, but the Avalanche is out. Satanic, he's ready with the Dragon Form. They've got the grab onto Nightfall. They're focusing down the Sven. This time they'll get him. They can take the egg down as well. No problem in this fight. It's a double kill for Satanic. They're getting the cleanup as Tundra. They've just got to try and get these two out of there. Laurenos able to run. 33. He's going to get caught by the Avalanche from Lyle as Lyle catches him in the tree line. This is the sort of fights that I think Tundra will begin to fear against Team Spirit. Satanic getting the triple kill. If they don't somehow account for the Dragon Knight at the start of the fight, the Dragon Knight will kill you all.
Oh, Nightfall, he maybe feels a bit stronger because of how that last fight went down, where he was able to just get that big kind of connection right afterwards, but that's that BKB disable that there isn't really on the side of Tundra. They can just grab him. He didn't even get the BKB off, actually, so just gets instantly locked down. And it turns into a Roche.
Yeah,
Things accelerating.
Are they going to have extra lockdown as well for the next fight? Rue's got his Atos finished on the Moeta.
Oh, wow, he does, yeah.
At the same time, though, the BKB has been finished by Laurenos. So we'll at least have the chance to freely zip-zap around the fight.
Unless he gets grabbed or punched. There is still...
But I imagine most of the time, Malik, he's going to be focused on grabbing this fight.
Almost every time, I would imagine.
Unless it's like a pick-off.
Yeah. And now Satanic has again now a decent chunk advantage over the Sven, so that matchup again is going to look to be difficult. SNY finished up.
I really just feel that the issue is that Tundra, they don't have the same sort of mechanism to lock down the Dragon Knight through the BKB as obviously Spirit do against the Sven.
I was about to say, one thing that they can get though, up at getting this Tormentor, is if they get lucky a bit with the RNG, is if they get Whitemon for the shard, and he does get it. So this is a pretty massive one. If they're able to get good position with these Sunrays and Eggs, it could be a difference maker, absolutely. I mean, it's eyes on Whitemon for that X
He's got
Vector
the Dag
play.
on. He can probably solo this, right? Is it enough, the numbers?
With Raindrop and wall, it's close. I think he might need a little more. Nope, he could solo it.
He could have done it. He didn't believe in himself.
Oh, he has Grove Bow. I didn't see he had Grove Bow. My bad.
Full pipe now for Malik.
Level 18 DK. Level 17 on Nightfall. Nice stun. Stops the toss.
Should be able to run from this.
Gets toward his team. Barrel. He's got the Conda.
He's ready to jump in on this.
He's thinking about it. He's got Satanic in the area who has an amp damage. Well, you do not want to fight this DK right now.
Again, just continuing to take over their side of the map. Getting their farm.
Yeah, Miposhka's playing near him as well, too, just in case of anything. He's just staying near his buddy. Pipe now also finished. 33. We'll be able to match that aura. But overall, there's not, there's a lot of physical.
It is a lot of physical, yeah.
It'll help, of course, versus a good chunk of like the primals damage, and versus the the tiny combo. But feels like overall Malik's pipe is going to be quite a bit more effective versus that Phoenix damage that's going to be
Radiant's middle
coming
tower
out.
is under
Tower
attack.
tier 2. It falls.
Radiant's middle tower.
Miposhka.
They'll find him.
That's an easy one.
Can they get more? Malik.
They're going to certainly try for it. They're looking towards Malik.
He's got BKB if he needs to just BKB TP, but they're waiting on high ground with Satanic.
The rest of this Dragon Fawn to play with. Lars making his way over towards the fight.
Malik.
He's going to go back in. Satanic trying to find his target.
Nightfall. He gets
Dragon Tail. Get the opening stun into the grab. They got enough to finish him off? No. Nightfall's able to put the BKB trying to fight back. They'll look towards Malik. They're trying to get the egg. One more hit. They'll kill it. They'll kill the egg, but Satanic took a lot of damage for this. Can he survive throughout it all? Gets caught by the stun. That's the Aegis gone.
Tundra doesn't want to get anything, doesn't want to keep fighting here though. Gonna back away. Carl, 2 seconds on the blink.
Might get 33. No, can't quite see him out of vision. So they'll get the chance to escape the rest of them, Tundra.
A lot expended by Tundra, but they at least are able to take out that Aegis and get a big kill onto a core.
And keep Nightfall safe.
Yeah. Keep him growing. He's level 18 now. Still a little bit behind the DK, but still seeing that he can. If he gets the Warcry off, he is able to survive versus the damage of that DK. Saksa.
He's going to scout them, but they will be prepared.
33's trying to cut Rue off.
It's a hard chase to go for. Backup from Miposhka's here as well.
Satanic's coming back over. Dragon Form is at the ready. God Strike still has 30 seconds on cooldown.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
Oh, Whitemon steps up, allows him with a combo.
Finds him. And they'll find Nightfall's courier.
And they could chase over for more here, Malik.
Can they actually disengage? Can they
Leading
get away?
33 and Saxa, they've got to split, they've got to run. The Atos
33's caught.
is going to catch on to him. Loronov's going to try and help out. Nightfall is here as well. They'll turn towards Malik. They'll burst through him. Malik's
Huge
gone.
damage.
They can go for anything more here with Nightfall. A couple of seconds until the Godstrake's back up, and he's soon going to have the BKB ready to press once more.
Maybe
At the moment, Satanic's not really too close, so can't get over that quickly to help out. Rue. Double Stave's going to be there now. Satanic's being able to join the rest of them. Does he want to commit for this fight? Lal is in with the jump. They'll go for Saxon first. He gets the spike carapace off, but he'll still die very quickly.
This game is just a constant skirmish. It's 36 kills at 26 minutes. Both teams just wanting to duke it out. Satanic has hit 20, so he's got that talent.
He's very close to having the full Daedalus. Still continues to be quite that bit ahead of Nightfall in the carry matchup this game.
Yes, we are seeing though, even though they do have a tanky Malik, when they do have that Storm Shard plus the birds, it really just rips anyone to shreds still. This game, continuing to deliver.
I mean, Satanic knows that Nightfall's going to farm this.
Nightfall, careful.
On his own,
he
can't do this, but he can certainly force Nightfall to back away.
I thought Miposhka was a little bit closer, but not the case. TPing to the outpost, they see
Whitemon.
Whitemon, gets the dive off, and now Miposhka.
The snowball's going to be pretty deep. He is able to make it back up to the high ground. They're going to try and zip forward to punish this, but Loronov's used quite a bit of mana. Now he's caught by the Atos. Silence to follow up. Satanic coming in with the wraparound. Malik's got the grab. They move straight onto him. Satanic pulls the BKB. They've got the fear into the silence, into the punch-up. They lock him down perfectly.
Great
Team
chain
Spirit as Loronov's gone.
Very nicely executed there by Rue. That Atos, they literally waited kind of perfectly with the way they synergized with
They
those
made
stuns.
sure that they maximized the amount of time they could keep Loronov controlled.
They just keep running at them though. Spirit is continuing to just keep Tundra on their side of the map pretty much this entirety of the last, feels like the last like 7 minutes or so. They keep just keeping Nightfall in particular not able to access his Ancients either. He's keeping having to farm bottom side rather than being able to get those big Ancients. So seeing that net worth continue to grow for Satanic.
Yeah, that's the thing with the map as it is. There's just no chance for Nightfall to close back in until they are able to find some sort of fight or push Spirit off their side of the map.
And Satanic gets probably the best neutral item that he can get. Does get the Vindicator's Axe for this DK as well. Elven Tunic was picked up for Nightfall. Pretty decent one, but I feel like Vindicators in most situations is just one of the best for these cores. Nightfall, he does have his Daedalus, and he's about to hit his 20, so increased survivability in these fights. That Warcry could be a difference maker versus Satanic. Dust is laid down. Oh, Saksa.
He makes a bit of an attempt to disrupt and steal the Wisdom Rune, but that's an easy one for Spirit to get.
Blink now onto Miposhka, so easier forms of being able to lock down these targets.
Satanic's hitting the base.
He's just hitting the high ground.
Yep, now the Dragon forms up. He's got BKB ready to press as well if they try and jump him. It's Lal.
Whitemon.
Oh, he's going to get the catch on a Whitemon.
They've got the grab.
And they've got the Phoenix.
He's dead for 50. He's got buy. Laurel. He's got BKB.
He's got Satanic and Malik by his side. Tier 3 about to go down.
No glyph.
And they can push up 5 versus 3 and look at the damage this Dragon Knight does, tearing through the buildings.
Insane. And they're rallied around him. Miposhka at the ready with the save. He's got that blink if they do want to make a go, but they don't actually want to use a buyback.
Into this?
Don't want to make the move.
Satanic, he's stepping up. Lal, he's going to look for the toss back. Doesn't get it this time. One off. Vortex on towards him. They'll use the buyback now.
Nightfall.
Whitemon's ready to come in for the fight, but indeed Nightfall's got to run. He puts
He's
the
dead.
BKB, but the crit comes through. 1,379 damage there for that hit for Satanic. It's a double kill for the Dragon Knight. As Tundra, they're going to try and fight back against this, but they're without their carry. They're without Nightfall.
Lornoff doesn't have the damage by himself.
They get the catch onto Miposhka. Miposhka
Nightfall, but the familiar stance, he will die, but Lal, he's ready to go in for round 2. They'll put the Phoenix Egg at the side, is holding his position. Whitemon pushing Spirit back as they can't fight under the Phoenix Supernova for now. Malik, he'll get left behind. So Tundra, it will manage to find something.
2 buybacks, and they still lose the racks.
They might not even be done yet. I mean, Spirit's still hanging around.
Looks like the core is worth thinking about for a second, but they're going to back up.
Yeah, not long until Dragonform is going to be back up for Satanic, but they won't take the risk. They're very close to their next bit of progression. I think about, 400 gold, and the AC is going to be done for Satanic.
Nightfall did a whopping 1,000 damage in the fight. He literally can't do anything. He walks in, the BKB comes out, but the BKB disables are there, and they just focus fire him. This DK just, it still is the same thing that we saw similar to that last game. It's not a gyro on the opposing side, but he just rips him to shreds.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I feel like the teams watching this, they're kind of going to be racking their brains at just like, what is the best solution against this Satanic DK? Because everyone's going to know that Spirit, they're very likely to just keep doing this. Just pick it up first in the draft or early on. And if you haven't got some sort of great idea on paper, this Dragon Knight's going to destroy you.
Yeah, even versus that crazy amount of armor that Warcry can provide, it just didn't matter. He literally just killed him right through it. I think the Crimson was also popped too. It doesn't matter because of the heavy hits that he's able to dish out. And they're going again.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they still have that base ward as well too. Roche, it's about 1 minute and 15 seconds away. But Spirit, they're feeling their power, especially at the, probably Satanic making the call too in particular, being like, follow me, and I will carry this game. He drew the line, they saw them exiting with that base ward. It wasn't taking out, they know exactly where Tundra is.
He's the first to fall. They get the jump in onto the side. They get the punch up onto 33. They're ready to keep this cleanup going here, Spirit. 33's gone. Double kill for Satanic.
That base ward. It's rare that you don't see these taken away. You know, that they don't get dewarded, and they see the exact way that they're making the move.
2 heroes down without buyback on Tundra.
The wave for mid is starting to come in. Lornoff was TPing maybe to cut the wave. It looks like he is going to try to. They're going to pop Glyph for it. Look at the line drawn by Nightfall. He's like, cut all the waves. Don't let them hit our base. But Lornoff, he's got no TP.
Yeah, and wasn't able to completely drag the aggro away. So the creep wave will follow up in the mid lane, allowing Satanic to siege the base once more to the side.
Another catch, Saksa.
Saksa tries to sneak about, but they have the sentry set up. They know where he is.
This DK, I think it's got to go versus Spirit.
You think so?
It's
I think Spirit's made a pretty good case for it.
He's just, untouchable. It really does feel like, besides that mid play, it's been a flawless performance from Satanic. Is this last set? What are you going to do? You just got 2 heroes versus the 5.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nightfall, he just can't hit anybody. He can't do damage in this game.
Top tower is under attack.
Now 1 and 4 win-loss. It's going to move to 1 and 5 for Sven so far this tournament. It hasn't been a carry.
And he's grabbed. And he's gone. That's with the DK not even hitting him.
Yeah, that basically summarizes, Sven in this tournament right now. It's not the carry to go with, Fogged, it feels like.
This was an impressive one from Spirit. Their draft, of course, but the way that they played around it, it's beautiful. Laurel with this tiny. How many tossbacks are we going to see?
Tundra, they'll play it out for one more fight, but Spirit should very easily be able to clean this up. The Supernova's there, they'll focus it, take it down. Whitemon's gone, 33's not TPing out of this. GG is called as Spirit looking very hot with these 2 victories today as they'll take the series 2-1 against Tundra. And yeah, these Dragon Knight lineups, Satanic crushing it both times. It's got to go, or you've got to have a much better idea how to play against it, because the way that Spirit used Dragon Knight, it seems unstoppable.
The way that they build the supporting cast around it, I think, is the biggest thing too. Like this game, sure, you don't have the most crazy type of amp ups. You've got the Tusk that gives you a little bit, but overall, the control that his team provides in this game allows him to just stand his ground and pretty much just pick and choose which target he wants to go for. Besides literally that one fight in the mid lane, Spirit just kind of dictated the pace completely, just smashed this game. And Laurel's last pick, Tiny, it was phenomenal. 9-1 and 13.
Yeah.
He owned.
And honestly, I feel like, we have some of these carries that we just don't want to be seeing. I feel like Sven is making a pretty good case for getting on that list this patch, Fogged. I mean, Nightfall ends the game, does 9k hero damage. He basically does the same damage that Maposhka did on the Tusk on the other side. this hero is not looking great right now.
No, it just seems like there are too many answers, especially in the position that it was picked this game. I think Spirit, they were just very ready for this and very ready to enable Satanic.
Absolutely, yeah. A great series for Satanic and the team, and a pretty good tournament so far. These guys looking to get better and better as the tournament continues. As Spirit, they'll seal the deal here and take the victory 2-1 against Tundra.
They do it again. They lose the first game and it doesn't look good, and then they come back and win 2 games in a row and look great doing so. Here with Jenkins and Kezu, we're going to break it down. This game actually, and especially this moment, it did look like for a while, Kezu, that Tundra had the upper hand.
Yeah, and they just used one of their timings like really well. This stupid Visage, or like the Storm Shard with the Visage Birds, everyone getting the AoE damage. But what I love watching, like, or what I love seeing that Spirit are doing is, I just feel like they're very confident in their moves. Like, they bring numbers, and even if they lost the last fight, it doesn't like make them scared of what they can do later on in the game. They just reassess. They're like, okay, we're strong, we're not strong, let's do this, let's do that. It just looks so clean.
Yeah, they play on really low HP on heroes and like jump back in. You can tell that nobody has fear. They're all really committed to the jumps. A lot of that probably does come from having Satanic, that you really trust that this kid is going to carry you. I mean, it sounded like from the interview that we did with Laurel, it's like they do trust that he's their greatest weapon. And oh my God, today he really looked like it, dude. Like, how many kills did he have between these last 2 games? Like 30 or something?
At least like 25. I think this game he's like 12-1.
Yeah.
The other game it's like double-digit kills as well. I mean, they played phenomenal. I think also this DK hero looks incredible, and just like the way that they're playing together and moving and what they're doing, I'm really impressed with this team.
Yeah, it looked very good. I think the draft, we ended the draft. I believe we said actually, Kazoo.
Let me call me out on it. Let's.
Were you rooting against Spirit 3 games in a row?
I think I did, yeah. I will say that this time I said they have a better shot.
Yes.
But that I thought Wipeman was going to be the X factor. Turns out he was not, because they just kept killing him every fight.
Yeah.
And then other games where he had to egg to help Mr. Nightfall, Nightfall just died instantly. Jenkins?
Shoutouts to Malik that game. I think he did a really good job on the Primal. It was one of those situations where we were kind of like, I don't get why they picked Primal Beast, but it's just one of those drafting slots where like you need to pick your offlaner. You know generally what you want in terms of like, we need some stuns, we need somebody to go in, and then they just said, Malik, what do you want? And he says, give me my Primal. It's one of my best heroes, because he did phenomenally in that game.
I do feel like also what you mentioned after we talked about in the draft, like with the matching, I think like he matched the Visage's movements, but not only that, but also like first item pipe, you can fight into it, like one of their strongest timings, you can match it, then farm, do your own stuff, just look good.
Yeah, it looked very good, and I do think, was it this morning, Jenkins, that we had the discussion about, was it about Tundra that they're indeed that good, and who's gonna beat them? Was it them? Was it yesterday morning? Do you remember this conversation?
We were probably talking about Tundra. Yeah, because I think with Tundra, their trajectory has been upward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the first day of BB Dacha, they lost the first series, and everybody was like, this is 33's dream team. Are you kidding me?
Idiot.
And then they make it all the way to the grand finals, because every day you can see the steady improvement. And I think a lot of that comes from like their ideas being weird and hard to execute because they're all kind of next level.
Yeah.
But Spirit is also a team that has had that upward trajectory in both tournaments. And I feel like it's more individuals slotting into the team sort of thing.
Okay.
With them. And also a little bit in terms of draft as well, because like first picking Satanic's hero, that's not something you would
Twice
expect.
in a row.
Yeah. This is a 4 protect 1 sort of team.
Yeah.
So first picking your carry, kind of
It's
crazy.
unusual.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
You can be countered.
And I think I know just the guy to talk to about that, because I am also curious. First of all, hello, Montage. Congratulations on yet another amazing series. How are you doing?
Hello. Doing very good.
Very good. How were you so confident 2 games in a row, just first picking Satanic's Dragon Knight, even though it felt like normally the way you guys playing right now is very much protect Satanic, and he goes in and you guys follow. How are you so confident picking his hero first?
I think it depends on enemies who we're playing against. So in that game, I found the ways that we can pick TK, for example, and they will not find good answers. Also, they first picked pos 3, so that's why we pick pos 1 instantly. And I think we just think that TK is really comfortable for us, and that's why we picked him in that series. But it's not means that we will do it.
I will expect it. No, not every time. Also, and this is like, I love Silent, and obviously previous Team Spirit, it worked out great as well, and now Silent is not there. It doesn't feel like you guys missed a beat. How is that possible? Is it just most of the time you're the one, carrying the heavy lifting in regards to draft, or is there someone else who has stepped up and sparring with you on that sort of thing?
I think it's only because we are a new team, and right now everyone is like motivated. We didn't meet some problems. We're talking a lot about heroes, about drafts, how we want to play, and also when we were Team Spirit with Toronto, or a little bit period after, when I made preparation for heroes for draft with Silent, and usually I did a lot of work. So right now, I would say that I doing kind of the same work. I make preparation for drafts, for like how we gonna play, but we not usually watching replays or trying to. We're not looking for our mistakes in games. So I think only that is what we lack right now.
Because 2 series in a row, sorry, I should say, so far, yesterday and today, you lose game 1, and then you come back, and then you have 2 fantastic games and take the series. Who is the one to help make that happen? Is there any of your players, other than yourself, of course, that is extra vocal in regards for, okay, we need to do and change this for the next game after a game 1 where you lose quite hard?
You mean how we recover after?
Yeah, is there anybody in particular of your team that speaks up about it to help improve your next game?
Not really, actually. Like for example, today everyone was a little bit sad after the first map. And nobody wants to talk something. I don't know. Personally, I just tried to find ideas how we should change our heroes, our craft, and that's it. I don't know.
Okay, well, whatever it is, if it's just everybody, processing it themselves and working it out, it seems to be working out great. I'm going to send you over to sorry. Go.
I want to say, only today I said, before second game start, something like, guys, relax. Our draft was worst in first game, and they had a dream draft. So, just like forgot first map and
forget it and go again.
Second.
Yeah. Well, it worked out fantastic. I'm going to send you over to Purge, who's going to ask you some Dota questions.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I have a question about game number 2. You guys were off to a little bit of a rough start. You had about a 5k gold advantage, but then you won that amazing fight in the mid lane. Were you feeling confident going into that fight?
Personally, not really. But I think it was a little bit lucky that we find Jaira and he was alone, as I remember. His team was not near enough, and I just pushed him, and my DK is a little bit stronger than Jaira. We actually also didn't expect his BKB, but we had our BKB, and that's why we tried to find some good start for fight. And we found Jaira, and we were like, okay, let's fight. And I just ulted him, and DK killed him, I don't know, with the spirit. I think we just got lucky a bit because they just was not ready enough.
Okay, that's great.
But I wasn't confident, to be honest.
Well, I bet you were after you killed 5 of their heroes. Thanks for answering the questions.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Montage. We're going to let you go. Good luck in your series tomorrow against Extreme, and looking forward to seeing you guys play again.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you. And we are going to check in with what Lacoste's been up to, because he's been scouring the internet non-stop. That's just what he does all day for this 1 minute.
It's actually true. It's actually true.
In my free time as well when I'm not working, but we do have something serious to talk about. We do have a meta report.
Oh, whoa, serious time.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's going to be meta report about WhatsApp stickers. This is something that we are using in our groups. It's the talent stickers. And we're
can
gonna
I
take
add
a sneak
context, or do you want to add context?
This is the Hot Wings challenge, right? It is, and this is also the time when he realized that he's gonna have to work with Fogged for the rest of his life, pretty much. So, big tears coming out from Owen.
Yeah, it's a good sticker.
And we can
next
switch
sticker
to a different one. Oh man, the Cinderin.
It's a dark one.
It is a dark one. It's showing his personality as well when he's not on camera. He's all joyful and everything on camera, but what he does in the green room, I think if we report it to HR, like he would get fired immediately, but we do love Cinderin, so we don't want to do it. And this is one of my favorites because you can use it for a lot of, like you can, if you're surprised, if you don't understand what's going on, you can always send this sticker. And we can check the next one. This is Ted's face. Also,
that's a good one.
One of the classics.
Yeah, it is.
I think he was doing an interview and somebody said something so stupid that he made this face. But yeah, also can be used for a lot of the different situations. And then we have also, I mean, I'm a big fan. I'm a huge collector of these stickers. I probably have the biggest Pepe collection and also talent sticker collection. So we can swap to the next one. One of the absolute bangers.
This one is a S tier, S double plus banger.
Jenkins, do you remember this one?
Yeah, that was We Play Animator.
What happened?
They were trying to break.
No, they were trying to blow out a candle through a nylon.
Through nylon. Oh, they're blowing out a candle. Yeah, well, it looks like he's trying to break it. Or his nose.
It was a game. It was him and Kyle trying to blow out a candle.
And I believe he won. Like, this is the face of a man who won the challenge.
This looks like something from like the
not
early...
edited. I just want to point it out. It looks like there's a filter. This is
we
not
have
edited.
the full picture as well. If you want me, I'll share the full picture. But yeah, it's definitely one of the funnier ones. And of course, it would not be a sticker. One of the guys that has the most iconic face of Dota, and that's Mr. Sir Action Slacks himself. Have too many of him. Every single sticker that we make off. Oh, never mind. We got baited. But the neck sticker from.
neck.
Yeah, I said neck sticker, not neck sticker, but they showed the Cinderin instead. Always curious. I think this one can also be used in multiple situations.
It really can.
It really can. And yeah, Cinderin, also one of my favorites in general. That's why we're showing 5 different Cinderin stickers.
He has a lot of stickers.
He does.
He's a very stickerable face.
Most definitely. And a lot of his are high definition.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he does it. Or who's taking the pictures of Cinderin.
Next sticker. I want to see the next sticker. There's still the Slack. You like it?
This is a good one. This is
we
a
removed
classic.
Slack. It was not PG-13, so we had to remove it. But this is
In the
the
zone.
face of a man in the bathtub that cost like $30,000. He did not buy it. He's still thinking about it. He's collecting the money throughout his whole career to be able to buy it. The happiest face I've seen, like ever, for fun.
I agree. Have you ever seen him this happy?
No, he's always miserable, actually. I didn't know he could look like this.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I believe you're next, Shiver.
Ooh.
Oh.
I have a sticker.
You do.
Tsunami drew me, and he did not draw a neck, or rather, he only drew a neck.
Wait, when was this picture taken of you, Shiva?
It was the announcement for one of the DreamLeagues.
Yeah, it was.
Cinderin took all the neck, and you got none left.
Or it's all neck. I don't know. It's one or the other.
Yeah, but I like this one a lot.
Oh, that
And
was a good one,
we
too.
have the face of a man who looks very smart, the smartest I ever looked. This is from BTS
King's
TI
Cup?
Hub.
Yeah, very long
TI
time
Hub.
ago.
Yeah, they wanted to send me to space there, but NASA said you
make
can't
it.
go, unfortunately. So I'm here casting Dota, being on panel.
Too heavy because the big brain.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the one.
And there's a couple of more left. We have 5 more.
I love this one.
You'll love this one. Kenzie.
Actually, I think I took this one. I took this
you
picture.
took that one?
I believe I did.
It was during
love Owen.
Riyadh
Good lighting.
Masters.
That's a
And
good
they were
lighting for
playing
a sticker.
Honor of Kings. He is a cheater. Now, don't get me wrong, Shiver. He's
Okay.
playing other games at Dota event,
No.
which is not allowed. And then we have the Jank Master himself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
Also
my
a dark
god, yeah.
master.
Was this the one at TI?
I was
I
so
believe-
delirious.
Jenkins, was that the one where you were saying Necrophos?
That was
This is where you
Necrophos.
became popular.
It was about
Yeah.
what he wasn't saying, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
He basically stood there for a full minute with because he had a minute to talk. But only in the last second of the minute did he say Necrophos. His whole point was to break down the draft. That's what he did.
That was real.
That was the
one of my
last
favorite.
time Necrophos was actually a good hero. And we have another Cinderin, of course, because why not?
No, this is Cinderin's
this is
mom.
new.
Come on.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. I don't know. They love this guy for some reason because they also like, yeah, Denmark TI, we gotta give him a content piece that lasts for so long, but also can be used in a lot of different situations, which I really like. I don't know, something about his face.
Yeah, he's very expressive.
Very likable indeed.
Yeah.
And then we have another Owen. I might be obsessed with
and
Owen.
Avery.
This one is great.
This is a top tier
Absolute
one.
classic.
So this WhatsApp sticker maker somehow managed to also find
Another
a
head.
face of SVG who, and it looks like Owen is looking at the moon. It's just so funny. And for the first prize, of course, that's gonna be a guy who is not here, unfortunately, but Suns fan.
So low quality.
Not sure where this was, or when or where this was taken, but
Because he still wears that shirt every day.
yes, and I'm not sure if this was what Suns fan warned us about, but definitely one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
We couldn't show the full picture, unfortunately.
There
We had
are
to cut off the bottom part of the sticker.
No, it's not like that.
No.
I can guarantee you it's not.
We have so many stickers. Because
We do.
there's
This
just
is like
so many.
this is like
tip of the,
2%.
yeah, tip of the iceberg.
Pretty much, and we also have slacks. We found slacks somewhere
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
we did.
archives.
Oh, yeah,
we
that's a good
did.
This is the old picture because. Can you tell why this is an old picture?
There's two reasons.
He's not fat and he has hair.
So yeah, you
Anyway.
got a little bit of sneak peek in what's happening in our WhatsApp chat.
Yeah, that's very good. I like this report. We should have a part 2 of this because there's just so much
I can
untouched.
have like
Oh, there you go.
part
You got
55.
the
Intro
report
for that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was a proper segment, Jake.
Get a commission.
Okay, that was a segment.
Now you get proper things if you have segments. All right, that was not English, I know, but we are having to move on with our next series, and it's gonna be very exciting. We're at our halfway point. After the break, Tsunami and his panel will take you through Paravision, taking on Waska.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night. You got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Yesterday was a day of upsets, and now we're going to see today all these underdogs going up against each other with Parivision and Waska, and then maybe a banner match to close out the night with Liquid versus Falcons. So I won't take any more of your time. PogChamp Pandas, let's get into the second half of the day. Thank you very much to the Pandas for bringing us into the second full day of Group Stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 24, where yesterday we had a lot of 2-1s, but we also had 2-1s going the way that me, being a completely uninformed individual, was completely taken aback by. Here is South American team Waska doing so well. Parivision, a team that people didn't really have high expectations for, not only topping the groups, but then beating Falcons of all teams, and then a Spirit, who has freshly been shuffled, beating out Liquid. Unprecedented results as far as I'm concerned, but that's the beauty of DreamLeague. And part of me learning about Waska is learning about them in general, because we have not gotten a chance to see this team on the main stage. And so I tasked my tech analyst, BSJ, with finding out things about Waska. What do I need to know about Waska?
Well, today I was looking through some of their results with heroes, and I saw Matthew Pugna. He is 5-0. with Pugna so far this event, and he had quite the standout performance yesterday, so I'm going to be making a case for why Parivision must ban or block pick the Pugna. So I've got a few clips here from yesterday's game against Extreme of Matthew really just having teamfight turnaround plays here as we're going to jump into those clips.
Jump into
Matthew
the clips.
Pugna.
I love Pugna.
I have
Big Pugna fan.
He definitely
Big Pugna
sucks,
fan.
but in a good way.
In a great way. And you know what? Matthew is the only player so far who's playing it as position 4, right? Because we've seen Pugna come out as a 5. Maybe, I think maybe at Dacha, Boxy played it as 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I did see it there. But in this tournament, it's been exclusively 5 until Matthew plays it. So they have a very interesting take on this hero that really works for them. The clip would be amazing right now.
Jump in. We're working on it. In the meanwhile,
They're going to be epic, though. This suspense, like, I'm glad these clips are epic, because...
Matthew's been kind of off the grid. Matthew was one of the... maybe victim is a hard word to put it, but he was one of the players that went on to Enigma Galaxy, despite having a very illustrious career before that on Evil Geniuses, and then kind of faded out of existence for most of 2024 and 2023. And him having a resurgence is encouraging for me.
Yeah, I feel like, everyone has their stint on Enigma Galaxy before they come back to relevance.
Right.
It makes you stronger.
It does make you stronger.
It makes you stronger. Look at Ahmad.
Yeah.
He had a stint, and now he's arguably one of the best players in the entire world.
Agreed.
And sometimes you gotta just do a little bit of a regional shuffle. You gotta get beat down a little bit after having good performances for a while in the SA region.
Mira, if I played for Enigma Galaxy for a bit, would I be an improved
Yes.
player afterwards?
Yes, you would.
I don't think that's possible. I'm already
the best
amazing.
player ever.
I am. I was a little alarmed when you said that you were coming in as the ill-informed person, Neil. I do have a job here. That is my job.
My bad.
Please.
I don't mean I need to stay in my lane.
Please.
Oh, okay. So here are the clips for Matthew's Pugna. So in this first clip, we are going to see his carry player get black holed, and right before he manages to turn and decrep the SF, and then heals him up with his life drain so that the assassinate barely does not get the kill. That's play number 1. In this next one, we're going to see him loop behind XM's sniper. He's going to first decrep his Shadow Fiend, who's one of the heroes getting Omni Slash, and then he's going to glimmer his Dawn, which then resets the fight in a way that Ame, who instead of getting potentially 2 kills, is now going to go for finishing blow, and he's going to help Pyke here with a Manta. He actually force-staffed Pyke during the time that he's life-draining Ame, because Pugna's allowed to do that for some reason, and they managed to barely get that kill. So now at this point, he's got the target on his back. XG is no longer going to let him get away with this, or are they? As he gets gone on, force-staffs himself, decreps, glimmers, manages to suck himself back to life, and Ame, who committed pretty much all of his resources at the start of that fight, this pesky little Pugna is what I'd like to say. Then he decreps Sacred, who now tanks the full Omni Slash. I feel like this is probably the most game-changing performance I've ever seen on a non-stunning support across the entire course of the game. I feel like if his SF dies in the first clip, if he doesn't glimmer and decrep in that second clip, and then he somehow managed to die at that start of the fight, or doesn't manage to live, which is impressive in and of itself, ignoring the decrep afterwards, just, you gotta ban this. 5-0 on the Pugna, Waska, yeah.
Do you think that giving the farm priority of a 4 position to a Pugna was kind of justified by the fact that if he didn't have Glimmer Cape and 4 stuff, if he was a 5 position, he probably wouldn't have had the farm for those items. And so he is maximizing the fact that he is given higher farm priority on a hero that's usually a 5.
Yeah, it's just not a flashy hero, but the teamfight execution, it pays for itself. You're like, if I'm a carry player, I'm thinking, I'm happy that guy has 4K extra net worth.
And it's a carry player that Pyke is not supposed to be on this roster. He's a stand-in. Kotaro's the official carry, but it seems that the carry players on these South American teams can dramatically change how successful things are, because we saw Heroic doing Wallachia. Parker was the new carry player on Heroic, and things go fantastically. Here, I would consider Pyke to be kind of the new carry player right now for Waska, and things are going fantastic.
He's been owning, and I mean, he's on loan from Beast Coast for this tournament, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I don't want to say anything, but
I'm just gonna keep him in my pocket for a little while.
He's been doing great. He's also incredibly young. Like, I think he's 18 or 19.
He just turned 19 when it's
he's one of those like very young, very talented, lacking a little bit of experience, but making up for it in raw skill. And it seems like putting him on a team with veterans like Matthew and Sacred is really doing wonders for him.
I saw a post on Reddit the other day, Neil, complaining about the lack of new talent coming through in Dota. We have seen a ton. They just all seem to be carry players. That's the thing. Like a bunch of really talented, or mid players. We are still seeing these really good young players come through, and they always seem to be so much better than everyone else already. That's what amazes me.
Part of it is coming from 2 specific regions, though. I feel like Eastern Europe and South America kind of have the market cornered.
Yeah.
China is kind of withering away in terms of young talent.
That's
Even
the problem.
Southeast Asia used to be the bullpen. We used to take so many Southeast Asian players and bring them to other regions, like Yopaj and Abed and things like that.
Right.
Export them afterwards. But right now, even Southeast Asia is drying up a little bit.
It's a shame. And NA Dotes, of course.
Yeah,
Where's
well,
the hot young NA Dotes players? That's what we need.
we export our old players. You know, our Snake Kings, they go on to win things. Our Quins, they go on to win things.
Yeah, we take pride in the traditions.
That's right.
Traditional base. Yeah.
And in the spirit of exporting, it's Waska that actually exported themselves for the past few months to Europe. And so they've been grinding out the leaderboards. I've got a wisdom rune presented by the US Air Force on these 2 teams. It's going to be Waska going up against Parivision. And before we see it come up, it's about leaderboards. Who do you think, out of all these teams that are competing right now at Dream League Season 24, who do you think has the highest average EU leaderboard score right now?
Maybe it's still BetBoom?
Okay, you think BetBoom?
Falcons, probably.
Falcons?
I'll say Falcons as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Parivision? Is that
Spoilers.
What we're about to learn?
Is it about what we're about to learn? It's coming up soon. I'll tell you that it's not Waska, but Waska's grinding their way up there because they had American MMR, and so coming over to Europe, they were
inflated here.
Exactly, they're working at a disadvantage. I mean, they're working at because it's inflated in Europe.
Yeah,
What do you mean it's inflated?
There's just a lot of players.
Yeah, but what does that mean? It's inflated.
It's so easy to get
Surely
MMR
that
in
seems
Europe.
competitive. Surely it would be competitive.
Your second instinct was correct.
The 5th team.
Yes, BetBoom is the 5th team. They've moved down the ranks a bit since we've last done this estimate because Parivision is topping the charts. They have an average all 5-player mean leaderboard score of 39.
Of 39 MMR? That's less than me, Neil.
No. We're doing golf rules right now. You want a low score because that means that they have a lot of players that are in the top 100 of the EU MMR.
All of them.
All of them are in
It
the
would
top
have to
100.
be all of them then.
Unless
to have
like
this
all of them are
average.
top 10 except for one scrub. You know, that's the only.
Yeah, because typically, like last year when the highest MMR team was BetBoom,
Yeah.
there was. Oh, it was always like one support player or something holding you back. You know,
Friggin'
sitting there. at
9 class has
150.
rank 500 probably, and everyone else is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's my
Exactly.
expectation.
I'm about to check.
Check it, verify
I
it.
think
But
BetBoom, all 5 were in the top 30 pre-TI.
yes, that was. I remember that being the
Oh,
case.
full time we beat Man City. Come on, Bournemouth. Sorry, carry on. It's a
Talking
big
about
result.
normal sports.
Sorry, it's a big day for us. We needed that win. It's very unexpected.
Is it a group stage equivalent?
No, it's the Premier League.
Apologize to 9 class. He was ranked 37.
Let's go.
He's better than average.
Wait, so then who's weighing them down?
I
Go
don't think
expose.
anyone is. I don't
No,
think
because
anyone
the
is weighing
average
them
is
down.
39.
Yeah, expose the Parivision player that's not
I
grinding
think
out the
I think
ranks.
Crystallis is like top 8
like-
or something
yeah,
all the
he's
time.
top
Crystallis is
10.
super high, yeah. No one's probably super high.
EU, MMR.
DM is a
I think
DM?
it might be
DM is
it might be
always
Ducalis
high.
at like rank 70 or something.
DM is always high on the leaderboard.
Ducalis.
Okay, so no one is at 101. He's the one.
No one is 101.
He's the one who's done bringing it down a little.
Wow, I would not have expected that.
No one expected that.
Hang on, let me investigate Ducalis.
Well, look, I mean, I'm not sure we should read into this too much. BZM of OG and Whisper of OG are first and sixth on the leaderboard.
Because when you get taken off of a team,
More
you,
time.
you immediately need to be like, well, I got to prove myself to all the other prospective.
Also, you've
Just
got,
like
you've got more
relationships,
time
Neil.
to
You know, you hit the gym.
Ducalis is ranked 24 as a position 5 player.
All right, well, no one just sucks. That's my
Wow.
conclusion out of this. 101.
Yeah,
while
no
all
one
this-
sucks. Their average rank is 39.
I see
No
what
one
you-
on the team
I see
sucks.
what you did
Actually, this is the first time in one of those like high MMR teams that the 5 player is raising the
Yeah.
average.
Yeah,
MMR.
that's crazy.
That's not happened in these like.
Yeah, because even whenever we
Falcons and
calculate
the
Falcons, it was usually crit and snaking that were usually weighing them down a fair amount.
Who else is down here? Tofu's 121. How about that?
Can we pull up that wisdom rune again? Actually, I want to see what the other teams are because Liquid is actually
Liquid's a bunch of scrubs,
Liquid's
286.
Liquid was bottom placed, and that's with Insania and Nisha right now doing their pub challenge, where they're grinding out as many pubs as possible. 286 for Liquid.
That's what it takes to be a TI winner, guys. Just average 286.
MMR is just a number, you know, as they say.
Fortnite Man is 191.
Let's go.
We definitely need to like weigh this against the final standings of this group.
Holy shit, Fortnite Man is higher ranked than Skeeter. He's 193.
He's on the come up, man.
Peter's always, you know, pulled down the average a little because he's like, no, because he's one of those very team-oriented type of players,
Right.
which doesn't translate to MMR.
It's a very generous way of describing
But
it.
it's true.
It is true. It is true.
It
though.
is true.
There are. I will.
That's how I say it. I'm a very team-oriented player. That's why I'm so low on MMR.
I will argue there are things you have to do as a carry player to be like that are technically bad if you were to do them in professional Dota to win pubs.
Well, like hitting creeps and winning games?
Yeah, like basically.
A lot of solo rank warriors develop bad habits.
Yeah, so I'm not. It's actually not too far fetched to say there's carry players that are more on the aggressive end, like Duraccio of old and Skeeter now, and even Mickey, who like these don't necessarily translate to pubs directly to being things that will win you pubs
Do you
because you're
think-
enabling people who are ranked like 1,000.
Do you think
for
it's
instance.
because when you're used to playing with a team with the perfect communication, all the rest of it, you know that if you see a go in a particular situation, you can take it.
Yeah,
And they'll back
absolutely.
you up, and they're like, yes. Whereas in pub games, they're like, oh, I didn't think you were going in, and it's like messier.
I watched Boxy in a pub. This was like maybe 6 months ago, and he's like in a really aggressive forward position.
Oh, really? Yeah,
he's
yeah.
always trying to get kills. He's
For
always
real?
looking for those little fine lines of can we catch this guy barely out of position? And I just listened to him, and he's like, go here, and he's like calling it. And his teammates weren't following him, and he's like, I'm going if you don't show, like, even if you come or not, I'm still going to go for this play.
Wow.
And at the time, he was ranked like 400. I'm just laughing because he's right in every instance,
Right,
but
right.
it's going to take like the 33 or the Saberlight to actually follow him up on that play.
Yeah.
So it's just funny because I think at the end of the day, once you're on a team, there's no point in making sure you're high MMR. As long as you feel like you're playing pubs to get better or like learn something about the hero you're playing, then that's all that really matters. That's what they're there for.
That's why I've always been such a big fan of Ace and Tofu's duo queuing strategy because, like, if you're gonna pub together, why not pub with your actual teammate?
Yeah, and that got they originally had to smurf for that
I
because
heard.
they were unable to find games if they duo queued on their main.
Because
and now
party
they,
queuing is
Yeah, it's just the algorithm of the matchmaking just doesn't favor you. Even if you were to get in the same game, it takes like 30 minutes to find a game for some reason. Even if you queue at the exact same time, you'll get into the same game most likely. But back into the draft. They do ban the Pugna.
That's right.
On the side of Parivision, so they did their homework. They saw that game yesterday.
Yep. And the Enchantress is taken out by Waska. Another hero that Paravision love to run on 5 when they don't have Pugna or Ench is the Chen.
Other bans as well. Parivision take out the Mars and the Primal Beast. Offlane heavy bans against Waska, along with that Pugna. And then Shadow Fiend and Gyrocopter taken out. Waska take out the Naga, the Sand King, the Razor, the Enchantress, and the Medusa. The first pick went to Parivision. They took the Pango. Waska respond with a Clockwork, Doom, and now Parivision have a Batrider and a Disruptor.
Whoa, that's spicy.
Shit.
Well,
I
you were
was talking about
mentioning
him the other day.
you were mentioning they pick a lot of Chin. That's probably why they picked Doom as like a preemptive counter, because you can eat the Satyr level 1, and I think it's Doom's dream to get that mana regen Satyr in the first place, so that's probably denying the Chin. And this Ducalis, the Ducalis Disruptor is, I think that's a hero he's played a lot. I'm actually gonna go
For
low.
sure.
It's really good against Clock.
We haven't seen a lot of Disruptor, but the hero, when he plays with heroes like Pango or Tiny or Earth Spirit from the mid lane, is incredibly useful. These heroes that go in will always provide him with the vision for the glimpse backs. He's always going to have that aggressive, beefy kind of archetype, which enables him. And I do like this hero. I think it's very undervalued. It's nice to see it come out.
Agreed, Mira. Well said.
It is his 6th most played hero in competitive, so
Damn.
even though it's not popular this patch, there's definitely a reason why them of all teams is picking it. 60% win rate across 35 games in his competitive history, so funny to look at his 2nd most played hero is at 48 games, and his most played Enchantress is at 115. So there's a reason why Waska has banned that Enchantress when they did.
Pretty top-heavy distribution.
I respect that. I mean, that's the part about support players nowadays. I feel like it's so important to just have those 3 or 4 heroes that no matter what, you will own on them.
Tiny comes out for Waska. I assume that this is just going to be their mid lane matchup versus the Pango. And Dark Mago is like the Tiny player in South America. Like, he always runs this hero, even if it's not popular within the meta. And I'm not surprised to see them pick it up, because like, you comfortably see this Pango, you're going to be fine. You do need backline damage though to enable this Tiny, because if you're looking at Clock, Doom, Tiny, they're all the same archetype of hero. So you need something Willow-esque, something Hoodwink-esque right now for Waska to like round this together. Because it's looking a little clunky.
And on the topic of Dark Mago, do you still have the leaderboard page open? Because when I glanced at it, give me a Control F for Mago, because I believe he was very, very high for this European.
He is 14th.
Rank 14 in Europe.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Who else do you want to know while I'm here?
Tell me Pike, actually. P-A-Y-K.
I can spell.
I was hoping they went for a save. I was even thinking Venge, but
He
I was like,
is
Venge is
all the way
probably
down on
bad.
106.
Pike needs to step it up.
Step it up, young fella. Who are these people that are not pros but on this leaderboard?
Future pros.
Smurfs.
Satanic
Players.
2.0s.
There's a lot of pub players that just don't play on D's.
I mean, there are people like... Who's this guy, Mira? Do you recognize this name?
No.
5 seconds remaining.
31st on the leaderboard.
What's the name?
423.
You don't know 423?
423 is rank 3-1. Come on.
But Shadow Demon comes out, like you were saying, Brian, you were thinking they need a save. The reason for this is you need a counterplay for the lasso initiation, a counterplay to buy time when someone's getting disrupted. It's also a save versus Static Storm, which is really good. The issue with the Shadow Demon, though, is it's not providing that backline damage that I talked about. They're just going to have to fill it from their carry role, like something very hyper-aggressive, like a TA or a Draw Ranger could do the trick here for Wesker. What do you think about this Monkey King, Brian? Looks pretty solid to me.
It's going to have a good lane, for sure. I'm a bit concerned for the Doom, because the only way he can play this lane would be to buy early move speed items and kind of kite the Monkey King, but then you've got Disruptor, so I'm not sure what they're going to do on the side of Waska to get this Doom out of the first 5 minutes. When I'm thinking about my offlane experience, this is about the worst lane I could imagine laning against, is a hero that drags me back to a Monkey King. Doesn't matter which one it is, but the Monkey King is the key factor there. I will say Parivision's lineup is about as aggressive as it gets. The support duo is purely kill-oriented. Monkey King, super aggressive carry hero. It's also a Crystallis special. Like, he loves Monkey King. I think they've got everything they want so far on Parivision. I agree they have a bit of damage issues on Waska. I
Do you have
guess
a preference for the Pango? Because again, no one in DM have proven that they're happy to take it.
when you see tiny mid, I think you're happy to put Pango there against it.
I would agree with that.
So you probably pick an off lane here.
Waska agree. They're banning out offlaners. Take out the Beastmaster. Take out the Enigma. And Pari Vision looking to target Pike with any carry hero bans. They take out the Alchemist. Morphling remains in the pool.
Waska really need to correct their damage issues. Morphling could be good, but when you're playing against Disruptor, it can be a little iffy in the early game because a good Disruptor can catch you off guard a couple of times with that Static Storm and delay your timings.
Are they really not going to ban Luna? I feel like you have Shadow Demon Luna. She kind of gives your entire team really mid-game damage. What else is there for them to consider banning? I guess like most range carries, you don't love playing them into Batrider or Disruptor. Like I would generally want to be more of a, like a, I don't want to say Juggernaut because that's what Ame's picking, but some magic immune person.
I mean, they could go a Razor's banned out themselves.
Razor's banned out. Medusa's banned out.
The thing about Luna, and it does make a lot of sense with their Clock and their Shadow Demon, is that it's also kind of a committal hero to do a lot of its damage with the Eclipse, and it feels like Waska just has a whole lot of bodies to throw in, but not the person to take advantage of it the way a Drow Ranger would. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. You can't pick Drow into Brood,
You
though.
can't, you simply can't.
Like
can
now
Morphling.
that pick's come out, I wouldn't like Morphling. I feel like people are picking Brood into Morph, not the other way around, right? For the lane.
But it's backfired a lot.
Falcons
for the
has
Brood
proven that they like the Brood into Morph.
But Falcons also lost with their Brood against Morph.
They were 50 because one of the times ATF skipped Insatiable, one of the times he took it.
This is really tough for Waska. They have gone for Sven. It hasn't looked great so far, I'll be honest with you, but I don't know.
1 and 5 in this tournament.
4 melee heroes into Monkey King and Disruptor feels really bad to me, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you're right. You're right. Something when you look at it, when you have too much of the same like ingredients in your recipe, it's very easy to counterplay it. But I understand what they're going for the Sven here. It's gonna like have this very strong blink BKB timing. It's gonna be able to withstand Brood, and it's gonna give them the burst that they needed. The issue is it's gonna be a lot harder to execute because all of their heroes feel very high committal. Very high committal. There's like no kiting back. There's no trying to pick and choose your battles. Like you're all or nothing if you're this Waska draft.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I think this Doom pick was a little bit too 5-head by Waska. I almost guarantee they picked it to deny pick the Chin. Like you've only got so many bans in your arsenal and you're like, okay, we don't want them to have their signature support this patch. And they just said, we're gonna whip out Disruptor hero you like never see, and I can just tell you from personal experience, this is as bad of a lane as it gets for Doom. I would be shocked if he's not like tripled up in CS by the end of like minute 7. So
Yeah.
I think Crystallis will take over the entire map. They've got a really high-paced draft on the side of Pari Vision, the Broodmother to boot in the last pick. I think they've got this pretty handedly.
It just looks good for them. Like they have this Disruptor and Batrider who are these like very heavy chase supports with all of these bodies giving them vision, right? This Pango and the Monkey King, you know they're going to be in the fight. They have the support of their backline. They're going to have this Broodmother just taking over the map, causing chaos. It's a very well-rounded draft from Pari Vision.
It's a Halloween special. It's got bats, it's got spiders.
It's got monkeys.
It's, as is traditional Halloween, it
course.
has monkeys.
The old Halloween, the old spook monkey.
Got Puss in Boots.
Scares
Sure,
the hell
yeah,
out of
and
me.
Puss in
Yeah,
Boots, and Puss in Boots, exactly.
That's a costume.
That's a costume.
Pango
That's a
is wearing
persona.
costume.
I'm enjoying this very American South beat that the PogChamp fandoms have going on right now. And it's fitting because we have the only team left from the Americas representing here in Dream League Season 24. So why not just listen to them as we get ready for game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
Finally get a chance to cast some Waska.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to this, man. I've been cheering for these guys, and they have a tough matchup ahead of them.
Yep, they have a tough matchup in the sense of the team that they're facing, who came off a big win yesterday.
Indeed.
And they have a tough matchup in this game off of the draft, I have to say. I think some of the concerns that BSJ in particular had with them, I really look at it the same way. I've seen Crystallis when he has a free game on his Monkey King, and this lane has to be one of the easiest of... I'm thinking of lane matchups we've seen in this tournament so far, team versus team. This has to be on paper one of the single easiest lane a player has. Disruptor, Monkey King against what I'm assuming will be Doom, Shadow Demon, or Doom Clock. Either way, that lane is very, very easy for the Monkey if you don't mess up. And it's entirely possible that what Brian was talking about will happen. So that for me is the lane to watch, because if Waska somehow come out ahead in that lane or do just fine, I have much higher hopes for them. But I'm a little bit worried that that lane is going to be an absolute landslide win for Crystallis, and then his hero. Look at the matchups for Monkey King this game. Quad melee hero, of which 3 are cores. All of them need to come up nice, close, and personal to do their damage. And he's going to be working together with a BKB Piercing Disable for 9 class to just set them up for him very nice and easy in that ring.
Okay, so what needs to happen for that off lane to not be an abject disaster? I'm assuming it's going to have to be you need a good neutral creep?
Yeah, I think if you could somehow get the ice armor, that's probably the single best thing that can happen to Doom against Monkey King. It's either that or...
Harpy creep?
Harpy... I don't actually know if you can afford that in this lane. I don't know if you have enough mana to really get that done. Yeah, but I feel like that is the way. You have to find a good creep on the Doom and get a little bit of head start with that. But obviously the first wave or 2 is fine. This lane starts getting difficult when Monkey King hits level 3. That's when it gets really dangerous, but even on level 2 with Disruptor, you can be in trouble with Thunderstrike into Glimpse. But yeah, Sacred will definitely have a bit of presence to begin with.
All right, well, they did block out the Easy Camp, but the Easy Camp spawn behind the tower does have a Harpy Stormcrafter. If you want to make a trip all the way back. What the fuck is
This is a good emote. This one goes in the sticker collection for Lacoste, I think.
Oh, dude, that's 100% a sticker.
Such a
what
good
the
sticker.
hell is he doing?
I don't know. Maybe it's like the inverse mewing. He's too much Giga Chad, so he has to soften up his jawline. I don't know. Sorry, I completely lost track of the question.
Yeah, me too.
With that
I know, I didn't
that
ask a question.
snapshot.
All I said was there was a Harpy Stormcrafter
Right.
up at the top of the map.
Yeah, he doesn't have Devour yet, so he skilled the Infernal Blade level 1. Trying to put that to a bit of use here. I'm not
They've
quite
got
sure
so
just
many denies already.
how much that does. Yeah. 2 on Ducalis and 2 on Crystallis, so should be an experience advantage for that lane up top. And this mid lane, Tiny versus any melee hero, is, historically speaking, very Tiny favored. I think a lot of the mid matchups now are more even-ish, but I do think if Dark Mago plays this one cleanly, he could pull ahead a little bit against no one. And this is Dark Mago's best hero of all time. I think if you put me on the spot and said who is the best mid Tiny, if you could pick player-hero combination for that one mid, I would probably choose him. His Tiny is exceptionally good. And all aspects of the game. I'm curious to see if he goes for the build that we saw last game from Laurel, which I think is what you should do on Tiny. I think in Valachia, I think I saw 2 or 3 Tiny games and they went like Dagger, Echo, BKB or something. And I'm just like, where's the Conda? You know?
Yeah.
I think this hero, for me, as a mid-hero, you go Blink Conda. No questions asked. It's how you stay relevant in the game. It's how you keep being an assassin that finds these big picks in the game. And I mean, otherwise, why did you pick Tiny over a lot of other heroes if you're going to go Blink Echo?
Sure.
BKB. It's just, I don't think the payoff is there. So, hope to see that from Dark Mago here on the Tiny.
If he doesn't go that build, will that lower your accreditation of him as the best Tiny in the world?
I need to be really careful with how strong my opinions are compared to a master of the hero, right? Let's put it this way, okay? In order for me to not think that is the best build, I need to see a clear reason in the game.
Sure.
So if there's like something where I'm like, okay, this makes sense, this is not a Conda game, I just think it should be the default, and you deviate because there's something that forces you to. Think of it that way.
That's fair.
That's my take on that for now.
Well, Doom lane is not going the hottest.
It's also not completely terrible. I mean, he's going to get level 3 now on Sacred, but so is Crystallis, and that's when the real challenge begins. A lot of the time, Doom against Monkey King, you can kind of like somewhat, you know, it's never a good lane, but maybe you can like stay afloat, you can play a little bit on your, you know, you come in, you take a CS here or there, you get the Doom or the Devour creep and play off that, but against Disruptor, I think it's just so much harder. Every time you go for a CS, you know you could get Glimpse back. And correct me if I'm wrong, how's that interaction with Disruption? If you glimpse someone and disrupt them, they do arrive where the glimpse is, right?
Yes, I believe so. It'll show the disruption where it's at, but once it's done, you'll pop out at the glimpse.
Because I think there was some sort of interactions with Disruption, or with Glimpse, that used to be different than they are now. Like, you used to always be able to pull Puck out of Phase Shift.
Yeah.
That one you cannot do anymore. Puck can Phase Shift dodge Glimpse, which is just completely changed that matchup, to be honest. It went from being a counter pick to not at all with that one interaction change. But yeah, we'll see about the disruption. I do think when you get hidden by a teammate that you also do arrive. I think it's the same with Astro Imprisonment too. Pretty sure you come out where this was. Nice cogs here from Yadomi. We'll get 1 mana burn off only, unfortunately. But
so right now it looks like Waska is losing all 3 of their lanes, but not by a massive amount. I mean, the Broodmother is definitely doing much better than the Doom. But again, it feels like everyone's keeping it pretty close.
Dark Mago's taking a beating here. They're both running a little bit low on resources though, but yeah, he's the one hero that's doing the best for Waska, so I think a lot of their potential in this game to stabilize this from what could be a very rough start will be coming from the mid-tiny to make some good rotations. See him maxing out the toss here, using that to try to equalize the pressure against the Pango in the mid lane. Does mean when you're ganking, perhaps you don't have the best combo with a toss, but it's still, generally speaking, good enough. Oh, this would be a big move. He does not know this is coming, I think, on Dark Mago, or does he?
A little passive.
He's not sure.
Yeah. And
if he goes for CCs.
Clockwork is moving around the jungle area. I have to imagine he's giving you some information, but not enough, apparently. Shadow Demon's going to come in late. Disruption goes out, but he comes back in. He's got no HP left. He's just going to die anyway. That'll be first blood for 9 class.
Yeah, they even bring in Ducalis there. And with the expectation that Waska is going to respond, they just bring the numbers as well so they can counterplay the response. Ducalis, I think, might have been able to glimpse Shadow Demon up top there, but he chose not to. Or at least I would like to think he chose not to, which I think is a better play anyway. Keep him here. Now Doom plays against Monkey King. Good luck. You know, you don't have to send that guy back. If anything, it's nice for your team that now when you move as Disruptor, if Shadow Demon doesn't mimic the move, you just find an easy kill. And you can see Ducalis already preparing to make a little bit of a movement up toward that top area. Now Doom is under his tower, so relatively safe for now. But once this wave pushes out, that's when trouble comes around. He can dispel... This is actually not a bad creep here. The Purge. So he can dispel Thunderstrike.
Yeah.
And then maybe he can get out of vision for Glimpse.
He can also get rid of Jingu, can't he? After you get the stacks is when it can be dispelled.
Oh, true. You can use it offensively against Monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, not bad. I don't know if I've seen people use that interaction before. I mean, we've seen Purge used plenty on Doom, but I don't know if I've seen it against Monkey King. Ducalis.
They cut him off and get a punishment here. Looks like Sacred's going to try and do that. Crystallis,
they'll just sell him.
He's like, sorry, man, I've tried to help you. He's still going to try and help.
They won't sell him. Okay, nice stun.
3-man stun, setting things up. If only they could catch heroes. They're all just lined up and blocking each other. Very awkward. No one's going to come in with the Thunder. Nice toss away. Wait a minute. Still going to get hit, though.
And that kind of just
too much to
gave
handle.
Matthew's position away as well.
Kind of did. But at least it wears out and they get hit by the avalanche from Dark Mago. Yodomi's still going for the kill. TP coming in from the spend. They're bringing more and more heroes here. They toss them together. Does Pake have a stun? He stuns them both together. Yodomi's hitting away into the trees, trying to stay away from Crystallis, not let him get those stacks. He gets the stacks. He turns around, helps get the Shadow Demon kill. Now he kills Yodomi as well. Pake is still trying to get this last
no way,
pick
don't
up.
tell
Don't
me.
let him get away. No, he's into the trees. He's out.
So good.
Oh, because he got the Jingu stacks required. He gets 2 kills and gets away.
It's those little details. He dodged, I think, one Sven swing with Mischief, and I think that was the little bit of damage that was missing in the end. Pyke would have killed him with one more hit, and he couldn't get it off just at the end there. So beautiful. There's a lot of things in that situation that's so high skill. The execution of everything that Crystallis did, but also just the decision-making to go for that play. To begin with, when there was the chase going on Disruptor, Crystallis felt strong enough to go for the original 2v3. And then when the fight developed, he still didn't back down and just maximized everything he could out of his hero there. Really, really nicely done. And look at how much space this generates. This is the biggest problem for Waska, is whenever you make a rotation to top or mid, you know by default you're losing bottom when you do it. So imagine if you also lose the fight. And that's exactly what happened there. So this was a major, major loss. Now top 3 very comfortably sitting on Power Vision. The supports are also a little bit ahead, especially 9 classes having a great game.
And there's just not much playmaking to be done for Waska, right? It's like Clockwork is a ways away from level 6. Dark Mago's not going to be having Blink Dagger anytime soon. So,
yeah,
like, how do they even fight offensively? You know, they can maybe defensively play around some towers, and Power Vision does some diving like they did, but as far as actively, you know, setting up kills and stuff, they really don't have much.
No. It's definitely tough, and you gotta find Yodomi some levels here. Even then, yeah, I have a little bit of a tough time visualizing them initiating fights right now. I mean, this is a nice little bit of a pick-me-up to kill all those spiders, but there's... Yeah, how do you initiate a fight in general? You don't have Demonic Purge, so you can't use that to catch up. Clock's level 4. No blink on Tiny or Sven. So yeah, the enemy team effectively kind of has to walk into you, and they will.
They are gonna run at you, and you're gonna get glimpsed back, and there's not a damn thing you could do about it. Just a terrible situation, and the more they keep the Tiny down, just the more comfortable Power Vision is going to be that there's really not ever going to be a rebuttal from Waska. There's never going to be a play where they overextend themselves and like, oops, we, you know, stumbled into a big Tiny combo.
Yeah, this is definitely the makings of a very one-sided game right now. Waska have to... I think they have to flat out just dodge away and give Clockwork a lane. Clock needs 6, Shadow Demon needs 6, Sven needs to farm whatever jungle he can while they are laning, and then Doom or Tiny are gonna die. That's probably what's gonna happen, because they need to go and... It just sounds so bad to say it out loud, but like, what's the alternative? You're gonna have to lose something somewhere. And if you keep bleeding...
Oh, Yodomi.
Oh, Shadow Demon got his 6 now. They're gonna try to find DM, but he's gonna break it and get out.
Low ground.
Spiders are taking the tower almost. There's not really much to write home about for Waska right now. That's the risk you take when you run a strategy like this, and I'm really with Brian when it comes to the draft. This early pick Doom, and then you did not ban Crystallis' Monkey King. Definitely opening the door to something that Power Vision are very comfortable with. Uh-oh.
Sacred is going to come in from behind, so they might be able to get this kill on 9 class. Purging him to slow him down. Lasso TP away. That's not going to work. Cute 9 class,
nice
but
try,
not the right situation for it.
That's a little bit of breathing room for Waska. That's a cooldown, unavailable now. They buy some time for their Sven and their Doom. And especially for this guy. I think Dark Mago needs to get level 10 and needs to get his Blink.
Yeah.
That's how you unlock your lineup a little bit, because then you can do like tossback plays, you can do single target burst on the Disruptor and maybe build a fight out of that.
Everybody out of mid.
Yeah, I was just going to say, don't stop taking Yodomi's experience. I really don't like this, by the way. This might seem kind of trivial that they're just crossing the map like this, but let Clock have solo XP and cross through the jungle instead. Like, they're just delaying this hookshot by so much. It hurts my Clock-loving soul to see this hero level 5 minute 12. This is personally my most played hero of all time, and I know how Yodomi's feeling right now. It is a good hero for me. It is very mechanical and very...
It's your most played hero.
It's a robot hero, yeah. It is.
It's my most played hero.
Is it really?
I have 666 games of Clockwork right now.
All right. This is officially a challenge. I think you have more games than me. Let's see who has the better win rate. That's what's more important.
Probably not me. Sacred glimpsed back into a Static Storm. He is a dunzo. 54%.
All right, I have 57% with 783 games.
Oh. All right, but when I catch up to
Sit the fuck down! All right, there goes the mid tower. Dark Mago tried for the deny, but it did go to the spiders. And of course, they also found the Doom kill, so bad turns to worse as Yodomi will finally... No! Let him get level 6! Guys, please! Fair fight!
If they take the Wisdom Rune from him...
Oh my god, don't tell me.
Fiery Vision sets up, man.
They very well could. If they wanted to right now and smoked over there, I think it's theirs. I cannot imagine a good fight for Waska in that area right now if the enemy team is smoked, but looks like they are not going to try it. Maybe they did. They do have a smoke on Ducalis, and they have all their spells except Monkey King ult. So I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess also Static Storm being on cool. Still, I think it would have been theirs, but it's okay. You're the winning team. You don't have to get absolutely everything when you're winning.
they own a massive amount of the map right now. They still have this tier 1 safe lane tower. They're pushing in mid aggressively, and Broodmother obviously owns the bottom lane. Like, nobody's going to show up to bottom lane unless it's with numbers to try and kill Brood.
Oh, Dark Mago. 9 class has a really good angle here. He's just dead.
Pops out.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, he messed up!
Doesn't get the lasso. They get the glimpse back.
He stays.
And he does stay there.
Okay. That's actually very important. That makes SD a lot better against her.
Fake is going to come in. Okay, never mind. Rolling Thunder. Now he's going to get lassoed as well. DM's going to focus on trying to bring down this Sven with the physical damage, and looks like they've got him.
Okay, this fight.
They clean up the fight really easily. The Doom on to the Monkey King is going to run out. They're not going to get that kill. The toss was a last-bit attempt at the hook shot. He finally hit level 6, but for what?
Oh my god.
He could have had a double.
They shouldn't have given him that experience, man. What a waste. Do they have another glimpse here?
I think they do. I think it's coming back up.
Scouted out by the Spiderlings. Well, I don't think they can kill him. But.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was Waska's first real team fight, and it was worse than not fighting, so...
That is true.
Make no mistake, if you're just tuning into DreamLeague and you're like, all right, there's just a total class difference. Waska have looked really good in this tournament so far. They've very much impressed, but this is probably their worst individual game yet. So, unless they get this sorted out, Ducalis will finally be a casualty here for Dark Mago. I'm not expecting Waska to have many games like this in this tournament. I think this one, like Brian said, maybe a little bit too cute in the draft. The lanes did not go well, and by the nature of these lineups against each other, this game's going to be very tough.
Yeah, they went 1-1 with Falcons, Spirit, and Tundra in their group, right? Like, the best teams coming out of their group, there's a reason why they were in the top 4. It's because they beat everybody else and tied out with the best, so...
Yep.
It's just maybe a bit of a draft issue here.
Good luck to Matthew on his way out. Looks like he might just make it with all the stuns being expended AoE to kill off the spiders, so... We'll be okay, but again, Sacred. I mean, okay, when Doom has this net worth, what do you think his win rate is? This hero plays so bad from behind.
It's really bad.
It's not great.
Probably like a 30%.
You think it's that high?
It might be lower, actually.
I don't know. Yeah. This score line for Doom 16 minutes into the game is far from inspiring. And what do you have to look forward to? So Tiny Blink obviously gives them some potential to get something done. Pyke is finishing his Echo, so BKB is next on the menu, and that's when his hero kind of unlocks in this game. So there's about a 4K to go for him, unless he, disassemble will make it a little bit faster.
I feel like Waska have to make it a mission to use this Tiny to clear out their triangle.
Yeah, I think so too.
If you have a Sven, you're already behind like this, I feel like you cannot be giving up your ancient area.
I agree, 100%. They need it back. And there's two ways of doing it. They can smoke into the ancient area, deward it, and start just living there, or they can... Oh,
another missed hook shot from Yodomi, and he is dying so fast to the Broodmother. Sacred juking the Rolling Thunder a little bit. Matthew, not so much. Found the strike in from Crystallis, puts him in position to assist in getting 2 more kills. That's the initial pickoff on Clockwork. Yeah, watch.
They're doing him dirty with the replay as well. Oh, man.
Start the poll. Will Yodomi land a hook shot this game?
Oh, no. No.
He's right now 0-2.
Dark Mago will find Ducalis. Well,
can't even kill the support. Oh no, he's being body blocked. He can't get the toss to stop the TP away.
Yeah, Domi could range for the cogs, I think. It would have been close. He has the expended armature, but... Uh-oh, Pike. He has already used his stun. Doesn't want a Mask of Madness to run, because then he just loses this fight way faster. Matthew's coming in for the save.
He's not strong enough to turn around on Chrysalis.
Oh,
maybe. So maybe with the Purge slowing him down, but they had the Boundless Strike shard. That shard is so good on a hero that is already so mobile. The one time you actually catch him and he can't jump to the trees, it's like, whoop, there he goes.
All right, 9 class found Sacred together with no one. He just does not have a game under. That's the end of it. There's just not much more to talk about with the Doom. This hero, when it's at this bad of a position, is going to be a total liability. And who's going to step up?
And 9 class has been getting these pickoffs without the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Now he's got that initiation tool.
That's going to be very, very easy. The map is quite small here for Waska because Brute just owns the lower half. Oh, if Pike dies trying to farm mid as well. Oh.
Got disruption to be able to save. Hookshot onto the Pango does land, stalling him up a little bit. Blocking him out with the cogs as well. Got him inside the Static Storm, but Pike does manage to make it out of there. Jump in from Dark Mago. Does manage to kill the Disruptor with a bat. Doomed up. He's going to die as well. 2 pickoffs on supports. Can they fight it out against these cores, though? They're going to use the Purge. They're going for the Pango. Trying to finish him off, but Pike just ran into an absolute massacre. They thought they actually, with the numbers advantage, could take the team fight. They were wrong.
Dark Mago.
He's got Soul Ring if he wants to throw some mana around, but yeah, Crystal still has his ult. Jeez.
He could have definitely killed Matthew as well if he jumped to that Boundless, but I mean...
14K up in 20 minutes. And again, without their Blink Daggers, Blink Dagger on Bat, Blink Dagger on Pango now, like the team fights are just becoming harder and harder for Waska to be able to execute.
Good news for Waska is this is not a best of 1. You can make some adjustments. I really want to chalk this one largely up to the strategy phase. I think they put themselves in a very tough position and they had to overperform in lanes. That's never where you want to be at in modern Dota, that your lanes are on paper difficult and you have to solve it. But I also don't want to chalk it off as, or chalk it up to, okay, you just had bad lanes, that's it. Because I also think on top of it, they got outplayed.
Yeah.
So it's like the whole package of, this was a difficult draft to execute, the enemy team also outplayed you, and your team doesn't have a plan B. So it's very, very rough. All right, there was a Clockwork there a moment ago.
Now gone. Dead and buried alongside Sacred. It's Parivision owning the map. They can go wherever they want, start any fights they want, push any towers that they want.
They don't like that Wisdom, huh? That's another one they could have just taken.
They're too busy hunting heroes.
He'll be out. Good blink.
Radiant's top tower is
They
under
might just end
attack.
up getting it anyway. All of Waska are just cowering in fear in their base.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Sven is stuck in a corridor against a Pango. Not that it mattered too much. Chrysalis is damaged by itself. And Dark Mago does manage to get the Wisdom Rune. Good for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
So this Brute fast is
Dire
just...
structures are fortified.
It just keeps reapplying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The spiders.
Dire's top tower.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, Cap.
Bottom tower has fallen.
We were back on schedule. And if we weren't, we would have been now.
Static Storm.
Somehow.
Trying to cover no one. He does get doomed. He doesn't make it outside of the base. A toss together. That'll finish him off.
Okay. I take it back.
And they took that without the Sven up. Now that Sven is back into play.
Yeah, this is going to be a
They actually have a numbers advantage here. Low shot was already used. Oh, Cogs comes a little bit too late. He was just around the corner.
I did not think they were going to be able to find that just flat-out opening clean pick onto the Pango.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how we were on track for a bit of an earlier day today. Yesterday went very, very late for the teams. I think the teams playing the 4th series would appreciate if this one didn't go the distance and overextend.
Yeah, I believe Blitz had a tweet about playing at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was such a long day because our final series started an hour later because the previous series went so long. I mean, that's just what can happen, right? The series are, if they carry on into the starting set of the next one, obviously you're going to have to wait for that to finish. And I think the series that Blitz was referring to started at 10:30 instead of 9:30, and then on top of that, it was a 3-game series with one of the games going over an hour.
Yeah.
So it was just a very long night. But this series started on time at 6. And if this game is anything to go by, we might just stay on schedule for the 9:30 for the last one.
We'll see.
We'll see if Waska can turn this one around, or if not, then
nice use of the Hurricane. Oh, Udomi.
Uh-oh.
Now 3 and 3 on the
they get the glimpse. There's actually a big, small glimpse.
Sacred is dead, and the Rolling Thunder is still being disrupted. Tossed away from Dark Mago, tries to get Matthew to safety. Turns around Disruption, and now the Demonic Purge on DM. DM's in big trouble. The Avalanche on 2. Crystal's going to try and hold the ground here with the Wukong's command. DM is going to be able to skitter away, and Pake is stuck. He gets tossed out of it. The kinetic field was holding him in place, and Dark Mago once again bailing out his teammates. This is why his Tiny is so good.
How many teammates has he saved this game on the Tiny?
Oh, he jumps in right before the Flame Break hits him, gets the toss back onto the Bat Rider, but at the same time, no one jumps in. They kill Pake. Once again, Pake is set up to hit Heroes, but he gets hit back, and he immediately crumples under the assault from Pari Vision. Udomi gets cleaned up by the Spiders. And that will be a lane. Oh, the Boundless Strike right as he jumped in, too.
I think they would have killed him if they didn't glimpse, actually. But yeah. He was trying to keep his teammates alive, but that was such a fast reaction from Crystallis that he got out anyway. Yeah, it's not looking great. There was a little bit of a glimmer of hope when they got that Doom kill on the Pango, but they couldn't convert it into more, and now we've seen just a delayed outcome of what I thought would happen one fight earlier, which is just a full-on overpowering of the Waska heroes and claiming that first lane. Roche is up for the taking if they want it on Paravision. I don't think there's anything stopping them from just claiming that for free.
Is under attack.
This item from Dark Mago is close, though. The Conda maybe be a little bit of a help, but it's just, it feels like it's probably too little too late. Do you have enough damage to really burst heroes with this? Are you even going to get it? Oh, he did get it. Okay.
He did get it, but... So at least he won't lose very much gold.
Yeah, doesn't need to use the courier to deliver it. He'll get it nice and easy back in the fountain.
Looking at all the little silver linings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another upside is they're not going to take any damage from Roshan.
Yeah.
On Waska.
That is true.
At all this game.
Yeah. Who knows? If he sent out the courier with his item, maybe it would have been killed on the way. But now he has it guaranteed.
True. That's true. That's a good point.
All right, who do you put the Aegis on? Probably Crystallis. You could put it on DM, but it's fine. Get that Monkey King into the fray.
Yeah, just let this Monkey King hit a Boundless Strike into their base and Wukong's command without fear, you know?
Yeah. 2 Blink Daggers picked up for Waska. See if that is going to make a difference with the Doom as well as Shadow Demon Blinks. This is an all-in, obviously. I mean, you've just invested 4,000 gold into...
They do manage to get the initiation, but it messes up the Avalanche at the same time, and Paravision is coming in hot. They've already taken down Matthew, and Pake is in big trouble. He has to pop his BKB to back away. DM is just being a nuisance, gobbling up the back line while the rest of the heroes focus on Pake. He's going to get glimpsed back. No, looks like his BKB was still up. Sacred, his own BKB, is trying to keep him alive. Dark Mago, he has no way out. Not like his other cores. At least he does manage to get a kill before he goes. The Conda hit from the tree finishes off the Bat Rider. But another lost team fight for Waska.
And Crystallis is, as prophesized, beyond godlike. 10, 0, and 12 on that safe lane Monkey King in a game that is just all too familiar for him. He has played this matchup 100 times. He has won it 95 of them.
And there's no more BKB on Pake now. When he comes back, he's going to be kinetic fielded and glimpsed, even if he would live out long enough. No one just killed.
Nice. God, I love they tipped him on his own team. We need more tips like that.
Fantastic.
That's flat out car crash in the enemy fountain. That was so terrible. Oh my God. I love that.
Oh God, Sacred.
Oh no.
He jumps in, dooms a Broodmother, immediately dies. Another hook shot from Udomi. We'll call that neither a hit nor a miss. Yeah, DM doesn't die.
Right,
nobody dies.
Please give us a quick replay of that drive-by. please. He went in to order food in the Radiant Fountain, actually. So, all right, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that after the series is or after the game is concluded, rather, when we're back with the panel. But that was funny.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Parivision, no, not really surprising, given, again, the panel is pretty accurate on their conclusions about the draft. And again, Parivision is also coming into this off a big win yesterday against Falcons. Like, they may be, you know, the team to beat at this tournament now. So, good start for them in this series against Waska.
Yeah, don't have much more to add. I think Waska will definitely bring a better game too. It's hard to get themselves in a tougher position than this, and it was just rough, man. Like, and the funny thing is, I look at their lineup, and in its entirety, when you look at the Radiant picks together, it's not like they don't have synergy and it doesn't make sense as a lineup. But you look at what it's playing against and what the timings of the game are, and I feel like if you ask Waska themselves, they probably have a similar feel that, all right, this game was too tough. And they're better than this. So I want them to show that in the second game, that they can bring something better to the table. If the lanes are more even, if the fighting conditions of the game are closer, I think this is a pretty fair fight between these two teams in terms of power levels. But when the strategy is so one-sided, it could have easily gone the other way if the drafts were reversed, right? Like, then I think Waska could have done a similar thing to Parivision. So.
Sure. All right, well, I guess the be-all end-all is with a draft like this, it's only up from here, right? Into game 2 we go.
Ever the optimist you are, Cap Dota, because I'm with you. I feel like Waska may have made things harder for themselves, specifically with that Doom pick. I think seeing that Doom pick, seeing the justification that maybe they were trying to preempt a Chen, which, you know, no fault to them, that's a Parivision classic, may have been one step too far, and after that, they just kind of made things a little bit too simple for Parivision. That they kind of really didn't need to come up with anything other than a Broodmother. Once Broodmother's on the field, it's game over.
I thought Parivision's draft was great. And I think it covered, for an aggressive team that wanted to run over the enemy, I think this was perfect. You had Catch for days with Disruptor and with Bat. You had Pango for just chaos in the fights. You had Broodmother, who can just be Johnny on the spot if you need carry level damage and map control. And then if you do have to stand and fight, you've got Monkey. So you could just fight in the Monkey ult. I think it was a really nicely balanced draft. And like the smart people were saying, you got Doom, Tiny Clock, and then you round it out with a Sven. You're kind of playing into their strengths, I think, because you're going to have to fight as a group. Although Tiny did a good job saving people or kind of moving enemies for a fight, very, very hard. Very hard. Too much control from Parivision and too much requirement from Waska to be there in the middle. And it's just, you got Pango and Brood and Disruptor. It's just too much, in my opinion.
No, you're very right. Everything
you.
Ted said is perfect. Sums up why there was an issue with the draft. I mean, if we want to break it down a little bit more, we can talk about this last pick, Sven, because it's not what they needed, but it's what they picked in that time. And maybe conceptually, they were thinking that they would get more value out of the Warcry, like as a means to disengage from the Wukong, as a means to maybe play into this Broodmother later on, but it doesn't come out of lane as a win versus Brood. When you saw this Brood, you needed to pick something that beats it on lane so you could at least have that bare minimum of an advantage coming out of one of your lanes, because you know your Doom is done for. You know your Tiny is going to go even. At that point, you had to create a winning lane for yourself, and you just picked the wrong hero in this case. So I respect that they had this idea, they tried it, it didn't work. I would be very, very surprised if in that game too, they ran back a similar draft. This one was just not it.
So it's a cart before the horse situation where, like, maybe minute 15, 30, Sven would be able to do the things that are necessary for the carry player to do. But if you can't get through the laning phase in the first place, then who cares what you can do mid and late game, because your laning phase is never going to exist anyway against a Broodmother.
For sure, and then we saw like what was going on in the map after the lanes were over. They just had no means to fight back. I mean, Doom would doom the Monkey King. Monkey King was living on like 50 HP. Clock was like missing hook shots on 2 low HP targets.
Yeah.
There just wasn't enough there for them, and maybe they could have found like 1 or 2 advantageous plays at some point, but the execution wasn't even there. So for the game 2, they really have to simplify it for themselves by making it so that they're not playing at a 10k net worth deficit.
Fair critiques against Waska, and then Ted, you were already heaping on a fair amount of praise for Parivision's draft, and part of it are heroes that we don't see often. This Disruptor, a Ducala's signature, it's only shown up twice in this event, and it was a 50% win rate. A hero that maybe should be considered a little bit more frequently.
I really like the hero. I think he's really good. And I think against Clock, I think it's a good pick, because if the Clock does land a hook shot, you just send him back where he came from, which is nice. I also just think it does give you that control pre-BKBs and stuff like that. I think he's amazing as a 5, what he can do to a fight. Also, the best thing, Neil, in Dota, the best thing, it didn't happen in this game, is glimpsing someone back. You kill them, you send them right back home. There's no, I don't care if I lose the game. If I do that, it's GG as far as I'm concerned.
But sometimes you need to place a ward behind the tier 1 tower to make that happen. It didn't happen in this game, but I'm sure there were other wards placed in this game, so let's go to BSJ with the Kadea ward of the game.
Starting to wonder if he actually knew exactly where this ward was that I used for the Kadea ward of the game, because I feel like Parivision pretty much had map hack on this game as they had control of the entire map, and we are going to go to a ward in the mid lane that is effectively behind the tier 1 tower, as you see at the top of your screen. And this ward has basically just been telling them exactly where Waska's going. Like, this middle area is generally a place that supports on the Radiant side are easily able to reliably de-ward, but because the threat of even walking out, like, what was that, 100 units outside of your tower and they just get instantly annihilated, that was a ward that stayed there for an extra 2 minutes after that and just kept leading to basically Waska trembling in their boots, like cowering behind their tower, and eventually even that wasn't safe once you have the chase potential of the Bad and the Disruptor. I mean, this is about as aggressive as the lineup as it gets, and Parivision, it makes sense that all of their wards, including that one, were purely about kills and preventing Waska from ever getting to escape the corral that they've built for them.
Yeah, that protection zone that a Disruptor creates and the Bat Rider as well, it's like, I fear whenever Disruptors are behind, because everyone always talks about a Disruptor from behind is one of the most frustrating heroes to play. But man, when you're ahead, when you get that like extra 200 units of vision and you are just able to suffocate the enemy team.
I think he's the literal best support in the game if you're winning by like 5k at 15 minutes, because there is no such thing as split pushing coming back into the game. He's got strong team fight at the end of the day. He forces enemy cores to buy BKBs. Like, there needs to be responses in the form of items, and then there also needs to be time bought in order to get these items, and Disruptor lineups only you do that. I think it was really cool in the draft to think like what Waska was going for, but most of the 5s right now are save oriented and like enabling like the damage of their cores rather than the catch that we're seeing from a hero like Disruptor. Yeah. And so I'd even give more hats off to Parivision for like whipping out a hero like Disruptor, recognizing the vulnerability that they opened themselves up to, because they kind of assumed what type of 5 he was going to pick.
A new strategy and a new hero. Let's see if Waska can come up with a new solution for what Parivision are presenting as we get ready for game number 2.
got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twists her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with me. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with me.
Oh shit! A ghost!
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Your emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waska looking like a skeleton of their former selves. Is this the team that I saw beat Extreme Gaming? It didn't feel like it, Brian. This seemed like a completely different team.
To be fair, they beat Juggernaut.
I was going to say, all they have to do is not pick Jug, yeah.
It's just that simple. If you don't really want to lose against Waska, you don't pick Chug.
Exactly.
But they won Group Stage 1 quite handedly. Waska ended up coming in second place in their group.
First step, ban Pugna. Second step, don't pick Jug.
That is true.
It's a two-step process.
Matthew's Pugna was a force to be reckoned with. And that's why
they took it. That's fine too.
Steal it from them as we get into the draft for game number 2. As Waska ban out the Sand King, the Naga, the Razor, and the Pango. Parivision take out the Mars, the Primal, and the Doom. First pick Pugna. Waska respond with a gyrocopter.
Don't get too hasty, guys. Don't make your judgments, because that was a really bad draft in game 1, and this team is a good team. Like we've seen what we've seen what they're capable of. They fight well. They're very scrappy. They usually are good on lane when they don't have losing lanes. So hopefully we'll see the version of them that crushed their group in this game.
Let's not be hasty, Master Hobbits.
I want everyone to, because we all are prone to looking at Twitch chat sometimes, and people are usually really mean about the draft. Like they just think, how can these teams be so stupid or whatever. And I just want that last game to be used as a showcase example of how easy it is to lose a draft. Like you can just make one mistake where it wasn't even like a pointless mistake. It was like on paper they had an idea and then it just got exploited by the opponent. And in my eyes, the draft was over at the second pick of Doom. Like I think that was where they went wrong. And the fact that that happens is just like, it just speaks to the complexity of this drafting system and making sure that every single pick makes sense, because you just can't get away with a single vulnerability like that severe.
You know what, Brian? That's a great point. Twitch chat are morons. But here's the thing. They have never had to draft in a professional game of Dota.
True.
Second of all, every single team, all the time I've been watching Dota, every single team, even the very best teams, will sometimes cock a draft up.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. It's going to happen sometimes. Like, oh, shit, we forgot about this. Oh, bollocks, we picked this guy. We didn't get that guy.
Absolutely.
And they're very good at Dota.
And so is Waska.
What I'd like to see is we could do a tournament called Twitch Chat Drafts. And we get the biggest loudmouth genius 2K players and never shut up. And they have to draft.
For the actual teams to play.
They have to play. And if they lose, they're banned from Twitch forever.
That's the stakes?
I would watch the hell out of that.
Yes, of course.
I'm not going to lie. There's potential there. Have you pitched this to anybody?
Slacks would say yes.
Pitch it to
Slacks.
Slacks.
Slacks doesn't count because he'd do anything.
But how do you balance the teams though? Are you saying all the teams?
Just use professional teams and make it $1 million prize pool or whatever with the Twitch chat drafting.
Just make it $1 million prize pool, Neil.
$1 million.
Just get $1 million.
Just get the sponsorships.
Better yet, make it.
Just get the sponsorship, Mira.
Make it for the Bulba and Kuro teams. Let them
Yeah,
draft
there
for
we
them.
go.
Let them
Perfect.
draft for those teams. We'll see how it
Perfect.
You think it's just so
There
easy
you go.
as not picking Storm Spirit? There's layers to this.
What if the guy who was in Twitch chat had Abed on his team and then just picked Storm Spirit?
Do it for the memes.
Tide TA was a classic as well.
It gives you everything
you need.
I love how there's just some, like, no matter how many times I'll look at a Twitch chat during a draft and one team picks Tide or TA and people are just saying, pick Tide. It gives you, the Tide plus TA gives you everything. And I'm like, that was like 7 years ago, guys.
I mean,
Come on.
that's really funny.
It is.
But the thing is, when people flame people for their draft, I honestly don't think they understand how hard it is.
I just wanted to showcase from that game, right? That's a perfect
really
example.
Hard. Like, you don't have long. There's so many heroes, and you don't know what the enemy's going to pick. You have incomplete vision, so it's very, very, very difficult.
One cute thing about this matchup specifically, the two Brazilian coaches going head-to-head. It's DPMS on Waska and Astini on Parivision.
It's the original Ronaldo versus...
Ronaldinho?
Adriano. Well, Adriano was meant to be the replacement for Ronaldo.
Gotcha.
He didn't do well.
So is this?
I think Castini as a coach has like, really good ideas, and he does things, and he believes in some heroes that I wouldn't necessarily see the logic in it, but then it plays out, and you're like, wow, this
Yeah.
guy is onto something. So he definitely does a bulk of the like theory crafting for Perry Vision, and there are a lot of coaches who have a hands-off approach to the draft where they let their players kind of pick what they want. But we even heard from Nine Class, like he wants to play support Morphling. Castini firmly vetoed that. Firmly. So he does have most of the say, it feels like, for Perry Vision.
Yeah, and every single player on Paravision.
DP. Are they the one? Waska the team that picked DP previously? Because we have seen it before.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, they picked it yesterday.
Yeah.
They
won.
played it on Sacred?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also particularly better against Jug, in my experience, than it is against Monkey King. So I think this is a very different matchup, and I am a bit concerned that they decided to pick this because I think Monkey King will have a very solid lane. Like, he's not going to kill them because there's a Pugna 5 as opposed to the Disruptor 5, but I think he'll have no problem laning it, and Monkey King later on is a physical burst damage hero that often buys Scotty, and these are the type of heroes I think Death Prophet struggles against, and you're also happy to trade your Wukongs for her Exorcism, so I'm not sure. I was going to say that the Gyrocopter for Waska does have flex potential, like from previous games, but now they've locked it in as a carry. So now DM's got pick of the litter for counter matchup against the Gyro. I will say DM's hero pool is generally pretty bad against Gyro. He likes his Enigmas, his Broodmothers.
What about Morphling?
The Morphling offlane?
No, I'm saying Morphling carry.
Oh, and then leave Monkey King mid or what?
Yeah.
That's possible. Dang.
Ted, what have you been eating today? Tell me what you had for breakfast.
Dota wins is what I had for breakfast.
I mean,
I won. And now I am powerful.
Black Cannonose.
But it is great when you're playing it versus carry Gyro. You can take the flak yourself. You can also comfortably put Monkey King mid versus like most matchups. You just need to take out the Huskar, take out the Viper here, and you easily protect him.
That's a chicken noise, and there is a panda and a skull on screen. I'm going to
Animals
need
are
an explanation
animals.
for that one. Huh?
Animals are animals.
Animals are animals.
Are we animals, Neil?
That's every sound effect
How's
we
the
have.
what's the Bloodhound Gang song go like? We ain't nothing but mammals.
So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
Great song.
Great song.
There's a lyric in that I'm not going to repeat on screen, but I'll tell you it afterwards.
Okay, please.
It involves the X-Files.
David Duchovny?
No. I'll tell you.
Gillian Anderson?
No, it's a lyric in the song referencing the X-Files. I'm not
Correct.
going to say it on broadcast.
I see.
Appropriate.
We'll save it.
I try to keep it clean.
A good touch.
Clean draft predictions, you mean?
Hey, I know what I'm doing, bro.
No, you said earlier.
Said what?
You said earlier you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm confused
It's
now.
all a ruse.
Oh, what are you gonna say, Mira?
For the point that you mentioned that DM's offlane pool is bad versus Gyro, you are right. Like, he does love his beasts, his Enigmas, his Broodmothers, but they showed us yesterday on Paravision they don't really care. Like, they picked Enigma into not the best Enigma game, and they won anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised if they double down on their ideas here.
Okay.
I think some matchups are like borderline unplayable though, like Gyro versus Beast. That is not a lane you want to create for yourself.
They got to worry about these mid lanes that they need to create as well, because they're not banning out the Viper or the Huskar quite yet. Instead, they take out the Invoker, which would also be a problem for a Monkey King.
Bristleback's still in the pool. I feel like if they don't ban that, that's what DM's
I mean, we've
getting.
seen a lot of DK as well. DK's been pretty good. I don't know if would you want to run him mid, or are people preferring him carry?
I just don't think
I'll
it's very
carry, I
valuable
think.
as a mid laner anymore.
I feel like Party Vision's picking Bristleback here. So with that in mind,
Do you not feel like they would black Couch if they picked Bristleback?
but if I look at Gyro DP, I'm like, I don't really need catch. If I just ban. Oh, they go Beast.
Wow.
Into the Gyrocopter. You mentioned they'd probably just jam it.
I mean,
yeah.
DM does this. Like, he does not care if he's countered. He'll still pick what he likes for his team and what's good for the game. They lacked Catch. He picked Catch. It's a hero to give them a strong timing with Morphling where they can get that first Aegis. The lane is very hard, though. Like, it was only yesterday that we saw a Gyro just dive the Beastmaster behind the tier 1 like 2 times in a row and go completely unpunished. Like, on paper, this is a losing lane for Paravision.
It is. Definitely a game pick.
So what can Dark Mago get to abuse the Monkey King mid?
Viper, go for it. I've noticed that a lot of teams just don't like Viper or believe in him as a hero, though.
Boring to play. I wouldn't want to play him.
Do you believe in it outside of being a lane counter? Do you think Viper's a long-term success hero? Or win lane, lose game?
So I think it's very player. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think you can draft 3 non-stunning ranged cores, which they just did.
Who is this Pyrian Flaxman? And why is he being given non-primary analyst position?
I demand a raise.
I've just made this mistake myself far too many times, so I'm probably traumatized to a point that's making me biased when I'm analyzing the drafts. But 3 range cores with no stuns, you're going to need to have the lane snowball. That's it. Like Waska, they've got favorable matchup co-op against Monkey. You've got Gyro against Beast. Death Prophet should be perfectly fine top. So they either like snowball the lanes and Matthew gets to pick his, have his pick of the litter when it comes to kills on the map. Or like if this game kind of breaks down and stalls out, I feel like Paravision's just got the more well-rounded everything.
Or Paravision?
Paravision.
Oh, okay. I think that Paravision hard-moded the draft. Like they could have just picked better lanes for themselves, but they want to play for their ideas, like very similar to what Liquid does, is like they don't care about counter picks. So it's going to be about how well they can pull it off, because Vaska has a very strong draft this time around, and it's not going to look at all like that game 1.
Are the lack of stuns not as big of a concern for you just because they're more comfortable? The matchups are more easy to execute?
I mean, it's going to definitely be annoying, but at some point you're going to have your Morphling turning into Nyx Assassin, taking the Impale, and it's going to be helpful. But it's going to make that early mid-game really awkward for Paravision for sure. That's what I mean by they're playing on hard mode.
Well, Pyrian, you called 2 of the picks. You called the Morphling, you called the Queen of Pain. So you called one on both sides, which means that you can't just lean on the one that you predicted more of.
I think Paravision is a slightly better team and that they will take the game.
Okay.
They got the Morph against Gyro. I think that's super strong. They really do.
Let's see if it is that simple. Let's get into our game number 2 with Cap and Cinderin.
The song's for you, Cinderin.
Doing me. I don't know the lyrics. That's really unfortunate. I was ready to go hard, but unfortunately...
Just promise me. You'll cast with me.
I promise you.
Always and forever.
I promise I will cast with you on occasion. That's the best I can offer today.
It's good.
I'm not gonna lie to your face. I like you, Cap, so I'll tell you the truth. I'll be brutally honest with you.
Yeah.
Because you're a good guy.
Thanks.
I wish you all the best.
I wish you all
with
the best.
other people.
It sounds like we're breaking up.
All right, well, we're maybe breaking out into a fight.
That's right. Smoke, sneak around all the way, get vision up on the high ground, and wham! You got yourself a first blood. Just gonna take a little bit.
Yeah.
But they'll get there.
Yeah.
They're definitely getting this first blood. 100%. 1,000% Cinderin, they are getting this first blood. They got it. I told you. God.
I actually think if 9 Class hadn't turned around to throw the blood grenade, he would have got first blood.
I think so too, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that move to try to get that kill credit ended up costing them more than it gave them. But
that ended up terrible. Okay, so two of the heroes.
Wait, how did 3 die?
Oh, no. 2 of the heroes died to tower. Nyx Assassin killed himself on the tower, and I think the Gyrocopter took enough damage that he also wanted to die to the tower, because it ended up
Yeah, and who
ended up going to the Dark Willow, because that was the last he did damage to.
Oh, where did Sacred die? The Death Prophet, where did he die? Where did their Domi die? What's happening? They're all just running at towers.
He died to the tier 2 tower.
I mean, this one was he was probably low resources, right? From the previous. Okay. I think this is how I envisioned the very first version of OpenAI. You put these bots in the game that have never played before, and they don't know the rules. They just take their hero and they run down the lane and die to tower. That's what I feel like just happened. We had 3 heroes die to towers in the first 30 seconds, literally just running. We're walking it down, guys. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't great. And then you make the adjustments, you know?
Okay, but they got first blood.
They did. They sure. I can't believe it's 4-1, and I feel like I've seen 1 kill. Oh man, that's funny. All right, Let's have a look at the theoretical lane matchups here. So the Quap versus Monkey should be Quap favored. I think Monkey actually fares quite well in the very early stage, and then it gets harder and harder as Queen gets a couple of levels, but for now, no one is doing quite fine there. The bottom lane, Clock Gyro, it's hard to ever not favor this lane, and I do think against Willow Beastmaster, probably advantage for them. Flak Cannon is very, very good against Beast. It's a classic counter pick to the summons. And then finally in the top lane, the Death Prophet, I'm a little bit less certain about just how this DP Nyx lane is supposed to go on paper against Morph Pugna. But I feel like, in my mind, these heroes don't threaten Morph. So I would like to give Crystallis the advantage here. Not that they're necessarily going to flat out win the lane, but in my mind, Morphling drawing the lane is usually a win for the overall strategy of the game. So I don't see that not happening for Parivision. So that should be their best lane. Oh, Matthew's actually
Their turnaround throw
serious
is done,
trouble
takes
here.
some more damage as a result, and
He's
I think
dead.
Collis has this in the bag. A 5th kill for Parivision. I think the most interesting hero in this game is the Death Prophet.
Yeah, for sure.
How do you feel about Death Prophet right now? Because when they brought in this new facet, I was like, oh, that facet is broken. Maybe Death Prophet will be good.
Yeah, I thought on paper it was, when I went through the changelog when all the facets got introduced, I thought this was going to be top 5 best facet in the whole game. So it's the one where you take delayed damage. Was it called Morning Ritual? Yeah. So you're taking delayed damage based on the level of your ult, which means that you're effectively just getting tankiness on a hero that constantly regens from Spirit Siphon, so it should just be harder to kill. But that's the interesting thing about when you introduce a system like Facets, is you look at individual heroes and you're like, wow, this hero's going to be insane, but then you forget as part of the equation, well, the other heroes also got stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe the stuff that they got is going to be damage that kind of corresponds to these facets to an extent, at least. It's a little bit of a trade-off here, but Crystallis, not the best hero for Death Prophet to drain against either, because he has such a bad health pool.
Yeah.
But either way.
I'm very interested to see what items the Death Prophet goes for. Like, are we going to go, like Greaves build up? Are we going to 9 class? Black Cannon shots and the missile will finish him off. That'll be a nice pickup for Waska in the bottom lane. I think they could use some additional lockdown, so I think Rod of Atos would be interesting. And also, it's a good Vessel game because you have Pugna, Monkey King, and Morphling.
Yep. I mean, you're a much bigger Death Prophet player than I am, and you like playing it offlane, right? So I think you have a decent chunk of games on this hero.
Yeah.
Is what at least I remember seeing you play it a good chunk. So this is definitely not one of my most played heroes, but I do like it too. And I think based on my limited experience, which we're going to go a little bit off our own experience because we haven't seen it so much in Pro recently, that there isn't like a defined meta way of playing this. I think out of all the suggestions you gave, I kind of like the Vessel the most, but I'm just a little bit worried about how narrow the window is of it being relevant. I don't fancy the Atos so much. I think there's something better than... There's something... If we don't like Vessel the best, there's still something else that is better than Atos, if that makes sense.
Sure.
But I'm not quite sure what it is. He's going Arcanes and Windlace for now, which is pretty standard.
So are you good with like a mech Greaves built up into
Greaves could be
general
okay.
war items?
Yeah. Greaves could be fine. Trying to see here. Can Death Prophet ever buy Crimson? Because it's actually pretty good this game.
I mean...
Is that a thing?
I don't think that's the worst idea. I mean, especially now that Crimson is based off of
Health rather
HP,
than
not strength, right?
Yep.
I mean, she's a hero that likes to build, those soul booster items.
We'll see. He's doing fine for now, at least, in the lane, so he should be getting towards something meaningful. Another option is to buy Drum.
Yep. Always.
Nice cost-efficient item for Death Prophet. The move speed is extremely valuable for this hero, but a lot of the time I think you want maybe your 5 clock to buy this item. Potentially, Nyx will definitely not be buying it. I think Matthew will not... He'll be aiming for either a Dagon so that he can just kill Pugna all game, or angling for a mobility item. Force Staff is going to be important here when you're playing against the Monkey King ult, I think, in this particular game. You don't have any displacement or saves in your team.
I hope he goes Dagon, man. Morphling and Pugna, I feel like it is a pretty valuable Dagon game, and it's always good for Nyx. Yudomi,
Oh, Yudomi,
he's
that's
commits
greedy.
for the Lotus and will die.
Oh
for the
dear, that
Lotus.
was very greedy.
Dark Mago does have Blink. No one's going to get on top of him here. No one
gonna
does
hurt.
get the Jingu stacks, and DeCallis is there on the other side to help deliver an extra bit of damage.
Oh,
Here
he
comes
got
Matthew. We got the final swing in. That did so much damage.
Melee hero, by the way.
Just threw his staff at him.
500 range. All right. Now, Monkey should be able to do that. I think every melee hero should have a sub-ability so they can throw their weapon, but then they have to go and pick it up again before they can attack. What do you think?
I always forget. Did you play much on?
No.
Okay, there was
Not at all.
their version of Quelling Blade let you. They had an activated where you could do a ranged.
Oh, really?
Ranged attack with the Quelling Blade.
There is no original thought in the world, is there? DeCallis, he is not going to get this Wisdom Rune, but it's a nice attempt. He will back off at the right time, though, but just before he gets in touch with the clockwork, so.
Matthew is a little sandwich here, but he doesn't. He does have Dark Mago behind him, and then the two other heroes that were on the Wisdom Rune to help get this kill on DeCallis.
No one's just watching.
One just watches the whole way through.
Couldn't really have done anything. He would just have given away his own position, but he's just going to let him die there.
Sicko, watching his allies die like that.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing in this game that did not go as expected. Mid lane.
Yes.
Dark Mago level 5, no one level 7. They need to
Can't even
solve
kill
this
him.
problem.
They do manage to hit him
Sonic?
with the Impale Sonic Wave committed, but no one is still alive, and he's decently healthy. I don't think he's taken out to the dagger. 9 class, he'll Shadow Realm back off.
Ugh.
Rough. It's a rough situation. Sonic Wave to use for nothing.
Oh,
Maybe they can get Power Rune, though?
So Beastmaster and Monkey King have won their lanes. That is...
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we're just old-fashioned to think these matchups go the way that they do. Nice deny there on the rune. I thought that was going to be picked by Clock, but... how does Beast win this lane so convincingly?
Radiant's bottom tower
Against Gyro Clock.
Axe build, it looks like. 3 levels of Axe is what he went for.
Yeah.
Pake is going to drop his ult here. It's a really good one, and he does have the facet for the secondary strikes. A Cogs push onto the Monkey King. He's getting knocked around a little bit. Sacred shows up, but there's a lot of heroes here. He's slowed down by the Decrepify as well. Yudomi trying to get away. The Monkey King is going to jump onto Pake, and finally they finish off the Gyrocopter, chasing after Yudomi now with the axes and everything else. He is surely screwed here.
Oh, he could make a cute play here with some Cogs. Or just...
The axes to cut down the trees. Don't
just run off.
Okay, he's good.
tower is
Cool.
under attack.
He'll live. But yeah, this is concerning because we were expecting a much more even game than game number 1. But if the if the early stages of the game go this much better for Paravision than for Waska, it's a little bit worrisome with how good of a Morphling game this will turn into eventually. This is the stage of the game that Waska is meant to take some control in with their heroes. This is when they want to use the DP ulti and the Sonic Wave to find kills and win team fights and to get this bit of a structural advantage.
Didn't Brian say something about, like, you really have to make sure you win the lanes with this lineup of Waska?
Yeah, pretty much.
And didn't do that. So it's GG.
Pack it up.
Pack it up, boys. We done here. They are going to be
They'll get the tower. That's good.
Exorcism does its work.
That is good. But yeah, it's still... I feel like there's something to be learned from this replay. I wasn't watching it too closely of how Beastmaster won that lane that handily against Gyro. That's very surprising to me. Clockwork and
Good attempt, Yudomi. He does manage to get the kill, so trade it out. And thank goodness, too, because he could use some experience, Sindarin.
Oh, no.
It's a little late in the game already, and we don't have level 6 yet.
I admire Yudomi for picking Clockwork again after that last game. He had a terrible last game. He missed almost all of his hook shots, and he's like, I'll run it back. I can do better. Unfortunately, once again, his level 6 will be quite a late one by the looks of it. 10 minutes in, he's not even remotely close. But of course, that kill, like you said, did help a little bit, but he's still full level to go, so we're probably looking at like 12 to 13 minutes again. Last game, he got it minute 14 from the Wisdom Rune, right?
Yeah.
I think.
That sounds about.
They do have the 6 on Matthew, though, and I would say if I could pick either of these two heroes to get the faster 6, I would like it on Nyx this game.
Sure.
Makes it way easier for Clockwork, for the Quap to find kills. These two heroes together can kill any hero on the map. You can also set up Death Prophet for some success.
I wonder how much slower the Morphling farms on average just when a Nyx Assassin is in the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like he always has to maintain a certain level of HP.
This is a good vendetta.
Ooh, that's a fat stack.
He is... This vendetta will last long. Oh no, he needs to not log into that though. But if he takes away like half or a third of this...
Oh, nice job cutting down the tree. Unfortunately, Sacred, he's not strong enough to punish there, but he at least won't die.
Oh, I guess... Oh, he might just kill him.
Oh, yeah. He might just... If he gets
well, he
on
walked into the sentry.
No, he doesn't get him. But still, he hits out a stun. The Sonic Wave cleans it up. 9 Class is going to die as well. They get these 2 kills, clean up a couple of the neutrals, and get away. That is highway robbery for Waska.
Massive. Quap's back in the game off that one play.
Yeah.
She got like... How much gold did she get for that? Check. 730. That is a ton of gold at this point in the game.
And a tower as well.
Yep. Still, Beastmaster is the big breadwinner, but that was a decent amount of recovery for Waska's side, and that was very important before this was starting to get out of control.
Sacred did end up going Greaves builds. He also thought about drums.
He's gonna just neck and walk it off.
Looks like they might still be able to... Oh. Panic, panic, panic.
Thank you for the voice line.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think that's already a voice line.
Yeah, it's a similar one, actually. You're right. What do you think about Morphling's choices this game? So the panel was talking about... I mean, the obvious one is Gyro. Miro was mentioning turning into Nyx in some early fights to find kills. I think you shouldn't underestimate turning into Death Prophet.
Agreed.
I think that's a really good target. So yes, it's always nice as Morph when you have multiple options, because it means that whatever archetype of fight develops, if there's a fight where Gyro's dead, it's not like, oh, all my options suck or whatever. He has plenty of good choices here of playmaking. Even the Quap is nice. You just get Blink. So...
I think turning into heroes with charges on their abilities is always a little broken.
Yes, I agree.
So I'm down with the Death Prophet for a lot of these early fights. You waveform in, you throw out 3 Spirit Siphons, and then you silence. Like, oh, that's got to be a one-team fight, right?
Yeah, and if nothing else, the enemy team probably can't kill you.
Sure.
While the Siphons are running, so you're getting all the information for free. Nice find here from Waska. Not going to be able to get terrorized off against the Battery Assault. Too long animation.
Do the Battery Assault dance.
Yep.
You just do the same animation over and over again.
There's something really satisfying about forcing that out of heroes on Clockwork.
Dire are scanning.
I think my favorite used to be doing it against Jakiro, who's trying to cast Ice Path for like 10 seconds and just can't do it. But I think the cast points of Jakiro got improved at some point, and I actually think you can cast some of the spells now.
Yeah.
But Jakiro genuinely used to just be unplayable when you were cogged.
My favorite is Earthshaker, where
that one's good.
Yeah, Totem, and he just keeps on, trying to slam down.
Yeah, that one's good. Shaker was always able to cast at least one spell, though.
True.
I guess maybe Jakiro could always cast Macro, now that I think about it. Maybe that's a bit faster. Nice find here on Dark Mago.
Bramble into Roar.
Blown up. I don't even know if they needed the Roar. He died so quick.
He really did. Matthew is going to set up on the kill for DM, though. With Exorcism out, a nice hook shot in. It looks like the Beastmaster is already done. And Sacred can look for more. He's got to be a bit careful. He's taking a lot of damage, and no one still in the area. Nope, they spotted him. Got him the Rocket Flare. Of course, they knew he was there, but they actually had vision for some damage to go on to no one.
Nice counterplay from Waska there. It's going to cost them Exo, which sucks, but at the same time, they've already taken 3 tier 1s, so this Exo isn't that important for pushing right now. I think they've opened up the map enough that they can use it for team fights, and trading the Beastmaster for Quap is actually good for them. The Beast is the top net worth in the game. He's really running the show, and just getting a couple picks on him is very, very nice. Our Vision. They will get Vision.
Hey, he's got a ton of resources on this Death Prophet. This is not an easy kill at all. He's got a upgraded Lotus here.
They call off that play.
Battery Assault.
Battery will get him.
Found him. And Greaves complete. For Sacred, he's going to go Pipe next.
Okay, so full-on auras. I was debating that when I was talking about the Crimson, whether the Pipe is good enough this game. Nice sidestep there from no one. Will dodge the hook shot. I'm not sure what to make of the pipe, if I actually think it's worth it or not.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. Oh, good pickup for Matthew. If he's able to finish him off, Yudomi, get him with the cogs. Get him with the cogs. Get him with the cogs. Goal!
Oh, dude, that was really nice. Wow, I had him out for sure.
Dude, Yudomi makes up for game 1.
That one play was better than his first game combined.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Interpret that how you will, but this is sexy. Look at that. Oh, that's so nice.
The knocking down the tree and the cog burn.
Clean. It's so satisfying. There's always, in video games since forever, it's always satisfying to hit something blind. But that one has got to be one of the best ones. Hitting a hero blind with the cogs as they're jumping away in the trees. What a nice snipe. Okay, well, Waska for the first time in the game have an insignificant gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless. And no one has fallen off the perch, you could say. He's down to 6th on the net worth on the Monkey King after crushing Quap's early game. All of a sudden, things are looking way healthier now for Dark Mago.
Do you know the childhood rhyme about the monkeys jumping on the bed?
No, I don't think so. Okay. We have different ones in Denmark.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's about wolves eating sheep. We learn young the ruthlessness of the world.
Savage.
I actually don't remember any nursery rhymes, I think.
Don't go outside, little sheep. Get eaten by the wolf.
That's a good thing to teach kids. Don't go outside.
Don't go
Not
outside.
worth it.
Stay inside and play video games.
Yes.
That's what I've learned.
Hell yeah.
That's what the Scandinavians do.
Honestly, not a bad take. We need more nursery rhymes that are pro video games. That's good.
Matthew is on the hunt once again. Hookshot lands up at top. Win for no one, but the neutral creeps stop him from being able to get the battery assault, stopping the Wukong's command. It goes off, and now
that's a nasty Sonic.
Nice Sonic wave, but the Quap is almost dead for it. Just mentioned, oh, Daggett, never mind. Heals up a little bit off of that kill, too. Okay.
Really nice individual plays there. Nice find first by the clock. Nice counterplay by no one to get the ulti off, recognizing that he's able to next to the creep camp. And then a beautiful Sonic wave from Dark Mago stops that from becoming a flat-out Power Vision win.
Dude, Dark Mago, did he get so low because the Pugna Ward and just Masochist? Like, whenever he casts spells, he's taking a ton of damage.
I think it was a big part of it, for sure.
He's got to be real careful with that.
Actually, can't finish the tower here. Yudomi is starting to look for an angle. And Sacred, as well as Dark Mago, is smoked around the side. This could get really interesting. There's no Willow here.
Yeah, they've got the Exorcism. They want to fight this.
It's a 5-on-4 situation.
If they just have the vision to be able to get these situations, they got him!
Yudomi, God!
Yudomi throws out another cog, doesn't actually, spots Chrysalis, but they're going to chase after Ducalis. Never mind, they see Chrysalis, all in on Chrysalis.
They have hook
He's
shot.
got a hook shot. Oh, if he lands this hook shot, if he stops Chrysalis, no, they're not going to go for it.
They want to get Roche instead. They have
That's
Exo,
fair.
maybe. They don't have time, though. Do they? 30 seconds?
Yeah,
if there's any stalling from Power Vision whatsoever, but I guess they're not ready, so they might just get away with this. I guess they'll actually have 10 seconds to spare. They're actually quite fast. I mean, Exo has always been good at this, but after some buffs to Roshan, and you don't see DP so much, you're not like fully confident how long it takes, but they had, what's that, 8 seconds to spare? Not bad. But the fight, though!
They strike on to 3 with the Wukong's command. They're all stuck inside. Sacred can't get out, nor can Matthew's full retreat. It's full retreat for Waske. Anybody who can TP away should do so. And it's just 2 of them.
It's very good for them that Aegis was on Quap. If it was on Gyro, it was just down the drain instantly.
True.
So yeah, I had my doubts about whether they could make it in time, and they could, but the counterplay... Fortunately for Waske, it arrives 3 seconds late. Otherwise, they lose everything there. They were not in any fighting shape. The position is extremely compromised against the Monkey King and the Willow setup.
You know what's funny is I think both Pig and Dark Mago clicked for it because I saw the gyro kind of do that like stutter step forward.
Oh, were they both trying to get it?
I think so. So it's a good thing Dark Mago clicked him.
Yep.
Aghanim Scepter is done for the gyrocopter. So he is getting a decent amount of farm. He is very neck and neck with the Morphling overall. Not that much matchup is too fun for you, but
That's a little bit surprising. Maybe could have seen a little more net worth out of Chrysalis in this one. Well,
Chrysalis
generates some now.
A cool play.
Not enough.
Tried to sneak a kill on the mixed assassin by turning into him, quickly impaling.
Not enough, though. They'll get the tower, though. Yeah, Chrysalis is making some good progression. Could have maybe expect him to be a little bit higher with how the Beastmaster beat out the Gyro, but at least last couple of team fights that went quite well for Waska have equalized things.
Yeah, 2 games now where DM is his net worth has been off the charts.
Yeah, he is farmed. He was #1 net worth in the Brute game, and in this game on Beast, he's well ahead of the pack. Very early pipe here with the Overlord, so the coming 5 minutes, Waska's team fights are going to be a ton harder. They are, I want to say at this point, probably about 50-50 magical physical damage when you consider Exo and Gyro a part of the equation. So if any of those heroes isn't dealing meaningful physical damage, then suddenly the pipe's like 75-25. So a ton of value blocking all this magic damage right now. Definitely on the defensive, Waska struggling a bit.
Yeah, it's just constant pressure from Parivision on towers.
Currently minus 4,000 after they picked up the Aegis hook shot.
All right, pulls him in.
Well, Sonic him.
And chase out.
Oh, that was a gem kill. That's really good.
Oh, yeah. They're going to pick up both supports and a gem. Maybe even a Helmet Dom creep. Go for the Beastmaster. Turn around, roars up the clock where Chrysalis is on the high ground. He's going to jump down, wait for him, and finish off the clock. Now he turns his attention to the Queen of Pain.
I think he could have killed Quap. He had more Freddy.
Yeah,
if he just turns into Queen there, gets the blink, and chases her down, maybe there's a play there. They're going to try for it anyway, but this time it's onto the DP.
Go after Sacred. He's got some magic wand charges. Looks like he's going to live through the initiation. And what a misread from Parivision. That went terrible. They almost got wiped there. The Beastmaster barely makes it out before Yodomi can hit him with the cogs or the battery assault. They'll clean up the Pugna at the end of it. That was a dieback for Decalus.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so the go that we both saw there on the Quap, they didn't go for that one. And then instead, no one forced a deeper one afterwards onto the DP. You better have the damage to kill this hero when you commit in that hard, or you're just completely ruining your own fight. Like Morphling, you're just waveforming on top of the entire enemy team. If you don't kill that hero that you're going for, it's not going to end well. How many of the Gyro games have we seen Maelstrom?
Yeah, it's been a lot of Chrysalises for the last couple of months.
This one stands out to me a little bit. I wonder what his reasoning is.
I like it, right? High armor, Morphling, high armor, Monkey King.
It might just be that he just wants something to pierce armor and that's it. Because farming speed-wise, I don't think Maelstrom and Gyro is really faster than the other approach.
No.
Just Axe Chrysalis, I think they're probably like somewhat even. But the reason you like going for the other build-up path more is that ultimately, later in the game, you don't really like having the Maelstrom on Gyro. You'd rather just have another item in the slot.
True.
So if you end up having to sell it, you've just wasted like 1,500 gold. But yeah, in this case, for the fights early, gives him some more damage. It's a little bit of more residual random damage in the fight that can pierce Decrepify, and like you said, Monkey King and Morph. So that's got to be it.
But you better take advantage.
He's finishing the whole Mjolnir, though.
Oh,
I was not expecting that. It's in his quick buy, at least.
I mean, that'll be interesting.
How good is that defensively? Like, how much is it going to proc here? I guess it's good against the Morph with Manta.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, there's the random
Wukong's command
of damage, like Wukong's command.
Okay. Guess the Wukong thing can be a little bit weird, though, because it doesn't matter if it procs if there's no one around to hear it, right?
True.
So in that Wukong's arena, a lot of the time it's just the MK who's next to it. But I guess then MK will take a little more. This Quap has recovered so well. Shiva's guard now complete on Dark Mago.
What do you think about Queen of Pain late game? Do you think this hero is really strong?
Really strong.
Okay.
Yeah. When it's maxed out, I think it's one of the best mid lane heroes in Dota. When you get the whole package with like double Sonic Wave and you have Ags, the amount of you just look at a teamfight breakdown after it happened, you're like, oh, okay. It turns out Quap did 12,000 damage there. Good jump.
barely manages to get away. They are pulling back. Sonic Wave, no one goes in with the Boundless Strike. A Force Staff up to the high ground. Nyx Assassin is trying to get away. Looks like he's good for now. A beautiful Gyrocopter ultimate. Tons of damage, and now the initiation from Yudomi. Cleans up both the Monkey King and that pickup on the Dark Willow. Crystal is fighting for his life, though. Turns into the Gyrocopter, does what damage he can back out there, and now makes a run for it with Speed KB lingering. He needs to waveform away before Matthew catches up to him. Looks like he is good to retreat, but a 1 for 2 in the end. Waska still grinding out victories in team fights.
Yeah, it's showcasing a little bit what the panel was talking about with lack of lockdown and how difficult it is for Power Vision, right? Because the Monkey King makes a really nice escape move from the beginning of the fight, and then when he reinitiates with his shard into ult, there's no follow-up. The other heroes just don't get there.
Yeah.
And I feel like there has to have been an angle there for DM with his dagger. I don't know how... Did they immediately roar? Was it just like a clutch Force Staff? Because I did see there was a Force Staff on the first hero. Like, Nyx just forced himself out of the ring. But you can't help but think...
Oh, he Force Staffed out of the dust AoE. He did not get tagged by that.
What a
gamer. That was sick. Mjolnir is done. That last team fight, by the way, Pugna did 3,200 damage. He was the highest damage dealer for Power Vision. Again, how much of that is just the Nether Ward? I feel like it's a healthy amount.
Almost all of it.
Yeah,
I don't think Ducalis really cast a blast there. Maybe one. He didn't drain anyone, I think. Oh, there's the roar. Quick carapace, though.
Lands onto the Monkey King at the same time. If they trade out Nyx for... Oh, no one got off the BKB and drained up to full health. So he's good to go.
That's such a good call down. Oh my god, that completely repels them.
He just keeps on landing fantastic call downs.
Ducalis, this is awkward. He was stuck up on the high ground after Force Staffing, but nobody could chase him, so he'll get to the jungle. Yeah, this is what we were expecting compared to Game 1. Right? I feel like Game 1 was a bit of a misleading story about the power level of the teams, and this one is much closer. It's like anyone's game if they can execute.
Okay, so we have been just grinding team fights back and forth. 1 for 2, 2 for 1, one-man pick off, retreat. It's a pretty even game as a result.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that favors one team or the other?
I like Power Vision's odds better just because of the... I think Morphling has a tendency to take over these kind of games, but it always comes with an asterisk when you're against Nyx. Like, this hero late game is a beast.
Yeah.
Just finding angles. It's not even about his ability to solo kill. I really like, by the way, Matthew's choice this game of getting level 1 Dagon and not upgrading it, but looking for utility items, because I think it's the right read on the game that you want to get in, you want to get a meaningful burst, but you don't want to all in your hero on 1 kill and then just die. The Force Staff, I was talking about earlier, how good it is this game, and I really like that he opted to go back for that following the Dagon. But yeah, he can be the X factor later in this game. He can find Monkey King at a random spot and get a man advantage for his team. He can kill the Morphling out somewhere together with Quap. There's always going to be that risk in Chrysalis's in the back of his mind that those two heroes, I think until this game is over, they can team up and kill him 2v1 before he gets anything off.
I'm with you on that. The matchup wise, I feel like especially because you went the Mjolnir build on the Gyrocopter, you should be winning fights right now.
Yeah.
And every single fight that they don't actually win, or even if they just trade out heroes, I feel like it's a little bad for them. But then at the same time, Quap is crazy good when it's, comes to scaling up late game, and so it's not like Gyro's alone in this matchup against the Morph.
There's tons of potential. I'm not giving either team a big edge. I think even, let's say all the heroes in some world, all cores get 6 slotted. I still don't know who I favor clearly. I think slightly, again, Power Vision, but it's not by a margin that it's going to cover a lot of execution errors.
You said Crimson Guard is really good this game. Yudomi agrees. He's going to go back for a Crimson on Clockwork.
All right. It's actually an interesting solution to Morph as well, because he knows Morph will turn into Gyro later.
Sure.
So now he has the Crimson against arguably his own hero.
Yeah.
Or his own teammate's hero, rather. Building up. It's a big item completed here for no one. This really transforms Monkey King. Getting that Gleipnir, allowing you to set up your Wukong's command. It allows people to stay in the Wukong's command if you've cast that first. You can chain. It just gives so much utility to what way you order your spells. The sequencing.
And helps with a bit of that lockdown problem.
Yeah, that's true. Both teams had it a little bit earlier on, but I think more so Power Vision. Here, nice rocket flare. Can he get the hook shot? Yes!
Still did it. Oh, he already jumped. He was midway through the air, I guess. That's all. So
dude, I love science. That's it.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm happy for you.
How do you think that would work in real life? There's somebody jumping, and then you just throw a hook at their feet. Do you think they finish the jump?
No.
What do you think? I'm pretty sure they fall over.
I think they
but, you know,
slam down in the ground and instantly die.
Probably not great, but
these are supernatural beings, though.
Yeah.
And we have a big item that counters one of them. Sacred is going to get a Lotus soon.
Yeah.
That is going to be very helpful. Protecting this gyrocopter. Yudomi in a bit of trouble. He is dead already. Now they've got the roar into the Wukong's command. The gyrocopter is in trouble. He's going to come back inside of a Wukong's command. Can Waska do anything about this? Bake? They get out the gyrocopter flat cannon shots from Chrysalis. That does some damage. They've already killed the gyro. Now they're going to catch more. They've got the quad too. The terrorized lands. Waska, a slip up in their formation, and Pari Vision take full advantage of it.
yeah, that's what's so scary about a game like this. Is just one moment of opportunity. You're losing a lane now, minimum. 50 seconds on 2 cores. Pari Vision's lineup pushes stupidly hard. Might even find. Oh, that's a good bramble.
It is. Sacred.
He's taking the
Gonna
stun.
get stunned, and he's kind of stuck in some bramble situations here. Brambled again. He's dead as well.
That's 3 dead cores. They could, okay,
it's
if they
cutting the wave. If the glyph could kill the creeps, then maybe they could keep some of these buildings alive.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Looks like
they still have
wave
creeps
did
in the
not
base.
die,
This is 2
so-
lanes. The game might have just
Yeah.
not fully been decided, but this is a huge dent. That graph is going to look real great when they're done with this for the side of Power Vision. 2 lanes now being claimed.
Pari Vision just so decisive. Yeah, they saw an opportunity, they all in on it, and they are quickly rewarded. The Daedalus, that's going to be a little bit delayed there for Chrysalis, but they clearly don't need it to win fights.
Yeah, he doesn't get to evolve just yet.
From Magikarp to...
From Chrysalis to Daedalus.
True. I was thinking of his watery hero.
Keep thinking about it. Sacred will grab a shard, so now he has... Hey, there's some CC.
Yeah.
Fucking fair. It's something.
It's something. Gonna need a whole lot more than just something. A pick off on Monkey King would be pretty sick. Yudomi might find it.
Oh,
Yudomi.
Yep.
Yudomi, hook shot in. It didn't. It hit the neutrals, and no one just pops BKB and bound the strikes away.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. It's one of those situations where I totally get why he went for it, but with our vision and our perspective, that was 100% a kill if he let Nyx start.
Yeah.
But you don't really, or rather, if he waited a little bit longer so the first creep dies. But with the players' perspectives and how stressful that situation is, you just go for it. And to be fair, that was kind of just unlucky, really, that somehow wasn't in range for the stun effect.
I don't know how the AoE didn't hit him.
Yeah.
Nullifier.
Need to buff
for the
clock.
monkey.
Buff clock.
Buff clock.
Buff clock.
It's one of the funnest heroes in Dota.
Yes, absolutely correct.
Are you a fan of the other hookers as well? Pudge.
I was like, I'm not going to answer that question, but what the hell?
Are you a Pudge fan? That's all I was asking.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, Pudge is also one of my favorite heroes. Yeah. I agree. I mean, that one I'm serious about. Clockwork does not need a buff.
No.
But buffing Podge would be fine. For sure. He could use a little love. I think it's good for Dota when Podge is viable in pro. You just need to tread this thin line of making too good in pubs at the same time. At the same time, though, if the most popular hero of all time is a bit good, is that a problem? Just ban it, lol. Uh-oh.
Dark
Mago gets the
instantly.
counterplay.
BKB. Matthew gets nullified, but no one isn't able to finish the job, and now he's stuck inside the Cogs. He has Wukong's command. Sonic Wave trying to blow him up, but he gets saved. Decrepify. No, he doesn't get saved. He still takes out to the magic damage that came in. And now that the Monkey King is dead, Waska feeling confident. Pushing forward, hoping to find more. Pari Vision are going to stay up in this high ground. Matthew's going to walk right into him. Spike Carapace tries to go for the hit. Doesn't kill the Dark Willow fast enough. His teammates will try,
nice
but no. Yule's into a blink backwards.
There's
this
the
is not a good situation. This is getting a little awkward now. Crystallis starts pushing forward with his Daedalus, starts leaning into the Death Prophet. Crystallis, oh, the flat cannon shots. It overwhelms the Death Prophet, gets some good damage on some of the backline.
Oh, and Matthew with a late buyback. This one does nothing, actually. So he's just throwing his life away. Maybe it dissuaded them from chasing further, who knows, but yeah, what an awkward situation. The first kill onto no one was particularly strange because it felt like neither team had vision. So it's just such a strange position for all of them to be in. They're kind of playing a guessing game with where are the other heroes, what's coming our way. And in that mess, they do find the no one kill, and I completely understand them chasing for more, but just got very counterplayed. I think 9 Class has played a really sick game on Willow, I have to say.
Yeah, he has. 9 Class has had great performances, I think, this year.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe some of it was just powered up by the fact that he didn't get to go to TI. Missed his opportunity to show off that performance with that Tundra squad.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely still got it. He didn't fall off in 1 week. Matthew, we'll back off.
Skitter away.
Quick reaction there. Not like Pugno's going to do much to him, but you never know who else is there. And this is a very decisive or deciding moment. If there's a couple of heroes on Waska without buyback. If they find one of those to open up the fight, the game is kind of in major trouble. As a matter of fact, they have 0 buybacks? Oh dear. I thought maybe some of them had on gold, but no.
If Waska manages to win a fight or even just get a pick off or 2,
they could get Roche.
They could get Roche.
Could swing things.
And you could see the Rocket Flares constantly scouting the pit, making sure Parivision isn't doing it right now. Parivision will push in the top lane, take this tier 2. I assume eventually they go back to do it.
Yeah, the safe and solid play here is just to kill Roche. And if the enemy team comes and tries to fight you, fortunately you have Shield Rune on a hero that it's very fair on in the Morphling, who just morphs up to max strength, then picks up the rune and then goes back to Agi, and therefore has a barrier that's 1.5 times his health.
Very cool.
Actually, in this case, it's only 1-to-1, I suppose. Nope, there we go. Now we're back to normal. Yeah, cool stuff.
That's so dumb.
Roche is dead. Very quickly. That was not about the shield rune, though. Here comes the rocket. Oh, almost stole it. Off by 4 seconds, and it would have done 50 damage. That's really lucky.
Aghanim Scepter for the monkey?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they did not give him the Aegis. I actually think that would have been better than Morph. Just so they could send no one in. You take advantage of that Ags to start taking zone control, and if they go on him, they know he has the second life. Alternatively, I mean, whatever. It's kind of the same thing, right? Now Morph is just gonna hit the tower.
Yeah, Morphling's just gonna go and force Megas.
I'm just looking at it from the perspective of, is Morph really likely to die if he is not sieging?
Oh, got him with the Yules.
He does not have buyback. This is really, really important to get this kill. Okay, well, 80 seconds, 5v4, and oh, look at that.
Okay, the Courier's going out for the Divine Rapier right now, but if they lose everybody else, then there's not much point of it. It's coming back now. Divine Rapier for the Gyrocopter. Let's see if he can hold this.
He doesn't have crit, though, because he went for the Mjolnir.
True.
So this, while this does hit hard, it's not the absolutely overwhelming, unhealable damage.
And the Wukong's command already out preemptively, saying, we're going to take the Megas, you're not going to be able to stop us. And the fight afterwards, the Boundless Strike on it too. Okay, BKB got roared up. He doesn't get any shots down with the Divine Reapers for nothing. All that damage, but nothing to stop the stuns. And as a result, Parivision will take a game 2 that was slightly harder than game 1.
Yeah. But I think fair to say, now that we've played game 2 out, just a little bit of an outclass, at least today. This could, I don't know if this is indicative of the overall power level of these two teams in general, but I expected a little more out of Waska in this game 2 than this. And of course, like you said, it was a better fight than game 1, but there were a couple of key moments where they kind of just got outplayed and outclassed by some of Parivision's heroes. And see on the final scoreboard here, lots of damage done by Crystallis on the Morph. Can't say I'm too surprised. He turned into Gyro in 2 team fights and just went to town.
Yeah.
A ton of damage there. And look at that Pugna, dealing as much damage as the Mid-Monkey King. Definitely a hero to look out for the rest of this tournament. Seems like it's just owning it up, winning a ton of its games. And
yeah, I feel like this hero is, I mean, this was a great example, like the Netherward really popping off, but the saves from this hero have just been incredible. I feel like Glimmer Cape to Crepify has been so influential the last, like, week or 2.
It's arguably a much stronger save than Disruption from Shadow Demon because it lasts longer and they get to move.
Yep.
So in a way, this is maybe the modern Shadow Demon, if you will, or the current Shadow Demon.
All right, Parivision continue to be top of the groups here in the second round of the group stage, getting their 2-0 over Waska.
Did I tell you that?
No, I know that.
Who would have thought that this team of all the teams would be coming in so hot into this group stage 2? Yesterday, Parivision treated us to a 2-1 victory over Falcons, and here they get a 2-0 victory over Waska. This team is looking clean. Even this first, here we had 32 minutes, and they barely had a net worth advantage, and I'd say that for the first 15, 17 minutes or so, Waska even took an early Aegis. I thought that this game was going to be Waska favored. Mm-hmm. Then Parivision cleaned it up.
I mean, this highlight that we're watching right here is basically where Parivision won the game, and it's interesting because you look at that scenario with the Aegis on Gyro and all of them grouped up, that it looks good for them, but they actually made that play with no vision. Like, they ran up that high ground with their heroes without any observer wards placed to see the angles of approach of Parivision, and at that exact moment, you had them initiating from the side with Morphling and Willow. They caught the Clockwork, then they were able to roar the Gyrocopter. He had no support backup, and Parivision really just outclassed them there.
It was funny, something that Brian said, I think, before the game. He said he was expecting it to be rough for Waska early on, and then for them to come out on top, I think is what he said. I could be getting that the wrong way around, but that instead Parivision did well early on, and then oddly enough, Waska were the ones who came back, but then Parivision did the re-comeback.
Also, yeah, I mean, how much of an advantage does Parivision have early on to give away to Waska?
Ask Brian. He was the one who said it. He's the clever one. But it played out the opposite to what he said, so maybe he's not that smart.
Fine, we'll let Brian defend himself. Brian, defend yourself, and then also give an Acer Predator head-to-head afterwards.
Oh, I'm doing both in a row?
Yeah.
Well, I said specifically I thought Waska was going to own the early game, but then Parivision's draft was going to come back and win it, which was the complete opposite of what happened. But then they reverse bamboozled them, as Ted said, and the result ended as I predicted. So I got 1 out of 7 things correct. But for this head-to-head, we have the Who Sucks More challenge between Sacred and Ducalis, the Pugna versus the Death Prophet. Healing, it is a little bit padded for Sacred because he also had Greaves that game. But yeah, a little bit of 3xing going on there on the healing front. But Suck is not only something that heals, it also does damage. So we wanted to compare that stat. And this is a 5-position Pugna as opposed to the off-lane core of the opponent team, out-damaging him by over 5,000. That is over 5,000 power level of suckage coming out from Ducalis.
Is that just from Suck?
I mean, it's also Netherward, but for the sake of the bit, Ted, come on now. But yeah, so there were several fights here where there's a lot of chaos, and you're going to see that Netherward proccing all the time. but I officially really like these parts where they're just going on each other. The Death Prophet Siphon, Pugna, he let him win this one. He could have chosen to try to fight back, but DP wasn't really honoring the 1v1 suck-off with the Ghost also helping her out there. And then this is another fight that was pivotal towards the course of this game. You're going to see it happen one more time here where, yeah, Death Prophet gets stunned at the start by that Monkey King, but she makes sure that she siphons that Pugna who's also ulting her back. So these two are definitely on the same page of understanding that they had a purpose in this game aside from just winning it. At least that's what Parivision did.
The purpose was to suck?
Yes.
I see. Thank you very much, Brian, for the Acer Predator head-to-head, because Ducalis did suck in that game, but in the good way, a fantastic way, such a way that I felt the need to interview him right now. Ducalis, congratulations on the 2-0 victory, and congratulations on this past week. You guys have been doing fantastic, and I have to imagine that a lot of that comes down to your preparation. Earlier in the tournament, we got a chance to speak to Astini, and he said that even when you guys were in open qualifiers, it was you who was specifically like, guys, we should get together, we should like prepare and coordinate some strategies for this. Have you always been like that kind of outside the game hard worker, or is it new motivation on this team?
Thank you. I think our preparation is very good, because like everyone putting effort on it. I would say I'm not like big fan to do it myself, so I'm like usually forcing other people to do this, because in other teams when I was doing it, it didn't quite well went, and in this team we was playing other tournament. I was also prepping this team, and it didn't went well, but now like I'm just forcing, not forcing, like I'm saying that prep is very important, because you can watch replays, you can understand draft well, and nobody gonna be stressed at all. Like everyone gonna know what's gonna happen in the game.
Yeah, when you have the preparation and you've seen everything happen from what teams have done in the past, it makes it a lot easier. So then, even like on your quest days or even before quest, were you also this much of a student that you liked preparing this much?
Yeah, I was always like, I'm always checking something. I'm not gonna say like what exactly and how I'm doing it, but yeah, like I'm always coming prepared. I know what enemies do, so yeah. And in quest, it was like our coach was preparing draft and I was preparing in game stuff.
Nice. I'm glad to see that you're being so enabled with this type of work ethic on this new team. But you're also still doing a few things that make you happy. You got to play Disruptor, which is one of your signatures. What was the idea behind that Disruptor pick in game 1?
We was just choosing like a hero for support. We already picked Ballad, and I thought like Chen is like not good maybe, so I just can go Disruptor or Leech, and then I'm like, they will pick Tiny. Disruptor is very good against Tiny. You can just put him in ulti if he blink in and he can cast spells. So yeah, it's just my good hero. I like to play it always.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that you were at least considering the Chen, because from our perspective, when we were looking at the draft, when Waska picked Doom, we were like, oh, I think they're picking this because Ducalis might pick Chen or something like that. And then you specifically skipped the Chen, ended up going Disruptor, and so it looks like it threw them off balance quite a bit.
I was thinking about Chen, but I just don't like to play against Doom. I think it's a good matchup on laning, and it's like not that hard to play it in game, but I would rather just dodge it against Doom. But I think we played already one game on tournament when I was playing Chen against Doom, and we won it kind of without chance, so yeah.
So you can do it without, you can do it with Ducalis. Good to see. I'm going to pass you on over to BSJ, who's got a question for you as well.
I've got two questions this time. My first question is, are you aware, is your whole team aware, that no one is the only player on your team not in the top 100? And as a rank 27 5-position player, do you ever give him shit for that?
I think right now matchmaking is not legit kinda, because like everyone knows like some problems in it, yeah. And no one was like rank 50 1 week ago. And I was also like around rank 15, but like from day to day, pubs becoming kinda weird, and you need to be aware who you're picking in your team.
Okay, I respect that. Now, my second question is, on the panel, we're talking about who we think wins the draft and all that, and I'm just wondering, from a strategist, a captain of a team, how often do you feel like when you guys win the draft or you have the better draft, that you actually win the game and vice versa?
I wouldn't say I'm like captain. Like we drafting together with coach, but personally as a player, when I'm like watching on draft, I'm like watching carry matchup, how our cores stack with each other, do we have enough farm, our supports have stuns or no, do we have tower damage, all this stuff. And if we have everything, I mean usually we have everything, most likely we're gonna win.
Nice, thanks man.
So then one more question in regards to your preparation. Your next opponent is going to be Team Liquid, and I know Estini is still in Brazil, so what is the post-series routine for you? Do you and him sit in Discord, watch a replay? Do you guys do your own research and then come together and be like, hey, I think for tomorrow we should pick this? What's the plan usually?
Usually we just chilling, like at the evening right now.
Nice.
Everyone gonna do their own stuff, like play pubs, watch something, just try to relax. And then next day, before game, we're gonna watch replays, discuss drafts, and to do our like preparation.
I love the structure, Ducalis. It's working out great for you guys. This Pari Vision squad is showing a lot of promise. Can't wait to see how it does for the rest of Dream League. Congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and we'll catch you again tomorrow.
Thank you, bye-bye. Thank you all fans who cheer for us.
Shout out to all the Pari Vision fans, and they are getting more and more fans with each passing match, because how could you not root for a team that's looking this dominant in this post-TI shuffle era? Because we're looking into the future for what Dota will bring. But sometimes you gotta look into the past, which is why Purge, I think that for your social segment, you wanted to go into the history books for things, as I see you furiously typing over here.
That's right. I'm looking up all of your personal information. I just downloaded your cookies, and I see what websites you've been using.
Oh, no. I knew all those credit unions giving up my information left and right would come back to bite me.
I always hack the credit unions. Anyways, yeah, don't look at this code. It's embarrassing. There was a Reddit thread that I saw, and it gave us some good ideas, you know, good reason to snoop. It said, what's your biggest loss streak?
Okay.
So I looked up all of your biggest loss and win
boy.
streaks, except for yours, because I couldn't find yours, you crafty. This guy pays for
I play
something.
on my main account all the time.
Yes, he clearly does. Am I even friends with your not main account?
We're not even friends in real life, Purge. Get on with the segment.
That's true. All right, let's start her off.
What do we got? Longest loss
win streaks. All right.
Win streaks. Wait, is it win streaks or loss streaks?
Both.
Both.
This
okay.
is. All right. I'm gonna have to get. I can't see this shit from all the way
From
over here.
2014 November. Go ahead, Purge.
All right,
go
I'm
ahead
gonna
and
go
walk
up to the
on
TV.
up. What are we looking at? We're looking at.
This is Banana Slam Jamma. This is your longest win streak, actually. I believe you were around 16 wins.
Yeah.
2014, 9-3-5. That's pretty good, man.
Wait, so is this the game that he finally lost on?
His last win of his win streak.
Oh, okay.
Very
So
nice.
that's really funny that that's my longest win streak. Because first off, that is right when I started, or that's 2 months before I started streaming.
Okay.
And then that was the patch where Troll Warlord got buffed, and that was right around.
Spin to win.
It was actually
6.83.
it was actually the patch before 6.83 because he was already broken, and I had my 16 win streak with him before he got buffed, and then that's why I won the NEL and everything like that, because I knew Troll was broken and they buffed him, and nobody else was picking him. So that's quite the build, though.
All right, let's talk about his loss streak, though.
Oh,
because
God.
that's a lot more fun.
No.
Next image, please. Let's see. Banana Slam
There's a lot
Jamma
less
here.
items in there.
13-13-8 Lena.
That's respectable.
Is it? Brown boots, you'll set. Feel free to chime in if you guys have any nice sick
That is
flames.
respectable.
Thank
Purge.
you.
I'll tell you why.
Yules?
Because
Why?
usually when you're on such a long loss streak, every game you're like 0-20.
Yeah.
So for this to be the one that he ended and his KDA is positive, you know, good sign for Mr. Banana.
That's
So-
with all my
long
high
was
school
the
friends
streak?
there too. That's really
believe,
funny.
I think his loss streak is around 12 as well.
12 games.
That was with my high school friends, so
The homies.
yeah, the Ted talks about going on massive loss streaks with his with the crew when he's streaming. So
All right, I'd like to pull up the next victim, please.
oh,
This
Oh
one.
my God.
It's Effie.
FE?
Effie, 20 win streak.
oh wow!
You playing the Smurfs? What's going on there?
Damn.
I'm the best.
She's
Is that
the
what it is?
best.
In 2015? Back when she used to play
this is
carry?
when I was a carry player.
Yeah, back when you used to
Faceless
play carry.
Oh, look how young I was. Dude, when I was, oh my God, I loved Dota. Okay, in 2015, I was so obsessed with Dota. I would like dream. I was like an SF, Storm Spirit TA main from mid, from the safe lane. I was playing like Void and Juggernaut, and I was obsessed.
How old
and
were
I
you
would,
in 2015?
I would like dream. I was, so it was when I think it was like my first or second year in college, but I would dream about Dota. I did nothing else. I would just like go to sleep waiting for the next day so I could play these heroes. And then as I got older, I lost the passion and I became a support player like 4 years ago.
Which
All right.
came first, though? Becoming a support player or losing the passion?
Which game started? I don't know. So it started with Earth Spirit because I always loved Earth Spirit.
All right, Efu, we don't need your whole life story. I would like to move on to your lost streak. Thank you, thank you. You got a Warlock here with a Midas, Ags. Nobody on your team doing good. A lot of mangoes from your Shadow Fiend. What happened here? What's going on?
The Midas Ags, that sounds like me. Yeah, I mean, like looking at this, I probably contributed to the loss by going Midas Ags, but
She was a carry player back in.
I'm doing well there.
That's a sick SF inventory specifically.
I'm doing well there.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. I believe the next one is mine. I was playing with a Sir Action Slacks here in 2019.
That explains. Oh, this is the win streak, though.
Yes, believe it or not, I won a game as 11, 9, and 9 Huskar.
Whoa.
I've got a Ring of Aquila. Good
Wait, what was
days.
your streak, though? What was the...
God, I don't remember. I looked at it like an hour. They're all pretty close, between like 12 and 14 games.
Slacks double heart? What does he have?
He is playing Ogre Magi with 2 hearts and a Midas.
This is before...
Facets existed.
Before
yes.
Facets existed.
Yeah, it don't make much sense.
Okay.
We can move on to the lost streak. Guess who's there, guys? It's Sir Action Slacks once again.
And
That
Cap
makes
is
more
there.
sense.
This one is my fault, though, for sure. Ricky's here as well. Our Cryptic, Dota Capitalist.
Cap went 2-9.
I tried to play mid Disruptor. It did not go well. This is when the Shard came out and you could like repeatedly stack Thunderstrike. I was like, this is gonna be really cool. And I played against an OD and he dumpstered me.
The Mage
This
Slayer
looks
Disruptor didn't work for you.
It
This
didn't
is
work.
a lobby, though, because it says, like, you have a team called the Luminaries Victory of the Dark
No,
Ones.
this is just actually a bad translation. I'm glad you picked up on that. When I was like Google searching while I was hacking, you know, and that's how you do it. And it was bringing me to like DotaWef pages that were in like different languages.
I see.
And then we'd pull up the English one and it was like retry later. You know, it was like DotaWef thought we were hacking it.
So in some language, the Radiant is actually the Luminaries?
I guess so.
And the Dire is the Dark Ones?
Yeah, I told Lewis to just stop trying to fix those. I was like, we'll just let the flavor.
It's Polish, apparently, we're being told.
That is
So
correct.
the Polish translation, the Luminary. This is recent. This is like less than a year ago.
Yes, that is right. Actually, out of all the players I looked at, Kezu is only one of the few ones to have like a win streak or a loss streak recently. His was like 3 months ago, I think, for his big win streak.
Wow.
Like
the
a
rest of
16.
us is ancient history. So that
Yes.
just leaves Tyrion Flax.
That's
I wish
right.
that was me.
Let's see what Ted's got. 2013 win streak here. An Axe player.
The spectacled scuff. That's me.
Hey, Piran, where's your blink dagger?
Oh, I don't know.
He didn't have a slot because he had a teleport scroll in his inventory.
True.
To be fair, I have been playing less than a year at this point, so I don't really know what I'm doing, unlike now.
How long do you think your win streak is in this situation?
Oh
I can pull
gosh,
it
I
up.
have no idea. Probably 8 games or something like that.
8 games? Oh no, it's pretty much everybody's win streaks around 12 to 14.
Okay.
It was
me,
quite
boy.
consistent. Except Mira having a freaking 20 win streak.
I'm the best.
Did you have a stack at this point, Ted, or you were a solo Q warrior?
I don't recognize any of those lads. So
Oh, here it is.
I didn't
13
have
win streak.
13. All right. I didn't think I was. I might have been streaming, maybe around then, maybe. I think I started the next year. I don't think I had the internet for it yet, so I think this was just with people that I'd found online.
The other numbers, FU's 20 win streak, 12 loss streak, got a 12 win streak, 14 loss streak, BSJ 16 win streak, 12 loss streak. And let's take a look at his loss streak one, his 12th loss in a row. It was again Axe.
At least he's consistent.
That was recent.
I know these
What's
lads.
going
That's
on?
the problem. He built Blink Dagger in this one.
What
Yeah,
happened
there
in
you go.
July of last year?
Look, you
Going through a
know,
hard time?
these were. I know all these lads. These lads. These are my boys. So, yeah.
You say with a twinkle in your eye,
Oh,
these
good
are my lads.
They're good lads. I'm sure we had a laugh anyway.
It's a shame I don't see Tank Cardell in this lineup.
No,
I think
that's a special flavor we bring out on the Smurf account. You know, I don't want to give away the strats. Not that I have a Smurf
the official
account.
account.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the segment.
Nice.
Wow.
That was a beautiful
A
segment,
trip
thank
down
you.
memory lane.
Thank you.
Purge.
The highs and the
good.
lows of the Dota careers.
You get those loss streaks sometimes where you come back from an event and you're like, I haven't played Dota in like 3 weeks, and then
Lose 8 games
Flax
straight.
is in the party, and then he becomes a deadlock player because he can't handle it anymore.
Ah, yes.
Last time I played Dota with him.
And perhaps ever.
Yeah.
Shame.
That's just how it goes.
It's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you get such a heartbreaking loss that you never want to see that person again. And sometimes you get a real competitive game, like maybe a Liquid versus Falcons. Does that interest you? Because it should, because it's going to be our last series of the night coming up after the break.
feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, own parade, own parade, own parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, own parade, own parade, own parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
No.
Oh,
Come here.
over here.
Get over here. Get over because I was gesturing at you and I was saying, you come here.
I was already coming here.
Yeah, but then you were like, oh, I don't know if I should walk over here or not.
What? That
sorry,
made no sense. If I'm walking in a direction,
My pillow is
and
sitting
then
there.
you stop somebody
I
from what they're
beckoned.
doing.
I beckoned. The curling of the finger indicates that I wanted your presence, Cap, because we haven't gotten an
Right.
opportunity to debrief in a while.
Oh,
hold on.
We started off this whole group stage 1 not but almost 6 days ago, and the blossoming of this beautiful casting relationship. And now I'm here for a State of the Union. How's it going, Cap?
Well, I was in the middle of a
He's
game.
playing
and
Marvel Snap.
Unfortunately, I was rudely interrupted by you, Tsunami. So now I have to forfeit it. So it's not going so well.
I'm not talking about your and my relationship. That's been on the rocks since day one.
Yeah, apparently yours and Purchase is not going well either.
I'm here to make enemies,
We're not
all right?
even friends in here.
Keep it up.
The hell? That was so goddamn savage.
What's that scene in Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner, where he has to debrief him and he brings him in after the mission? He keeps saying a word.
Between cells interlinked.
Cells interlinked.
You got a kind of a Gosling thing, like one of his shitter brothers. You know what I mean? Like, you got kind of a vague
John
Gosling
Gosling.
thing going on.
Poor man's
Barry Gosling.
Barry Gosling.
Like the
I mean, I'll
Hemsworth,
take it.
the Hemsworth brother that doesn't get as much credence because he's not as handsome as the other
Oh,
ones.
you're Chris Hemsworth, brother. That level
Yeah.
of Gosling. Okay, not like has his own shit, but just a guy that happens to be related to Ryan Gosling.
I'll take it.
Okay, which is still good.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
he doesn't
good.
give you any money. He doesn't help out. He's
Yeah.
like, I wouldn't want to do that to you, and you're like, thanks, bro. You know, that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
wouldn't want to
relation.
be indebted to you.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
That's funny because
millions of dollars.
your
That'd be a
other
shame.
casting partner, Cinder, is the one who would be costing you a replicant usually, and now you've been freed from that type of treatment.
It's lovely.
Yeah?
I'm having the time of my life with this guy. Honestly, I never thought I would meet a celebrity's brother like that, but we kick it off really well.
Keeps asking if he could come to Hollywood with me. I keep telling him I live in Glendale, not Hollywood.
And you don't want to come to Hollywood generally.
Ryan told me not to go to Hollywood anymore. It embarrasses him.
I mean, full disclosure, I'm building this relationship with Cap because I hope, like, my ulterior motive is that in the end I get to hang out with Ryan Gosling.
That's the end game.
Yeah.
Understandable.
And then get together with him.
As is the goal. I mean, he's literally me for real.
That is the goal of pretty much
Literally
half the world's
me.
population.
Of course. It's Ryan Gosling.
He's a cool dude. I would hang out with him in a heartbeat if I could. I would fuck it up because I'm lame, but it would be sweet.
Yeah, but he seems endearing about it. Like, however lame you would be, he's like...
Yeah, but I don't want him laughing at me and be like, oh man, I met this guy. I think he was a bit, you know, might have had some brain damage, but he was sweet, this sweet older guy. He just kind of potted around and did his own thing. It was really nice. People were really, really kind to him.
Then how
And
do
I
you
feel
think
like-
we talk about you?
Yeah, I know, but I don't respect you guys. I've got a lot of respect for Ryan Gosling.
You know, all this talk about my brother here is actually giving me a real flashback to high school.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I
What,
went
when
to.
you were-
I went
he
to.
was in a higher year at you at school or a lower year?
I went to high school with my cousin. My parents divorced. I moved in with the rest of my family, and we went to the same high school with my cousin. My cousin was he's very good looking.
Okay.
And I would have girls come up to me and ask if I could introduce them to my cousin. That's a legit thing that happened.
That is
I'm
the
just like,
that is the enforced wingman role. And
Yeah,
a lot of dudes
it
have been
was.
there. I mean, I'm not attempting to piggyback on your story,
Mm-hmm.
but I would say a lot of fellas out there will be aware of this. Like, if you have a really good-looking friend,
Mm-hmm.
girls will hang out with you just to try and get nearer to them, which makes sense because, you know, they're not going to actually want anything to do with me, but they're like, but you know, Ryan Gosling or the equivalent.
But in the process, they can get to know you.
Yeah, but they
and
don't
maybe
give a
they're
shit.
charmed by your personality.
Exactly. Never happens.
And if nothing else, you were
Or
the
they
first
feel
line of
sorry for
defense,
you.
which is also kind of cool.
A win-win situation.
You're the
regardless.
tank trap on the beach.
That's right.
Essentially.
They all want to get with your cousin, and you're like, I don't really like you. And then they just never get to meet him. You're just there. You're just a wall.
I'm glad I've brought back all these happy memories to you, Cap. Because
Great memories.
You know,
That's awesome.
You know your favorite team to cast of all time?
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid
versus Team Falcons is the game that we're getting into right now.
I think probably for the first time since starting to play Dota. I've allowed myself to be a little bit lazy now since TI. I took like 3 weeks fully off, and I can't remember the last time I did that. Yeah, I feel like some things have changed a bit. Now I feel like we're getting back into the groove, and I'm excited to play Dota again. When Netta decided to leave, we kind of had a few options in mind. Saber was probably the top option, and he really wanted to play with us. We had some nice experience with him playing in ESL Kuala Lumpur last year, so we kind of knew that he's a decent fit for our team. The decision, I think, was quite easy after that.
Joining Team Liquid after winning TI, it's a cool feeling, you know. I feel very lucky and very fortunate that they chose me. And not only they're like very high skilled team, but you know, I played with them in KL, and I knew that they're all like really cool friends to hang out with and stuff. So both these things together, it feels really nice. I'm really grateful to be here.
It's still kind of early days, so it's hard to tell how good of a match it is. On a personal level, he's very easy to be around. He's very funny, just lighten up the mood. I enjoy having him in our team. He's just a good vibe in general. In game, still kind of early to tell.
Because I think ultimately the way we view Dota is very similar, like mine and with everybody else on the team, which is really nice. It feels very natural for me to play, and I hope that it does for everyone else on the team as well. So, you know, I think we have like a good foundation to build on, and now it's just a matter of time and effort.
I think if anything, I feel less pressure now, because I think a lot of the pressure that I feel usually comes from myself and the expectation that I have of myself and how I want us to perform. Since I allowed myself to take a break, it also allows yourself to be like, you know, a little bit more comfortable with how the first initial tournament results go. So we haven't had the greatest runs in Dream League so far. We started the first one strong, and then it's been rather unlucky from that point onward. So I would really like to break that trend, and it being Dream League has like a special like motivation, you know, to try to break the last place trend that we have had in recent tournaments.
The disruption banishment to buy time for Stormstormer to echo slam, but they've killed the egg. Stormstormer's dead, 2 gone with no buyback, and Avulus look down and out here in game 2. Liquid just running roughshod over their opponents. GG called.
I think the goals for us this year is probably just win everything. I think we'll try to aim for that. If we ever get like a top 2 or 3, I guess we'll take it, but for the most part, you know, just win every single tournament.
Well, so far they are already exceeding expectations by the fact that they have made it here to a group stage 2, and 2 different sides of the coin as for their opponents, because Liquid allowed themselves a little bit of a break, as you heard from Insania, but Falcons allowed themselves no break whatsoever. As soon as TI ended, they played all the tournaments. They played Wallachia and they played Belgrade right after, went to grand finals in both of them, and ended up winning in Belgrade, and then they continued to hit the ground running up until at least yesterday, where they get a little bit of a speed bump, losing to Parivision. Liquid hit a little bit of a speed bump, losing to Spirit. It seems like now these 2 favorites getting upset by yesterday has leveled the playing field out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think both of them got surprised by like the other teams showing up. I think we all got surprised. I don't feel like either of these teams put on like a mediocre showing. By any means. So I'm looking forward to seeing how both these teams bounce back. I'm very confident in both of them moving forward. The fact that Liquid's even here in the first place past Group Stage 1 in a Dream League, that's progress.
Big deal.
Progress.
Big deal for Liquid, who also got surprised by Thunderhide yesterday. Like, I'm sure that was their biggest takeaway.
That was the big one.
No, I mean, I think they'll be more conscious of things that they lost to yesterday. Like late game scaling, they're going to be conscious of like, are they running back their Dusa? Or they're going to think about things like offlane anti-mage that they weren't thinking about yesterday.
So far, they are thinking about an Evoker as we get into the draft for this game number 1. Falcons, they ban out the Beastmaster, the Primal Beast, the Enchantress, the Enigma, and the Dawnbreaker. And they first pick a Pugna. Meanwhile, Liquid, they ban out the Naga, the Bristleback, the Doom, and the Alchemist, and respond with an Invoker.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker ban tells me that like they're either considering Luna or some kind of ranged carry that they want to protect. But also, with DK's stocks rising up and his win rate being so high, I mean, I can't think of a DK carry team that is more DK than Falcons. Like, it has to be on their radar, too, for something they want to build around or pick early.
I just wonder, you know, when Liquid won TI, how much of that was like riding a high that you come down from and are just exhausted, or whether you kind of so many teams then going in are studying you to figure out how you won. Like, it's the eternal question really is when you are the hot team, is everyone just studying you and then you need to just be so much better or adapt or change? Like, I'd love to know. If I get the chance to talk to William, I'll ask him. But it's one of those things where it's hard to say whether they're just tired mentally or every other team is studying the hell out of them.
I think it depends on how long your timeline of being the top of the game is. Because, like, Heroic won Wallachia. I don't think a result of their Dream League performance is everyone being like, oh my god, we gotta study the hell out of Heroic all of a sudden. But if you're on the top of the game for like months on end, like Game and Gladiators from their major to major to major run, or Falcons for much of 2024, then I think more and more scrutiny gets placed on you with each passing tournament. For Liquid, it was basically just that TI that they really dominated.
Yeah. I would also say they're going to have to change the way they play quite a bit with the change from 33 to Saberlight. There's not really much point studying all the tape from TI.
Also true.
Completely different teams. So I just think, obviously, Saber's adapting to the team. It's a big expectation and stuff. So I think it's just going to take time.
I mean, I think the biggest change about their offlaner is not the fact that it's a different player, but it's a different captain now. Like when they had Zai, he was the one calling a lot of shots and drafting, talking to William and Jabs about the strategy behind the scenes and outside of the games. And then it was 33 that they largely kind of let take command of the ideas of the team. And for the first time, I think, in his entire history, it's Mickey doing it. So that's just going to create a very different vision of the game itself, whoever's kind of behind the steering wheel. And despite it being 4 of the same members, this might be the most you can change, is just the captain itself. Like we've been talking endlessly about team spirit, how they have like almost an entirely new roster, but it looks like almost the exact same team. Yeah. And we can largely attribute that, we believe, to Maposhka.
Yeah.
And that's just something where I think, yeah, most teams have much more much more voices than just one. That's not really the way it is anymore, but I still think somebody kind of guides everybody, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know until there's like more time in the competitive season because we don't really know the going-ons within a team. But yeah, the SF comes out as a response to Sand King. That's typically the carry hero that you think of when Sand King comes out. The issue is it is Falcons and they do run it mid, and like they can easily just pick a different kind of offlaner to throw versus the SF if they needed to. Like the SF pick versus Sand King becomes less valuable when you're already showing your mid laner, which they did in Invoker.
I just feel like SF is at the point of just being kind of broken. Most people are first round banning it nowadays. The hero out of the teams here, every time I look through their game history, like their SFs are like 4-1, 5-0. Like SF's win rate may not be perfect, but I feel like it was winning on all the teams that are still in the tournament, so it's almost kind of deceiving. What the hell?
Excuse me?
What?
Wait, what? Did we just hear Boxy randomly?
Is that a misclick? That is the most random Huskar pick I have ever seen. I'm not exaggerating. Mira? You look like you're thinking over there.
There's no mid lane matchup.
I feel like this is support Huskar or something like this.
No,
makes.
Sorry. I think. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but I did see some crazy people in pubs try like experimenting with support Huskar, and maybe they just are actually maybe they're flexing between Huskar and Invoker, right? Maybe if they put that Sand King mid, they'll throw the Huskar and play support Invoker potentially, like position 4. It's not unheard of. It's really weird. It's so weird, but not unheard of.
His facets make his ult heal, right? Like one of them makes it heal, one of them makes it like slow in an AoE, and then the other one makes his burning spears like do more damage to him, but do more damage to the opponent. So I'm wondering, like, is it the heal facet you're taking on support Huskar? Like, what are you even doing?
So I'm checking Dota Pro Tracker. Like,
okay.
You have to keep in mind the flex has to be open between Invoker Huskar, or this could be the worst pick ever. But like, so support Huskar in general in Dota Pro Tracker is sub 50% win rate. His mid win rate is 48%. His position 4 win rate is 36%, and his position 5 win rate is 34% on Dota Pro Tracker.
Not promising, but yesterday we saw that one draft with all the losing heroes wins. So.
And actually, they're always taking Incendiary, the Incendiary facet.
That's the one that makes your burning spears do max health damage rather than current.
So they're not experimenting with that at all, and it seems like they go Tranquil Boots, Armlets, Solar Crest.
Nice.
I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm not a believer at the
Wrangle
moment.
Boots
but
Armlet.
yeah, we'll see.
I used to go that build. Huskar is one of my classics where I have like 400 games on Huskar, and all of them are like 8 years ago plus, and that was back when Tranquils were like a salve. So it was really good for early jungling on Huskar. Like you'd lane for like 4 levels and then just hit up the newts. So
hit up the newts.
We're gonna see some newts coming out
let's
from
hit up the newts.
from this boxy Huskar.
Hit up the newts. I've never heard that. Newts. I'm gonna use that, Brian. That's beautiful. Hit up the newts.
Absolutely. As Boxy, that's just the kind of person I picture when I think of the guy hitting up the newts as Huskar.
Hang on.
What's
hanging on, Mira?
Pick me, support Huskar.
Huskar's win rate against sub 50, but against SF it's at a solid 50%.
Against SF.
Yeah.
What about with SF?
Yeah, what about with SF?
Back to the drawing board.
56.3%.
With SF.
So much synergy.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm
Because
really digging deep
You get
here.
the taunt life break into the Requiem, and then the hero just wiggles around left and right because
Yeah,
they can't go anywhere.
I mean, I have traditionally always believed in like the fluidity of heroes and their roles in the game of Dota 2. If there was one hero in the game that I thought had no fluidity, it would be Huskar.
Hear me out. Offlane Huskar. There's no flex cooking here. It's just a nice offlane Huskar. You
Do
throw
you think
him
it's
on
a
offlane.
Saberlight Huskar? I guess
knows?
I just don't think of him as
into a blind matchup.
Do we have any like Saberlight fiend streamer watcher guys in chat that can tell us like if he's been?
Can you read chat?
You've got me, Brian. I'm about to investigate.
Investigate.
Saberlight.
Saberlight Huskar.
Saberlight has played no games of Huskar recently.
It just doesn't seem like a him hero either.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Boxy
Boxy.
Boxy plays Huskar.
Okay, so it is almost certainly a Boxy Huskar.
Thank you, Mr. Gosling.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Gosling.
Very
Boxy.
Gosling.
17 matches, last 8 days. He plays a lot of Huskar. Okay, so what he's doing is he's going sometimes Tranquils, sometimes Phase Boots. He will actually always go Solar Crest into either Force Staff or Ghost Scepter into Aghanims.
Nice.
So that's what he's doing here.
The good old like I'm not tanky enough to actually make you attack me, so Aghanim's Ghost Scepter. I dig that.
You know what? Good to know that this is potentially just a support Huskar.
Morta can hit him in Ghost Scepter.
Okay, maybe he's going like Halberd this game.
I guess Medusa.
I'm curious. I'm gonna be eyes peeled wide open on this top lane here.
And he's just maxing Inner Fire.
It is a 4-second silence at max level, but the cast animation is atrocious nowadays. What is the offlaner? What do you pick offlane, Saberlighto? Saberlighto. The Centaur, of course. To pair with the Huskar 4 position.
To deal with a Medusa.
They can run away very quickly.
That's always
which I think they should be doing quite a bit of.
a winning strategy.
They can also run in there with Huskar.
They could.
And then jump in there.
This is fascinating. Assuming, obviously, that this was not some kind of bizarre misclick, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
He's got a high win rate with it in his clubs. He wins more than he loses on his support Huskar, so they definitely believe in it. I do think the Medusa, though, lanes very comfortably against the support Huskar. I don't think it shuts her down in any capacity, honestly. It's interesting. They have to sell me on it because I'm really into Falcon's draft because it looks normal. So
You saw that Warlock Magnus draft earlier, and the panel was like, this doesn't look nearly normal enough. This is just further beyond.
Good. But that looked really good because they were against, like, Zoo, and they had
And you're telling
Warlock
me this Huskar
Fiddlebombs.
does not look really good?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't understand the hero well enough, but
Me
Boxy
either.
wins with it.
I don't know 4-position Huskar at all.
All
I'm
they
looking forward
saw
to it.
was Morta, Sand King, and Pugna.
Yep.
And they were like, press the Huskar button.
Huskar. And they didn't go, oh, like that afterwards. So they were like, let's see, get out of that one.
I mean, they have to see value, and like maybe you can just throw the Huskar mid if there's a good matchup at some point, and you can play Invoker 4 on Boxy as well. Like you have to be able to play both of these heroes for it to actually be a viable strategy within the draft.
But they didn't see either. They didn't see the carry matchup if it was a 4 position, and they didn't see the mid lane matchup if it was an Invoker.
they kind of like cover for each other, right? Because like Huskar will punish these like melee heroes and whatnot, and it's an idea.
This is
I'm
incredible
kinda,
devil advocacy. I love it.
Oh,
I want you as my lawyer in the future.
I got you.
This kind of defense, top tier. The actual gameplay, Ted, on the other hand.
If the Huskar fits, you must
acquit. Yes, a famous defense.
Yeah.
By Johnny Blitz Cochran.
I'm gonna back my boys Liquid.
Okay.
As opposed to Falcons, who I also really like. But just because I think if this YOLO play works, caps must be doffed.
Caps must be doffed.
I must give my condolences to all pubs in the next week after Liquid and Boxy specifically convincingly takes this one down, Neil.
Let's see if it happens in game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
Oh, there is some spicy stuff going on here. Cinderin, Team Liquid versus Falcons in game 1. We're going to be treated by a support Huskar. Cinderin, do you believe in it?
I don't know. Usually I have a take.
Okay.
I am clueless. Okay.
All right.
So what? Okay. So let's break it down a little bit together.
Yeah.
So the way this support Huskar probably works is that I'm assuming level 1 you skill Burning Spear, and you're just trading with the enemy support and a bit with the core, and then you max out Inner Fire, and then you're just going to jump into the fight with Life Break, and you're going to Inner Fire people for the knockback and the long silence.
Yes, he does go 0-1-1 into
4-1-1?
4-1-1, yeah.
Does he skill ult on level 6? I'm assuming he does.
Yes, he does.
Okay. So that's the logic of the early trading, obviously. He's going to Blood Grenade crit here. They have shards.
Got him on the shards, so he is going to get triple raised.
He's a goner.
That is going to be your first blood. He popped a Fairy Fire there. A little surprising.
I thought he was going to get out. So, wait, did Meike pop one? Or?
No, Crit did.
Oh, and he still died. Okay, yeah. All right. Maybe he thought he was going to live through the raise then, but either way. Okay, Boxy has killed Berserker Blood level 1.
Yeah, most of the time he does level spears. Every single time. Every other time that he has played it in this pub, he has gone spears.
Okay.
So
he got Berserker's Blood.
He has swerved unexpectedly.
I guess something that's worth mentioning in this game is that he has the Incendiary facet, and that makes you do a percentage base in addition to the flat damage of Burning Spear. It also does a percentage of max health on top of it. That is nothing against Medusa. She has no health.
Yeah.
So I think this facet genuinely makes more or less zero difference against that hero in this game. Against the Pugna, it's like, okay.
Conversely, he has no mana, so he can't hurt himself on Netherward when he casts spells.
That's true. That's actually very interesting. No joke, I wonder if that played into the reasoning of picking it when they did.
Wait, does...
Why is he pulling the wave? Okay. All right, Crit's dead again. This bottom lane is going great so far, so he's going to pull this wave down and get level 2.
Wait, when he Mystic Snakes Huskar, he doesn't get mana back, does he?
Probably not.
Right? Because it has to be units with mana.
Yeah, I think so. I guess when Anti-Mage hits Huskar, he also doesn't slow him, even though he's out of mana, right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Damn, this is such a philosophical hero all of a sudden.
Oh.
If you never had a mana pool to begin with, Cap, do you have 0 mana or infinite mana?
That's true.
Wow. All your 2 neurons were really hard at work there.
You're just clanging against each other like a monkey with the cymbals. Bang, bang.
Being a caster doesn't have the same entry requirement anymore.
All I've been thinking about the fact is that he went this incendiary talent, which he goes every single time.
Yeah.
But you've already identified that it's not necessarily the best.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a facet for support Huskar.
Yeah.
And he doesn't go that at all.
What is it, the other one?
Like, they literally made a facet for support Huskar.
The one with the heal?
Yeah, where when he life breaks, it also heals units around.
It's 550 radius. That's pretty bad. Because, like, when you're jumping on the enemy team with, like, or is it's after impact, or is it when you cast it?
I think it's on impact.
Yeah, because
but
if it's on impact, then it says around the target. So yeah. So then allies need to be near the guy you life break. That just sounds so situational.
Yeah.
That
it just goes to show that facet must be truly awful.
Or Incendiary is really good.
Or Incendiary is broken, which, you know, it does seem to be a little strong right now. But we'll see if it works for support Huskar.
What do you think made them... So it's one thing to want to run this, right? You can come into the series today and be like, hey, I want to play Huskar today. We've tried a strat or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my head around why you picked it against Pugna and Muerta, 2 heroes you can't attack when they use their stuff, right?
Well, I think the hero is built more for the silence.
Right, so he thinks the silence is valuable against the Pugna and the Muerta? They saw Sand King too, right? They saw those 3.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think if you...
that's me
if you
thinking about this right now.
That was probably Malreen's reaction when Huskar was picked, but then he did a double take and realized, oh wait, I'm laning against Invoker. And then he probably did it again, because now he's laning against Invoker.
True.
Damn, imagine that. You go into the game and you're like, wow, I get to lane against Huskar or Invoker. What a treat.
It's a great game, guys.
Either way. All right, we'll see. I mean, I'm ready to... I love saying this, and I genuinely mean it. I'm always ready to learn something new. I think this is when Pro Dota is the most interesting for me to watch, is when there's something I flat out have no clue about.
Same.
Because then either it's just going to blow you away, or you're going to have a laugh. And both are equally good. So let's see which one it's going to be here.
And they're doing some dishonest offlaning right now. Only pulling creeps.
Yep. So now Foxy is going to leave this one for Saber. Are they just going to alternate? Is this like some sort of 100-meter relay where they just keep taking turns at pulling waves?
I think he's zoning out Snaking to make sure that he doesn't get any of the experience. Now he's going to pull the wave
level
that's coming
2 now,
into
so
the
now he's going to start
tower.
burning him.
Hit him with those burning spears.
Blood grenade.
Okay, that is a lot of damage.
Oh, they missed their own blood grenade.
Snaking almost takes out there from the spears. They're actually really ramped up, and Skeeter is out of mana. Snaking...
Damn, if they had double edge, they might have just killed the Dusa there. Oh, Snake gonna take 2 spears. Tango's good here.
He's good, he's good, he's good. But somehow they pulled enough that they are not winning against the Centaur Huskar lane.
This lane has insane diving potential. I think that's worth keeping in mind. If you have creep advantage, Huskar doesn't pull tower aggro. So you can just flat out dive this tower with no concern whatsoever. You also have Glyph if you want to use it. Seems like they have different plans. Foxy thinks the courier is really important.
Did get that courier, and now it looks like, does he want to go for the Deuce or does he want to go for the Pugna? Foxy's going to go for the Pugna. Why doesn't he want to hit the same target?
Guys, can you just do one thing? What is happening? Okay,
one at a time.
Here comes Muerta.
Okay, Muerta's going to TP in. Now this is going to be a mess. Saberlight is going to run out of here. Got Deadshot back in. The Gorgon's Grasp missed, but they still have the damage to get the job done.
Why are they not going on the same view?
I don't know.
Just agree to kill one guy.
Maybe it's the incendiary thing. Maybe Boxy's like telling him, like, my spears don't do any damage to Dusa. I don't want to hit him.
Maybe there's a connection between mana pool and communication skills. And he's literally muted. And Saberlight was low on mana. So they're just walking around. Dude, I see no explanation for that dive. It was so weird. Well, let's see now. Foxy being a little bit hesitant. I think he's waiting for crit to show on the bottom lane. I don't know if he's shown yet on the Muerta, so they might be worried that this is a 3v2 bait situation, but he definitely is showing now. So if there was any concern, now would be a time to go.
You know, in Dungeons and Dragons, if you have a low enough intelligence, you can't actually communicate. You are too stupid to speak. Maybe that's the problem that's happening here. Sania, get a little bit tag team slow onto crit. Man, that damage is
killing
so much.
One more hit. Salve, that's going to be broken. Oh, that's
and
real.
He's still going to get the kill, I think. He's just running him down. Deadshot goes out. He has a shard up in a second. He doesn't stick around to try and land it, though.
Okay.
He's going to try and slot in his own shards here. Activates it now. Amar's there on the other side. He is going to shard him off. The spear, it finishes him.
He was not anticipating Amar coming from that angle.
No, he was not.
Lost track of him in that chase.
Dire
All right, now Boxy's going to jungle away.
Oh, remember when he played for Pudge?
Yep.
And they played it, what did they played like Pudge Enigma, right?
Yep.
And then he helped the Enigma the first 2 levels, or the first level or whatever, and then he just pieced out and never came back.
Yep. And he was farming on the... Was it the Radiant side? Because it was the you extra HP regen?
No, you got Mono Regen.
Mono
So he could
regen.
keep
So,
booking.
so on this side, he's getting the HP regen, which is great.
All right, this
Oh,
is genuinely Boxy. He probably enjoyed playing the Pudge jungle so much that he was like, what hero could I possibly do this with on the other side with the health regen? I mean, this is definitely interesting. And I will say, as far as Huskar 4 goes, this is probably the best depiction of what Huskar 4s do in pub games. True. Which is, they're like, I didn't get the core roll, I'm angry, I will pick Huskar, and I will go woods.
What is he doing now? Is he gonna...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's gonna gank mid. What's he doing? He can't gank mid.
I thought maybe for a second he was gonna go to the Wisdom Rune, but...
Oh, he's checking for the 6-minute bounty?
45 seconds late?
Dire
Oh, he wanted the Watcher.
Right, the Watcher is a very important objective.
Amar seems extremely aware of what's going on right now. All right. Well, he gets the 7-minute power rune, a classic in Pro Dota.
Right, that's the rotation. Makes a lot of sense.
He's back to the jungle. Okay, I don't understand what's happening, and I love it.
I think Boxy doesn't know what.
It's a lesser-known song by The Weeknd, as a matter of fact. Okay. Wait, where's he going now? Oh, he got a ward, and now he's just back up to jungle. So he ran in circles.
Nice dead shot back in. That is enough. Malreen's gonna hit the Burrow Strike. They'll follow up with the Spear if necessary. And it is necessary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Boxy continues to terrorize the neutrals.
Well, not really. He's not really jungling either. He's kind of just... Okay, now they'll go. Big combination here. Silent.
TP is coming in, but the EMP is going to burn out a bunch of Skeeter's mana. He does manage to get a decent snake, and what an epicenter. The tornado isn't going to bail him out enough. The epicenter is low, plus the sandstorm damage. They get 2 hero kills off this one. Boxy's still going to make a run for it.
Really quick reaction there on the Stone Gaze. That made all the difference. If they get the stun connection before he gets Stone Gaze off, that's a dead deuce on the spot. And instead they get 2 counter kills. So really nicely done there from
They're going
Skitter
after
and Falcons.
Malreen. Okay, never mind.
Okay, right to the target.
God, if Boxy doesn't get some experience off of a kill soon,
Is under attack.
it's just been wandering around for so long.
Nice contribution to the gank there. He walked in and attacked once.
Yep. No other hero could have done that.
Nope.
Sani is going to scout out some of the stacks going on here and gets a really nice high ground ward for it.
Huskar finds a ward there as well.
Dire's
He got
middle
tower
under
hit
attack.
while being in fog at nighttime. So
Oh, yeah. Nice.
they should know there's a ward here, but they don't have any sentries on them.
Have to wait a little bit for that to be funneled in. Snaking. He is Cold Snap Tornado, EMP'd, Blood Grenaded, and killed.
So that nether ward, now we know a rough estimation of what the power level of Pugna is currently in the game. That was about 30% of Invoker's health from casting his 3 spells, I think. Yeah, into the nether ward. Not bad.
All right, stack time. They know this is going on because they have the high ground ward, but the problem is do they have the power to actually contest the Sand King underneath Sandstorm? They can't even really get there in time. The stacks have been cleared out.
Okay, would you agree that this is definitely plan B for Huskar already? Like, this did not go according to plan, and I'm guessing the plan was to win the top lane and dive them in tower successfully and get kills and then snowball off that. So, do you think his rotation into the jungle was already not part of the plan, or do you think that was, by design, going to happen regardless of whether they won the lane or not?
I legitimately thought that part of the plan was him just jungling.
Yeah, but
And
he
I
only
have
did 1 camp.
Yeah, I've just been befuddled this entire time of him just kind of walking around, not really doing much.
And now he's back to jungling, but now it's on the Radiant side, so now he doesn't have the HP regen. And the top side of the map was probably going to be his for quite a while, If they rotate on him and gank him in the jungle, I think so what, kind of, right?
Sure.
But
Radiant's bottom tower is under
well,
attack.
Saberlight's game's still all right. So the Centaur has been enabled, so that part of the plan did work. But he's still the lowest of all 6 cores by about 900, so did it really?
Because I don't think this Huskar does anything until you get level 6, right? You need the mobility to close in on somebody and then hit them with the silence. You need the combination of slow and silence, I think, to be an effective force at this point in the game.
Are fortified.
So he's got to find that somewhere. Good read by Mickey, yeah.
He chooses not to go for another
bottom
camp
tower
that would have got him killed. Insania setting up. This is not an easy kill, and the response is already coming in from Pugna.
Yeah, this is multiple times. They've tried to root out this Medusa, and Falcons have shown they're always willing to fight around it. Nice shards. Saberlight just carries the creep wave with him and double farms. So Glimmer Cape instead of Solar Crest. A lot of the games he was going Solar Crest.
Damn, this mid Huskar got owned by Sand King, huh?
Destroyed.
He's level 5. That's rough.
Boxy with a truly pathetic mid lane performance.
What do you make of the Glimmer Cape? Think it's good?
I'm beginning to feel like none of this is good.
Honestly, it's really nice to be the analyst and just ask you questions. And because I have no clue. I'm just like, what do you think? And then if you say something that sounds smart, I'll just say I agree, so it sounds like I also thought about it. And if you say nothing, I'll just say what I just did, which is also nothing.
Maybe we can ask Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Chat, what's your analysis on this?
What would you go on Huskar here?
We'll get back to you in 5 minutes when I can read the chat.
Yeah. I think there's always 4 guys that are like, haha, rapier. And then there's gonna be 10 people saying, why didn't he just go armlet? It's the only item that works on the hero. And then there'll be 2 sophisticated gentlemen saying, I would have also gone Glimmer here. It's very good against Pugna and Sand King. And those sophisticated gentlemen are Boxy's brother and cousin watching the game and trying to will this into a win somehow for their family member. Oh, man. All right, you asked me before the game if I'm a believer. I have lost any faith I could have had already. After 13 minutes, I am not impressed.
The funny part is it's not like he got ganked in the jungle or like they tri-laned it or so. I do not feel like there was something that Falcons did that broke him.
No.
You know, it just, I felt like he could have done whatever he wanted to do, but whatever that was, it never really worked out. But he's got his level 6 now, so it's a different ball game. Now he's got the mobility. Now he can hit him with that silence.
He has to be careful, though. He's playing against 2 Blink Daggers, right?
Now he can farm those neutrals.
Both Mars and Sand King? Yeah, they both have daggers. So even jumping them is not easy. Could really quickly backfire. You jump the Medusa, you instantly get stone gazed. Unless... I think she can get stone gaze off while you're mid-air before you get the silence off, so...
Yeah.
Alright.
What do you mean? We've had a lot of neutral creep kills.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
I like his, I like how he was mewing there for a second. Very good.
You really caught on to this mewing trend, didn't you?
I love making fun of dumb shit, and that really is high up there.
Yeah, that's true.
I will happily mock stuff like that.
Smoke coming out is gonna catch Mickey. He's
good movement,
a little
actually,
bit far,
but
but they still got him on Maureen. It's not 1 Blink Dagger, it's 2, and the spear ensures his demise. Now, Liquid may still be able to fight this, but it's not looking great. Crit kills Insania with the ghost. Skeeter's just running past the tower to help out here. The pin goes out. Oh man, Nisha is being body blocked up a bit by Maureen. Tornado goes out to stop that, but it's already done. This fight is over, and let's check in with Boxy.
He arrived.
Radiant's top tower.
He's here, and he got a creep. 1 out of 3.
Yeah.
Under attack.
I really like this from Mickey. That was actually super good. That he managed to escape to the north. I don't think that was an instinctive move for a lot of players, but as you said, the secondary blink will catch him.
Also, this Muerta versus Tusk matchup, we saw it a lot in Belgrade. Dude, it is so miserable.
You could see, like, Insania was trying to pick up Mickey to get off a snowball, but the calling is just, like, covering that area. It's so hard.
It owns Tusk. You also have a natural counter to if Tusk ever wants to go on you, he can't punch you if you ult, and yeah, it's a very one-sided matchup, that one. So, I mean, so far so good for Falcons. They're playing a very standard lineup. Things are just coming together nicely. The lanes went well, the fights went well. Snaking here could be in some trouble. Here comes Foxy.
Oh, that's okay.
All right, there it is. It won me over.
The 1 kill in a 5 position.
I just needed to see it. He's deathless. Not bad for a 16-minute support.
I don't think that's a good thing for a support. When you're losing the game and you're deathless as a support, that's probably not a good sign.
You really are negative, aren't you? I think he's doing great.
No, you don't.
All right.
You're just lying.
They've got the glimmer.
Are scanning.
Yep.
Let's see them put it to use. What do you think his intention is with this? How is he going to use it? Is it for himself? Is he like going to jump in and then self-glimmer to stay alive? Is it to try to save a core of his own? Because it's very uncharacteristic. This was not in his build list from pubs, right?
No,
He's not
it was
buying
Solar
this item.
Crest.
Yeah, Solar makes a lot more
He
sense.
does go utility items, generally speaking. So he just feels like the magic resistance is better than the Solar Crest. So I think it's more to save allies here. Insania, the Silence Arena combination, it's just decimating them, man.
Right, he couldn't cast a spell because he was in the calling. He was just walking in circles until he died. Not the best. Well, according to you, this was good because now he died. So, well done. This is what you wanted to see the whole time.
I mean, in a way, yeah, kind of.
Respectfully, we
we
have different views on Dota. Respectfully, I think that was not good. But the fact that you like that is fine. This is a complex game, and there's room for a different interpretation of situations.
Vatos.
Good calling too, but yeah, they can't chase this one down. And here comes Huskar. He's ready to fight against his desire to go in, and will back off. Showing some good restraint.
He beat his desire to go in.
Good restraint, good restraint. All right, here he is. Oh, there's that sound. Okay.
Hey, the silence.
We got him. And on top of that, Snaking thinks there's a ward on this hill, which there isn't. As a matter of fact, they saw him way further down with the ward all the way down by the Watcher. So, might miss a D ward too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hold on, I got Twitch chat is giving their suggestions.
Okay.
Rapier, Dagon, Vlad's Diffusal Blade.
Oh yeah, he's against Dusa.
Arcane Boots, that's the best one.
Radiant's middle tower
I like
is under
that.
attack.
Was it only 2 people saying Rapier? You're probably not reading all of them out, but how many people said I would go Glimmer too?
A decent number, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, so it's a whole family watching then.
Yeah. Boxy's got a lot of cousins.
Damn. They didn't go out bowling tonight.
I would have gone Parasma. Excellent.
What's your behavior score, buddy? Insania? Oh, instant. Instant ult from Crit.
Dead shot. Mickey trying to get off the ult. No, the pin comes in. And all he'll get is a Death Requiem. They do get Maureen on the other side. Okay. Honestly, this game is pretty favored to Falcons.
Yep.
So any kill is not the worst for Liquid.
Yeah, but losing Shadow Fiend is obviously very costly. Like they've put a lot of emphasis on getting Mickey off to a good start on the SF, and they have an Alacrity for him. They have a save for him with the Tusk. And now he has BKB, so there is potentially an upcoming fight that could be big. I mean, despite all the memeing we do on the Huskar, they still have a nice combo among the other 4 heroes, and if he can land a good silence to prevent some sort of combo breaking from Falcon's side with either the Mars or the Sand King or the Pugna in a key moment, that definitely you can see what Liquid's lineup can do if the stars align.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Which ironically I believe is the slogan for Team Nigma.
That's true.
They have not aligned for them in this tournament.
I don't think you want to take after.
No. You want your stars to align in a different constellation. No one. Wisdom Rune coming up, 30 seconds.
Do some Tormentor.
Yep. Another boon of Pugna, the only hero that never dies to Tormentor. Should probably pick that on a couple of the teams in this tournament that seem to struggle a little bit with that.
Dude, imagine the last year's bet boom with Pugna.
Save played it a decent amount, actually. He was like
That's
the one
probably
person
why.
playing for Pugna.
Bet boom would lose all the time to the Tormentor. He's like, all right, guys. Hurricane Pike for Nisha. I mean,
standard.
This is just looking like Liquid really can't do much, and they're going to farm what they can. And we are going to wait for Falcons to make whatever moves they want to make, which Roshan is available. I imagine they don't have the best team for doing it, but they are so far ahead that you could probably just force it.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's what
And
they're gonna do.
any hero can tank Rosh when you have Pugna in your team. Just doesn't matter. So we'll do it with tanking. And now Skitter's going to come in. All right, Snake King wants to tank it himself. Let's see how lucky he gets. 3 hits without a bash? 2? 2 so far.
I like that Maureen, instead of going Bloodstone, he's going Shivas, of course, to counter the Huskar. Very big threat.
Yeah.
Why is he going Shivas?
Because if he goes Bloodstone, he increases his max health and takes more damage from Incendiary.
Right.
Shivas gives very little health. I think Malrine, if this was the previous patch at minute 25, he would actually sell his Bracer to be tankier against Huskar. And then buy a chainmail.
There's one guy in Twitch chat who's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh man, I did that too back then.
Radiant's bottom tower
I used to sell my Bracers to Huskar. Against
Dire's
Huskar.
top
Excuse me.
tower is under
Also, nobody said armlet.
Radiant's
In that Twitch chat review. Nice Burrow Strike on 2. Sets up the calling. Yeah, Stadia's just running.
Yeah.
Run, Stadia, run!
Nice fear.
Dead shot back into the rest of Falcons.
Oh, that's about as little as you can hit a Burrow Strike by. But doesn't matter. Either you hit it or you don't. Full effect.
50-50. And
That's
Skeeter
no-tail-
is
that's
able
no-tail
to do
tanking.
this.
Do you remember that game?
No, I don't.
No, when you just hit 50-50 on Sand Kingston, I just remember there was this iconic no-tail game. He's like missing 5 or 6 Burrow Strikes in a row and support Sand King. You do not remember this game? It's so iconic.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Oh
under
man.
attack.
He went on to do great things later. That was the
Was that Fnatic no-tail?
I think so. I think that was the game that started it all. He went into his full God mode arc after that game. He was like, I can never do worse than this.
Wait, if it was support Sand King, it had to be OG, right? Because he was never support on
that's
Fnatic.
true.
He was always carry, right?
Right. Well, did he play anything else in Fnatic? Did he ever play as offlane or something for a short period? I don't think so. I think it was always Trixie, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I remember this no-tail Sand King. I don't remember what role or tournament it was. I just remember that. It's funny. Anyway.
Blink Dagger. So you can blink silence. Problem is, most of the time, they're the ones getting initiated on.
Yeah. It is, in theory, a nice item for support Huskar, because you can blink into the enemy and then knock back them into your team. So it's like an AoE displacement, and then you can ult after.
Yeah.
So I see where he's coming from. They're probably reaching a little bit of desperation territory here, where they need to land a good EMP tornado on the Medusa to drain her mana, and then they need to knock her in.
Big moment for Liquid. The smoke wraparound as the mid-tier 2 tower gets taken. The smoke breaks. Maureen on the low ground is going to be able to back away. And the move is ruined for Liquid.
I don't see anything. The vision there, just barely everyone on the side of Falcons outside of it. Unsuccessful.
Amar is huge, by the way. Blink Dagger, Deso, BKB.
God, I love Deso on Mars. I'm so happy we get to see it once in a while. This is not a very common build on the hero anymore, but I'm a big Deso enjoyer. On both this hero and Dawnbreaker. I love to see it.
I'm a big fan of watching Mars for Amar just in general. I mean, it's his signature hero, but for me, it's the item versatility.
Yeah,
like every game he will go a different item build depending on what the matchup is.
Initiation onto a beautiful stomp and a combo from Liquid that takes those two out instantly.
Nice
They're going to try and chase down more with the Stampede. Amar and Skeeter are still up. They're going to buy back. They're going to fight around this outpost. Will it be good for them? They got the arena, got heroes inside of it, managed to finish off the Huskar, now pin in Saberlight. They got 2 in return off that buyback and TP play. Liquid on the retreat here. Amar is going to try and get behind them, I think. He wants to go. Goes right in the middle of them and dies immediately.
And they were so ready for that, you could tell.
And look at that fast buyback TP in from Boxy. He's now going to try and catch some more heroes off of this one. They obviously do not want to deal with the Medusa, who has an Aegis, but if they can kill the rest of these heroes, maybe they can actually kill the Medusa in a 1v5 scenario. Hit him with the disarm. Run at the back line, silence them both. Boxy now starts backing away, but the Scotty is demolishing Mickey, and Malrine hits a burrow strike to ensure the kill. It's a double for Malrine. Skeeter just stands there and clicks them to death.
A battle for the ages. Huskar versus Muerta. Huskar hiding away in his Glimmer Cape. Unlike most pub Huskars that go for the Shadow Amulet, Boxy actually finished the build. But it made no difference.
That's a good one.
Oh boy, here comes high ground. Or does it? They looked like they could have gone high ground with the amount of time they have.
Yeah.
I was sure they were going to go and knock on the tier 3, especially considering the fat wave they have bottom. But
It's
they'll
because
steal
the Tormentor was still up.
Yeah, that's nice.
When Amar went up there earlier. So now they get tier 2 mid, tier 2 top, and Tormentor. That'll be a shard for snaking.
How many gum do you think Skitter is chewing?
Oh, really obsessed with the gum, aren't you?
I'm just waiting for you to say 5, but you just never say it.
Why 5?
Don't you?
Why would it ever be 5?
You know as little about memes as some Spanish. It's actually just a discipline. I really hope the meme is 5.
Okay, all right.
All right, there. Okay, there it is. All right, we got it. It's fine. This is the 2nd or the 3rd time so far in this week that I've had to explain my joke to you. It's not looking good on your score sheet.
You sound so disappointed. You're like a disappointed parent. I would love to see you as a parent, son.
I'm a disappointment factory myself. I know a lot about that.
You know I showed you this meme before.
Oh, he has to be here too, and he might still not be out of trouble.
He might need to use a Mask of Madness just to run faster.
Oh, good
get back
punch,
to the good punch comes out. Snowball hits Malrine, trying to stall it up. Now in comes the Huskar, but they're trapped inside the arena. It's a massacre. They'll all die in the pit. A triple kill for the Amars.
And that is still no backdoor protection, and the bottom wave is coming in soon. So I think this is absolute minimum 1 lane, and really what we can only so far chalk up to a failed experiment from Liquid. How on earth are they going to deal with this Dusa now? Look at Skitter, he's going Ame's build.
Oh yeah.
Axe Kai Assange.
Yeah. I mean, he's got I think that build is really interesting when you have another damage dealer.
Yep. Yeah, it was similar for Ame in that game, right? I don't remember what mid-hero he had, but I think it was also... Oh, it was Sniper, right?
Yeah, he had Sniper.
And this time you have Mars with Deso. Okay, bit of Mana Burn. Nice!
Oh.
Double Manta dodge! He dodged the Stomp and EMP. Dude, Dota is so easy. You just need to press 1 button with the right timing.
True.
Radiant's bottom has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under
This guy, absorbed all of Arteezy's powers on his way out the door. He knocked him out of enough tournaments to consume him entirely. Snowball?
Snaking is going to TP in on no HP.
Here's Boxy.
Oh,
hiding.
This is where you would want that Shadow Amulet.
That was a sick escape.
Can't tell if you're complimenting Boxy. Just to piss
Dude, nobody
me off.
saw him, man. He was just in the fog and the Glimmer TP. There's like nothing happened. You know, it's honestly, like I said, when you do stuff like this, either you get really blown away or you have a laugh.
Yep.
I think it's a shame that this game doesn't even showcase what the idea was. Because like, if I could at least reach some sort of understanding of what they were trying to do, and then something else went wrong in the game. Like, you saw the potential of it, and then they messed up mid-late game and lost, and then you can be like, haha, they picked Huskar, how dumb. But I'm lacking that insight into what the purpose was in general in this, and that's a little bit of a shame that he absolutely got to show nothing of what the purpose was here.
Maybe we should just go watch some boxy pubs, because he was winning with it.
Yeah. Pubs and pro games are a different beast.
True.
Sven has about 50% win rate in pub games. In this tournament, he's 1-6. And that is a reliable and important sample size. I think 7 is just fine.
I thought you told
got
us
Mars.
stats don't matter.
That's true.
McKay used the Requiem just to try and escape.
Oh, Will. I think. Yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they got the kill on Mars.
They did.
It's good.
Problem is they have not touched Skeeter. 2-0-14.
Yep.
And the last time they tried to kill him, he just kind of casually 1v4'd them until they died. But at least he's not going in damage build.
Yeah.
I feel like that does actually give them an opportunity to turn the game, as low of a percent that is.
Okay, let's play prediction bingo here. What do you think the win expectancy is for Liquid right now?
I mean, Dota Plus probably says 4-position Huskar is like a 2% win rate or something, considering how often that hero is probably used to grief. I'm going to say like 6%.
You think Dota Plus is 6?
Yeah, it's probably lower, but okay, I'll say 6.
I'm going to say 1. Yes!
There is 1. But they have a shot.
You underestimate how many times I have experienced this from Huskar.
Another Manta dodge, this time on the EMP.
Oh, there's the Mars
catch. Practice, and Amar catches
no BKB.
McKay with no BKB. The stomp goes out. Malrine will finish the job that Skeeter and Amar set him up to do. And Saberlight will kind of run around like a chicken with its head cut off.
I was immediately looking for my Falcon's caca button, but it's not there. It's not there. GG. All right. Let this be a lesson that no one bans the Boxy Huskar.
Yeah.
So far.
Leave that one in. I hope we get to see it again, though.
Yeah, I honestly.
But I think it needs. I think it came out a little raw.
Yeah.
I think it needed a little bit more time to cook.
Yep.
This idea.
I mean, despite being a pitiful display, I would love to see it again, just once again, to just see what the purpose was. But I'm a little bit worried when it goes this badly that they're just not going to run it ever again this tournament. But I love creativity. But to put it bluntly, I genuinely did not understand whatsoever what this was meant to accomplish, and it accomplished nothing. So if that was what it was meant to do, then it did its job. But yeah, ends the game with 5.5k hero score, less than his 5 Tusk. Didn't really feel it this one.
He had a 1-to-1, 5.5k hero damage and net worth.
Yep.
So, okay. Well, you heard our thoughts about this matchup. Let's see what the panel has to say about support Huskar.
Well, we had preliminary thoughts, many of which were probably validated. But Effie, you so valiantly tried to find reason of such a absurd Huskar pick.
Yeah.
Now, having witnessed it.
There was no reason.
Oh,
there
no.
was no rhyme or reason.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's like Cinderin said, it would have been really cool to actually have seen what their plan was with it, because there was no plan in this game. Like, the observers watched Huskar for like the first 9 minutes.
Hitting nukes.
He was like jungling, he was running mid, like minute 6:30.
Hitting them nukes.
Taking a watcher, like not even setting up for a wisdom. I don't know. I mean, I think that Falcons just correctly drafted against it. Like, you pick Medusa, Huskar 4 is not going to threaten Medusa in any capacity. Like, you saw that they were actually dragging waves on Centaur and Huskar to like dodge laning into Pugna plus Medusa. And even Pugna itself, like I have to, like I really need to try to understand the idea here, because you see Pugna, and if you're picking this Huskar with not the intention to flex it, but to play it for Huskar versus Pugna, that's not even good for Huskar. Like Pugna outranges him, is very fast, and has Decryptify. Like you don't win that trade. You're not enabling anybody. And then you're also picking a Centaur into Mars. Mars is like the counter for Centaur, because like they were. What do you think, Ted?
What do you think, Ted?
I don't know what's happening with that draft. It was an interesting one. And like Mira said, I really wanted to know what was happening. This is like the lads had cooked up a little, the Large Hadron Collider. This was like that.
Okay.
But they didn't go into it with a plan of what they were going to do with it. They built some grand underground structure without any real plan. Or if there was one, sadly, the structure crumbled before we got to see it.
So
I really would love to have known.
This Huskar pick is not the Higgs boson.
They haven't found the Higgs boson with this thing yet.
But-
Some other shit happened.
A mini black hole was created.
Yeah, but no particles discovered.
But Ted, he wins pubs with it. No, I mean, the thing is, like, because Invoker was their first pick,
Yep.
like, I think if the flex were open, that's why I was, like, theory crafting. Are they keeping the Invoker Huskar flex open? Like, in theory, if your mid doesn't show, you bring out this Huskar, they overreact to your Huskar pick, thinking it's mid by picking a Huskar counter, then you flex it to 4, then you pick your mid hero. That would actually be something you're cooking in the draft. That's not what they did, though.
Yeah, I feel like you still need to at least see one of the cores that you would be up against, though.
Sand King. They saw Sand King.
Yeah, but neither the Invoker or the Huskar would be in Sand King's lane.
For sure, that's what I'm saying. Because the Invoker was showing that they don't have that cool gotcha flex with
Right.
the Huskar that would have maybe been like cooking. That could have been a recipe.
Do you
that could
think
have
that,
been a.
like you even pointed out, the Pugna kind of screws them over anyway?
It does.
That therefore, even having this, we have a clever pick that is counted by one of your existing heroes. Waha! It doesn't work, does it? If they pick it again,
Clearly not.
they really are cooking.
Sure.
And I want to see the result, but
If they pick it again and win, then they're really cooking.
then it'll be like, oh, that was the idea. How ingenious. But yeah, this obviously didn't work. But
Then-
hey, I love experimentation. Let's go.
We would write it in the textbooks of physics textbooks that they collided particles
Into
together
themselves.
into themselves. Like Howie Day, you and I collide.
I don't know where they're playing the crickets.
Don't
Chill.
cricket me.
Chill.
All right, fine. You want some excitement? How about the best damn Kadia award you've ever seen in your life? Brian, give it to me.
I feel like this panel has been searching for an explanation, and I'm going to give it to you with this Kadia Award of the Game. For that Huskar pick coming out from Boxy, we're talking about securing vision. That's what this Kadia Award of the Game is about. And this is Boxy, level 3 Huskar.
Oh, God, I know where you're going with
hitting
this.
up the newts. You know, we talked about this in the drafting panel. This is what Huskar does best. And look at this efficiency, kiting these creeps back and forth. He's on the dire side, knowing that without mana, you can't utilize the mana regen of the Radiant jungle, so he's using the dire jungle, Neil. So first off, while he's jungling, not only is he denying the Medusa farm, but he's also securing this Watcher. And what we don't see here is the next minute that he spends walking through the enemy jungle to take the next Watcher, Neil. So you have to understand, guys, wards, they not only cost slots, there's a limited amount of them, but Watchers, that is a map resource that the Huskar invades the enemy jungle super early on. And yeah, that's just something I've never seen another support do, Neil.
The Mighty Mines.
Yep, the Mighty Mines. It's a vital territory on the map.
So
Medusa wants it.
You're saying that even this strategy is also dependent on being Radiant, even like a dire Huskar.
It wouldn't invade anything because
Wouldn't
he's
invade
not
anything.
going to use that mana regen. He's going to be taking his own carries farm at that point. So when you guys try it, make sure it's on Radiant that you're picking the Huskar support, because otherwise you'd probably be considered griefing.
Probably be considered griefing under most circumstances, but hey, maybe Liquid are cooking. It's still group stage time, and it's only one game in a 3-game series, potentially. We'll find out after the break if Liquid can bring it to that game 3, or if it's just going to be a 2-0.
I'm live. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. I'm running out of time. I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I'll make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna die. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. Do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there.
welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of Liquid versus Falcons, where the bar is set quite low, if I'm being honest, on improvements for game number 2 on Team Liquid's front.
I think it's very sporting. You win a TI, you're up against good rivals, and you say to them, you know what, we'll give you game 1. We'll see you in games 2 and 3.
You're saying that was a gesture of sportsmanship?
No, I just think they're just dangling a little bit of bait out there. They're going to relax. They're going to say, huh.
Let their guard down.
Yeah, they're tilted off the face of the earth. We'll have these boys. And then you come out, bam, bam. Quick, easy back-to-backs. You roll them in 20 minutes, games 2 and 3.
Well, that would be a rare situation where Liquid are masterminding things, because for much of DreamLeague, Brian, they've been on the receiving end of some factors that are perhaps out of their control that have been negatively impacting their performances.
Yeah, I'd like to say that perhaps when we're focusing on Team Liquid, we need to understand that maybe they just wanted to lose on their own accord. One time, as I have prepared a segment talking about from yesterday's games, which is about the neutral camp. So this is Invis Nisha hunting Satanic, and the creep nets him, which he immediately moves his perspective, because that creep, as I'm about to demonstrate to you, as you're going to see here that he dodges a 4-man gank. This ends up turning against Liquid, which leads to him never dying this entire game. These creeps will not net you unless there is an enemy hero nearby. So that is what gave it away to Satanic. So that's step number 1. Completely ruined the gank for Liquid. Screw you, Troll Priest. Now you're going to see the stack from Mickey here, and for some reason, that creep just spawns there for nothing special. And he's going to clear this camp. Now, I will say, he should be wondering, where's that extra creep? But I'm sure there's probably more important things going on in his brain.
It's not even aggroing.
Yeah,
it's just
exactly. So this
they
creep
do this sometimes.
It doesn't abide by the rules. So that was at 16 minutes that happened. He comes back to stack the camp, so they've now missed it once. That was at 15 minutes, excuse me. This would have been a stack, so that's 2 camps worth that they've missed. Then Saberlight finishes his Helm of the Overlord and comes to get an Ancient, and it's not there anymore. So that's now 3 camps worth and about 20 seconds of hero time, because he's sitting around waiting for the camp to spawn as well.
18 minutes now.
And then we're going to show Boxy, who's been probably told, fix this for us, support player. He's going to go look to D-Ward. And of course, he's going to stumble upon the creep.
He just walked out the normal spot.
And then he's going to angrily ping it. Now watch Boxy's perspective, because meanwhile, there's a fight going on. If you look at the mini-map, there is some important stuff going on in the game right now. It's probably good that he be there to join the fight. Instead, he just gets blinked on by the offlane anti-mage and instantly dies. And he ends up having to buy back for that. And they do end up losing that fight. Mickey was like 1,000 gold off of his butterfly. So, I asked the neutrals, I posed the question, whose side are you on?
Yeah, they clearly seem to have an alliance.
Yeah.
That was actually very unlucky, because like Brian said, if Medusa had the butterfly a minute earlier, then that fight would have gone entirely differently for them. And if their Shadow Demon wasn't wasting time trying to unblock a camp, that fight could have gone differently for them. So sometimes in Dota, you just got unlucky. Other times, you pick support Huskar.
Really good segue.
That's not about luck.
That's true.
That's your choice.
The dichotomy of Team Liquid.
That was a decision, Ted.
That was nicely done, Mira.
Thank you.
I respect
it. It was a decision.
Look, the creeps, they're their own fellas.
Yeah.
Sometimes the baby creep is like, I don't want to defend the camp today. And they shouldn't have to. And I think that's fair.
Come on now, we have to go aggro this Medusa, but I don't wanna.
It is called a Thunder Hide.
It was out there thunder hiding.
She's on fire. Segways, puns.
Yep. Ted and I traded skills today. I'm making puns and he's draft predicting.
What do I do?
Oh my god, I wonder what I was watching there for a second.
Is that
that's Boxy going through the enemy jungle.
Good one.
Hitting them newts.
Floating around, going to the Watcher.
No Huskar respect ban from Team Falcons? I'm shocked, to be honest.
The balls on these guys.
Incredible audacity on display from Team Falcons. Instead, they ban out all these other heroes. A Naga Siren, an Enigma, a Beastmaster, and a Shadow Demon.
How many of those heroes have 4-second silences?
Near irrelevant, if you ask me. Liquid, they take out the Bristleback, the Doom, and the Alchemist.
They got a lot of choices here. Like, they have their Invoker, they've got Sand King, they've got Clock, they've got Tusk.
Huskar.
Of course.
We've got Huskar.
Can't forget about him.
But you were mentioning that you needed them to have the flex open to make sense conceptually. So if they were to pick the Huskar right there, like right now, that would have left flex potential because they hadn't revealed their mid yet. But we'll see. That's probably Boxy's hero, so we're probably not going to see
You know what? If Falcons really want to break the minds of Liquid yet further, they pick Huskar.
Oh.
That is the greatest burn.
In the break, they were studying Boxy's pub replays.
They were like, we should pick
Load it up?
Huskar. Not in the same position. You just pick it.
Oh, like Malrine Huskar instead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muerta comes out though.
Is my cough button working, by the way? Did you hear that cough?
I didn't hear anything, Ted.
No? All right, good. It
was flawless.
Sand King. Crixalis, the king of sand.
And it's just a very value pick for Falcons because while most people look at it as an offlaner, like Malrine plays it exceptionally well mid, and it's just so good for them. Like we saw what it did last game, we saw what it's been doing for Falcons the entire series, and I wonder why Liquid didn't want to take it for themselves. Maybe they just value the Muerta higher. They think that it gives them more by way of like enabling Saberlight's offlane hero pool potentially.
Imagine if you were made king
of the sand.
Well, yeah, hold on, Brian. Okay. You're given a realm, and you look out, and it's just sand. He made something of that. He's a bootstrap hero, Sand King. He was given a title of Sand. Everyone was laughing at him, no doubt. I haven't read the lore for Sand King in a while. I'm sure this is close. And he's like, oh, great, now I just get to be the king of sand. I'm going to make this work by singing a jaunty tune to the sand and forming it around me, and then I shall acquire a bloodstone and become unkillable.
The spice must flow, Ted.
Indeed. He is the Lisan al-Gaib.
Lisan al-Gaib.
I'm really curious to see what Brian thinks about that.
Brian, tell us what you think about Lisan al-Gaib.
I was just thinking that, like, they all thought he was, like, stranded out in the sand. Like, that was his terrain. He was stuck there. And, yeah, all the things you're saying. And he just took it with him.
You haven't seen June?
I saw number 1, like, 4 years ago. I haven't seen number 2 yet.
That was Slax's thing during Birmingham. Every 3 minutes he'd be like,
Okay, I need to see number 2, apparently.
It was great. I loved those 2 movies.
Old Timmy Chalamet.
Enchantress comes out.
Very strong. This is a strong opening.
I think it's interesting that they banned Nyx. Maybe they respected that Muerta could also just be a carry at some point, because you already see Muerta, who's most likely going to be position 4, and you still use a ban on the Nyx. That just says a lot about how they feel about that hero as a counter to Enchantress.
I feel like on paper, what's good against Enchantress is something that perhaps closes the gap, built-in attack speed, maybe like forces it to attack her from close range.
HP regen?
HP regen to out-sustain.
Jungles?
Yeah, jungles.
Gets the newts.
Gets those early watchers.
Newt.
You hear it now, Boxy.
Does it start with H?
Run it back. Does it end with Huskar?
Oh, it does end with Huskar, but it's the wrong one. Not
They did pick this
Huskar.
last game.
Yeah,
Boring.
they did. But with Muerta being on the field, we most likely have our support duo for Team Liquid.
You never know.
You never know.
They are in a position, though, to run back the Shadow Fiend, because, I mean, they didn't really get to play it last game because their draft was so wonky.
Mickey was
but-
getting ganked all game.
Yeah, it was wonky, but it's a good response to Sand King. It always has been.
Pretty good against Enchantress, too. You buy, like, Mask of Madness and 4-shotter. I don't think they should look at any of the other portions of their draft and think we should change that because of what happened last game. Looks like Saber reacted there, so that's probably a Saber hero,
he
even
sat
though
up
they see the
straight in
Sand
his
King.
seat, didn't he? He was like, ready.
Like, without seeing that reaction, I would assume this is, like, most likely going to Nisha, but I also am not, like, super excited to play Pango in a Sand King mid, like, melee versus melee. But based on Saber's reaction, that's an offlane Pango.
It felt actually pretty solid for Pango during EWC when it was being run a lot, when it had like the double jump facet before the nerf, so it felt like it actually came out of that lane like 55-45 for Pango, but that's not the case anymore. I definitely don't think you want to play it versus Sand King if it is going mid.
Yeah, and so far, every single time that Liquid have picked Pango, it's always gone to Saberlight 3 out of 3 times.
It's interesting because Nisha historically has played that hero a lot, so I wonder what about this patch specifically they don't like about mid Pango, because it's not like nobody else is doing it. But are we gonna get the Skeeter DK or this? Oh yeah, that's a new one. Never saw that coming. And then the Huskar for crit.
That's not going to happen, probably. I mean,
probably.
if there was a Huskar, it would be Malrine.
Probably just the Willow.
Oh, she's banned. I was
Oh,
gonna say Willow.
Snapfire.
Snap. All right.
Wait, Willow's banned?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, sorry, not Willow.
Hoodwink.
I was thinking.
Yeah, Hoodwink was the
My
first
bad,
one.
my bad.
I thought the same thing as you and jumped over to the ban, saw that. But Snapfire, that's also, I'd call that a crit special as well, but he'd say it's not Earth Spirit, so.
Yeah. I think the value that they see in the snap over the Willow is just like you can disengage from the Tusk Ice Shard online with the cookie. Like it gives you a defensive tool that Willow doesn't have.
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of ground punish. Like you have the roll, you have the Muerta stuff, the shards. Like you don't really want to be a support that has to be close range to dish out relevant damage is also what I'm liking about this pick. Like backline supports seem really good against Team Liquid's draft so far.
When you play Pos 4 Snap, do you take the long range scatter shot?
Yeah.
You do.
They're the full bore.
And if they don't run back the SF, I'd be a bit disappointed that they just lost faith in that hero, even though that game one was not about it.
Team Liquid's turn to bat.
They go for Timber instead.
Okay, so that is likely a mid Timber Saw.
That is a really
Or
nice
it could be an
answer to
offlane
3
Timber
strength
Saw actually
heroes,
against DK. Either way, it's a good Timber Saw game.
Really good.
I think all 4 of those heroes, the 2 supports don't want somebody in their face, as I mentioned. He doesn't have the disarm and the taunt, but he gets up in your face, will burst down these supports. Universal strength cores on the 2 side, or I guess 2 melee heroes is what I'm thinking, which Timbersaw loves. So overall, set up pretty well here.
Falcons turn to bat.
God, you can really see how far back my hairline's gone with this camera angle. Used to stop here, and now it goes all the way back. I wonder if it's just going to keep going.
You look really nice, Ted.
This is like a distinguished hairline.
I'm not sad about it, violins.
You look very wise.
He was just observing.
Wise, observing.
That's why you're draft predicting.
Right.
What's coming out next, Ted? For Team Liquid, they got the next pick. What do they need for the carry role for Mickey?
Against this lineup?
Falcons turn to bat.
Would you be okay with them running back the Shadow Fiend?
I mean, I think SF's so insanely strong right now. You've got enough front line with Pango, Tusk, Timbersaw. I think it would be a great SF, just because he's just the damage you output is insane, and you've got so much chaos in the fights already with Pango and Timber, who also do decent amounts of damage. But you need someone who's just going to stand there and shit damage, and that's SF. His minus armor is useful against DK as well. I'd say if they don't ban SF, it should be a pick.
And if not, I guess they kind of have a parallel in Templar Assassin.
Yep. I think TA also could be great for them. Also, the Luna, the Silver Edge Luna, has always been an option, and it'll give them like an earlier timing, slightly earlier than the other 2 heroes would.
I'd be surprised if Falcons don't ban SF, to be honest.
Team Liquid's turn to bat.
They got
they ban
Morphling
Morph.
instead, along with the Medusa. And Liquid still haven't fully decided most likely where the Timbersaw or the Pango are going yet. They ban out the Monkey King, and maybe they ban out Huskar.
What about the Razor? The Mickey Razor.
Do people run carry Muerta anymore? Because it was like all the rage. Is it just not a big thing?
I think it's been played a bit. Maybe it was. I think it was a BB Dacha.
Yeah, I think at Belgrade I saw a few, or at least one.
I wouldn't advise it versus Sand King and Snapfire. Like they just have so much means of killing you with magic damage early on that you'll never really get.
That's the
value.
Huskar ban.
See, I told you that they were thinking bet Falcons run it back at us just to shove it down our throats.
Just to rub it
Not
in.
because it's good against Pango Timbersaw, but because
Just to rub it
A
in.
statement
Yes.
play. This is how you play Huskar. This is how you hit newts.
10 seconds.
I just feel like if you go something like Razor, maybe it prevents DK from doing the whole stand his ground with Mask Madness Armlet. That's what I'm.
But
I would
can
like
he
this
do
carry to
that with
say
a Timber in the game? Do you think he can just stand there?
With a BKB on, 100%. Like they have no damage through BKB. They have like Tusk Punch, but they have like no damage on this DK right now. So whatever hero this is does need to kill him through BKB. That's why I'm not a huge fan of the Luna. Like I think for their draft it's nice, but they do have BKB issues right now. So
The Timber damage is pure. That goes through.
it doesn't
BKB.
go through BKB though.
Huh.
Hey!
Oh wow, good selection.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we saw Crystallis like absolutely destroy on this hero, especially against Sand King. It's one of the few heroes that can actually boot you out of your Sandstorm, like mid to late game. So I like that.
Yeah, but I think when Crystallis really thrived was when he got that refresher timing, because in that game versus Sand King, if they weren't getting the burst on him, like he would just kite out that BKB by Razor, then turn with the Epicenter.
In that game, he also had a Lich, which allowed him to be able to delay his BKB Satanic usage a lot more. You have Snowball, but it's like not the same because Razor wants to be like in the fray using his spells, just staying alive longer. And Snowball is meant to kind of like buy time for you to push an initial button. Like it's better on heroes that need to like waveform like Morphling or something to survive.
Could they pick Luna here?
Nah, it's like 99% DK Skeeter.
Oh, Skeeter DK, yeah.
Need a Maureen hero.
How about the Armar Viper though? You know, for the Razor.
Oh, so Sand King mid?
Oh, I mean, I was thinking they want the Viper for the Razor, but I would want to put the Viper mid.
Oh, okay.
For the Maureen. Because it'd be very good against both Timber and Pango.
Yeah, I guess there's openings for Amar heroes or Maureen heroes.
I'm trying to lip read the players sometimes.
What's he
it's
saying?
hard to say.
Viper.
I think they just have like this issue that they need to now they need to address the Razor, but they also just needed to address the Timber Saw within their draft. They didn't have enough damage for it early on.
Well, they got magic damage now with this supposedly bugged shard from Storm Spirit. Did you see that?
Yeah, it does like double damage?
Yeah, it like does 2 attacks worth of overload or something like that.
I mean, the biggest problem with the Storm right now is what is Liquid's lockdown? Like, unless they get a blink on Nisha and he permastuns him, I don't see the supports do absolutely nothing to you. Like, there's a lot of follow-up with the snowball and the calling.
But who gets the first jump?
But who does the first thing? Yeah, so I'm a bit concerned for... I think Malreen's set up for way too much success here.
Good Storm game, eh?
That first game just looked so weird from Liquid. I have to believe something's a bit off with them as well, based on what happened.
Not feeling it today, or just tried something and it didn't work out. I think if you go, try something in the first game. It's the first game. You got 3 games. You got 2 games.
Gentleman's agreement. You hand them one.
Yeah.
But I just feel like that's a bad note to start the series on. But
Yeah.
I mean, what they have going for them is, yeah, they don't have lockdown for the Storm, but it is a good Timber Saw game. Like, he's going to output so much damage versus Sand King versus DK versus Snap early on. Razor's going to have a free lane versus Sand King, or he should. But I've also seen Amar so many times we say that he should get bullied out of this lane and he finds his way. But I think that if Liquid can take advantage of their Timber Saw timing and the Razor just makes it so that Sand King's Blink Dagger is delayed, they can get a lot out of the map. Late game though, you're gonna have Storm problems, you're gonna have DK problems.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Falcons for this one, but I agree with everything Mira said about Liquid's timings.
Falcons. My Lich Master.
Take the hand.
Take the hand. Kiss the ring.
I was gonna say, it looks like it's asking to be kissed with the way it's putting its hand down.
That's right. And don't worry, I did wipe it after it was in my nose. So we did not kiss that, I promise. Liquid are coming into the series off balance, it seems. And maybe Falcons are fully taking advantage of the situation. The Storm Spirit does seem like it'll be a problem. Let's see if Liquid can find a solution in game number 2 with Cap and Synderen.
You hit the...
That's right, everybody. Welcome to Team Liquid versus Falcons. Game number 2. We are rocking and rolling with a regular-ass draft. There is no problems this time around. Right, Synderen?
Not the same caliber of them, anyway. Oh, this one looks pretty stable for both sides. I guess I'm not too surprised to see the last picks either coming out. The Razor is one of the classic solutions to carry Dragon Knight. And in return, the Storm Spirit from Falcons has effectively not a single bad matchup in this game. Also, by the way, did you see the whole thing about the Storm Shard?
I did. It makes a lot of sense if it is indeed bugged and it's doing a double hit. That would explain why it looks so broken.
Yeah. If it is indeed not working as intended, I mean, honestly, after we saw the team starting to buy the shard a lot on the Storm as the first item, I was like, why haven't they done that before? And it might just be, not because a team realized it was bugged, it was just somebody bought it in the game and was like, wow, I'm doing a lot of damage. Let's try this in the scrim.
Yeah.
And then it spreads like wildfire through the scrims, and then everybody knows, wow, that shard's really good. But if it turns out it's just that good because it's bugged, that'll be kind of funny. Amar gets the rune, but...
He's going to try and burrow strike up to the high ground, hits Insania with it, gets a cookie, but he is blood grenaded. And first blood will be taken by Boxy. Already a stronger performance by Boxy than in game 1.
Yep.
I feel like it's just like if you wanted to be a 4 position and silence people, this is the hero to play. It's Muerta. It's Muerta.
He was already taken last game by the other team, so he just wanted to silence. It was like that Loranov game we had with the Morphling mid. Just wanted to play Timber, man.
This Timber.
Yep.
Is this Timber gonna have a good game?
I can't let you have that.
Probably. I wonder if this is... So the classic build that we had for quite a while in Timber with Magic Resist that we haven't seen much of as of late. This might be a game for it, to be honest, to get an Eternal Shroud or a Pipe for your team.
Yeah.
Like, look at how the damage breakdown looks on the Falcon side. It's extremely magic heavy. So Timber, by already being a naturally tanky hero against physical attacks, historically, when Hood was a thing, that was the item for Timber always. It was so good on that hero. But you can still go Eternal Shroud or Pipe in the right game. Most of the Timber builds we've seen lately are Kaya Blink based.
Nice TP from Crit.
Yeah, he has to get out of there. I guess Cookie was just barely on cooldown because he has it ready now.
Didn't want to waste even a half second staying in that drain longer than he needed to.
Damn, what a great head start mid for Malrine. 11 and 3 on the Storm. Getting... Is that every creep? There's been 3 waves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got every last hit. And 4 denies to boot.
You know what was funny is I know this matchup. Mickey, he is dead. That mid matchup. Oh, look at that. There is gigantic wave pushing in top. That is really bad.
Oh, yeah, this is not great. He'll lose 3 creeps of experience, I think. No, only 2. Insania pulled it out of tower range.
Mid lane matchup. Nisha had double jump at first on the fast. And I really thought he was going to go for it because this matchup is obviously quite bad for the Pango, right? The Storm Spirit matchup. So I thought, you know, maybe that other fasten isn't all it's cracked up to be. If you go double jump and just make sure your lane is better, maybe that's better. But no, he still opted for the Thunderbolt.
Yep. I guess one of the upsides to Thunderbolt is in a game against heroes like Storm and Sand King that are naturally pretty mobile. Especially Storm is obviously the most mobile hero in the entire game. With Thunderbolt, you can drive in a circle when you make a connection.
Right.
And chain stun people, which is really valuable against a hero like Storm that a lot of the time you're not catching this guy with a stun close to a wall, but you can easily catch him when he jumps your team. If you get any connection in the middle of nowhere with a Blink Pango, perhaps you can set up your team for success with a chain stun.
Yeah.
For that to be a reality, obviously the Storm needs to not have an insane game and just get Kaya BKB or whatever if that's what he wants. So we have seen some different Storm builds. All of them, though, do include that early shard.
Timber saw 9 and 3 compared to the 12 and 4, so it looks like the Dragonite is doing pretty good.
Especially because there's a big wave coming his way, right?
Yeah.
So Saberlight actually hasn't got that much out of the start.
So they're winning mid, they're winning bottom, and the off lane was doing pretty well too. I mean, they got the kill on the Razor. The Razor is still doing fine in CS, but they have shown that they are capable of killing him. And the Cookie given over underneath the Sandstorm, a Blood Grenade, and they have him maybe ticking up from the Blood Grenade. Very close.
7 HP.
7 HP.
And they basically executed that more or less perfectly.
Yeah.
I think if Amar maybe could have cast his Sandstorm before Stinger, they might have had the last...
Oh, got him on the full bore shot by Crit.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter now, does it?
They did execute it perfectly, huh? Oh, he wishes he landed that swashbuckle. Looks like they'll still get the kill anyway, though.
Doesn't matter now, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Maybe they wouldn't have had to use the calling. I think they still would, though.
Well, that'll certainly help Nisha, because obviously he wants to get his 6 before the Storm doesn't. And this is really cool. He's going to pull the creep wave while the Storm Spirit is still set dead. So the Storm Spirit might miss some CS, dying to tower. And he gets a wave to himself without the Storm Spirit, you know, being a nuisance.
Yeah.
Very cool.
In the meantime, though, Saberlight will be getting harassed. They're trying to take advantage of Boxy making the move mid, so Falcons will respond in turn in their own safe lane with some counter-aggression.
What do you think Amar's going to go item-wise on this Sand King? Because I feel like Sand King does have some wiggle room that we saw in the last game, right? She was over the early Bloodstone, and Amar is a little bit more known for versatility in items. Got the Timber Chain away, the Calling's going to slow him down as well. Good retreat.
Yeah, this TP just doesn't amount to much. Crit will just probably gate back top.
Radiant structures
Call it
are
a failed
fortified.
attempt. I mean, knowing Amar, probably Bloodstone. But then after that, but he's going Treads? He wants to go Treads first?
Curious.
I'm ready for the Treads.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to go Arcane Boots. We've seen Phase Boots builds quite a bit, but Treads,
Treads is definitely not the least common boot on this hero after Tranquils. Or maybe even on par with Tranquil. I don't know. We'll see. So it is, he has committed for